The circumstances surrounding Merciful Soul and Gray's evolution to the Holy Spirit level were completely different. Gray did not suffer much when it stepped into the Holy Spirit level and naturally completed the transformation of its grade. Unlike Merciful Soul, which had its body reconstructed when it stepped into the Holy Spirit level. During the process of reconstructing its body, Merciful Souls had always been very unyielding in remaining in its human form. The beautiful skin of Merciful Soul, from complete to badly mangled to complete, underwent several transformations. However, Merciful Soul did not make any sound. It allowed its body to disintegrate continuously and slowly perfect itself as it disintegrated again and again. Merciful Soul seemed to be enjoying this feeling. Lin Yuan was secretly amazed by the tenacity of Merciful Souls. Only creatures with exceptional tenacity could use their abilities to control the souls of other creatures. Merciful Soul said softly to Lin Yuan after it had completed its advancement, "Master, thank you for nurturing me. You've nurtured me to such a powerful state. I hope to have a chance to display my strength in the future, so that I can unleash my abilities like your other phase." Lin Yuan knew that Merciful Soul was somewhat dissatisfied with his previous arrangements, or rather, helpless. Previously, Lin Yuan had indeed not given Merciful Soul a chance to display its abilities. However, Lin Yuan would not be like before. Lin Yuan was very willing to allow Merciful Soul. Now that Lin Yuan had brought in a low-grade and mid-grade blessed land, north of the Lonely River had become a rich and prosperous place. In addition, with season cycle, cleansing breath soil, business flourishing flower, and other legendary presences, even top factions would want to fight for north of the Lonely River. Lin Yuan had gone to nurture Merciful Soul so early because he wanted it to increase north of the Lonely River's luck through steal the fate of a nation. The increase in the region's luck would allow all the life forms in this area to obtain benefits. Not only could the members of Sky City be strengthened by the increase in luck, but most importantly, the life forms in the Faith Country would also be affected by the increase in luck. At that time, there would definitely be some extremely outstanding prodigies in the Faith Country. The members of the Faith Country could also be considered direct descendants of Sky City. They were worthy of Lin Yuan's future nurturing. Since Lin Yuan had come to the sky beyond the clouds, he couldn't mobilize manpower from the main world to the sky beyond the clouds. The Faith Country had basically become the only way for Lin Yuan to select members for Sky City. Merciful Soul, it's true that I didn't give you any chance to showcase your abilities previously, but from now on, I can let you continue to showcase your talents. In a while, I'll specially arrange an area for you. You can transfer the luck of the land outside the plains of north of the Lonely River to this area. You've reached the Holy Spirit level and obtained a new Divine Kingdom ability to channel and forge the land. This Divine Kingdom can allow you not to only rely on your ability to steal luck to obtain luck. Even if you have the exclusive skill payment in life to offset it and the Lifespan Mouse can always provide you with lifespan, your lifespan is still not enough when you frequently steal luck. In north of the Lonely River, you can't use Pouring Fortune Forging Earth. When I go out to train in the future, I'll bring you out with me. At that time, you can use the living beings you charm and control to refine the swords of fortune to steal the luck of the world to strengthen north of the Lonely River. The power of Merciful Soul's Divine Kingdom ability Pouring Fortune Forging Earth brought Lin Yuan a pleasant surprise. With the power of Merciful Soul's Divine Kingdom ability Pouring Fortune Forging Earth, north of the Lonely River was destined to have more and more luck. It was very easy for Merciful Soul to charm a life form. Furthermore, Merciful Soul's refinement of the Swords of Fortune did not cause much damage to itself. When it heard that Lin Yuan was going to bring it out, Merciful Soul looked exceptionally happy. As Lin Yuan's contracted Fae, Merciful Soul had a very deep relationship with him. However, Merciful Soul was too reserved and did not reveal its emotions. However, Merciful Soul wanted to stay by Lin Yuan's side. After staying in Sky City for nearly 4 months, Lin Yuan felt that he should go out and train for some time. In the past few months, the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting had been held a few more times and Lin Yuan had given more possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to Rui. Rui had officially become a core member of Sky City. However, because the possessed star intelligent dark clouds had yet to break through to World Emperor, the effects of the Divine Kingdom pollen were limited. It was not enough to completely remove the curse in Rui's body. However, after Lin Yuan explained the situation to Rui, he promised Rui that he would help her remove the curse within half a year. Originally, Rui did not trust Lin Yuan. After all, both Lin Yuan and the astronomical parliament had appeared too suddenly. However, after Lin Yuan provided Rui with the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen for the second time, which was stronger than the first time, Rui believed Lin Yuan. Neither her parents nor the Carp Mystic Palace could do anything about the curse in her body. Lin Yuan was the only way out. Rui was prepared to wait until the curse in her body was completely removed before finding a suitable reason to tell her parents about the situation. Since Lin Yuan had his own people, he did not allow Wen Yu to recruit new people during the astronomical parliament parliamentary meetings. Now that everything was in the development stage, there was no need to rush. The species that Lin Yuan had subdued in the Coiling Dragon Mountain had all moved to north of the Lonely River. North of the Lonely River became lively and prosperous. Sky City had deliberately held an internal meeting with the core members of the hundreds of powerful species to consider how to settle them down. If these species were allowed to occupy land as kings in various parts of north of the Lonely River, even if these species all listened to Lin Yuan's orders, it was inevitable that there would be some problems in the future. If the territorial consciousness of these species was preserved, it would be very difficult for these species to eliminate their wildness. This was because these species living in north of the Lonely River were not only facing Lin Yuan but also the core members of Sky City, as well as the other races and the residents living in the Country of Faith. After some discussion, Lin Yuan felt that the best way to eliminate the wildness of these races was to disperse them and integrate them into the Faith Country as family clans. Changing the way of life of these communities was indeed a process. It was very likely that some accidents would happen during this period. If these species that were already under Lin Yuan's control could not fuse perfectly in the Faith Country, they would always cause trouble. Then, these species that existed in the form of family clans would be eliminated. Lin Yuan's decision did not exploit the interests of these species. These species would integrate into the Faith Country in the manner of family clans and become famous families in the Faith Country. At this moment, the Faith Country was gradually opening up the Chamber of Commerce and the trade chain of resources. Having these species was very helpful for the development of the Faith Country. Now that he had made the decision, it was up to him to carry it out. Lin Yuan would only bring winter with him when he went out. Spring and summer would remain in Sky City. Even if these species were unwilling, they could not cause any trouble. Ling Muzhua had contacted Lin Yuan several times during this period of time. He had contacted Lin Yuan to invite him to attend a private trade fair organized by the Fortune Treasure Palace for special honor guests. Lin Yuan was not interested in such a private trade fair at all. Given Lin Yuan's current relationship with the Fortune Treasure Palace, if he wanted any resources, even if Lin Yuan did not participate in the so-called trade fair, the Fortune Treasure Palace would still trade resources with him. The core purpose of participating in this trade fair was actually to deepen the connection between Fortune Treasure Palace and the special honor guests. It also provided a channel for communication between the special honor guests. Lin Yuan had lost interest in getting to know more people in the sky beyond the clouds. Unless Ling Muzhua introduced the creators whose lifespans were reaching their end, Lin Yuan was not prepared to accept Ling Muzhua's invitation. Lin Yuan did not agree to Ling Muzhua's request, but he made a huge transaction with him. Lin Yuan had been using spirit chi crystals during the transactions. Morbius had been helping Lin Yuan collect spirit chi crystals. As the number of members in the Faith Country increased, Lin Yuan also provided a stable living environment for the citizens of the Faith Country. As a result, there were often people who broke through in the Faith Country. Even though these people from the Faith Country would gather together to increase their strength, Morbius was still a little busy. Lin Yuan had so many spirit chi crystals that the wind-speed rapid antelope was so tired that it rolled its eyes. After such a long time, the wind-speed rapid antelope was still responsible for the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had never intentionally increased the wind-speed rapid antelope strength. As usual, he fed it 2 wind-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls every day. The wind-speed rapid antelope was only a step away from reaching Immortal. The wind-speed rapid antelope absorbed pure spirit chi every day. Coupled with top-notch resources like heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it took decades to reach the peak of creation breed. The wind-speed rapid antelope seemed to be improving very slowly, but in fact, its speed of improvement was much faster than other phase. There were already hundreds of thousands of boxes of spirit chi crystals in the spirit lock spatial zone. Each box contained 6-figure spirit chi crystals. These resources were the reason why Lin Yuan dared to develop his faith country. Without these resources, even if Lin Yuan had spring, summer, autumn, and winter by his side, he probably would not even have the embryonic form of a faith country. He could not produce resources and relied on plundering to obtain resources. He would be destined to have a large number of enemies. With too many enemies targeting Sky City, it was inevitable that some accidents would happen over time. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about where to train, He, a grade 5 creator, contacted him through the rammet of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. The moment the call connected, Lin Yuan heard He say, "Young master, you previously told me that you're preparing to gather more creators under your command. I happen to be attending a creators academic conference. Are you interested in attending? There will be at least 3 grade 5 creators participating in this meeting of creators, including creators who have already fallen into the curse of lifespan." Before He and Lin Yuan parted ways, he had addressed Lin Yuan as young friend. Now, when he contacted Lin Yuan, he called him young master Lin Yuan, because He had completely straightened out his position after this period of time. He remembered how Winter addressed Lin Yuan, so he simply addressed him the same way. Lin Yuan's expression changed when he heard He's words. The creators' meeting that He mentioned was much more attractive to Lin Yuan than the private transaction held by Fortune Treasure Palace. Sky City had indeed introduced new creators, but there were still too few of them. The creation of the floating island whale embryo alone took up almost all the time of Zhong Jiu, a grade 5 creator, and the other 4 grade 4 creators. If they could recruit more advanced creators for Sky City's development in advanced resources would definitely be much faster than it was now. With the recommendation of a grade 5 creator like He, it should be easier to pull other creators into Sky City. Lin Yuan decided to head to He's location and participate in the academic conference with him. Senior He, I will arrive at the coordinates you gave me in 2 days. Thank you for thinking of me when something like this happens. He's way of addressing Lin Yuan had changed, but Lin Yuan's attitude toward him did not change at all. He still gave He enough respect, which made He very happy. Young master, I'm also a member of a faction now. It's my duty to think for our faction. A few of the people participating in this meeting are my old friends. I'll invite them. The probability of them joining is very high. There's no need to use any methods. As for the others, I think it's better to use some methods. Otherwise, such a precious opportunity will be wasted. He was a very straightforward person. After confirming his position, all his actions would follow his position. Ever since he had joined Sky City under Lin Yuan's command, all of He's actions were in line with Sky City's interests. If a few creators could join Sky City during this academic conference, it would be a gift in return for Lin Yuan's help in resolving the problem of lifespan. Senior He, I will naturally make preparations. However, it's not appropriate for me to forcefully pull them into Sky City. I'm still more inclined to those creators with insufficient lifespans, because joining Sky City is a mutually beneficial thing. He was somewhat surprised by Lin Yuan's words. He did not expect Lin Yuan, who had less than 50 years of lifespan, to be so reliable and not be blinded by the benefits in front of him. Only with such a temperament and structure could he achieve great things. He believed that with Lin Yuan's power, he could force those grade 4 creators or even grade 5 creators to submit. If he stayed by Lin Yuan's side, he would be Lin Yuan's accomplice. By doing so, Lin Yuan could maximize the short-term benefits. Lin Yuan could target all the creators participating in this academic exchange. However, there were 2 disadvantages to doing so. One was that even if those who were forced to join Sky City by Lin Yuan's martial force were to join Sky Cities and become under Lin Yuan's control, they would still be an unstable factor. Not only would these people not serve Sky City well, but they might also secretly think of ways to take revenge on Sky City. Many creators were tough nuts to crack. Only when they truly felt the effects of the depletion of their lifespan and experienced the process of their bodies and souls decaying because of aging would they soften. For example, in the tens of thousands of years that he had been searching for a way to increase his lifespan, his bones were no longer as hard as before. Otherwise, he would not have willingly submitted to Lin Yuan after he took out the lifespan mouse. Secondly, there was no way that the secret would remain hidden. Once the news got out, Lin Yuan's Sky City would be targeted by the creator factions. Even Honor Absent Palace, which controlled the East Universe, would ask about this matter. Young Master, I'll make the preparations first so you can take action when you come. I will use my connections to invite more creators to participate in this academic exchange. He paused for a moment before speaking to Lin Yuan. Young Master, after our meeting this time, I've decided not to continue developing outside like before. I want to return to Sky City with you. Didn't you say that Sky City is currently in the construction phase? I can bring some people over to help. His idea did not appear out of nowhere. It was something that he had thought of not long after he became Lin Yuan's subordinate. He looked carefree and free and could still live like before. However, doing so was equivalent to leaving Sky City's center of power. He had contracted the lifespan mouse. From now on, he would be a member of Sky City in life and a ghost in death. If he only had a few thousand years left to live, he would definitely choose freedom. However, the current he had an unlimited lifespan. Compared to his current freedom, he had to consider his future development. Although he didn't venture to Sky City, Lin Yuan still disclosed some information about it to him. Lin Yuan informed of the existence of Zhong Jiyu, a grade 5 creator, whose presence sparked a sense of danger in he. In terms of creator abilities, Zhong Jiyu surpassed him. Lingering outside too long might jeopardize his future access to Sky City's core. Initially, Lin Yuan had urged he to explore outside because he recognized he as the founder of a creator group, surrounded by many others of his kind. Lin Yuan aimed to leverage his influence and the resources of his creator network. He had intentions to align his creators with Sky City. Yet, Lin Yuan no longer relied on his influence. He had stretched it to its limits during their gathering. Despite his silence on the matter, Lin Yuan intended to dispatch him back to Sky City to collaborate with Zhong Jiyu on refining the development of the floating island whale embryos. The combined intellect of two grade 5 creators would undoubtedly enhance the construction and layout of the floating island whale embryos. Senior it's great you're willing to return to Sky City. The leader of Sky City's creator department has been set up. When you return, I'll give you the position of deputy leader. The deputy team leader and the team leader have the same authority. You can communicate more. Lin Yuan had already appointed Zhong Jiyu, so upon his return, Lin Yuan couldn't make he the team leader immediately, thus ensuring Zhong Jiyu and he were on equal footing. This decision not only affected Zhong Jiyu's authority in Sky City's creator department, but also likely sparked opinions from Zhong Jiyu. The principle of first come, first served applied there. While Zhong Jiyu excelled in creator abilities compared to he couldn't object to he being the deputy team leader. Lin Yuan granted he and Zhong Jiyu equal authority. In case of disagreement, Zhong Jiyu couldn't use his team leader status to compel he. He likely brought numerous grade 4 creators to Sky City. As a deputy team leader, he could effectively manage them. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's arrangement, he raised no objections. It was clear Zhong Jiyu had no issue being the deputy team leader under he. With Lin Yuan possessing the lifespan mouse, he was confident more grade 5 creators would join Sky City in the future. By holding the position of deputy team leader, even if he encountered stronger grade 5 creators in the future, he'd maintain managerial status. It seemed returning to Sky City wasn't too late for him. After concluding the call with Lin Yuan briefed Winter and readied to depart. Lin Yuan intended to use this trip near Treasure City to meet with Fumi and Yun Qingyang. It was unknown how many star pirates Fumi and Yun Qingyang had hunted recently. With Autumn around, he could support Fumi and Yun Qingyang in terms of martial force. In terms of harvest, It all depended on Fumi and Yun Qingyang's management and operations. The star pirates roaming around Treasure City should have been hunted down in the past few months. After Lin Yuan went to collect the harvest, Fumi, Yun Qingyang, and the rest could bring the poachers to another area to hunt star pirates. Fumi and Yun Qingyang both possessed remarkable abilities, particularly Yun Qingyang, who had recently joined Lin Yuan with a determination to establish his reputation. Though he might not surpass Fumi, he was determined to demonstrate his worth to Lin Yuan, propelling him to work diligently. In the bustling hub of Myriad Treasure City, the chambers of commerce had experienced minimal losses among merchant groups over the past few months. Traditionally, each chamber of commerce dispatched 1,000 merchant groups annually, with 20% falling victim to star pirates and 10% facing outright attack. Remarkably, there had been no reported losses among merchant groups in recent months. Even if news of valuable cargo leaked, it failed to attract the attention of the covetous star pirates. Being a commercial hub, Myriad Treasure City naturally attracted more star pirates compared to other urban centers. Previously, Li Feng, the city lord, attempted to eradicate the star pirates surrounding Treasure City with hired experts, albeit with limited success. Since the inception of Treasure City, star pirates had entrenched themselves in the vicinity. The local chambers of commerce tacitly accepted their presence, as they had become integral to the city's infrastructure development. However, the sudden disappearance of these seemingly indomitable star pirates puzzled Li Feng. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, Lin Yuan was quietly eliminating the star pirates. There was no advantage in divulging this information to Li Feng. Lin Yuan understood that Li Feng would inevitably publicize this achievement to bolster trade and attract more support to Treasure City. Yet, such publicity was not in Lin Yuan's best interest and could potentially alert the remaining star pirates. Lin Yuan preferred to amass wealth discreetly. Since there were no more star pirates around Myriad Treasure City, it was very difficult for the hunting team to gain anything by staying here. Lin Yuan and Qin Yu would occasionally communicate. Lin Yuan had also been to the Scarlet Territory and knew that the Bloodian Territory was extremely chaotic. There were a large number of star pirates outside the Scarlet Territory. These star pirates were very strong, and many of them were made up of Bloodians. It would undoubtedly be more beneficial for Lin Yuan to hunt these powerful star pirates. It would also make it easier for the sacred sword-wielding queen to choose holy maids from the holy spirits of these star pirates' divine kingdoms. Winter brought Lin Yuan all the way to Treasure City. At that moment, Lin Yuan received a message from Chu Si on his thoughts letter paper. Chu Si, I'm done with my seclusion. I asked Genius and was surprised to learn that I was seclusion for a few years. I didn't even know that you went to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan smiled from the bottom of his heart when he saw Chu Si's message. While Chu Si was in seclusion, Lin Yuan had not completely lost contact with her. It was just that she was focused on improving her strength and no longer interacted with the outside world. During this period, Lin Yuan had helped Chu Si increase her strength. Not only that, but Chu Si had also met her master, Cold Moon, several times. However, Chu Si was in seclusion, so they did not tell her about their trip to the sky beyond the clouds. Now that Chu Si had ended her seclusion, she no longer needed to slowly improve her strength. Lin Yuan decided that he might as well bring Chu Si out to train and let her understand more about the sky beyond the clouds so that she could make up for her lack of vision after more than 10 years of seclusion. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and brought Chu Si out. Chu Si had grown accustomed to residing in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Despite leaving it now, she remained unsurprised, even as she noted the heightened energy concentration in the sky beyond the clouds compared to the main world. Ironically, she found the environmental energy there somewhat lacking. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile at Chu Si's reaction, seeing it as a testament to his effective upbringing, ensuring her comfort. However, Chu Si's uncertainty about the sky beyond the clouds environment concerned Lin Yuan. He intended to ask Genius to help her clarify the situation for her. Chu Si said in a serious tone, "Big brother, you've worked hard to nurture me all these years. I know very well that if you hadn't provided me with the best environment after Mom and Dad left, my phase would only be at Diamond at best. It would have been very difficult for me to become a king-class expert. To Lin Yuan, king-class had become an unfamiliar term because he had transcended this level for too long. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Chu Ci continued. Big brother, don't be in a hurry to deny what I said. If not for you, I would have most likely chosen to contract that gray beetle. I wouldn't have been able to find such a good teacher. Chu Ci reached out to hug Lin Yuan. Even though her parents had died when she was very young, the care and love she received was no less than that of her peers. Sometimes, she received even more than they did. When Chu Ci hugged him, Lin Yuan reached out to hug her shoulder. Lin Yuan had spent a lot of effort nurturing Chu Ci, giving her the best he could. After being nurtured by Lin Yuan, Chu Ci surpassed even the younger generation cultivated by the leading factions in the sky beyond the clouds. She stood as a top genius both in the main world and in the sky beyond the clouds. Chu Ci, your current growth is inseparable from your own efforts. You don't have to belittle yourself. With your current strength and level, you're still the top prodigy of this generation even in a huge environment like the sky beyond the clouds. In the future, you have to train more to make your character worthy of your strength. Lin Yuan summoned genius and had it use connected tails on Chu Ci, sharing all the knowledge and information that Lin Yuan had obtained while she was in seclusion. Chu Ci's knowledge greatly improved in a short period. However, the improvement of one's knowledge was not equivalent to one's character. Chu Ci's character could only be improved through continuous training. After Chu Ci digested everything, she was shocked. She did not expect so many things to happen while she had been in seclusion. Not only had Lin Yuan explored a world that was countless times larger than the main world, but he had also established a strong foundation in this world. Chu Ci had admired Lin Yuan since she was young. In her heart, Lin Yuan, who had been weak back then, was like an omnipotent giant. Now that she knew Lin Yuan's results, Chu Ci was extremely proud. Big brother is in such a vast world. If you bring me around to train, my character will quickly improve. You happen to be going out to train this time. Why don't I stay by your side? As Chu Ci spoke, she observed Lin Yuan's expression. She knew that the sky beyond the clouds was extremely dangerous. If she saw a hint of distress in Lin Yuan's eyes, she would obediently return to the spirit-locked spatial zone and not cause trouble for him. Chu Ci did not see any awkwardness in Lin Yuan's eyes. She heard Lin Yuan say with a smile, "It's naturally good for you to train with me. Speaking of which, we've never trained together. This time, you'll definitely gain a lot from following me. At the very least, you'll be able to understand the rules of survival in this world." If Lin Yuan had the chance, he was very willing to bring his younger sister along for growth opportunities. Chu Ci was still Lin Yuan's greatest concern in this world. She was Lin Yuan's only relative with a bloodline connection. In the past, Lin Yuan had rejected Chu Ci's offer to train with him because he could not guarantee Chu Ci's safety during the training. However, with Winter by his side now, Chu Ci's safety could definitely be guaranteed. In the sky beyond the clouds, survival followed harsher, bloodier rules compared to the main world. Despite Chu Ci's wealth of knowledge and experience, grasping this reality without first-hand experience proved daunting. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan was willing to bring her along, Chu Ci jumped up excitedly. Although Chu Ci had been in seclusion in the spirit-locked spatial zone for decades, she was still a child in front of Lin Yuan. "Chu Ci, this is Winter. You've met him before. In a while, Winter will bring us to the vicinity of Treasure City. I'm going there to collect a group of star pirates. I'll also introduce Sky City's hunting group to you." As Lin Yuan's younger sister, Chu Ci might not care about Sky City's affairs, but she was still one of Sky City's core members. Now that Chu Ci had ended her seclusion, it was necessary to introduce her to everyone in Sky City. When Chu Ci heard Lin Yuan's arrangements, she felt refreshed. Present, Chu Ci could be said to lack experience in venturing outside. During Chu Ci's years in the main world, she had ventured out with Cold Moon, and they mostly engaged in battles with various fays in the wilderness. There were hardly any opportunities for interaction with people. Cold Moon felt that Chu Ci was too young at the time, having just entered high school, and there was no need for her to fight with other spirit chi professionals at such a young age. Now, Lin Yuan was bringing Chu Ci around to interact with others. Compared to fighting phase, Chu Ci preferred interacting with people. Chu Ci, who had been by Lin Yuan's side since she was little to help him manage the Fei store, was not an introvert. Having to support herself in society from a young age, if she was too introverted, she would have starved to death long ago. At present, Chu Ci was very curious about the situation in the sky beyond the clouds, including the environment. Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention Winter, Chu Ci obediently greeted him. "Hello, Grandpa Winter. We meet again." Chu Ci did not feel there was anything wrong with how he addressed Winter, who looked like an elderly man. Moreover, with Winter's strength, it was difficult to know how many years he had lived. However, Winter felt uneasy when he heard Chu Ci address him as such. While it may be fitting for a young girl at Chu Ci's age to refer to him as Grandpa Winter, it shouldn't come from Chu Ci herself. If Chu Ci addressed him as Grandpa Winter, wouldn't that mean he would also become a grandpa to Lin Yuan? If that was the case, it was absolutely unacceptable. Just as Winter was about to correct Chu Ci's way of addressing him, Lin Yuan shook his head. Chu Ci's manners were a trait that she had cultivated since she was young, so there was nothing wrong with addressing him that way. There was no need for him to let Chu Ci know about his relationship with Winter. The bond between Chu Ci and Winter and between himself and Winter were separate matters. Nobody disliked someone who understood manners, and Winter was no exception. Winter smiled at Chu Ci. "Little Chu Ci, it's been 3 or 5 years since I last saw you. You've grown into a young lady now." Winter said that Chu Ci was a young lady simply because of her age. In terms of looks, Chu Ci had long reached the level of a king-class expert. Coupled with the fact that Chu Ci had contracted the lifespan mouse and obtained an endless lifespan, she would naturally not age at all. Chu Ci still looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and she was younger than Lin Yuan. Soon, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci arrived in a small county near Treasure City. The hunting team led by Fumi and Yun Qingyang usually operated in this small county. In the past, due to its proximity to Treasure City, there were often star pirates stationed there, causing almost all the natives in the small county to flee. Most of the people who came here were wicked individuals who engaged in shady business. Without exception, these people were all eliminated by the hunting team. Now, this small county had become the safest place within a few hundred kilometers. Gradually, many people had chosen to settle there. Due to the presence of the hunting team, the small county had become prosperous. Although this county may be an inconspicuous county to Treasure City and did not even qualify to appear on the regional map in the sky beyond the clouds, it was already prosperous enough for Chu Ci as it was much more prosperous than a large city in the Radiance Federation. "Lin Yuan, this place is huge. There are shops everywhere along the way. It's just that the people here don't strike me as particularly strong. However, they carry a heavy murderous aura. I reckon that everyone's body is stained with a lot of lives. Otherwise, there shouldn't be such a heavy murderous aura." Chu Ci felt as though her eyes were being opened for the first time. Her reaction was exactly the same as Lin Yuan's reaction when he first came to the sky beyond the clouds. After walking in the sky beyond the clouds for some time, Chu Ci realized how insignificant the city was to the sky beyond the clouds. Moreover, regardless of whether they were good or evil, everyone in the sky beyond the clouds was basically filled with a murderous aura. It was impossible to survive there without taking some lives. When Lin Yuan heard Chu Ci's sigh, he did not explain to her because he felt that there was no need to. Soon, Chu Ci's knowledge would expand rapidly, and the experiences gained through observation and listening would be the greatest wealth for her. Apart from selling all kinds of spiritual ingredients and fays, the surrounding shops also sold many special delicacies. Lin Yuan did not lack these spiritual ingredients and fays. To him, their grades were somewhat low. Hence, Lin Yuan did not think much of it. Regardless of whether it was from the creators or Fortune Treasure Palace, the resources Lin Yuan had traded for were of a much higher level than these resources. Still, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci were especially interested in the special delicacies sold there. Every time Chu Ci was interested in a delicacy, Lin Yuan would help her buy it and let Winter investigate the delicacy. Chu Xi would only eat these delicacies after it was confirmed that there were no problems. Lin Yuan would also taste the delicacies that he was interested in. As he savored the delicacies, Lin Yuan contacted Fumi. Soon, Fumi and Yun Qingyang respectfully appeared in front of Lin Yuan. When Winter only saw Fumi and Yun Qingyang but not Autumn, an unexpected expression appeared on his face. To Winter's knowledge, Autumn would not let go of an opportunity to appear before Lin Yuan. Winter asked Fumi and Yun Qingyang, "Isn't Autumn with you?" Upon hearing Winter's question, Fumi and Yun Qingyang hurriedly said, "Mr. Autumn went to Cold Mountain City to deal with the few star pirates entrenched there. We have already gathered them together. Mr. Autumn has only left for half a day, so it should take another half a day for him to return. We've already informed Mr. Autumn of your arrival. I believe Mr. Autumn will be able to return faster." On regular days, Fumi and Yun Qingyang typically addressed Autumn as Lord. However, in the presence of Lin Yuan, only Lin Yuan received this title. This rule was set by Autumn. Upon hearing this, Winter nodded. Cold Mountain City, situated adjacent to Treasure City, loomed large. Although not a trading hub like Treasure City, Cold Mountain City surpassed it in size and overall strength. However, the star pirates in Cold Mountain City were significantly fewer than in Treasure City. With Autumn venturing to Cold Mountain City to pursue star pirates, it was likely that nearby pirate groups had been largely eradicated. Even if some pirates remained, they would exercise greater caution. Given this scenario, the hunting team would find it challenging to yield substantial results in this area. Lin Yuan introduced Fumi and Yun Qingyang to Chu Xi. Chu Xi. This is the leader of the hunting team. Fumi. This is the vice leader of the hunting team, Yun Qingyang. They can be considered members of Sky City now. Fumi and Yun Qingyang were very respectful to Chu Xi on the surface, but in reality, they did not care much. They did not dare to use their spiritual energy to probe Chu Xi. Firstly, it was extremely impolite to use spiritual energy to investigate right away. Hence, the two of them did not know that Chu Xi was younger than Lin Yuan. Chu Xi politely greeted Fumi and Yun Qingyang, and Lin Yuan introduced Chu Xi to them. "This is my sister, Chu Xi." Lin Yuan's words immediately sent shivers down Yun Qingyang and Fumi's spines, and they quickly suppressed any disdain they held for Chu Xi. Chu Xi didn't resemble Lin Yuan much. Rather, one resembled their father while the other resembled their mother. However, the word sister was not used as casually in the sky beyond the clouds as in the main world. Only those who were truly related by blood would address each other as siblings. Chu Xi was obviously from the same huge and mysterious faction as Lin Yuan. Chu Xi was very polite to Fumi and Yun Qingyang, which made them feel flattered and flustered. After introducing Chu Xi, Lin Yuan asked, "How have you guys been in the past few months?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Fumi and Yun Qingyang looked a little awkward. "Lord, to be honest, we have only captured 6 large star pirate groups recently, but we have captured many small star pirate groups. However, the strength of these small star pirate groups is too low. Mr. Autumn has already dealt with them. In fact, there was a limit to the number of powerful star pirates in a region. If there were too many star pirates in a region, there would definitely be intense competition between the star pirates. At present, the star pirates in this area had basically been hunted down. Fumi and Yun Qingyang were afraid that Lin Yuan would be dissatisfied with their achievements. If Lin Yuan blamed them, it would be inappropriate for them to explain themselves to him. There was no way Autumn could cover up such a matter. Fumi and Yun Qingyang were extremely nervous. They had just gotten the chance to prove themselves in front of Lin Yuan, but unfortunately, they hadn't seized the opportunity. Lin Yuan was not as angry as they had expected. Instead, he said, "I don't think there are many star pirates around Treasure City anymore. If you continue to hunt here, you will only get fewer and fewer star pirates. Why don't I find another place for you, so you can hunt star pirates in a different environment?" Fumi and Yun Qingyang felt relieved. Lin Yuan's words indicated not only his decisiveness in killing but also his reasonableness as a leader. Unlike others who might unfairly blame their subordinates without considering the circumstances, Lin Yuan stood out. This quality was more valuable than any resources he had provided. In the hands of a leader prone to anger and outbursts, one's safety became paramount. There was a real risk of being punished or even killed for any perceived failure. As the saying went, accompanying a ruler is akin to walking alongside a tiger. Lord, we don't know where you intend for us to hunt star pirates. If you inform us in advance, it will be easier for us to prepare. Yun Qingyang, standing beside Fumi, uttered these words. He believed that even if he didn't seek attention, he should aim for an opportunity to communicate with Lin Yuan. If he couldn't speak directly to Lin Yuan and allowed Fumi to be the spokesperson, competing for the vice leader position would be pointless. Upon hearing Yun Qingyang's question, Lin Yuan asked, "Don't you think that with Autumn by your side, you won't have a chance to attack when hunting other star pirates? You just need to set up and operate. Autumn possesses ample strength to resolve nearly all challenges. Thus, I am inclined to send you to a place like the Scarlet Territory, which is considerably more perilous. The star pirates entrenched there are both stronger and more numerous, ensuring greater spoils. Conveniently, I am acquainted with a Bloodian Queen in that region. With this Bloodian Queen's aid, your operations there will undoubtedly be facilitated. Essentially, every Bloodian clan in the area embeds its agents among the star pirates. You can leverage the star pirates loyal to the Bloodian Queen to subdue the surrounding factions." Lin Yuan's words were equivalent to pointing out the direction for Fumi and Yun Qingyang, which shocked them greatly. The Bloodians, an ancient and domineering species, held a very high position in the sky beyond the clouds. Many species were very cautious of their existence. Fumi and Yun Qingyang were surprised to learn that Lin Yuan had even infiltrated a faction like the Bloodians and that there was a Bloodian Queen under his command. The hunting team was the gathering of many star pirate groups, all of which operated in the vicinity of Treasure City, and their range of activity typically would not exceed the 10 large cities nearby. For example, Fumi's star pirate group had targeted Jinchun on the spur of the moment previously. If they rashly changed their operating environment, Fumi, Yun Qingyang, and others would essentially lose their accumulated experience. In a new environment, everything had to start over. A foreign star pirate group like theirs could hardly gain the local star pirate group's trust. If they could use the resources of the local star pirates, their operation would be much easier. With Autumn's martial force as support, they would be able to obtain benefits very quickly. After each operation, Autumn would take out a portion of the captured resources and distribute them to the hunting team, making it easier for them to increase their strength. Fumi and Yun Qingyang were used to living a life of bloodshed and were very willing to accept challenges in new environments. "Lord, if you can cooperate with a Bloodian Queen in the Scarlet Territory, we will soon be able to open up new opportunities. However, after some time in the Scarlet Territory, the number of star pirate groups there is bound to decrease. When the time comes, we will need to move to a new environment to hunt those star pirates." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan pressed his lips together, his mind haunted by the atrocities committed by star pirate groups, a scene he had witnessed more than once. Every time Lin Yuan ventured out, he bore witness to the star pirates' ruthless slaughter of various species. They were like locusts crossing the border, sparing few survivors in their raids on species and merchant groups. The root cause of their existence lay in the scarcity of resources. Many who fancied themselves formidable eventually turned to piracy to amass wealth, resorting to plunder and bloodshed to swiftly increase their power. The sky beyond the clouds remained unchanged. Despite the eradication of this current batch of star pirate groups, fresh ones would inevitably emerge. Complete eradication of these pirates proved an elusive goal. Without the constraints imposed by the hunting team, star pirates near Treasure City would undoubtedly resume their havoc in a few short decades. "You don't have to worry about that. I don't plan to let you stay in the Scarlet Territory for long. When the density of the star pirates there decreases, I'll have you move elsewhere. In the future, the development area of the hunting team will not be limited to the East Universe. I can guarantee that if you can move to other universes in the future, you can quickly integrate into the local environment." Lin Yuan's words seemed ordinary but struck a chord. When Fumi and Yun Qingyang heard them, They understood that Lin Yuan's faction was not limited to the East universe. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have made such a promise. Standing beside Lin Yuan and listening to his conversation with Fu Mi and Yun Qingyang, Chu Ci didn't find Lin Yuan's attitude toward the Star Pirate Group's cruel. Instead, she felt exceptionally supportive from the bottom of her heart. Along the way, Chu Ci witnessed two Star Pirate groups committing evil deeds. These Star Pirate groups were not very strong and were considered inferior existences. Their leader had just reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. However, when these Star Pirate groups robbed those small tribes and merchant groups, they were no less ruthless than those large Star Pirate groups. After a long period of killing and plundering, the minds of these Star Pirates had become somewhat psychologically warped. They were exactly the same as the bandit groups that Chu Ci had encountered when she was training in the main world. Chu Ci hated evil to begin with. If Lin Yuan had not gotten rid of these Star Pirates, she would most likely have made relevant suggestions to him. In a short while, Autumn returned. When Autumn knew that Lin Yuan had arrived, he quickened his pace. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Autumn bowed to him and promptly handed over the Star Pirates he had detained. "Young Master, I placed the members of the Star Pirates who had reached the Holy Spirit level in these 3 leaves. I have sealed the energies in their bodies and they are currently in a dormant state. You can clean them up at any time. As for those Star Pirates who aren't even at the Holy Spirit level, I've sealed them up after killing them so that you can use them at any time. Your 2 fairies need the bodies of experts to increase their strength, as they contain extremely pure and abundant flesh and blood energy. Therefore, they're exactly what your 2 fairies need." Lin Yuan nodded. In the beginning, Lin Yuan's purpose in massacring the Star Pirates was to get rid of evil and save the fate of those weak lives. Apart from that, it was to provide resources for the awakened Sacred Sword-wielding Queen. The Sacred Sword-wielding Queen would produce high-quality resources by absorbing the will laws, spirit fire, divine kingdoms, and even holy spirits of these experts. However, as more and more Star Pirates were killed, the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen could no longer absorb the number of Star Pirates in Lin Yuan's hands quickly enough. Under such circumstances, it was certainly an excellent choice to let Red Thorn and Silver Corona devour the bodies of these World Emperor/Divine Kingdom experts, increasing their strength in an extremely short period. It would also be quite helpful for their bloodline transformation. Lin Yuan informed Autumn of his plan to move the hunting team to the Scarlet Territory and asked him to take the initiative to contact Qin Yu upon his arrival at Scarlet Territory. Lin Yuan rushed to Yi's location after making the arrangements. If Lin Yuan could recruit more creators to join Sky City, he would not have to worry about recruiting creators for a long time to come. Before journeying to Yi's region, Lin Yuan reached out to Qin Yu and disclosed his decision to dispatch a hunting team to the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu was Lin Yuan's subordinate, so he had no reason to withhold any information from her. Previously, Qin Yu hadn't held much animosity toward the Star Pirates. Despite their rampant activities in the Scarlet Territory, they had never dared to encroach upon the Elisa clan. Qin Yu had even arranged for some branch members of the Elisa clan to establish a Star Pirate group, recognizing the potential benefits they could bring to their species. However, since her bloodline advancement, these Star Pirates had begun targeting the Elisa clan, sparking deep disgust within Qin Yu. While Qin Yu understood that the Star Pirates' audacity stemmed from Lin Yuan's influence, her loyalty and respect toward him differed greatly from her disdain toward the pirates. Learning of Lin Yuan's intent to eradicate them, Qin Yu offered her full support. Qin Yu had long entertained the notion of eradicating the Star Pirates. However, after careful deliberation, she refrained from action for several reasons. Firstly, such a move would disrupt the Scarlet Territory's ecology. Despite her status as a Bloodian queen, there would be no tangible benefits. Moreover, rival Bloodian clans, led by their respective queens, coveted the Elisa clan's position. Secondly, Qin Yu feared that eliminating the Star Pirates would be misconstrued by Lin Yuan as an act of retribution for past grievances. The potential fallout outweighed any potential gains. "Young Master, I'll make arrangements preemptively. We'll act swiftly upon your men's arrival in the Scarlet Territory, well ahead of the Creator Conference. The honor-absent palace's focus has shifted to the upcoming Creator Conference. Consequently, many members have foregone regular meetings. I've successfully enhanced Fan Lu's bloodline, propelling his strength to the pinnacle of the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom level. Given his robust lineage, transitioning to the Holy Spirit level shouldn't pose significant challenges. After the Creator Conference, I'll propose Fan Lu as a member of the honor-absent Parliament. The groundwork has been laid, and I'm confident in his acceptance. However, once he assumes this role, my influence will wane. The members of the honor-absent Parliament maintain a delicate balance of power. I won't pressure Fan Lu to align with our interests. His autonomy within the Parliament is crucial for our plans to bear fruit. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan recognized Qin Yu's dedication to advancing Fan Lu's prospects, a task he had entrusted to her. Fan Lu's networking prowess made him a valuable asset, and Qin Yu's strategy aimed to maximize his potential within the Parliament without coercion. Her insights into Fan Lu's capabilities underscored her commitment to the task. I only provided some resources for Fan Lu. Speaking of painstaking arrangements for Fan Lu, you spent more effort. I think Fan Lu will definitely owe you a favor. You did well in this matter. This time, my people will bring you a batch of creator resources. Apart from the spirit chi crystals I gave you previously, there are also more than 10 bottles of potions to improve the bloodline of a Bloodian Queen. There are a few bottles of potions that can also increase your comprehension of blood-type laws. Lin Yuan had accumulated the spirit chi crystals in the spirit lock spatial zone, and Zhong Jiyu had given Lin Yuan the 10 bottles of potions that could enhance a Bloodian Queen's bloodline. Only grade 5 creators could concoct this potion. Zhong Jiyu joined Sky City and gave Lin Yuan all the potions he had previously stored. If he had not given Lin Yuan these potions, Lin Yuan would not have had any other channels to obtain and give them to Qin Yu. It hadn't been long since Lin Yuan had provided Qin Yu with resources. In the long lifespan of the Bloodians, 1 or 2 years were merely a blink of an eye. In order to increase her bloodline, Qin Yu would have to enter seclusion for at least 1,000 years. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had already provided her with resources twice. Moreover, the resources were getting more and more high-end. The potion specifically tailored for the Queen's bloodline was definitely the work of a grade 5 creator. Qin Yu was extremely touched that Lin Yuan was willing to use his grade 5 creator resources to concoct potions for her. Qin Yu didn't think that these potions were previously stored in the warehouse. Resources from a grade 5 creator were exceedingly rare, making it impractical for one to craft potions without intending to use them. Zhong Jiyu had amassed numerous potions tailored for Bloodian Queens due to his intimate relationship with one. They had been lovers for millennia, and Zhong Jiyu had willingly expended energy on his beloved. Tragically, his partner's luck ran thin, leading to her demise during a ruin exploration. Consequently, the potions remained sealed. Zhong Jiyu preferred exchanging the finished potions for needed resources rather than hoarding them. Qin Yu felt touched, yet her conviction grew stronger that Lin Yuan's subordinates possessed ample high-grade creator resources, even capable of easily allocating grade 5 resources. In the past, due to the resources Lin Yuan provided, those who were recruited under his command would guess about his strength and abilities. Such conjectures often led to speculation. However, Qin Yu found no need for much speculation this time. With 2 grade 5 creators under Lin Yuan's command, his abundant grade 5 creator resources were undeniable. Lin Yuan might even recruit more grade 5 creators during this trip. Young master, your gift is appreciated. These resources will facilitate strengthening my influence in the Scarlet Territory. Presently, Bloodian clans with queens in the territory covet the Elisa clan. With increased strength, I can deter these clans from targeting us. Our Elisa clan has already enlisted 4 powerful Bloodian clans with king bloodlines. Oh, and young master, the Andra clan has been obliterated. Lin Yuan harbored little interest in the Elisa clan's progress in the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu had ascended as the Bloodian Queen. Even if other clans coveted the Elisa clan, they would hesitate to provoke direct conflict. As for the Andra clan, Lin Yuan lacked the capacity to invest in such an insignificant faction. Qin Yu, oversee the Scarlet Territory's development. If you face challenges, inform me directly for assistance. For other matters, consult with Fan Lu more. His insights may spark new ideas for you. When Qin Yu heard Lin Yuan's words, the smile on her face could no longer be concealed. Lin Yuan clearly showed that he did not care about her plans for the Scarlet Territory, allowing Qin Yu to do whatever she wanted in it. Moreover, Lin Yuan would back her up, which made Qin Yu even bolder. As for going to negotiate with Fan Lu and having Qin Yu help him, Qin Yu was willing. However, Qin Yu wouldn't go to negotiate with Fan Lu on matters related to the management of the Scarlet Territory. Fan Lu had now become a pureblood Bloodian, but Qin Yu did not intend to let Fan Lu focus on the Scarlet Territory. Both Qin Yu and Fan Lu had already reached a consensus on this. Ruling the entire Scarlet Territory was Qin Yu's dream. In the past, Qin Yu could not see any hope of realizing it, but now, she could see hope. All she needed to do next was to continue working on it. Suddenly, Qin Yu thought of something. While she considered it a core secret of the Bloodian clans, she believed these matters were far-reaching, and it was necessary to inform Lin Yuan. If she told Lin Yuan, he might be able to help her in this matter. Young master, have you heard of the land of Bloodian ancestors? The land of Bloodian ancestors has already appeared. Every Bloodian whose bloodline has reached the level of a queen has received a revelation. I wonder if young master is interested in it? Every Bloodians with a queen-level bloodline can bring 4 units in. Young master, if you're interested, I can bring you in. There are many treasures buried in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Even experts who have surpassed the Holy Spirit level and reached the Domain Mountain/Spirit territory will be tempted and go crazy because of it. When Lin Yuan was a guest in the Andra clan, he had flipped through many books in the Andra clan's territory and gained a certain understanding of the land of Bloodian ancestors. It was the birthplace of the Bloodians countless eras ago. In the beginning, all the Bloodian clans lived in the land of the Blood Ancestors. The land of the Bloodian ancestors had witnessed the glory of the Bloodians for billions of years. At their peak, the Bloodians had once ranked in the top 10 of the species ranking, even higher than the snow-covered foxes, which was currently ranked 9th. The Bloodians had a very long history. Even after experiencing great calamities, it was difficult for these bloodlines to be completely wiped out. The ancient books of the Andra clan did not specify the calamity that the Bloodians had encountered. They only mentioned that the land of Bloodian ancestors had been banished into the void by a terrifying force. It was only possible for them to form a connection with the sky beyond the clouds once every tens of thousands of years. The banishment of the land of Bloodian ancestors back then was completely an accident. No Bloodians had expected this. It could be said that the Bloodians had left all their wealth in the land of Bloodian ancestors. How could Lin Yuan not be interested in such a place? When Lin Yuan saw Qin Yu's message, he did not reply immediately. Instead, he addressed Winter, who was standing beside him. Winter, have you heard about the situation in the land of Bloodian ancestors? Upon hearing that, Winter looked surprised. Then, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Winter had already guessed that Lin Yuan's sudden question about the land of Bloodian ancestors must have been prompted by something Qin Yu said. It was very likely that she had sensed the location of the land of Bloodian ancestors. Even Winter was extremely interested in the resources stored in the land of Bloodian ancestors. With some resources, it was possible for Winter to improve. Young master, I've naturally heard of the land of Bloodian ancestors. If there is an opportunity for you to enter, it will definitely be a great fortune. There are many restrictions in the land of Bloodian ancestors. If you want to explore it, I suggest that you bring another person in. Otherwise, if one person is trapped by the restrictions, there's no way to guarantee your safety. Winter's words were very clear. He was encouraging Lin Yuan to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors. However, the land of Bloodian ancestors was definitely rife with danger. Otherwise, Winter wouldn't have suggested choosing one among spring, summer, and autumn to enter together. Lin Yuan had arranged for autumn to clean up the star pirates while spring guarded north of the lonely river. Summer was in charge of planting thriving summer rising clouds in north of the lonely river, so Lin Yuan could only choose between spring and autumn. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan felt that autumn was the most suitable choice. The hunting team had hunted enough star pirates recently, and Lin Yuan could not consume them all in a short period. Lin Yuan could temporarily suspend the hunting team's work. Compared to the land of bloody ancestors, the job of the hunting team was nothing. Winter, since you've said so, when the land of bloody ancestors is opened, I'll use my relationship with Qin Yu to bring you and autumn there. After Lin Yuan and Winter finished discussing, Lin Yuan replied to Qin Yu, I'm very interested in the land of bloody ancestors. Apart from me, I'll also bring 3 people in. You're our guide to the land of blood ancestor. I'll give you a portion of the benefits I obtain there and ensure your safety. Lin Yuan immediately asked for the seats without a hint of embarrassment. This was because Lin Yuan was the ruler of the Elisa clan. Back then, Lin Yuan had spent many resources to save Qin Yu and pull her out of death. He had even made her a genuine bloodian queen. It was true that Lin Yuan had his own agenda. Apart from bringing autumn and winter along, Lin Yuan was also prepared to bring Chu Xi along. The land of bloodian ancestors was undoubtedly an excellent training ground for Chu Xi, and she would benefit greatly from it. After Chu Xi ended her seclusion, Lin Yuan would definitely give her all the good things he had. Qin Yu didn't mind Lin Yuan asking for all the slots because she didn't have any suitable candidates. For example, the 2 bloodian kings, Lalu and Fanxia, could make an impact in the Scarlet Territory, but they would merely be cannon fodder in the land of bloodian ancestors. Qin Yu was originally worried about her safety, but now that Lin Yuan said he could guarantee her safety, she was completely relieved. Qin Yu had seen how powerful Lin Yuan's guards were. With such a person by her side to protect her and Lin Yuan, she only needed to be a good guide. Young master, there's no problem. In that case, I don't have to arrange for people. At present, I am not sure when is the best time to enter the land of blood ancestor. The thinner the barrier, the longer we can stay inside. However, it will definitely not be opened in the next half a month. Still, I hope that you can wait in the Scarlet Territory in advance, just in case the opportunity to enter the land of the bloodian ancestors arises. Upon hearing Qin Yu's reminder, Lin Yuan thought that half a month was enough for him to participate in the academic conference. With Winter's guidance, it wouldn't take much time to travel from there to the Scarlet Territory at full speed. Lin Yuan ended his communication with Qin Yu and said, Chu Xi, I'll bring you to meet some creators later. After meeting them, we can explore a mystic realm together. You might be able to find a suitable fae in this secret place. Up until now, Chu Xi had only contracted 4 fays, and her spiritual power had been much stronger to her peers since she was young. Now that Chu Xi had become a proper divine kingdom expert, she could already contract a few more fays. This exploration could allow Chu Xi to choose her own fays, and Lin Yuan's plan to turn his sister into an iron bucket could be restarted. Chu Xi was filled with anticipation for Lin Yuan's itinerary. She was very interested in both high-grade creators and exploring the secret places. Brother, will I be able to follow you almost every time you go out to train in the future? Lin Yuan replied with a smile. As long as it's not an emergency, you can naturally follow me. You'll only understand the sky beyond the clouds better if you see more of them. Upon hearing his words, Chu Xi pursed her lips. She felt that Lin Yuan was treating her like a child. Chu Xi said seriously, Actually, it's not that difficult to understand the sky beyond the clouds. To put it bluntly, the sky beyond the clouds is a world where everything is based on martial force. The stronger the individual or faction, the more authority they have. Only those factions with comparable strength and experts can have power against another. I think such a world is much more comfortable than a world with so many rules. As long as we strive to become stronger to conquer this world, that's all that matters. I've seen so many conflicts along the way, but I've never seen anyone trying to be reasonable. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan looked at Chu Xi in surprise. He had thought that Chu Xi had just come into contact with this world and that it would take some time for her to integrate with it. He did not expect Chu Xi to have such a thorough understanding of this world. That's right. The best survival laws in the sky beyond the clouds were to continuously become stronger and conquer this world. Those life forms who were truly capable were all doing so. Only people like Fan Lu, who had limited potential, no background, and no resources, would work so hard. Chu Ci. Work hard to conquer this world like you said. Lin Yuan's words were very serious, and he did not seem to be joking at all. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Chu Ci was more like that of a father figure than a brother. Lin Yuan had been doing his best to nurture her. He hoped that Chu Ci could grow to the point where she could conquer the world. During this process, Lin Yuan would always be Chu Ci's backing and give her strength. Chu Ci said in all seriousness, "Brother, I'll work hard." Chu Ci only said the first half of her words to Lin Yuan, but she did not say the second half. "Brother, one day, I also hope to stand in front of you and become an umbrella to shelter you from the wind and rain, instead of having you stand in front of me every time to protect me." Upon seeing the interaction between Lin Yuan and Chu Ci, Winter felt a sense of warmth. In this life, the Lord Saint had more restraints. He was no longer as lonely as the drifting clouds in the mountains in his previous life. With an existence like the lifespan mouse that broke the rules of time and lifespan, no matter how high stood in this life, there would always be these shackles accompanying him. It's truly wonderful. Along the way, Lin Yuan brought Chu Ci around to admire the scenery and took in many special fays. Lin Yuan would hand these fays over to the 100 Questions Beast Army to be nurtured as resources to expand their foundation. When the white-clothed followers' combat sequence and preparatory sequence members grew up and needed to contract new fays, they could choose from among them. Every time she saw a small star pirate group plundering and killing those weak tribes and species, Chu Ci would stop them and start a fight with them. Winter stood guard on the side to ensure that even if Chu Ci was no match for the star pirates, she would not be injured. Such a battle was the most effective way to increase one's strength. The murderous aura emitted by the star pirates during the battle was the best training for Chu Ci's combat skills. When Lin Yuan saw Yi He again, he noticed that Yi He was wearing a set of clothes that were far more gorgeous than Zhong Zhiyu's when he first met him. Zhong Zhiyu's dressing style exuded a sense of luxury with a touch of simplicity, while Yi He's style involved skillful weaving techniques to layer materials in a fluid manner. Lin Yuan was surprised by the change in Yi He's dressing style. Yi He explained to Lin Yuan with a smile, "This is actually my original style of dressing. Previously, when my lifespan was about to end, I had no intention of spending any effort on dressing up. Now that everything has been resolved thanks to you, young master, I'm naturally alive. I believe dressing more extravagantly to meet you, young master, is a sign of respect toward you." He was satisfied with his dressing style. He felt that only such a dressing style was worthy of his grade 5 creator status. "I'm very honored to be able to make Senior He feel like you're alive again. When you return to Sky City with me, I will introduce you to an outstanding weaver. She is also a core member of Sky City and is in charge of managing the core affairs of Sky City. Every piece of clothing he designed is extremely charming. I think Senior He will definitely like it." Lin Yuan was referring to Wen Yu in his conversation. His motive wasn't to merely facilitate a connection between Wen Yu and Yi He, but rather stemmed from his genuine admiration for Wen Yu's skill as a weaver. While Lin Yuan traded resources at Fortune Treasure Palace, he observed many renowned weavers utilizing premium materials for their designs. However, Lin Yuan found most of their creations to pale in comparison to Wen Yu's craftsmanship. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's praise, Yi He chuckled, remarking, "Young master, I must acquaint myself with such talent." Yi He's interest wasn't solely in Wen Yu's weaving prowess. Rather, it was sparked by Lin Yuan's mention of Wen Yu's forthcoming management of Sky City's core operations. Recognizing Wen Yu's pivotal role among Sky City's key figures, He saw the potential benefits of establishing a connection for his future endeavors within the city. Though uncertain if Zhong Zhiyu viewed him as competition, He already considered Zhong Zhiyu a rival. Lin Yuan had maintained communication with He all along. Usually, He would ask Lin Yuan about Sky City through the rammet of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. Lin Yuan was willing to tell a grade 5 creator like He about the situation. He would ask Lin Yuan about Zhongjiu. Every time he talked about Zhongjiu, Lin Yuan could sense He's indistinct hostility toward him. Lin Yuan knew that He treated Zhongjiu as his potential opponent as his creation master abilities were stronger than He's. It wasn't a bad thing for He to regard Zhongjiu as a competitor because it would help the latter improve his abilities. Lin Yuan trusted Zhongjiu enough, but he was unwilling to let Zhongjiu become the sole decision-maker in the entire creator team. There might not be any problems in the short term, but in the long term, Zhongjiu's authority in the creation master team would not be able to be controlled. If Zhongjiu made any mistakes in his decision, it would have a serious impact on Sky City. He's hostility toward Zhongjiu would not only encourage himself to grow, but also allow Zhongjiu to grow. Senior I'm going to the Scarlet Territory in the next few days. The academic exchange should be completed in 5 days, right? He hurriedly said. Apart from a grade 5 creator, young master, everyone else is here. The meeting can be held once this grade 5 creator arrives. This grade 5 creator is called Sishui. She's a female creator. We're old acquaintances. She is late because she went to capture an extremely special fae. She contacted me yesterday and said that she would arrive this afternoon. Calculating the time, it should be within an hour or two. Every time the academic exchange is convened, discussions on the topics often span several years. However, 3 to 5 days are enough for you to achieve your goal, young master. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yuan asked, Senior you will be the one to lead this academic exchange. Will it affect you if I do this? He hurriedly waved his hand when he heard Lin Yuan's words. Young master, the impact, of course, will be there. However, as long as we strive to ensure that they all submit to Sky City, the impact will be minimal. At first, I didn't think it was a good idea to attack these creators, but now, I don't think it's necessary to only recruit creators with limited lifespans under Sky City. Other creators can also be encouraged to join Sky City. Otherwise, if we miss out on this opportunity, it will be difficult to bring together so many creators again. After saying that, he said to Lin Yuan, Young master, the reason why so many people are here, including Sishui, is because I said that I want to share my method to increase my lifespan. He had not told Lin Yuan about this before, so now he was revealing them to him to give him a pleasant surprise. He was showing his value to Lin Yuan before returning to Sky City. With more creators joining Sky City because of him, it would be more convenient for him to compete with Zhongjiu. Upon hearing He's words, Lin Yuan was a little moved. He had tried his best to gather the creators together. Furthermore, he had used his own lifespan restoration as bait. It was indeed difficult to recreate such an opportunity once it had been missed. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan asked, Senior how many creators did you send to participate in the academic exchange this time? Apart from Sishui, you said that everyone else has arrived. I think you must have done some statistics. He lowered his voice. Originally, there weren't many people, but ever since I put out the announcement about increasing lifespan, not only those in the East Universe, but the creators I know in other universes also chose to go to the East Universe. There are 32 grade 4 creators. Including Sishui, there are 5 grade 5 creators. 4 of them are low grade 5 creators like me, but Sishui has reached pinnacle intermediate grade 5 and is only a step away from high grade 5. Young master, if Sishui can join Sky City, I hope you can let her be a vice leader like me and join the creator team of Sky City. Lin Yuan was rather surprised. He really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He had actually caused such a huge commotion. 6 grade 5 creators including and 32 grade 4 creators were an unimaginable force even for Lin Yuan, and it was indeed a little difficult to recruit these creators. However, where there was a will, there was a way. Lin Yuan would certainly make an effort. Apart from winter, Lin Yuan felt that he had to bring autumn along. With autumn and winter, it would be easier for them to hold their ground. It's remarkable how you have created such a huge scene. All these people have come for the method to restore lifespan. It might be somewhat challenging to handle if you don't reveal this method. When the time comes, I'll assess the situation and decide how to proceed. You just stick to the original plan and host the meeting as planned. You mentioned Sishui just now. I believe you must have a good relationship with a grade 5 creator like Shui. Upon hearing his words, He chuckled. Young master, she and I have been friends from a young age. At this moment, she doesn't have much lifespan left. I've already sent her an invitation. She's willing to join Sky City. If there's an emergency that arises, Shui and I can help out. Lin Yuan looked at He's expression and roughly understood the relationship between Shui and He. Even if they weren't lovers, they must have been close friends for many years. Since Shui had decided to join Sky City, Lin Yuan did not have to invite her again. Senior He, I will remember your kindness in bringing a grade 5 creator to Sky City. Since Senior Shui will arrive in an hour or two, why don't I go with you to welcome her? Coincidentally, I'll send another person over. Lin Yuan took out the fantasy crystal birthstone flower and sent a message to Autumn. Autumn gave Fumi and Yun Qingyang some instructions, indicating that the two of them should lead the hunting team to the Scarlet Territory first. Autumn came to Lin Yuan excitedly. Compared to leading the hunting team, Autumn was more willing to follow Lin Yuan. Zhongxiu had only met with Winter before but not Autumn. He couldn't see through Autumn's aura, just as he couldn't see through Winter's aura. The tall and handsome man was most likely an expert whose strength far exceeded his own like Winter. It was already extremely rare to have one such expert, but Lin Yuan had two such experts by his side. When Zhongxiu was communicating with Lin Yuan, he had already noticed Chu Ci, who was standing beside him. Chu Ci's lifespan was comparable to Lin Yuan's. In just a few decades, she had advanced her strength to the Divine Kingdom level. He was a little curious about what kind of faction could nurture so many young prodigies. As he looked at Chu Ci, Lin Yuan noticed the surprise in He's eyes. Humans, like those Fays, were intelligent species. However, their body compositions were much weaker than those beast tamers. However, the probability of a spirit contractor appearing among humans was extremely high, far higher than other beast tamers. In addition, it was very easy for humans to increase their strength through the resources as if there was no upper limit. To a certain extent, humans had very great potential and it was not something other species could compare to. If there was a chance in the future, Lin Yuan could even bring humans to break through to the species ranking. It was said that every time the species ranking changed, the species ranked at the top would obtain immense benefits. In particular, the leaders of the species could benefit by the providence of the species ranking. At the same time, they could choose resources of different levels according to their ranking in the species tower. Lin Yuan had learned about the species rankings topics from fragments of ancient books. However, Lin Yuan wasn't too sure about the species rankings rotation, and he had no intention of inquiring about it at the moment. If Lin Yuan wanted to lead the humans to break through to the species ranking, it would not be an easy task and would require long-term accumulation to achieve. He brought Lin Yuan to the top of Green Rock Mountain and waited. Autumn and Winter stood behind Lin Yuan, while Chu Ci stood beside him and surveyed the scenery around Green Rock Mountain. While viewing the scenery, Chu Ci could not help but exclaim, "The environment on Green Rock Mountain was simply too beautiful." It was even better than the environment in Chu Ci's dream. Upon hearing Chu Ci's exclamation, he smiled. "Miss, the environment here is not bad, right? I've occupied Green Rock Mountain for tens of thousands of years. When I first came here, this could only be considered decent. I brought my servants to modify this place. Now, the environment here is already comparable to an ordinary blessed land. Furthermore, I have raised many cute little fellows on this mountain. Miss, if you like such an environment, I can help you create such an environment when I reach Sky City." After learning that Chu Ci was Lin Yuan's younger sister, he observed Lin Yuan's attitude toward Chu Ci and was very respectful to her. He directly addressed her as Miss. Apart from Chu Ci's identity, the reason why he called her that was also because of her likable personality. Chu Ci had manners similar to Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, the younger generation nurtured by more powerful species tended to be more arrogant. However, the faction behind Lin Yuan and Chu Ci not only put importance on strength but also their character, which was truly remarkable and rare. For me, Grandpa just appreciating the scenery is enough. Besides, The environment in Sky City is already good enough, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself for me. Just as Chu Ci and He were conversing, a few soft sounds were heard. Lin Yuan saw that the sky outside suddenly lit up with multicolored hues. 9 agile birds with a dozen colors on their bodies soared by, and each of them had a long zither-like tail. Every time the end of the zither swayed during the flight, it would play a pleasant tune. The 9 gorgeous birds with zither-like tails were riding on a fey carriage that was embedded with a large number of blue gems. Lin Yuan recognized the blue gems on the fey carriage. They were the Eternal Life Crystal Jade and the Grand Sea Tourmaline. These two things were hard to find outside. The Eternal Life Crystal Jade could keep a seriously injured person alive. It was an item that could prolong one's life and was equally effective for Holy Spirit experts. The Grand Sea Tourmaline was a holy object for water-type cultivators. It had the effect of absorbing the surrounding water elemental energy and purifying the surrounding water elemental energy. It was a waste to embed these two precious items in the fey carriage as decorations. However, this was just enough to show the handiwork of a top creator. It was likely that the creator Sishui, who was at the pinnacle of grade 5, was sitting in this fey carriage. When they got close, the door of the fey carriage opened from the inside, and a pretty woman with long snow-white hair walked out. Although this woman's attire wasn't as exaggerated as Yi's, the magnificence of her attire was the same as Yi's. When Lin Yuan saw this, he roughly understood how these creators and the others dealt with things in the sky beyond the clouds. In the sky beyond the clouds, the creators tended to conduct themselves in a highly conspicuous manner. They did it not only to show their strength and status, but also to intimidate others. This behavior had nothing to do with their personality, but was influenced by the environment of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan thought to himself that it seemed necessary for him to conduct himself in a more high-profile manner in the future. Previously, he had engaged in a very serious and detailed conversation with Sishui. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she did not put on any airs and instead bowed deeply to him. "Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. We're finally fated to meet today. I'm old friends with Yi. I accepted Yi's invitation to join Sky City. I wonder if Mr. Lin is willing to accept me." Since she had decided to join Sky City, Sishui no longer put on airs in front of Lin Yuan. Given her relationship with Yi, it was highly unlikely that his earnest invitation to join Sky City would be misguided. Yi's mouth was very tight. No matter how she asked Yi about the solution to her lifespan, Yi remained silent. He only told Sishui that as long as she joined Sky City, she would not have to worry about her lifespan in the future. Yi's respect for Lin Yuan made Sishui certain that Lin Yuan had a powerful background. Otherwise, given Yi's personality, why would he show such an attitude? When Lin Yuan heard Sishui's words, he quickly expressed his goodwill and sincerity. "Senior Sishui, it is Sky City's great fortune that you are willing to join us. I heard from Senior Yi that you're also busy with your lifespan problem. Now that you've joined Sky City, the issue of your lifespan will no longer trouble you. I'll help you resolve it after this exchange. No matter what decision I make at the exchange, I hope Senior Sishui can cooperate with me." Lin Yuan's words were equivalent to giving Sishui the assurance that she needed and also verifying Yi's promise to her. Even though Sishui wasn't as anxious as Yi back then, she was already starting to worry about her lifespan. As long as Lin Yuan could solve the problem of her lifespan, Sishui was willing to help him with other matters. Sishui was not like Yi, who would still restrict herself to various rules even though she had become a grade 5 creator. She had always been unrestrained, to the point that she could even be described as crazy. "Of course, I will definitely cooperate with you." After speaking to Lin Yuan, Sishui raised her hand and knocked on Yi's shoulder. "Yi, you're really impressive. You managed to gather so many grade 5 colleagues and host an exchange in your own name. I think this time we can properly study the topic that troubled us previously. Who knows, with so many people around and everyone pitching in ideas, these topics might just spark some inspiration." Sishui not only acted without constraints, but she was also very willing to study the path of creator. Moreover, this pursuit of knowledge far surpassed other creators. This was the reason why Sishue's talent was similar to Yi, and she had advanced to the intermediate grade 5 creator earlier than Yi despite being younger than him. Upon hearing her words, Yi didn't dare to claim credit and hurriedly said, "I have quite a bit of influence, Sishue. Don't you know? Just with my influence alone, having 2 grade 5 creators including you here is already quite impressive. The reason why so many people came was that I used the topic of lifespan as bait. And all of this was bestowed by Young Master. Young Master should be the one with real influence." Sishue was taken aback by Yi's words, finding it hard to imagine that such flattering words would come from him. It was worth noting that he was very wild and rarely bowed down, even in front of her. Yet now he sounded more like Lin Yuan's servant. However, Lin Yuan addressed Yi as senior, and clearly did not treat him as a servant. Lin Yuan waved his hand and smiled at Yi. "Senior Yi, you used your resources and channels for this academic exchange. I won't dare to take credit. Since Senior Sishue has arrived, why don't we set off immediately?" Yi led the way and brought Lin Yuan to the conference hall. He was very nervous because he knew very well that a huge change was about to happen. The moment Yi led Lin Yuan's group of 4 into the conference hall, a woman with an aged face but abundant vitality said unhappily, "Yi, why did you go out to meet someone for such a long time? It's really rude to let the rest of us wait here like idiots. Yi, are you looking down on the other grade 5 creators?" This old woman was clearly talking to Yi, but her gaze was fixed on Sishue, who was a few steps behind Yi. As the host, Yi naturally had to receive every guest because this was Yi's venue. Even for these grade 4 creators who came here, Yi would have to spend time to receive them. Even if Yi and Sishue didn't have any personal relationship, Yi still needed to welcome Sishue. The old female grade 5 creator wasn't targeting Yi, but Sishue. She was unhappy that Sishue was late. Zhuoyan and Sishue had been at loggerheads for a long time. There were many conflicts of interest between them. During the exploration of the ruins, they had formed quite a feud. If it weren't for the fact that the purpose of this academic exchange meeting was to help Lin Yuan gather more creators, Yi definitely wouldn't have invited Zhuoyan. Yi was very surprised by Zhuoyan's attack. Even when Sishue was still a low grade 5 creator, Zhuoyan had always been at a disadvantage when fighting with Sishue. When Sishue advanced to an intermediate grade 5 creator, she kept a low profile. There was no reason for Zhuoyan not to be aware of this. If she continued to provoke Sishue at this time, it meant that Zhuoyan might have successfully advanced to the intermediate grade 5 creator. Otherwise, Zhuoyan would not have the guts to do so. Grade 4 creators were not qualified to interfere in the dispute between grade 5 creators. Those who could become creators were all clear-minded people and had already speculated that Zhuoyan's ability had most likely improved. In an instant, Zhuoyan surpassed the other grade 5 creators and reached a level where she could compete with Sishue. Before he could say anything, Sishue snorted. "Zhuoyan, do you have a problem with my timing? Don't tell me you think you can do whatever you want just because you've made a breakthrough in your grade 5 creator abilities, or even because I'm on equal footing with you. Don't forget how you became a grade 5 creator. We became grade 5 creators through our own effort, unlike you who relied on external means to break through. You broke through by relying on external means. Are you qualified to sit in the top position like us at the creator conference? You can only sit in the middle seats like those grade 4 creators. Even if you can be at the front, it won't be as glorious as sitting in the top seat." Sishue had never been the kind of person who would let others off easily. Even if others didn't provoke her, Sishue would take the initiative to find trouble with those she didn't like. Now that someone had provoked her, how could Sishue just let it go? She didn't give Zhuoyan any face in front of the grade 4 creators and directly pointed out the flaws in her evolving to grade 5 creator. It was like touching a sore spot in Zhuoyan's heart. Creators were the most respected profession in the sky beyond the clouds. This made the classification of creators extremely strict. In fact, there was not much difference in ability even if one advanced to a grade 5 creator through external means. However, there was a huge difference in their style. In the North, South, East, and West universes, creators were all divided according to their abilities. No matter which universe Zhuoyan went to, she would encounter the same discrimination. The official organizations of the four universes defined creators this way because creators who relied on external means to advance their grade would find it very difficult to advance in the future, unless they encountered a huge opportunity. It was clear that Jueyan must have encountered a great opportunity recently to advance further after becoming a grade 5 creator. Upon hearing Sishue's words, Jueyan almost lost control of her breath and started fighting with Sishue. As the saying went, you should not expose your opponent's shortcomings when scolding them. Yet, not only did Sishue expose Jueyan's shortcomings, but she also ridiculed Jueyan about the seating issue of the Creator Conference. However, Jueyan was still rational. If she fought with Sishue now, no matter who won or lost, he would definitely offend the host, He. If it affected the academic exchange in he was unwilling to disclose the method of increasing his lifespan. It would likely lead to hostility from the other grade 5 creators towards her. No matter how she looked at it, it was not worth it to make a move now. Since she could not do anything, Jueyan did not want to suffer such a loss. Jueyan was certain that Sishue would not dare to make a move if she did not dare to. Sishue exposed her shortcomings, as if she didn't know about the thorns buried in Sishue's heart. Sishue, I used some special methods to become a grade 5 creator, but I'm still a grade 5 creator now. In terms of creator abilities, it's no different from yours. It's not a bad thing that I have the ability to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, you were hunted down by your enemies when you advanced to grade 4 creator, and in order not to give up the opportunity for comprehension, you caused trouble for your family. I heard that more than half of your family clans have died. If I were you, I would definitely give up on the opportunity for comprehension to protect my family. With your strength at that time, you should be able to defeat a powerful enemy if you give up on your comprehension. If what Sishue had said just now was just a stab in Jueyan's heart, then what she said now was equivalent to cutting open the scar in Sishue's heart that had yet to heal. This matter had always been Sishue's nightmare or regret. At that time, Sishue had indeed placed too much importance on her own comprehension of the will of heaven and earth. At that time, Sishue had been too eager to become a grade 4 creator. When Sishue was not even a grade 1 creator, her species had already made enemies due to mining disputes and conflicts with other factions. From then on, the species hid everywhere, and the members of the species did not have a day of peace. The reason why Sishue decided to seize this opportunity and do her best to become a grade 4 creator was because she knew that only by improving her creator abilities could she better protect her species. Sishue seized the opportunity and successfully became a grade 4 creator. However, without her protection, her species fell victim to an enemy faction. All the direct descendants of her bloodline perished in the encirclement of the enemy faction. After Sishue broke through, she almost wiped out all the enemy factions. However, even so, her dead relatives could no longer be revived. Jueyan had touched Sishue's sore spot by using her family's grudge. However, Sishue refrained from taking action. Instead, she turned to Lin Yuan. After meeting Lin Yuan's gaze, Sishue shrugged and gestured to him. For the sake of Lin Yuan's plan, she had endured what Jueyan had said. Lin Yuan noticed the situation but did not intervene in Sishue's emotions. He felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that the enmity between Sishue and Jueyan was deep, but it did not stop Lin Yuan from letting them join Sky City. At most, he would just not let Sishue and Jueyan work together in the same team. If Sishue and Jueyan encountered that kind of irreconcilable conflict in the future, at most, the two of them would fight. After the fight, it would naturally stop. As one of the top people in the world, which grade 5 creator did not have a temper. Lin Yuan had initially planned to wait for the academic exchange to proceed for some time before taking action. At the very least, he wanted He to put forward the method of obtaining endless lifespan. This would certainly make his movements much more convenient. Some things were better left unknown. If they knew, they would either join the same faction and become true allies, or he would have to clean up the people who knew the secret and make it a secret forever. The creators were aware of this because they would do the same to others in order to keep a secret. However, now that the conflict has arisen, it will take quite some time to address it. Lin Yuan did not have that much time to waste because he still had to explore the land of bloody ancestors. Exploring the land of bloody ancestors was equally beneficial to Lin Yuan and the entire Sky City. Therefore, Lin Yuan was prepared to achieve his goal as soon as possible. Lin Yuan did not respond to Si Shue's expression, which caused her expression to become solemn. However, Si Shue felt that she was already giving face to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, with Si Shue's temper and personality, she would have definitely fought with Zhuoyan and wouldn't care about the impact of the conflict. As a traditional grade 5 creator, she was more confident than Zhuoyan. Si Shue had tolerated Zhuoyan's remarks, but she was surprised that Lin Yuan didn't acknowledge her feelings. Si Shue was able to treat Lin Yuan with such an attitude because He had told her a lot about how powerful and mysterious Lin Yuan and Sky City were. Ignored, Si Shue turned to look at He, her gaze conveying her dissatisfaction. In Si Shue's perspective, she believed that she had already shown more than enough goodwill towards Lin Yuan from the moment she first encountered him. Upon seeing the look in Si Shue's eyes, He inwardly muttered that things were not looking good. Si Shue had a temper, and there were many things Shue couldn't openly discuss with her. If there was a conflict between Si Shue and Lin Yuan, He really would not know what to do. The moment He contracted the lifespan mouse, he was already under Lin Yuan's control. Therefore, He did not have any autonomy and could only stand on Lin Yuan's side. He didn't want to lose his close friend, Si Shue. Just like that, he was prepared to say something to calm Si Shue down. At that moment, He heard Lin Yuan speak. "Everyone, you must have come here to obtain a way to increase your lifespan. Since it's about finding a way to increase lifespan, there's really no need for any disputes between us. It's really difficult for me to handle when you're all fighting each other here." Apart from He and Si Shue, all the creators present were very curious about Lin Yuan's identity. Lin Yuan, Autumn, and Winter's auras could not be detected. The creators present could not detect their auras because they were extremely powerful and far surpassed the creators present. The reason why they could not detect Lin Yuan's aura was that Autumn and Winter had used their own auras to protect him. It was also largely related to the recovery and increase in strength of Lin Yuan's sacred source lifeform, Sacred Sword-Wielding Queen. There was nothing special about Autumn and Winter, but the creators present could discern the age disparity between Lin Yuan and Chu Xi. Chu Xi had reached the Divine Kingdom level at such a young age, which really surprised the creators. However, the creators present were not ordinary people, and they all had the ability to nurture such a prodigy. Where did this little fellow, who had been alive for decades but whose aura couldn't be detected, come from? There's no way someone so young should have a say here. Zhuoyan's talent had just been belittled by Si Shue. Zhuoyan had used Si Shue's background to attack Si Shue, but Si Shue was indifferent. This made Zhuoyan feel no sense of accomplishment at all. The anger in her heart could not be appeased at all. Now that Lin Yuan had suddenly jumped out and said such words, Zhuoyan treated Lin Yuan as an outlet for her to vent her anger. It was not good for her to offend Si Shue, but she did not have to worry about offending such a little fellow, especially since this little fellow came with Si Shue. Where did you bring this junior from? How can you be so impudent? Don't you know what event this is? The other colleagues have yet to speak, but this little fellow has already spoken. The person you brought here must learn to discipline himself. Is this situation happening because your people spent too much time with Si Shue and learned her bad temper? Zhuoyan used Lin Yuan's words to point the spearhead at Si Shue again. Zhuoyan was not interested in making things difficult for a little fellow like Lin Yuan. Making things difficult for a little fellow who had only lived for a few decades was really embarrassing for Zhuoyan. Didn't Si Shue want to avoid her? She would lure Si Shue out again and see if she could tolerate it this time. No matter what, she would not allow Si Shue to talk about her becoming a grade 5 creator through external means again. With the opportunity she had obtained this time, she had a possibility of advancing further in the future. She might even be able to walk ahead of Si Shue. Initially, Si Shue did not flare up because she wanted to give Lin Yuan respect, but it was obvious that Lin Yuan did not accept her favor. Now that Zhuoyan was provoking her again, Si Shue could no longer hold it in. Just as Si Shue was about to flare up, she heard a gust of wind. "I told you that it would be difficult for me if you had a dispute with each other because it would waste my time. Autumn and winter, you two control the situation. You'll explain the situation later. When Lin Yuan said the first half of his sentence, the creators and even Shui had the same thought. Lin Yuan was too arrogant. Waste your time? Your time is nothing. How can your time be more precious than the time of us creators? These words were indeed arrogant. But before these people could carefully grade Lin Yuan's words, Autumn and Winter released their auras. Autumn and Winter's auras surged out and pressed down fiercely on the creators present. The grade 5 creators, including He, froze under the pressure. Not only were they unable to move, but even breathing became a little difficult. But soon, He felt the pressure ease because Autumn and Winter no longer used their auras to target He. This sudden change shocked all the creators present. They realized that this meeting led by He was very likely to be targeted at everyone present. He had been trying his best to invite creators to participate in this academic discussion. Everyone was very surprised when they received the invitation. Why did He share this method of increasing his lifespan with everyone? This method that could increase one's lifespan was extremely precious. Was He really so? However, in the environment of the sky beyond the clouds, these respected creators had never thought that they would one day become prey for others. He saw that Lin Yuan had asked Autumn and Winter to control the situation and asked him to explain the situation. He did not retreat. He knew very well that doing such a thing would definitely cause an extremely bad impact. He would completely lose the trust of the creators present. Not only that, but the creators would also bear a grudge against him. Even if they joined Lin Yuan, they might be unhappy with him for a long time. However, there were people who would remember his good deeds. At the very least, Lin Yuan would appreciate his kindness. Moreover, Lin Yuan had also given him the position of creator deputy team leader. If he wanted to obtain this position, he had to pay a price. Many of the creators present were tough cookies. However, when faced with the choice of life and death, these creators would definitely make the right decision. On one hand, they could obtain endless lifespan to continue living, and on the other hand, they could die. Even a fool would know how to choose. Even the creators who did not have any problems with their lifespan began to worry about it. This was because the creators had no pressure to survive at all. Even a grade 4 creator would be treated as a distinguished guest no matter where he went. His status in the various large cities was even more prominent than that of a city lord. A person with such an advanced status was most afraid of death, because once he died, he would not be able to enjoy these comforts anymore. No matter what happened here would not spread. There had never been a case involving many grade 5 creators and more than 30 grade 4 creators in the entire sky beyond the clouds. He cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. I said that I would announce my solution to the problem of lifespan during this academic exchange. I won't go back on my word. As long as you join Lord Lin Yuan and contract a special fee, you will be able to completely resolve the problem of lifespan and obtain eternal lifespan. I have now become an eternal life form with endless lifespan. With that, he released his aura and let the other creators present sense his lifespan. Originally, He's vitality was weak and his lifespan was exhausted. If He's body was like a rice paddy, then his lifespan was like a waterway that swept across the rice paddy. Previously, He's rice fields were like a desert, and the waterways had already dried up. Only by using a hoe can one touch the oozing water at the bottom of the waterway. But now, the water channel in He's paddy field was already filled with water, and the water in this water channel nourished the entire paddy field. It allowed He's old body, which could not even maintain its appearance, to completely return to normal. After checking He's physical condition, everyone knew that he was telling the truth. He had indeed shared his method. What did he mean by asking them to join this young man called Lin Yuan? It was impossible for he not to know how terrible his actions were. Shui and he communicated very closely, but he did not reveal the situation of the lifespan mouse to Shui. She only knew that he had obtained a large amount of lifespan and did not need to worry about it anymore. But she did not know that his lifespan had already reached an unlimited level. Shui could not help but look at Lin Yuan. Not only did this youth have the ability to grant one endless lifespan, but he also had two experts who were much stronger than them. Facing the aura released by autumn and winter, Si Shui knew very well that she had no room to resist. Si Shui hated it the most when others threatened her. With Si Shui's fiery temper, she would settle scores with anyone who threatened her. However, now that her martial force was suppressed and the other party daringness to do this, it was obvious that they would not let the news here spread. Si Shui was angry at Lin Yuan just now, but she did not show it. She did not verbally offend Lin Yuan. Si Shui had already made it clear that she wanted to join Sky City, so she was prepared to take advantage of the situation. As the saying went, he who understood the times was a wise man. If she showed extreme resistance now, her previous good impression of Lin Yuan would be swept away. In the process of communicating with he promised to help her obtain benefits and status. He had just given her a look. That benefit and status had most likely already been obtained. Lord Lin Yuan, I'm willing to join you. I hope you can give me a way to extend my lifespan. After saying that, Si Shui summoned her Holy Spirit and brought it before her. This indicated that Lin Yuan could mark her Holy Spirit at any time. Si Shui was very smart and knew that what Lin Yuan wanted was definitely not just verbal submission. Words of submission were meaningless. She might as well be more proactive. It could be considered a hint to the other creators present. This was the only way to truly help Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled at Si Shui and controlled her Holy Spirit without any hesitation. Lin Yuan took out the lifespan mouse and told Si Shui, "This is the way to let you obtain endless lifespan. Return him to me after you contract it. I'll help you feed it." Si Shui couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when she saw the lifespan mouse. This shocked expression mirrored He's expression when he saw the lifespan mouse. Even a grade 5 creator had never seen a strange object like the lifespan mouse. Si Shui saw through the lifespan mouse and knew what Lin Yuan meant by taking away her contracted lifespan mouse. This lifespan mouse was both an opportunity for her and a rope to tie her down. If the lifespan mouse died after signing the contract, she would also die. However, as the saying went, all gifts had a hidden value. If it were Si Shui, she would also take the lifespan mouse into her hands. Lin Yuan intended to take in so many creators and many of them had grudges against each other. If he did not use this method to control the situation, there would inevitably be chaos. After figuring everything out, Si Shui contracted the lifespan mouse and willingly handed it over to Lin Yuan. "Lord, from now on, I will do my best under your command. If there's anything wrong, feel free to tell me. I'll correct it immediately. Lord, please forgive me if I make any mistakes in the future." Si Shui bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the lifespan mouse from Si Shui and went forward to help her up. "It's my honor that Senior Si Shui is willing to join me and become a member of Sky City. I won't mistreat you in the future. In the future, there might be a chance for me to help Senior Si Shui's creator ability improve further and try to touch the threshold of a Class 6 creator. At that time, I will provide Senior Si Shui with the corresponding resources. At the very least, I will give you the resources of a Class 6 creator. You can also use them to increase your strength." The lifespan mouse that Lin Yuan had just taken out exploded in the hearts of the other creators like a thunderclap. Even a pinnacle intermediate grade 5 creator like Si Shui had never seen such a magical thing like the lifespan mouse, let alone the other low-class grade 5 and 4 creators. This lifespan mouse itself was extremely attractive. Many creators present had already begun to have no choice but to face the problem of insufficient lifespan. However, although they were tempted, it was still very difficult to suddenly make these creators with high statuses and extraordinary statuses lower their heads. Even though Si Shui had already put on a good show, most of the creators present still found it difficult to accept. However, Lin Yuan's promise to Si Shui made the creators present think about it. Everyone present did not believe that Lin Yuan had promised to let Si Shui become a grade 6 creator. If a grade 4 creator wanted to become a grade 5 creator, it was not something that could be done by humans. He needed opportunities to facilitate this, much less moving from a grade 5 creator to a grade 6 creator. There were indeed grade 6 creators in this world, but there were very few of them. Currently, there were only 6 known grade 6 creators in the entire East universe. 3 of them presided over Honor Absent Palace. They occupied 3 of the 5 speaker positions in honor-absent palace. 2 of the 3 grade 6 creators outside held down, presided over their own race, and 1 often left the East universe to travel to other universes or to adventure in the abyss. He was like a roaming poet who was romantic to the extreme. Usually, one could not see his shadow at all. How could the words grade 6 creator come out of Lin Yuan's mouth so easily? The more powerful a person was, the more respectful and fearful they would be towards a grade 6 creators. However, the 2 experts by Lin Yuan's side gave him a lot of credibility. This was because it was very difficult to nurture a grade 5 creator. Moreover, Lin Yuan had promised Si Shui that he would provide her with grade 6 creator resources. He wanted Si Shui to use these grade 6 creator resources to increase her strength. These resources could not be faked. Even if a superior had complete control over his subordinates, it was impossible for him to go back on his word. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make his subordinates submit. Therefore, the words of this young man who only had a few decades of lifespan were not lies. If the lifespan mouse alone was enough to tempt the creators, then Lin Yuan's promise to Si Shui was enough to make them yearn for it. Many grade 4 creators would join the factions formed by grade 5 creators in order to seek breakthroughs and accumulate experience. If a grade 4 creator was lucky enough to receive the guidance of a grade 5 creator, the grade 4 creator would have more opportunities to improve their creator abilities. This was the reason so many grade 4 creators gathered around He to form an academic exchange organization. He would provide some help to these grade 4 creators. Although the grade 4 creators in He's organization were not his servants, they were indeed subordinates. If a grade 4 creator had such thoughts, so would a grade 5 creator. However, grade creators were too rare, and they were both mysterious and noble. Even if a grade 5 creator wanted to follow this grade 6 creator, it was basically impossible to meet these grade 6 creators. There was only a thin line between grade 6 and grade 5 creators, but there was a world-shaking difference between them. The difference between a grade 6 creator and a grade 5 creator was even greater than the difference between a grade 5 creator and a grade 3 creator. The faction of this young man in front of him could obtain grade 6 creator resources and was willing to give them to his subordinates. This meant that the faction behind this young man most likely had a grade 6 creator presiding over them. At the thought of this, 3 grade 5 creators and more than 10 grade 4 creators expressed their willingness to join Lin Yuan. On the surface, joining Lin Yuan's faction would only give him endless lifespan. Since this faction had a grade 6 creator presiding over it, joining this faction would bring them many benefits. Si Shui had no choice but to surrender. After all, autumn and winter had already taken control of the situation. Si Shui's surrender was because she wanted to gain more benefits for herself after understanding the situation. But she did not expect to receive such a big surprise. Young master, thank you for thinking so highly of me. If you're willing to give me the resources of a grade 6 creator, I'll definitely use them well. I won't let you down. After saying that, Si Shui knelt on one knee and bowed to Lin Yuan as a retainer would. No one would believe that a grade 5 creation master was kneeling on the ground as a retainer. However, such a thing had really happened. The other creators at the side did not think that this scene was unreasonable. However, they did not think that they could submit as recklessly as Si Shui had. Lin Yuan looked at Si Shui, who was kneeling on one knee, and the reactions of the other creators around him. He knew that he had met his goal. His goal could proceed smoothly. Lin Yuan had never been a boastful person. He could not make such a promise to Si Shui. However, Morbius' grade and quality would soon be evolved. Lin Yuan's new spirit-locked Fei, the business flourishing flower, would soon be evolved under the nourishment of the 4 Seasons mountain and cleansing breath soil. Morbius had already told Lin Yuan that it would undergo another transformation once it evolved another grade. At that time, the creator resources produced by the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would definitely increase by a large level. More importantly, with Lin Yuan's current accumulation, he could allow Morbius to break through to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. At that time, Morbius would undergo a transformation. At that time, the resources produced by the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone should be able to reach the level of a grade 6 creator. Lin Yuan had always paid attention to the nurturing of Feis. This was especially true for Morbius. Lin Yuan had to invest a lot of resources in this cultivation method, but he would not be able to obtain much benefits in the short term. Very few people could be as patient as Lin Yuan, but he insisted on doing so. Soon, Lin Yuan would receive rewards. In the past, Morbius' output of resources had always been Lin Yuan's trump card, and it was the same now. Zhuo Yan looked at Si Shui, who was kneeling beside Lin Yuan, and could not help but be dazed. A proud person like Si Shui would actually do such a thing. Zhuo Yan tried to move her body under the envelopment of the autumn and winter auras. However, even though she used a lot of strength, she still could not break free from the shackles of the two auras on the energy in her body. This made Zhuo Yan feel like a deflated ball. Zhuo Yan did not say anything, but when the Grade 4 creators saw that Si Shui had already submitted to Lin Yuan, they quickly expressed their attitude to him. In just a few hours, apart from the 2 Grade 5 creators including Zhuo Yan and the 3 Grade 4 creators, everyone else joined Lin Yuan and contracted a lifespan mouse. The creators who had joined Lin Yuan later watched as he distributed lifespan mouse after lifespan mouse. They were afraid that Lin Yuan would run out of the lifespan mouse. When every creator was given a lifespan mouse as they wished, it meant one thing. The faction behind Lin Yuan, Sky City, had the ability to cultivate the lifespan mouse. This ability could allow every important member of this faction to have an endless lifespan. Lin Yuan looked at the 5 creators who were unwilling to submit to him and pulled over a chair to speak to Chu Ci. Chu Ci, sit here and wait for me for a while. It seems that the plan today is not going well. I need to spend some time on these people. Lin Yuan took 2 steps forward, clenched his fist, and knocked on the table a few times. Have the 5 of you made up your minds not to join Sky City? I'll invite you again. If you're still unwilling to join, I think you can guess the consequences. When Lin Yuan said this, a condensed aura gushed out. This aura had nothing to do with strength. Instead, it was the noble dignity and pride of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. This kind of aura could only be displayed by people in this position. Zhuo Yan felt Lin Yuan's aura and her heart tightened. Zhuo Yan had not expected that a little guy at such a young age could actually give her such a sense of oppression. Although Zhuo Yan had just fought with Si Shui because she had broken through to become a Grade 5 creator, she was still very aggressive. But now Zhuo Yan was already terrified. Zhuo Yan did not doubt that Lin Yuan would deal with her if she refused. However, Zhuo Yan needed a way out. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for Zhuo Yan to express her willingness to join a faction with Si Shui in front of so many people. Just as Zhuo Yan was about to wait for a segue, Lin Yuan retracted his aura and spoke sincerely. I would like to invite the 5 creators to join Sky City and become members. I wonder if you are willing to give me a chance. The young Grade 5 creator standing not far from Zhuo Yan said, You're forcing us to join Sky City, an unheard of faction, and deprive us of our freedom. Do you know what that means? You actually dare to attack so many creators. Aren't you afraid of becoming the enemy of the entire East universe and even the entire sky beyond the clouds? You're provoking the rules set by Honor Absent Palace by doing this. You're also wantonly trampling on the dignity of the creator. Before the Grade 5 creator could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted him. Don't spout nonsense if you don't have any evidence. You have to be responsible for what you said. You said I attacked many creators. Who have I attacked? Lin Yuan turned to look at the creators who were under his control and asked with a smile, Did I do anything to you? The creators hurriedly said, Lord Lin Yuan, how could you attack a creator? We all volunteered to be your subordinates. We have to thank you for giving us such an opportunity. What a joke. These creators who had joined Lin Yuan for whatever reason had their lives in Lin Yuan's hands. How could they not follow Lin Yuan's words? Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to show their loyalty. After these creators expressed their stance, Lin Yuan said to the Grade 5 creator, I'll say it again. Evidence is what matters when you speak. Lin Yuan ignored the Grade 5 creator and gave Winter a look before turning to Zhuo Yan and the other Grade 4 creators and asking, I've invited you again. Now you can tell me your decision. As Lin Yuan spoke, the Grade 5 creator who had doubted Lin Yuan suddenly let out a scream. A few leaves filled with a withering aura shot into the Grade 5 creator's body. The skin of this grade 5 creator, who was originally very young, seemed to be dehydrated. He quickly aged and shriveled. Most of the vitality in his body disappeared in an instant. This grade 5 creator had been invited by He, who had already informed Lin Yuan of the grade 5 creator's situation. The reason this grade 5 creator was so resistant was largely related to his age. This grade 5 creator was the youngest among all the grade 5 creators present. His young age meant that there was no need to worry about his lifespan. Therefore, the lifespan mouse was not very attractive to this grade 5 creator named Sun Yin. To be able to achieve such outstanding results at such a young age meant that Sun Yin had extremely high potential. Zhuoyan and Sun Yin were very close. In Zhuoyan's eyes, Sun Yin's potential had always been greater than Si Shui's. This was despite the fact that Si Shui had become a pinnacle intermediate grade 5 creator first. If Sun Yin could advance to intermediate within 100 years, Sun Yin would most likely be able to advance further in honor-absent parliament. He might even be recognized by the 5 speakers and be chosen by a grade 6 creator, who would then take him in as a disciple. This was the path that Sun Yin had always been trying to take. This made Sun Yin have a pride that far exceeded that of ordinary creators. Sun Yin originally thought that even if the other party had confidence and trump cards, his words would more or less make the other party wary and reconsider. From the bottom of his heart, Sun Yin was unwilling to join an unfamiliar faction. Unexpectedly, he had only raised his doubts and had not gone overboard, but Lin Yuan had actually ordered his subordinates to attack him. The rich lifespan in his body had actually been sucked away by the 2 dead leaves in just a few breaths of time. His lifespan really only had a few years left. However, these 2 leaves did not stop absorbing his lifespan. They were still crazily extracting it from his body. The extreme weakness made Sun Yin's body hunch down. His head was dizzy and he could not even stand steadily. Sun Yin was locked onto by Autumn's aura and did not have the ability to open his mouth even if he wanted to beg for mercy. In just a few breaths, Sun Yin felt the end of his life and the call of death. Just as Sun Yin thought that he was about to die here, Autumn's fingers moved gently, and the 2 withered leaves left Sun Yin's body. 2 bloody holes appeared on Sun Yin's body. However, Sun Yin's body did not have much blood that could flow out of the 2 bloody holes. The 2 withered leaves had already turned into an emerald green color and were extremely plump. The 2 emerald green leaves looked like 2 works of art, but no one present admired them. These 2 leaves contained the majestic vitality in Sun Yin's body. Sun Yin was considered a genius, but he had instantly fallen into dire straits. This contrast made everyone understand Lin Yuan's methods. Fortunately, they had made the right choice. Otherwise, they would definitely end up like Sun Yin. Autumn said in an extremely calm tone, "I've preserved your lifespan for a day, but due to the injuries on your body, you have at most an hour to live. Of course, you might not be able to last more than an hour and only have dozens of minutes. If you don't want to join Sky City, my young master won't force you. You'll be completely free in an hour." After saying that, he played with the leaf in his hand and locked his aura on Zhuoyan and the other 3 grade 4 creators. At that moment, the 3 grade 4 creators hurriedly summoned their holy spirits to submit to Lin Yuan. The 3 grade 4 creators were completely terrified. Zhuoyan no longer cared about the so-called segue and hurriedly bent down to say to Lin Yuan, "Lord, I'm willing to serve under you. As one of your subordinates, I will contribute to Sky City in the future." Lin Yuan smiled when he heard Zhuoyan's words. Lin Yuan signaled to Autumn to tell him to teach this grade 5 creator named Sun Yin a lesson. At such a time, the best way was to make an example out of him. Sun Yin, who had taken the initiative to jump out, was the example used to warn the other creators. However, Lin Yuan did not expect Autumn to use such a fierce method. Lin Yuan had never taken the initiative to understand the abilities of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was likely that stripping the lifespan of a living being was a way for Autumn to fight an enemy. Apart from Sun Yin, all the creators were under Lin Yuan's command after he took control of Zhuoyan and the others. Lin Yuan ignored Sun Yin, who only had a few dozen minutes left to live. Lin Yuan would stay there for a while. If he wanted to take someone like Sun In, who had shown strong resistance, under his wing, the most basic thing was to wash away his temper and arrogance. If Sun In could see the situation clearly, he would naturally lower his head to him. If Sun In was unwilling to lower his head until his death, there was no need for Lin Yuan to take such a fellow under his wing. If Sun In really died, Lin Yuan would bring Sun Yin's body back to Sky City and let Red Thorn control Sun In through the tongue of relinquish. Although Red Thorn could not control Sun Yin's body in a short period of time with its current strength, Sky City would have a Grade 5 creator who would never betray them when Red Thorn's strength increased and took control of Sun Yin's body. Moreover, this Grade 5 creator was more handy than other Grade 5 creators. In any case, Lin Yuan had Sun In his grasp. Sun In had never interacted with Lin Yuan before, and he had never offended him. Lin Yuan's actions were equivalent to forcing Sun In, making him look like a villain. Lin Yuan had never done such a thing in the main world. In fact, in an environment where the law of the jungle prevailed, there was no need for Lin Yuan to stick to the bottom line of his previous life. In a place like the sky beyond the clouds, where the environment was even harsher, Lin Yuan naturally changed. Lin Yuan looked at the 6 Grade 5 creators and the 32 Grade 4 creators under his command and said solemnly, "Since everyone has joined me and become a member of Sky City, as creators with endless lifespans, you will definitely be able to achieve new breakthroughs in the future. In the future, be it in terms of improving the abilities of creators or resources, I will provide them for you. I hope you can work for me well." All the creators present were actually waiting for Lin Yuan's promise. Since Lin Yuan had given Si Shui such good benefits, there was no reason for him not to give them some as well. Lin Yuan's words were equivalent to a bowl of water for the creators who had submitted to him. After these Grade 5 creators joined Lin Yuan, they used his words to express their loyalty to him. While these Grade 5 creators were expressing their loyalty to Lin Yuan, the other Grade 4 creators had no chance to speak. 20 minutes had passed while everyone was talking. In these 20 minutes, Sun In struggled violently. In the end, he supported his old body and knelt on the ground. He placed his forehead heavily on the ground and used his actions to express his attitude. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised to see Sun In prostrating on the ground. Lin Yuan was not surprised that Sun In would submit to him, but he was surprised that Sun In had taken such a long time. It seemed that Sun In was more stubborn than he had expected. Even so, due to the circumstances, Sun In still became one of his subordinates. Lin Yuan was not afraid that Sun In would resent him because of his dissatisfaction. Firstly, Lin Yuan would have complete control over Sun In and would not give him such an opportunity. Secondly, the fact that Sun In could make such a choice meant that he wanted to live more than die. It was not easy for him to obtain the chance to live and obtain an endless lifespan. Sun In was destined to be even more unwilling to die. An old, helpless, and fearful voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. "Lord, I was blind previously. I hope you can give me a chance to work under you. From now on, I will pledge all my loyalty to you. I will never have any disloyal thoughts." After saying that, Sun In touched the ground with his forehead again. Sun In, who had his forehead on the ground, could already feel that his lifespan was completely exhausted. It was very likely that if he had agreed a second later, he would have died. Sun In anxiously needed to plead with Lin Yuan. Jueyan stood beside Lin Yuan and looked at Sun In. She felt a little upset, and she had the thought of pleading on Sun Yin's behalf. In Jueyan's opinion, Sun In did not do anything overboard to Lin Yuan. It was just that when Lin Yuan wanted to take these creators under his wing, Sun In raised his doubts. Now Sun In was willing to join Lin Yuan. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan knew about Sun Yin's talent, a living Grade 5 creator was more valuable than a dead one. At that moment, Sun Yin's lifespan had been drained by the 2 leaves in an unknown manner, causing his lifespan to be exhausted. Even if the lifespan that was extracted could not be returned to Sun In, as long as Sun In contracted the lifespan mouse, he could continue to live. Sun In had a good relationship with him to begin with. However, Sun In was more or less wary of others. Although they were close, there was still a barrier between them, unlike the sincere relationship between Yi He and Si Shui. If she could help Sun Yin plead for leniency now, Sun Yin would definitely thank her after Lin Yuan decided to take her under her wing. Apart from having her own plans, Shui Yan did not want Sun Yin, her extremely talented friend, to die. Shui Yan said tentatively, "Lord Lin Yuan, Sun Yin was just confused just now. Now that he has figured it out, I hope you can give him a chance. To be honest, Sun Yin's talent should be the strongest among all of us here." After saying that, Shui Yan bent down and put on a pleading posture. Shui Yan's posture was not only for Lin Yuan, but also for Sun Yin. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "I remember that your name is Shui Yan, right? Since you've asked, I'm willing to give you respect." Lin Yuan waved his hand gently, and the two leaves immediately returned to Sun Yin's body. Time was basically stuck at the moment when Sun Yin's lifespan was about to end. The moment the two leaves returned to their withered state and left Sun Yin's body, the lifespan that was absorbed in Sun Yin's body was replenished. Sun Yin returned to his original young state. In his original healthy state, Sun Yin did not feel that his body condition was that rare. However, after sensing the weakness of his lifespan, Sun Yin completely understood how important health was. Sun Yin personally experienced the importance of lifespan to a life. After understanding this, Sun Yin entered a mysterious state of epiphany. Lin Yuan immediately fell silent. He was a little surprised that Sun Yin would have an epiphany at such a time. What a powerful comprehension ability. Comprehension was extremely important to a creator. Every epiphany would increase their creator abilities to a certain extent. All the creators present looked at Sun Yin enviously. It was too rare to enter such a state of epiphany. Some creators might not be able to enter such a state for the rest of their lives. The creators present restrained their auras to prevent their auras from leaking out and affecting Sun Yin. There were indeed a few Class 5 creators present who did not have a good relationship with Sun Yin, including Sishui. However, no one dared to use any methods to interrupt Sun Yin's epiphany. Sun Yin was now one of Lin Yuan's subordinates, and Sun Yin's potential was equivalent to a portion of Lin Yuan's assets. If someone interrupted Sun Yin's epiphany and harmed Lin Yuan's interests, how could Lin Yuan let this go? 5 hours later, Sun Yin recovered from his epiphany. If Sun Yin had submitted to Lin Yuan because he had no choice, then he had lowered his head and knelt on the ground because he had no choice but to think of a way to survive. Now Sun Yin was sincerely thanking Lin Yuan. "Lord Lin Yuan, thank you for giving me an excellent opportunity to have an epiphany and being willing to create an epiphany environment for me. I've gained a lot from this epiphany. It's now more convenient for me to serve you." After saying that, Sun Yin prepared to prostrate himself on the ground again to express his gratitude to Lin Yuan. It was usually the hardest for a person to overcome the hurdle in their heart when they bent down for the first time. However, after bending down once, they would not have so many worries. Lin Yuan took a step forward and pulled Sun Yin up from the ground. "Previously, when you were unwilling to join Sky City, I had to use some tricks on you. I think you should be able to understand this. After all, I have to ensure that the information does not leak out." When Sun Yin heard Lin Yuan's words, he could not help but shiver. Lin Yuan's words were equivalent to telling Sun Yin that if he was unwilling to submit, he would indeed die. Just as Sun Yin was about to express his loyalty to Lin Yuan again, he heard Lin Yuan say, "I heard from them that you are the most talented among all the creators present. I wonder if you agree with this statement." Sun Yin looked gratefully at Shui Yan, who had just pleaded for him. After this glance, Shui Yan and Sun Yin had already gone through life and death together. Sun Yin replied proudly to Lin Yuan's question, "Lord Lin Yuan, I am indeed the youngest among all the creators present. With my age, it is not impossible for me to become a grade 6 creator's subordinate." When he talked about his talent, Sun Yin could not help but reveal a condescending attitude. Sun Yin had always been proud of his talent. Sun Yin felt that there was really no need for him to be too humble in front of Lin Yuan. The more he displayed his strength, the more Lin Yuan would value him. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. It was a good thing that Sun Yin's talent was so powerful. Lin Yuan actually did not have much of a concept of talents that could be recruited by a grade 6 creator. Lin Yuan had actually intended to choose a creator with the strongest potential to nurture. Now, it seemed that Sun Yin was the most suitable one. In that case, follow me from now on. I need a grade 5 creator by my side. Lin Yuan raised his hand and handed a lifespan mouse to Sun Yin, indicating that he could contract it directly. When Sun Yin heard that Lin Yuan wanted him to follow him, he could not help but feel excited. Since he had already decided to join Sky City, he would undoubtedly be able to obtain the most benefits and resources by following Lin Yuan. This was different from the treatment of other creators. Now that Lin Yuan had placed the opportunity in front of him, he definitely had to cherish it. Sun Yin immediately contracted the lifespan mouse before giving it back to Lin Yuan and saying seriously, "My lord, it's my honor to be by your side. I'll definitely improve my ability as soon as possible to share your burdens." Lin Yuan did not hide his preferential treatment of Sun Yin at all. Everyone had thought that Lin Yuan might make Sun Yin suffer because he was dissatisfied with Sun Yin's previous attitude. They did not expect Lin Yuan to place Sun Yin in such an important position. Firstly, no one dared to question Lin Yuan's actions. Secondly, they knew that their talents could not be compared to Sun Yin's. The person Lin Yuan kept by his side would definitely be the most talented creator. Even though Sun Yin's creator abilities were not the strongest, he was definitely the one with the most potential. He looked at Sun Yin with a complicated expression. He could sense how much Lin Yuan valued Sun Yin. Lin Yuan keeping Sun Yin by his side instead of placing him in Sky City's creators team was a good thing for He. He knew very well that Sun Yin would run ahead of him sooner or later. With Sun Yin's talent, he would not be able to form a competitive relationship with Sun Yin. If he allowed Sun Yin to stay in this group, he would be in an extremely awkward position as the deputy team leader. With Sun Yin by Lin Yuan's side, the pressure on him would be much less as he was not in the group. Lin Yuan took over Sun Yin's lifespan mouse and controlled Sun Yin's Holy Spirit. Then, he looked at all the creators under his command and said, "I know that freedom is very important to you. I have no intention of restricting your freedom by taking you in as my subordinates. Therefore, I'll give you a choice. You can decide whether you want to follow me back to Sky City or return to your own living environment. Enjoy your transcendent status as freely as you used to." All the creators present were stunned when they heard Lin Yuan's words. They had never thought that Lin Yuan would give them their freedom. However, Lin Yuan did not finish his sentence. There was definitely a difference between choosing to return to their original living environment and obediently submitting to Lin Yuan. No one present was in a hurry to make a statement. Instead, they waited for Lin Yuan to continue. Lin Yuan promised to give grade 6 creator resources. Under such circumstances, no one would not be tempted by grade 6 creator resources. Most of these grade 6 creator resources could only be obtained by people who followed Lin Yuan to Sky City. After being chosen by Lin Yuan to stay by his side, Sun Yin had lost the right to make decisions. Sun Yin had suffered so much previously because he was fighting for his freedom from Lin Yuan. In the end, Lin Yuan did not intend to control them at all. However, his suffering was not in vain. If not for the torture, he would not have been able to enter a state of epiphany to understand the essential relationship between lifespan and life. Seeing that no one reacted immediately, Lin Yuan continued after a while. "All of you have invested in Sky City, so you are now a part of Sky City. I will not exploit your benefits. You can rest assured about this. Even if you return to your original environment, I don't need you to contribute anything. You only need to provide a portion of creator resources to Sky City on a regular basis. I will use the pure spirit chi to exchange for these creator resources. When the time comes, it will be convenient for you to befriend more creators outside. You can find an opportunity to lure these creators into Sky City. Every time a creator above grade 4 is brought into Sky City, you will receive a certain amount of merit. When the time comes, you can use these merits to exchange for grade 6 creator resources." Lin Yuan would not directly bestow grade 6 creator resources to those creators who did not plan to head to Sky City. Instead, they needed these people to introduce new creators to Sky City in exchange. Obtaining grade 6 creator resources was not a difficult task for Lin Yuan in the future. He only needed to wait for Morbius to reach the Divine Kingdom level, and it would be able to produce a large number of grade 6 creator resources. Even so, it was still impossible for Lin Yuan to nurture all these creators. The higher the strength of any life form, the more resources would be consumed. Apart from these creators, Lin Yuan also had to provide these grade 6 creator resources to the core members of Sky City as well as the white-robed followers and combat sequence members. Every creator paid attention to different things. There must be some people who did not like to be restricted in Sky City. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan was willing to give these people a chance to make the best use of their resources. If possible, Lin Yuan still hoped that more creators would join Sky City. Every creator was a foundational powerhouse to Sky City. In any case, these creators were already under Lin Yuan's control. No matter where they went, they were his own people. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, more than 10 grade 4 creators responded. Lord, can we really move freely outside? I know many creators and can try to contact them. Lord, even if we are outside, we will definitely work hard to produce creator resources. When the time comes, it will be convenient for you to trade for them. How can we contact you and Sky City if we're outside? Lord, there were indeed many people who loved freedom more than being restrained. Even if these creators knew that they could only obtain more benefits by following Lin Yuan back to Sky City and developing in Sky City, many creators were very satisfied with their current situation. Back in their own territory, there were people who flattered them. Especially now that they had endless lifespan to fall back on, they could enjoy the life of local tyrants. If they went to Sky City, they would not be able to live the same life as before. The creators who were stronger than them would all lord over them. These creators who expressed their desire to develop outside were all grade 4. Not a single grade 5 creator expressed this desire. Even Zhuo Yan, who was at odds with Si Shui, was determined to follow Lin Yuan to Sky City. Zhuo Yan knew very well that following Lin Yuan to Sky City to develop was a rare opportunity for her. She could indeed live a more relaxed life outside. However, when it came to recruiting high-grade creators to join Sky City and obtaining grade 6 creator resources, she could indeed gather a portion of creators by relying on her connections to set up such an exchange in the early stages. However, after a few exchanges, her connections would be exhausted and it would be very difficult for her to obtain the grade 6 creator resources. Zhuo Yan did not want to see these people in front of her again in the future. These people would suppress her again. Lin Yuan looked at the creators who had the intention to stay outside and did not speak immediately. He only spoke when there were no more creators responding to him. If the creators who follow me back to Sky City do not have any special missions in the future, they will basically stay in Sky City's territory and rarely have the chance to go out. As for those creators who have decided to develop outside, they will continue to develop outside and will no longer be able to obtain the opportunity to develop in Sky City. Also, don't spread any information about Sky City outside. Otherwise, I'll deal with it according to the rules of Sky City. Those who have still decided to develop outside, go and register with Winter. Lin Yuan's words caused the atmosphere to fall into a dead silence. The 10-odd creators who wanted to develop outside also fell silent. After choosing to develop outside, they would lose the chance to return. This was equivalent to being marginalized in Sky City. It was not a good thing to be marginalized in a faction. With the power that Lin Yuan had displayed, there would definitely be creators joining Sky City in the future. Lin Yuan said with a smile as he sensed the deathly silence. Everyone, there's no need to feel that you've become abandoned by Sky City. It's true that there are fewer opportunities to develop outside than in Sky City, but I won't mistreat anyone who joins Sky City and contributes to us. Every once in a while, I will provide you with a portion of grade 6 creator resources. Consider it my recognition of your value. Lin Yuan's words stunned the creators again. At first, they thought that they could only obtain grade 6 creators by recruiting grade 4 and above creators into Sky City. It turned out that there was a guarantee that they could receive rewards after an interval. This made the grade 4 creators, who were originally prepared to go outside, excited again. Some creators who had no intention of going outside also had the same thought. Zhuo Yan could not help but reveal a look of disdain on her face as she looked at the tempted creators. What a bunch of stupid fellows. The benefits to be received outside paled in comparison to the benefits of returning to Sky City to develop. A total of 13 Grade 4 creators had registered with Winter. The other 19 Grade 4 creators, Shui, He, and the 5 Grade 5 creators had all decided to head to Sky City's headquarters to develop. Ever since Lin Yuan had asked Zhong Jiyu to forge the island whale embryo, Zhong Jiyu had been complaining to Lin Yuan about the lack of manpower and hoped that Lin Yuan could send more assistance. Now that so many Grade 5 and 4 creators had joined Sky City, even with Zhong Jiyu's lazy personality, he would definitely feel immense pressure. Only by exerting pressure on these Grade 5 creators could they maximize their value. In the future, Lin Yuan would provide a large amount of resources to these creators who returned to Sky City to develop. It would be a good thing for these creators to compete with each other in a healthy way. Seeing that everything was settled, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had set up such a huge trap to lure so many creators into it. He was very nervous and afraid that there would be a problem. If this operation was leaked, both Lin Yuan and himself would become the public enemy of the sky beyond the clouds. Young master, now that everything has been resolved and you've made your arrangements, do you think I should bring these creators who have decided to develop in Sky City to the faction? You've already told me the location of Sky City. I can bring them directly to Zhong Jiyu. He's main purpose was to show off his relationship with Lin Yuan. He needed the other creators know that their relationship with Lin Yuan was extremely close. This would greatly reduce the hostility of the other creators towards him. These people did not dare to offend Lin Yuan. But if they played tricks behind his back or refused to cooperate with him in Sky City in the future, his life would be difficult. As the deputy team leader of the creator team, not to mention having to compete with Zhong Jiyu, he would probably even lose his position soon. Lin Yuan told He in an extremely serious tone, "Senior He, you're the leader of Sky City's creator team. I originally wanted you to bring them to Sky City. I have other things to do. It's not convenient for so many of you to travel with me. You've worked hard this time." Lin Yuan gave He the bow of a junior, showing him sufficient respect. It made the other creators present, including Zhuo Yan, who had already reached intermediate grade 5, look at He differently. Lin Yuan's words basically eliminated the hostility of the creators toward He. Knowing that Lin Yuan valued He so much, these creators hoped to build a good relationship with He. At the same time, he knew that Lin Yuan was not an unreasonable, arrogant, and unreasonable person. From Lin Yuan's attitude toward He, the other creators knew that as long as they worked hard in Sky City, they would definitely be able to obtain Lin Yuan's respect. Zhuo Yan knew Zhong Jiyu. The latter was a veteran advanced grade 5 creator with extremely strong abilities, but he did not like to interact with other creators. She did not expect Zhong Jiyu to become a member of Sky City. However, she had never heard of Sky City before. There were no rumors about it. For the first time, Zhuo Yan began to doubt her own status. Could it be that her level was too low for her to reach Sky City's level? Zhuo Yan had no idea that Sky City had only come to the sky beyond the clouds from a Class 2 world this year. Chu Ci stayed by Lin Yuan's side and did not say a word, but her brain was spinning rapidly. Through genius, Chu Ci knew very well what status grade 4 and 5 creators had in the sky beyond the clouds. Chu Ci also understood how powerful the energy under Lin Yuan's command was. This discovery did not make Chu Ci feel smug. Instead, it made her feel a little anxious and eager to improve her strength. Chu Ci knew very well that the higher Lin Yuan stood, the stronger the enemies he would face in the future. After Lin Yuan made the arrangements, he brought Sun Yin, Autumn, Winter, and Chu Ci to the Scarlet Territory. After knowing Lin Yuan's destination, Sun Yin frowned slightly. He did not have a good impression of the Bloodians. In Sun Yin's heart, the Bloodians were a very predatory and violent species. They treated the other flesh and blood species as food. It was difficult for such communities to cooperate with other communities. Many creators who cooperated with the Bloodians suffered losses at the hands of the large clans of the Bloodians. When Sun Yin was still a grade 4 creator, he had been taken advantage of by a Bloodian clan. Although this Bloodian clan was not in the Scarlet Territory and was a queen clan that developed outside the Scarlet Territory, Sun Yin felt that the Bloodians were basically the same deep down. Now that Lin Yuan had brought him along to nurture him, he naturally had to show his value to Lin Yuan. Thus, Sun Yin told Lin Yuan what he thought of the Bloodians. Sun Yin did not forbid Lin Yuan from collaborating with the Bloodians. It was Lin Yuan's own business who he collaborated with, so there was no room for discussion. He only reminded Lin Yuan seriously, "Young master, in the future, when you work with the Bloodians, you must be more forceful. Although the Bloodians are an ancient species, they actually don't have much sincerity. I suffered when I interacted with the Bloodians before." Lin Yuan knew that Sun Yin was reminding him out of goodwill, but it was obvious that Sun Yin was not clear about his relationship with the Bloodians. "Sun Yin, I was invited to the Scarlet Territory by a Bloodian queen who is also a member of Sky City, so there's no such thing as what you're saying. Moreover, even if I suffer a loss in the transaction with the other Bloodian clans, I think I'm not the one who needs to worry. It's that Bloodian clan. It's not easy to take advantage of me." Sun Yin was relieved when he heard Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan was indeed not the kind of person who would be easily taken advantage of. Moreover, if any Bloodian clan really wanted to take advantage of Lin Yuan, the two guards by his side were not to be trifled with. Until now, Sun Yin had yet to see through Autumn and Winter's strength. This meant that Autumn and Winter's strength were far above his own level and was much higher. When Autumn and Winter did not reveal their auras, they were like ordinary people in front of him. Lin Yuan had taken in nearly 40 creators, but he had never asked them to hand over their resources. The resources that each creator had accumulated previously were still in their hands. Sun Yin had acquired a uniquely extraordinary Fey. While it didn't directly amplify Sun Yin's creator ability, it significantly enhanced his comprehension. Yet, this Fey posed a peculiar challenge. Being a spirit contractor, Sun Yin found himself unable to form a contract with it. Consequently, his capacity for comprehension through this Fey had dropped. Sun Yin felt that since this Fey was no longer useful to him, he might as well give it to Lin Yuan. Even if Lin Yuan could not form a contract with this Fey, the increase in comprehension that this Fey would give Lin Yuan was enough for him to owe him a favor. Sun Yin could tell that Lin Yuan, this little fellow who had only lived for a few decades, had an extremely broad view. Otherwise, he would not have doubted him. Lin Yuan was still willing to keep him by his side to nurture him because of his talent. Sun Yin took out the container containing the Fey from his spatial equipment. Just as Sun Yin took out the container containing the Fey, Lin Yuan suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. Right on the heels of that, a melodious neigh sounded from the incense burner-like object. The sound was extremely crisp and pleasant. Before Lin Yuan could wonder what kind of insect species Fey was in the incense burner, he felt his mind clear up. Lin Yuan immediately entered a mysterious state. In this mystical state, Lin Yuan felt that his thoughts were processing much faster. He looked at things more clearly than before. To be able to achieve such an effect just by the smell and sound, the Fey in the container that Sun Yin took out must not be of extraordinary quality. Autumn and Winter shrugged their shoulders. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They had not expected Sun Yin to obtain such an opportunity. The insect species Feys in the incense burner were even more valuable than Sun Yin, a grade 5 creator. Under normal circumstances, a person would definitely not be willing to share such an opportunity with others. Sun Yin did this not because he was loyal to Lin Yuan, but because he could not control such a life form by himself. After possessing such a life form for so long, Sun Yin still could not obtain any benefits from it without contracting it. When Sun Yin saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face, he knew that Lin Yuan had sensed the uniqueness of the insect-type life form in the incense burner. Sun Yin released his aura and enveloped the small incense burner. The chirping of the insect in the incense burner became more intense with a hint of struggle. After confirming that he had controlled the insect-type creature in the incense burner, Sun Yin opened the lid. Lin Yuan saw a small cicada that was half golden and half crimson inside the incense burner. The cicada's wings were hidden under the membrane on its back and would occasionally be revealed as it shook. This cicada's wings were also made of two colors, gold and red. The gold and red colors were not fixed on the cicada's body. Instead, they were constantly blending and combining to reveal different states. When Lin Yuan saw the continuous combination of the gold and red colors, he felt that many things that he did not understand in the past were beginning to form answers. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the cicada. Fei name: Enlightenment cicada, Fei species. Transparent wing species / spotted wing species, Fei grade. Bronze, 10/10. Fei type, natural, Fei quality. Legend, abilities. Comprehension enlightenment. Through the smell emitted by the target and its cry, it can temporarily increase the target's comprehension of nature and the target's own comprehension ability, greatly increasing the target's comprehension. Enlightenment protection. During the process of enlightenment, the target can be prevented from suffering the backlash of external forces. Exclusive skill. Indestructible cicada. When your body is damaged by external forces and dies, its antenna will integrate into the natural environment and become a part of it. After a period of time, it can be reborn in this environment. Lin Yuan looked at the data with a surprised expression. This insect species Fei called Enlightenment cicada had a higher life rank than the business flourishing flower that Lin Yuan had obtained previously. The Enlightenment cicada had not used the ability Comprehension Enlightenment to enhance him, yet he had already obtained such a high level of comprehension. If the Enlightenment cicada used its ability, Lin Yuan felt that he could easily comprehend willpower runes in the natural environment. This Enlightenment cicada was simply a good companion for the creator. When a creator reached grade 4, they needed to comprehend everything in the world. However, no matter how talented they were, their comprehension ability was still limited. With the help of the Enlightenment cicada, those creators who were stuck at their grades had a chance to break through the threshold and reach a new level. The Enlightenment cicada's cicada song and scent did not consume much energy. In other words, this Enlightenment cicada could help many creators increase their comprehension at the same time. The first thing Lin Yuan thought of was his 100 Questions Beast army. Under Lin Yuan's nurturing, the 100 Questions Beast could indeed become a creator. However, after becoming a grade 3 creator, its comprehension ability would reach the threshold, and it would be extremely difficult for it to break through. It was far more difficult for those talented creators to raise their grades. This was the fundamental reason why the 100 Questions Beast army had not been able to nurture grade 4 creators in such a long time. With the Enlightenment cicada, the restriction would eventually be broken. Apart from the skill Comprehension Enlightenment protection was a perfect combination with Genius' exclusive skill, Highest Access Tail. Genius obtained enlightenment from the heavens through Highest Access Tail. During the process of obtaining enlightenment from the heavens, it had to bear risks. Once Genius suffered backlash, it would be extremely dangerous. No matter how many tails it condensed, it was still possible for it to be seriously injured or even die from the backlash. This made Lin Yuan not dare to let Genius use Highest Access Tail. Genius had tried to persuade Lin Yuan several times, but Lin Yuan had rejected it. If Lin Yuan could control the Enlightenment cicada and let it use its ability Enlightenment protection on Genius, when Genius used Highest Access Tail, it could obtain a powerful guarantee. The exclusive skill of the Enlightenment cicada, Indestructible cicada, was an extremely powerful life-saving ability. Even if the Enlightenment cicada died, it could still use this special method to revive. Lin Yuan was very interested in the Enlightenment cicada but did not say anything and turned to look at Sun Yin. Lin Yuan was a little puzzled. The Enlightenment cicada was such an outstanding insect species Fei, so why had Sun Yin not contracted it? Lin Yuan remembered that Sun Yin had said that he was a spirit contractor. Basically, those who had the ability to become creators had a much higher spirit than ordinary people. Basically, all of them were spirit contractors. Sun Yin hurriedly said when he saw Lin Yuan looking at him, "Young master, this Enlightenment cicada is a strange object I discovered at the edge of the abyss and the sky beyond the clouds when I followed a team to explore the abyss. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence that I discovered this Enlightenment cicada because this Enlightenment cicada had just awakened and happened to be controlled by me. I wonder if you're interested in this Enlightenment cicada? If you're interested, I'm willing to offer this Enlightenment cicada to you." Lin Yuan did not immediately reach out to take the small incense burner containing the Enlightenment cicada. Instead, he asked Sun Yin, Why didn't you contract an outstanding fae like the Enlightenment Cicada yourself? As a spirit contractor, contracting the Enlightenment Cicada should be extremely helpful to you. Sun Yin's expression turned bitter when he heard that. He really wanted to contract the Enlightenment Cicada, but it was not that easy. Sun Yin did not have the ability to form a contract. Young master, you might not know this, but this Enlightenment Cicada is connected to the world and can fuse with the surrounding environment at any time. If you want to contract the Enlightenment Cicada through spiritual energy, it's equivalent to contracting a world. Even a grade 6 creator can't contract a piece of heaven and earth with spiritual energy alone, much less a grade 5 creator. If I could contract the Enlightenment Cicada, I would have done so long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. Lin Yuan's face revealed a look of understanding. So that's what happened. No wonder the Enlightenment Cicada could reach his hands. However, judging from the Enlightenment Cicada's level, Sun Yin had been restricting the increase in its level. This meant that Sun Yin had always had the idea of contracting the Enlightenment Cicada. However, as he continued to try, this idea was finally destroyed. Apart from using his spiritual energy, Lin Yuan could also use Morbius to use Spirit Lock to contract phase. Morbius could Spirit Lock this Enlightenment Cicada, and Morbius happened to have a suitable Spirit Lock position. Lin Yuan did not have a willpower rune that was compatible with the Enlightenment Cicada, but it should not be difficult for him to comprehend a willpower rune that was compatible with it. Lin Yuan reached out and took the small incense burner containing the Enlightenment Cicada from Sun Yin's hand. Sun Yin could not help but give him a reminder. Young master, this thing in my hand that looks like a tripod and an incense burner is made of ebony and gold threads. The Enlightenment Cicada can't break free from the incense burner's lid and fly out. However, when the lid is opened, I have to use my aura to suppress the Enlightenment Cicada. Otherwise, once the Enlightenment Cicada escapes and blends into the environment, it will be very difficult to catch it again. Lin Yuan smiled and extended his index finger into the small incense burner to tap the Enlightenment Cicada's gold and red wings. Morbius Spirit locked the Enlightenment Cicada and made it Lin Yuan's contracted life form. Sun Yin sensed the connection between Lin Yuan and the Enlightenment Cicada and looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Lin Yuan had contracted the Enlightenment Cicada so easily when he had failed to do so. Sun Yin knew that Lin Yuan could contract this Enlightenment Cicada because he had a special trump card. It was definitely not appropriate for him to ask about Lin Yuan's trump card. After Lin Yuan contracted the Enlightenment Cicada, he immediately felt a sense of intimacy from it. The first thing Lin Yuan thought of when he saw the Enlightenment Cicada was actually Chimey. Chimey had already evolved from Sovereign/Creation 8 to Sovereign X/Eternal 12. Lin Yuan had obtained a large number of higher-level strange flames in the sky beyond the clouds, and he had given them to Chimey. Chimey's evolution in grade became a guaranteed matter. Lin Yuan summoned Chimey and immediately used True Data to check on it. Fey name: Command Phoenix Dawn Day Sparrow, Fey species. Sound Sparrow genus/Sound Sparrow species. Fey grade: High Sovereign, 10/10. Fey type: Sound/Light. Fey quality: Eternal 12. Abilities: Phoenix Cry. The power of main Phoenix will combine the Phoenix Cry into musical notes that will turn into birds. The birds will be able to pass through almost anything. After coming into contact with a target, the Phoenix Cry within the musical notes will stun and disturb the target. When the musical notes are attacked or blocked, they will separate into more birds. New Day of Light. The exquisite main Phoenix blood and sunlight will solidify into a sun. Under the light of the sun, its abilities will rapidly be absorbed by light. When the light is used up, it can replenish Phoenix blood and soul. Phoenix breed input sound. By tempering the Phoenix species phase soul into Phoenix breed and injecting it into the body of an avian Fae, the avian Fae will gain the intelligence and partial abilities of the Phoenix species Fae. By setting the Phoenix breed will be set alight and increase the power of the musical notes that had transformed into birds. Falling Sky New Day. Drop the sun in its body to create a territory full of sun energy. When the sun energy depletes, it will temporarily be immune to most physical and elemental damage. Speak Spirit Singer. Enter song into the soul. By using up the Phoenix breed's ability to bring song into reality, The willpowers and effects in the song can be an advantage or disadvantage to bless its friends or curse its enemies. Clear zither change voice. Place an anchor on something that could release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever was connected to this entity, one's voice or voice-type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Sun projection. Its bloodline will be transformed into a rising sun and projected onto that world's original sun. The sun power will provide it with an overall boost. During this process, it will be closely linked to the sun. Once over, it will enter a very weak state. 9 suns cry. When the suns formed within oneself resonates with the celestial body, the suns will extract energy from the celestial body to form 9 suns. The 9 suns can project their clear cries and create a domain filled with solar energy for themselves. Sound reversal galaxy. Let the birds formed by every note inherit the power of the celestial body. These birds carry the power of the celestial body to form the Milky Way and use the power of the Milky Way to wash over the target. Every bird formed by every note has the effect of eclipsing the enemy's energy. Exclusive skill. Double sun reigns. The stronger the power of the sun it controls, the stronger its ability to communicate with other suns. According to the strength of the rains, it can offer a song to the sun and lend energy from the other suns to replenish itself. New sun body. Fuse with the sun it produces and enter the non-burning nirvana world sparrow. Its abilities will not change, but it will be able to switch attributes. Sound spirit sacred hall. Its own musical notes will form a sacred hall. Within the sacred hall, all of the phenomena contained in sound will become reality. When the main body enters the sacred hall, the effects will be able to spread outwards by using the energy in one's body. Sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree. Separate a portion of its soul and bloodline from the parasol tree it resides in. When it accidentally dies, the soul and bloodline left on the platinum will be activated, forming an embryo for it to reincarnate. After absorbing enough energy, it will revive in a new form. Rising Sun Majesty. When the new sun body transforms into the human form of the non-burning nirvana world sparrow, the human form has a powerful deterrent effect on other living beings. It will eliminate the resistance and stubbornness of other units. It will deter the target while tempting the target to develop faith in itself. Master of light and sound. Use light and sound in all aspects, allowing light to support the conduction of sound, allowing sound to have the characteristic of emitting light. When one type of energy increases, the other type of energy will also increase. When Chimey was in the spirit lock spatial zone, it liked to exist in its original form. In an environment like the spirit lock spatial zone, which Chimey was especially familiar with, Chimey felt more at ease in its original form. However, once Chimey went out to meet strangers, it would transform into its human form and appear in the most perfect form. Chimey was not as good-looking as Purple Afterglow, but it was not inferior to the Death Demon Concubine Beast. Chimey was on par with the Death Demon Concubine Beast in terms of appearance. They just had different flavors. The Death Demon Concubine Beast was naturally charming. Every frown and smile was enough to charm all living beings. It was like a concubine that could bring disaster to the country and the people. On the other hand, Chimey's facial features were exquisite to the extreme. It looked very beautiful and had a hint of youth and invincibility. It was just like a beautiful girl who could achieve full marks in both temperament and appearance. It was extremely energetic, but also extremely steady and elegant. Chimey's appearance was completely compatible with Chimey's voice. Chimey was wearing a gold-blue dress with feathers on its head. It was unforgettable. If there was no outsider like Sun Yin around, Chimey would have jumped on Lin Yuan. After interacting with Chimey for such a long time, Autumn and Winter were already completely familiar with each other. Because Chimey was Lin Yuan's contracted beast, they treated Chimey very well. It was like how an elder would treat its own child. Chimey raised its beautiful eyes and looked at Sun Yin. When it saw Sun Yin nod at it politely, it reached out and tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve. Yuan, it's been a while since you played with me in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Genius is especially busy now. Previously, Genius still had time to accompany me. Now, Genius has spent all its time on the 100 Questions Beast Army. My grade is stuck at Sovereign/Eternal 12. Because I need to improve my comprehension of sound and light to advance, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for me to obtain a chance to evolve in a short period of time. Why don't you let me stay by your side and accompany Chu Ci in the future? Chu Ci used to play with me every day in the spirit lock spatial zone. Chimey sounded like it was wheedling to Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan knew that it was really complaining that he had called Chu Ci away. In the past, Chimey had stayed on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's nest that was surrounded by branches to increase its strength. When Chimey was busy, it did not care if there was a playmate accompanying it. Now Chimey was completely free. Without a playmate, Chimey was about to die of loneliness. Lin Yuan had brought Chu Ci out to train her, and Chimey clearly did not need such training. Lin Yuan raised his hand to touch Chimey's hair and said to it, "Chimey, I have a way to improve your comprehension of light and sound. You will be able to complete your evolution very soon. After your great advances, I don't plan to let you stay in the spirit lock spatial zone anymore. At that time, I'll plant the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree on the Four Seasons Mountain. Don't you like singing and going to concerts? At that point, hundreds of millions of people will be listening to you every day." Lin Yuan originally had the idea of using Chimey to increase the faith power produced in the faith country. Chimey could gain a large number of fans by singing in the faith country. While these fans loved Chimey, they would also produce more faith power because of Chimey's existence. Lin Yuan intended for Chimey to become the spokesperson of the faith country, especially since Chimey had obtained a new exclusive skill called Rising Sun Majesty. It allowed Chimey to dispel the stubbornness and resistance of the listeners during the singing process as long as it transformed into the human form of the non-burning Nirvana world sparrow. It could also induce the target to believe in it. The faith country looked harmonious because Lin Yuan had arranged for a large number of demon insects to patrol the faith country. These patrolling demon insects could ensure the safety of the faith country to the greatest extent. The stability that was obtained through this method was actually not reliable. Without these demon insects and control methods, the stability of the faith country would collapse in an extremely short period of time. Lin Yuan was very clear about this, but he did not have a suitable solution at the moment. However, now that Chimey had the Rising Sun Majesty, Chimey could sing under the circumstances of using the Rising Sun Majesty. It could give psychological hints to those restless fellows in the faith country and eliminate their resistance and stubbornness. This kind of hint was carried out subtly. If it was induced for a long time, the safety of the faith country would definitely increase steadily. Apart from Rising Sun Majesty, Chimey also obtained a skill called Sound Reversal Galaxy. Unlike Rising Sun Majesty, a functional exclusive skill, Sound Reversal Galaxy was an extremely pure offensive ability. Every note that Chimey released could transform into birds. Chimey would use these birds to transform into notes to attack. However, Sound Reversal Galaxy allowed these birds to inherit the power of the celestial body and use the power of the celestial body to enhance these birds, making them form a galaxy of stars to wash away the enemy. These birds had extremely powerful combat abilities. Apart from being able to cause damage to the enemy, they could also use their unique Celestial Eclipse skill to reduce the energy in the enemy's body, thus depriving the enemy's target of the chance to engage in a prolonged battle. As for the other exclusive skill, Master of Light and Sound, Chimey could enhance the conductivity of sound through the light elements it controlled and use sound to create light. It allowed Chimey to obtain more light elements and notes during the battle. Whether it was the light elements or the notes, Chimey's control over another type of energy would also increase. This ability could increase the upper limit of Chimey's abilities as Chimey's abilities continued to increase. Chimey's evolution path was not chosen by Lin Yuan, but by Chimey itself. Not only did Chimey not give up on sound type, but it also formed a perfect link between sound type and light type. Actually, Lin Yuan had always treated Chimey as his daughter. He did not have much expectations for Chimey as long as it was healthy and happy. Chimey's eyes lit up when it heard Lin Yuan's words. Chimey actually liked to interact with people outside more than in the spirit lock spatial zone. In particular, Lin Yuan had promised Chimey that it could freely pursue its singing career outside. All the songs that Chimey sung in the beginning had been taught by Lin Yuan. However, as Chimey became more and more proficient in music knowledge, It could now compose lyrics and compositions on its own. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Chinese music was actually not inferior to the music created by the heavenly king and queen from his previous life. If that's the case, Yuan, that's great. I haven't seen Wen Yu in a long time. Will I always be able to see Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Red Thorn, and Elegance over there? Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Of course. When you get there, you'll always have a chance to meet them. When we get there, no matter how busy I am, you won't feel bored anymore. But before that, Chimey, you have to increase your strength first. If you can reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, your bloodline will probably undergo a transformation. Once your bloodline transforms, all your abilities will be enhanced from their original foundation," Chimey said confidently. "Yuan, actually, I can already feel that my bloodline is at a critical point and can undergo a metamorphosis at any time. If I advance to the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, my bloodline transformation will basically become a sure bet. There won't be much uncertainty. The changes during my evolution this time might be greater than the previous changes, and I'll most likely suffer a lot." After saying that, Chimey stuck out its tongue. It could be said that Chimey and Genius had to endure the reorganization of their bodies due to the transformation of their bloodline every time they reached the juncture of major bloodline metamorphosis. Although this process could not be considered a narrow escape, it was indeed abnormally difficult. Every time he saw Genius and Chimey evolve, Lin Yuan's heart would ache for them. "Chimey, you will definitely suffer a little. But with the resources I've provided for you, you don't have to worry about your safety. As long as you survive the transformation of your bloodline, you will definitely have better development in the future." Lin Yuan asked the Enlightenment Cicada to use its ability comprehension enlightenment on Chimey. Chimey was already at the juncture of evolution. It was only one layer of comprehension away from evolving in grade and quality. The Enlightenment Cicada let out a soft cry, and right on the heels of that, a golden-red aura enveloped Chimey. Chimey entered a state of epiphany in an instant. Chimey felt that its mastery of light and sound had increased by another level in a short period of time. The thin barrier seemed to be about to collapse at any moment. Sun Yin summoned Chimey from Lin Yuan and looked at it. The best way to see a spirit contractor's foundation was to see the quality of the phase contracted by the spirit contractor. Through the quality of the phase contracted by the spirit contractor, one could understand the foundation of a spirit contractor to the greatest extent. The moment Sun Yin saw Chimey, he realized that it was extraordinary. A sound and light-type dual-element fae like Chimey did exist in the sky beyond the clouds. However, their bloodlines were not as powerful as Chimey's. Chimey's bloodline suppressed the Phoenix bloodline. Chimey's bloodline allowed Chimey to use the Phoenix bloodline as its servant. Apart from the bloodline, Sun Yin could also tell that Chimey had been nurtured very well. Only those fays that had used top-notch resources since they were young could refine their bodies to such an extent. This also allowed their bodies to accommodate so much energy. "Young Master, the fae you contracted is preparing to break through to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. If it can have light-type and sound-type treasures, not only will it suffer less during the bloodline transformation process, but it can also further strengthen some of its abilities during evolution." After saying that, Sun Yin took out 2 items from his spatial equipment. One of them was a few fragments that emitted light. They looked like the eggshells of some avian species. It emitted an extremely powerful bloodline power above the main phoenix. The other thing was a dark silver tree stump with many ripples on it. When the wind blew on the tree stump, it immediately played an extremely psychedelic sound. Lin Yuan used true data to examine the 2 items and immediately knew what they were. The eggshell that was emitting light was the remnant body of the holy light lofty phoenix that had been forcefully wiped out during its nirvana. It was not just an eggshell formed by the holy light lofty phoenix after it hatched. The holy light lofty phoenix was a fae of legend. Its bloodline basically stood at the peak of the light-type ancestral phoenixes. With Sun Yin's strength, he did not have the ability to forcefully kill a holy light lofty phoenix. This eggshell should be a treasure that Sun Yin had obtained by chance. As for the dark silver wooden stake, it was left behind by the energy gathered in Imagination Suzuki body when it died. The imagination Suzuki's level was not as high as the holy light lofty phoenix, but it was not much weaker either. Resources of this level were not something that could be obtained with strength. Instead, it depended on opportunities. These two items were beneficial to Chimy's bloodline transformation, grade, and quality. Lin Yuan quickly thanked Sun Yin. Senior Sun Yin, thank you for giving these resources to me so that I can use them to improve my fei. Sun Yin's heart warmed when he heard Lin Yuan's gratitude. The fact that Lin Yuan would thank him when he took out these two spiritual ingredients meant that Lin Yuan did not treat him as a servant. Otherwise, he would not have been so polite to him. Sun Yin thought to himself that with Lin Yuan treating him with such an attitude, as long as he did his best by Lin Yuan's side, he would definitely benefit greatly in the future. Young master, you're too polite. I happen to have resources that your feis can use. How can I not take them out? Sun Yin suddenly sensed an intense energy fluctuation coming from Chimy's body. Young master, your fei's bloodline has already begun to transform. Now is the best time to give your fei the tree stump of the imagination Suzuki and the eggshell of the holy light lofty phoenix. When Sun Yin spoke, Lin Yuan had already thrown the wooden stake and the eggshell to Chimy. Lin Yuan then took out a large number of spirit chi crystals. After being enveloped by the energy emitted from Chimy's body, the tree stump and the eggshell started to dissolve into Chimy's body. Chimy expressed its desire for pure spirit chi. Light elements and sound elements created elemental storms around Chimy. This was convenient for Chimy to crush these spirit chi crystals to absorb the pure spirit chi inside. Chimy could no longer maintain its human form and transformed into its main body. A sun appeared in the sky above Chimy's head and resonated with the celestial bodies in the sky dome. Chimy's feathers were blue-gold in color. At this moment, Chimy's golden feathers, which were undergoing a bloodline metamorphosis, emitted a bright light. Blue feathers began to appear in different shades. At the end of each feather, there were faint light spots that resonated with the rising sun above Chimy's head. Chimy's feathers were changing because its bloodline was transforming. Chimy could have successfully transformed even without the imagination Suzuki's tree stump and the eggshell of the holy light lofty phoenix. Now, with these two precious spiritual ingredients to support Chimy's bloodline advancement, Chimy's bloodline metamorphosis was a sure bet. Lin Yuan could feel Chimy's pain in the light. Chimy's body was constantly disintegrating and recombining. However, Lin Yuan could not help Chimy with its bloodline metamorphosis. He could only provide it with resources. Sun Yi knew that there was a Grade 6 creator presiding over Sky City, but was unaware that the Grade 6 creator resources that Lin Yuan had promised were actually produced by himself. Sun Yi could tell that Lin Yuan was nervous about Chimy's evolution. Young master, although I'm only a beginner Grade 5 creator, my foundation is extremely solid. With me around, it won't be a problem for your phase grade to evolve. If there's an emergency later, I'll help. In addition, I have a lot of potions here. They should be useful. Lin Yuan did not reject Sun Yin's good intentions. Chimy's journey today could be said to be a path that Lin Yuan had helped Chimy to find. No one had walked this path before, so it was very likely that there would be serious problems if there was a mistake when walking down this path. With the help of Sun Yin, a traditional Grade 5 creator, it would be much more convenient to deal with it. The possibility of an accident is not high. But if there really is an accident, we still need your help. Sun Yin smiled when he heard Lin Yuan's words. He did not need Lin Yuan to affirm him. Sun Yin knew very well how capable he was. Lin Yuan had many Grade 5 creators under his command, and there were even intermediate Grade 5 creators among them. No matter how talented he was, there was still a gap in ability between him and those Grade 5 creators. Sun Yin did not need Lin Yuan's affirmation. What he really needed was Lin Yuan's willingness to help him. This was the most important thing to him. Now that he had the chance to help Lin Yuan's fei bloodline evolve, it meant that Lin Yuan trusted him. Young master, don't worry. I will pay attention to your fei's condition. Speaking of which, young master, your fei is truly outstanding. I have rarely seen such an outstanding fei before. Lin Yuan knew that with Sun Yin's ability, he could see through Chimy with a single glance. A fae that had not even reached the divine kingdom level had no secrets in front of a grade 5 creator. Lin Yuan had not interacted with Sun Yin for long, but he knew that Sun Yin was extremely arrogant and would not lie through his teeth. In Sun Yin's eyes, Chime was indeed outstanding. This made Lin Yuan feel proud. Chime had yet to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. It still had a lot of potential in the future. Lin Yuan believed that Chime would definitely have a bright future. When it came to Chime's newly obtained Divine Kingdom ability, Lin Yuan hoped that Chime would either obtain one that could increase its strength or one that could accelerate the acquisition of faith power. Of these two Divine Kingdom abilities, one was extremely beneficial to Chime and the other was extremely beneficial to Sky City. Chime's willpower was extremely strong, but it had added two things, the tree stump of the imagination Suzuki and the eggshell of the holy light lofty phoenix. These two things caused Chime's bloodline to improve further. This caused the bloodline changes to intensify. The restructuring of its body was even more exquisite than before. Chime relied on its strong willpower to persevere. It did not let out a miserable cry that worried Lin Yuan. Chime only hoped that it could sing a happy song. Sun Yin originally thought that he needed to provide Chime with a few bottles of potions that could temporarily increase its mental strength and stabilize its mind. The tree stump of the imagination Suzuki and the eggshell of the holy light lofty phoenix were extremely high-level spiritual ingredients. These two spiritual ingredients were extremely effective in promoting the transformation of the sparrow species bloodline. However, the sparrow that Lin Yuan had contracted managed to survive with its own strength and successfully completed its transformation. Lin Yuan saw that the new sun produced by Chime's head was much brighter than before, and its resonance with the main celestial body was getting stronger. The light spots at the ends of Chime's feathers made it look even more luxurious. Chime's feathers were at least twice as long as before. His body shape was even more elegant than before. However, Chime's sparrow bloodline was still forcefully suppressing the main phoenix bloodline in its body. It did not allow Chime's bloodline to be below the phoenix bloodline because of the addition of the eggshell of the holy light lofty phoenix. Sensing the successful transformation of Chime's bloodline, Lin Yuan used true data to check on Chime. Fae name: Command Sacred Sun Sparrow, Fae species. Sound Sparrow genus/Sound Sparrow species. Fae grade: World Emperor, 1/10. Fae type: Sound/Light. Fae quality: Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade: Miniature. Abilities: Phoenix Cry. The power of the main phoenix will combine the phoenix cry into musical notes that will turn into birds. The birds will be able to pass through almost anything. After coming into contact with a target, the phoenix cry within the musical notes will stun and disturb the target. When the musical notes are attacked or blocked, they will separate into more birds. New Day of Light. The exquisite main phoenix blood and sunlight will solidify into a sun. Under the light of the sun, its abilities will rapidly be absorbed by light. When the light is used up, it can replenish phoenix blood and soul. Phoenix breed input sound. By tempering the phoenix species phase soul into phoenix breed and injecting it into the body of an avian fae, the avian fae will gain the intelligence and partial abilities of the phoenix species fae. By setting the phoenix breed will be set alight and increase the power of the musical notes that had transformed into birds. Falling Sky New Day. Drop the sun in its body to create a territory full of sun energy. When the sun energy depletes, it will temporarily be immune to most physical and elemental damage. Speak Spirit Singer. Enter song into the soul. By using up the phoenix breed's ability to bring song into reality, the willpowers and effects in the song can be an advantage or disadvantage to bless its friends or curse its enemies. Clear Zither Change Voice. Place an anchor on something that could release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever was connected to this entity, one's voice or voice-type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Sun Projection. Its bloodline will be transformed into a rising sun and projected onto that world's original sun. The sun power will provide it with an overall boost. During this process, it will be closely linked to the sun. Once over, it will enter a very weak state. 9 Suns Cry. When the suns formed within oneself resonates with the celestial body, The suns will extract energy from the celestial body to form 9 suns. The 9 suns can project their clear cries and create a domain filled with solar energy for themselves. Sound reversal galaxy. Let the birds formed by every note inherit the power of the celestial body. These birds carry the power of the celestial body to form the Milky Way and use the power of the Milky Way to wash over the target. Every bird formed by every note has the effect of eclipsing the enemy's energy. Phoenix imagination. Strengthens the phoenix seed through musical notes, causing the phoenix seed to materialize into a phoenix beast of the same grade as itself. It will also stimulate the bloodline of these phoenix beasts and control them to fight for it. During the process of casting phoenix imagination, it will be unable to move. Exclusive skill. Double sun reigns. The stronger the power of the sun it controls, the stronger its ability to communicate with other suns. According to the strength of the rains, it can offer a song to the sun and lend energy from the other suns to replenish itself. New sun body. Fuse with the sun it produces and enter the non-burning nirvana world sparrow. Its abilities will not change, but it will be able to switch attributes. Sound spirit sacred hall. Its own musical notes will form a sacred hall. Within the sacred hall, all of the phenomena contained in sound will become reality. When the main body enters the sacred hall, the effects will be able to spread outwards by using the energy in one's body. Sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree. Separate a portion of its soul and bloodline from the parasol tree it resides in. When it accidentally dies, the soul and bloodline left on the platen wood will be activated, forming an embryo for it to reincarnate. After absorbing enough energy, it will revive in a new form. Rising sun majesty. When the new sun body transforms into the human form of the non-burning nirvana world sparrow, the human form has a powerful deterrent effect on other living beings. It will eliminate the resistance and stubbornness of other units. It will deter the target while tempting the target to develop faith in itself. Master of light and sound. Use light and sound in all aspects, allowing light to support the conduction of sound, allowing sound to have the characteristic of emitting light. When one type of energy increases, the other type of energy will also increase. Divine Kingdom abilities. Nirvana Phoenix Sacred Nest. When killing life forms with pure-blooded phoenix bloodlines, the ability of life forms with pure-blooded phoenix bloodlines to undergo nirvana will be stripped away. In turn, these living beings with pure-blooded phoenix bloodlines will be transformed into embryos in their divine kingdoms. The phoenix embryos in these divine kingdoms can increase their strength and the strength of their phoenix seeds through the strength of their bloodlines. Chimey had successfully evolved from Suzerain X/Eternal 12 to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Under true data, Chimey's name changed from Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow to Command Sacred Sun Sparrow. It obtained a new ability and the ability of a divine kingdom. Chimey's abilities and divine kingdom abilities would increase its strength. Chimey could use phoenix breed input sound to refine the soul of a phoenix species Fae into a phoenix seed. These phoenix species would inherit the intelligence and some abilities of phoenix species Faes. Phoenix imagination was a further application of these phoenix seeds, allowing them to materialize into phoenixes of the same grade as themselves. The phoenix bloodline was as elite as the dragon species bloodline. Many species with pure-blooded phoenix bloodlines were in high positions on the species ranking all year round. These phoenixes were extremely powerful, but Chimey could use phoenix imagination to stimulate the bloodlines of these phoenixes and strengthen them. There was a special mineral vein in the sky beyond the clouds that could produce a crystal called the soul-capturing crystal. The soul-capturing crystal could be used to seal the soul of a life form, as long as the soul of this living being died and was in an ownerless state. The soul-capturing crystal was able to detain this soul in a stable manner. For example, the souls of living beings with powerful bloodlines had always been a popular trading resource. There were many phoenix species Faes for sale in Fortune Treasure Palace. It was very easy for Chimey to condense a phoenix seed. If Chimey condensed tens of thousands of phoenix seeds, it could really strengthen the phoenix seeds with musical notes like the name of the ability, forming the scene of tens of thousands of phoenixes flying in the sky. This ability allowed Chimey to lord over opponents of the same level. Of course, Chimey needed to expend a lot of resources to do this. Not to mention that the souls of phoenix species Faes were extremely expensive. Lin Yuan would also need to invest numerous resources in Chimey to refine these phoenix seeds. Nirvana Phoenix Nest was also a powerful suppression ability against phoenix species phase. Chimey could deprive those phoenix species phase of their nirvana powers with the Divine Kingdom ability. The pure-blooded phoenixes were most proud of their nirvana powers. Every time the species ranking was rearranged, those pure-blooded phoenix species relied on their rebirth abilities to ascend to high position step by step. This made many more powerful species unwilling to fight with species with pure-blooded phoenix blood. Those pure-blooded phoenixes who had been at a disadvantage many times could still exhaust their opponents to death. However, when those pure-blooded phoenixes came face to face with Chimey, not only would they be stripped of their nirvana powers, but they would also be transformed into embryos in Chimey's divine kingdom after they died. The stronger the bloodline of these embryos, the greater the increase in Chimey's strength. At the same time, it could strengthen those phoenix seeds. Lin Yuan looked at Chimey, which had just completed its bloodline transformation, and thought, back then, Chimey was a little fellow that would rather die than submit to the Luan bloodline. Now, it has become a nemesis of phoenixes. While Lin Yuan was observing Chimey, Sun Yin was also observing Chimey. As he observed Chimey, Sun Yin could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He did not expect Chimey's divine kingdom to be able to suppress the phoenix species so much. If the powerful phoenix species on the species ranking knew of Lin Yuan's fate, they would definitely chase after it. Sun Yin knew that Lin Yuan had only lived for a few decades. Even if he was from a large faction, it was likely he did not know much about the situation in the sky beyond the clouds. Sun Yin felt that he had to supervise Lin Yuan. Young master, this Fae of yours has a special ability. Once its divine kingdom's ability is discovered by those powerful pure-blooded phoenixes, they will definitely take some targeted actions. You need to avoid arousing suspicion. There's no need to start a conflict with those pure-blooded phoenixes because of a Fae you contracted. Sun Yin's words let Lin Yuan know that he was really thinking from his own standpoint. If those pure-blooded phoenixes knew of Chimey's existence, they would definitely choose to attack Chimey. Lin Yuan had already thought of this, and autumn and winter had already reminded him as well. Thank you for your information. I will pay attention to this in the future and won't let Chimey appear in front of pure-blooded phoenixes easily. However, in order to help Chimey increase its strength in the future, we have to hunt pure-blooded phoenixes with powerful bloodlines so that its divine kingdom can form more embryos. After Chimey completed the bloodline transformation, it reverted to its human form. At that moment, Chimey was much more exquisite than before, and its aura had changed quite a bit. When one's appearance reached a certain level, their aura was the best catalyst for charm. Chimey skipped over to Lin Yuan and happily looked up at him. Yuan, I'm much stronger than before. Moreover, when I sing, I can use my new ability to create an especially good stage effect. Lin Yuan could not help but pinch Chimey's cheeks helplessly. When he looked at Chimey's new abilities and divine kingdom abilities, he wanted to use them in battle. However, Chimey was thinking about the stage effects that these abilities could show. Chimey treated Phoenix Imagination as a way to create special effects. After speaking to Lin Yuan, Chimey came to Chu Si's side and played with her arm. It seemed to want to stay by Chu Si's side and not return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan knew that Chimey had suffocated in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, so he said with a smile, Chimey, if you want to train outside with us, there will only be 4 spots when you enter the land of Bloodian ancestors in the Scarlet Territory. You'll still have to return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The land of Bloodian ancestors is too dangerous. Autumn and winter can't take care of so many people. Chimey had stayed in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for a long time and was very curious about the outside world. Especially now that its grade and bloodline had just increased, it was very suitable for it to travel outside and take a look. Chimey was neither insensible nor disobedient. At critical moments, Chimey would not cause trouble for Lin Yuan. Yuan, I heard you say that humans in the sky beyond the clouds are no different from us Fays. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. When necessary, I will enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Furthermore, if we encounter those pure-blooded phoenixes, I might be able to help you. Chimey had just heard Sun Yin's words and had a good impression of the person who took out those two high-end spiritual ingredients for it. Lin Yuan also instructed Chimey to try its best to hide its abilities. However, Chimey was still willing to meet those powerful pure-blooded phoenixes from the bottom of its heart. That was because every time Chimey encountered a pure-blooded phoenix and killed it, it could use the power of its divine kingdom to increase its own strength. Lin Yuan turned his attention back to the Enlightenment Cicada. Before comprehending the willpower rune suitable for the Enlightenment Cicada, Lin Yuan had no way to nurture it. While Lin Yuan and the others rushed to the Scarlet Territory, Qin Yu presided over the Elisa clan's territory. Lalu and Fanxia, Qin Yu's two right-hand men, had already ended their seclusion. Lalu and Fanxia's lifespans were about to end, but Qin Yu had bestowed them with her queen's essence blood, allowing them to extend their lifespans. Lin Yuan had not provided Qin Yu with a lifespan mouse yet, so she had her own considerations. Even if it was someone that he had already controlled and who submitted to him, Lin Yuan would not casually reward them with lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan only intended to provide the lifespan mouse to Sky City's core members and the creators. If Lin Yuan gave the lifespan mouse to Qin Yu and she gave it away as a reward, the news would inevitably be leaked. After Qin Yu's bloodline broke through and she became a queen, she took over the affairs of the Elisa clan, overseeing all the matters. Not only were Lalu and Fanxia not unhappy that Qin Yu had taken away the management rights of the Elisa clan, but they were very happy. Even now, they were still immersed in the joy of being transformed by Qin Yu's bloodline. Lordess, your bloodline has successfully transformed this time. Our Elisa clan has also become a clan with a bloody ween. Our Elisa clan has a chance to snatch the opening of the land of the blood ancestor this time. I wonder if you have any thoughts of snatching it, Lordess? If you're interested in competing for it, Fanxia and I can help you. Every time the blood ancestor's land opened, it presented endless opportunities, including a wealth of spiritual ingredients capable of enhancing the bloody bloodline. Apart from being loyal to Qin Yu, Lalu and Fanxia had basically invested all their efforts into the Elisa clan. Lalu and Fanxia really hoped that the Elisa clan could develop better and better. The opening of the blood ancestor's land could be said to be the best opportunity. Previously, the Elisa clan did not have a chance to compete, but now they did. Lalu and Fanxia knew that doing so might be very risky, but Lalu and Fanxia were both willing to risk their lives for the development of the Elisa clan. Qin Yu knew Lalu and Fanxia's intentions but did not agree to their request and suggestion. The opening of the land of the blood ancestor this time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Elisa clan. We definitely have to fight for it. It's just not right to send just you two. With your abilities, there's a high chance that you'll encounter danger in the land of bloody ancestors. I don't know if you remember that I told you that I was able to break through my bloodline and become a bloody queen because I was lucky enough to obtain the help of a lord. I contacted this lord when the land of bloody ancestors opened this time. This lord will send someone to the land of bloody ancestors with me to explore it. With this lord's help, we will definitely gain a lot in the land of bloody ancestors. You only need to stay in the territory of the Elisa clan and manage the situation of the Elisa clan while I'm away. Throughout this time, the Elisa clan has welcomed numerous dependent species into our territory, embracing them as part of our own. However, I suspect that among them may be spies from rival species. The other clans with queen bloodlines are closely monitoring us, so we must investigate our internal members. My absence presents the ideal opportunity for this investigation. You must seize this chance. Lalu and Fanxia had heard Qin Yu mention the big shot that had helped Qin Yu's bloodline transform more than once. Be it Lalu or Fanxia, they were very grateful to that person. Lalu and Fanxia did not consider it a bad thing for Qin Yu to seek help from outsiders to explore the land of the Bloodian ancestors. The various Bloodian clans had always been extremely selfish, and the Elisa clan was no exception. Rather than worrying about outsiders dividing the overall benefits of the Bloodians, they were more concerned about whether the Elisa clan could obtain significant gains. As long as the Elisa clan acquired something valuable, they did not mind the loss of the Bloodians' overall benefits. Lordess Qin Yu, if you don't need us to go to the land of the Bloodian ancestors, Let us stay with the Elisa clan. We will definitely complete the mission you gave us. We are already familiar with managing the Elisa clan. However, catching the spy requires careful consideration and is not easy. We will do our best to find ways to ensure the spy is caught. If these spies belong to a powerful species and it's not convenient for us to attack them, we will confirm their identities so that you can take subsequent actions. Lalu and Fansha had always been reliable. Qin Yu was relieved to hear their words. This time, Qin Yu actually did not expect the Elisa clan to obtain any benefits in the land of Bloodian ancestors. The Elisa clan's fortuitous opportunity had never been in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Instead, Lin Yuan had invested in the Elisa clan. As long as the trip to the land of Bloodian ancestors ensured that Lin Yuan would gain a lot, the Elisa clan would not have to worry about not having a future. Remember, investigating spies is the first priority of the Elisa clan. If these spies can't be discovered, the Elisa clan will no longer have any secrets in the eyes of the other clans with the Queen bloodlines. The Lord who has helped me many times is very low-key. This Lord definitely doesn't want to expose himself to other Bloodians. Lalu, Fansha, that Lord is the foundation of our Elisa clan's rise. Qin Yu thought for a moment and decided to inform Lalu and Fansha of the situation. She did not hide anything from them. Lalu and Fansha would be her most important right-hand men for a long time to come. Letting Lalu and Fansha understand the situation would make it easier for the Elisa clan to develop in the future. Qin Yu was very glad she had Lalu and Fansha, two subordinates she could completely trust. Lalu, Fansha, you two will follow me to meet this lord later. Qin Yu had mentioned Lalu and Fansha to Lin Yuan more than once. She felt it was time for them to meet him. Lalu and Fansha both recognized this meeting as a significant opportunity. Neither Lalu nor Fansha were the types to show off. They were focused on making a good impression on this influential figure. As long as they succeeded, they would be content. Beyond that, they had no grand expectations. In the future, it would be Qin Yu who would primarily communicate with Lin Yuan. Qin Yu had not seen Lin Yuan for a long time. This time, she was determined to make a strong impression. Qin Yu was eager to eliminate the spies planted by other queen clans in the Elisa clan, not because she feared they would hinder its development. The Elisa clan had also planted spies in other Bloodian clans over the years. Before Qin Yu became the current Bloodian queen, the clan had already been doing this. With Qin Yu now leading, the Elisa clan had become even more aggressive in planting spies. It had become an unspoken rule among the clans to infiltrate each other with spies. Qin Yu chose to break this unspoken rule because she didn't want other Bloodian clans to know about Lin Yuan. She feared the other Bloodian queens would try to approach Lin Yuan. These queens could offer Lin Yuan similar value. If Lin Yuan took them under his command, he might no longer need her for other matters in the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu wanted to limit Lin Yuan's interactions with the other Bloodian queens as much as possible. Instead of waiting at the Elisa clan's main residence, Qin Yu led Lalu and Fansha to the periphery of the Scarlet Territory. It was extremely rare for a Bloodian queen to welcome someone in the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu's trip was highly secretive, and she eliminated all the Bloodians she encountered along the way. Lin Yuan returned to the Scarlet Territory after many days. Everything was the same as before, so he was not surprised. A few months felt like a long time to him, but it was only a blink of an eye for the Bloodians. Lin Yuan had activated his Bloodian bloodline through his body of all spirits and was now a genuine pure-blooded Bloodian. Despite this, Lin Yuan continued to use his Black Elise identity. Autumn and Winter served as Lin Yuan's guards, while Chu Ci acted as his blood servant. Chaimi had already returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Chaimi disliked the smell of blood in the Scarlet Territory and was very particular about its environment. Upon arriving and smelling the blood, Chaimi abandoned the idea of training. When they reached the agreed meeting place, Qin Yu immediately strode forward to welcome Lin Yuan. In front of Lalu and Fansha, she elegantly bowed to Lin Yuan with folded hands in the manner reserved for pure-blooded Bloodians. This kind of etiquette was not commonly used by low-level Bloodians toward high-level Bloodians. Typically, It was reserved for those who had just received the first bite and showed their respect to the Bloodian who had bitten them. Qin Yu bowed to Lin Yuan to thank him for giving her a new life. At the same time, she used her actions to inform Lalu and Fanxia of Lin Yuan's status. After Lin Yuan helped Qin Yu become a Bloodian queen, he provided her with many resources. As a result, Qin Yu's strength increased once again. Lalu and Fanxia also received resources from Lin Yuan. Qin Yu was confident that if she led the Elisa clan to align closely with Lin Yuan, the entire clan would be protected. Lalu and Fanxia were surprised by Qin Yu's actions. Logically, as the actual manager of the Bloodian Queen Elisa's clan, Qin Yu should not have such a subordinate status. However, Qin Yu's actions demonstrated the power of Lin Yuan's background and his importance to both Qin Yu and the entire Elisa clan. Lalu and Fanxia had never interacted with Lin Yuan before, but seeing Qin Yu's respect for him, they knew they couldn't remain passive observers. Lalu and Fanxia looked at each other and followed Qin Yu to Lin Yuan. To distinguish themselves from Qin Yu, they bowed to Lin Yuan with the etiquette of servants, indicating that their status was below Qin Yu's. Autumn and Winter, who stood beside Lin Yuan, watched this scene expressionlessly. They felt fortunate to be able to establish a relationship with Lin Yuan. Chu Ci observed the scene curiously, fascinated by the Bloodians. Sun Yin was not surprised that a Bloodian queen would show such humility to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's faction included a grade 6 creator. The Bloodian queen and her clan were supported and controlled by Sky City. Sensing Qin Yu's aura, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Qin Yu, not only has your strength stabilized after becoming a Bloodian queen, but you've also become stronger. It looks like you've been working hard. Stand up. There's no need to be so formal with me. The two people behind you must be key members of the Elisa clan. Seeing them today, I can see they're worth nurturing." Lin Yuan understood why Qin Yu had brought Lalu and Fanxia to meet him. Qin Yu was both capable and loyal. Lin Yuan was willing to nurture and support someone like her. Qin Yu stood up excitedly when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Both becoming a Bloodian queen and becoming stronger in the future are all thanks to you, Lord. If not for your nurturing, how would I have such an opportunity? With that, she said to Lalu and Fanxia, who were kneeling on the ground, Lord said that you're worth nurturing. Hurry up and thank him. Now, Qin Yu could finally trust the resources that Lin Yuan had given her to Lalu and Fanxia. Lalu and Fanxia stood up and thanked Lin Yuan. Although they were very respectful to Lin Yuan because of Qin Yu, they were still suspicious because they did not know Lin Yuan's strength. Among the group of people following Lin Yuan, Qin Yu only knew Winter. Previously, it was a woman who had protected Lin Yuan with Winter. Lin Yuan had brought out another expert with such strength. Qin Yu could tell that Chu Ci was about the same age as Lin Yuan, and she had advanced to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom at such a young age. This woman was standing beside Lin Yuan, and Autumn and Winter's auras also enveloped her. This was enough to prove the woman's identity. As for the young man standing beside Lin Yuan, Qin Yu could not see through him. This meant that this person was also stronger than her. When Lin Yuan saw Qin Yu's gaze fall on Chu Ci and Sun Yin, he took the initiative to introduce them. "This is my sister. She will enter the land of Bloodian ancestors with me this time. This is a grade 5 creator that I have with me." Qin Yu, Lalu, and Fanxia were not surprised that Chu Ci was Lin Yuan's younger sister. However, Qin Yu and the others did not expect Sun Yin to be a grade 5 creator. Moreover, Lin Yuan had introduced him as a grade 5 creator who was by his side, meaning that Sun Yin would only serve Lin Yuan. For a moment, Qin Yu only felt she could not wrap her head around it. Would a large faction really treat the younger generation like this? Qin Yu found it unbelievable. On the way back to the Elisa clan's territory with Lin Yuan, Qin Yu had yet to digest this news. Qin Yu realized that not only did this grade 5 creator not have any temper when facing Lin Yuan, but he did not treat him like an elder would treat a junior. Instead, he treated Lin Yuan very similarly to her. This was the attitude of an inferior to a superior. To put it bluntly, this grade 5 creator was also Lin Yuan's servant. Lord Lin Yuan, the opening of the land of blood ancestors might be delayed for a few days. After observing the other Bloodian queens, they are prepared to pay the smallest price to open the land of Bloodian ancestors. This way, they can ensure that it will stay open for a longer time. Lin Yuan replied indifferently, "It's not necessarily a bad thing to delay the opening of the cave in the land of Bloodian ancestors by a few days. A later opening will allow the other Bloodian queens more time to prepare." Qin Yu, many Bloodian clans are likely seeking external help to gain an advantage in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Lin Yuan was certain a Bloodian clan would do this. The opening of the Blood Ancestors' land presented a significant opportunity for the Bloodians. But even clans with Bloodian queens found it challenging to seize it alone. The risks were too high. These clans needed external experts to support them. They couldn't afford to risk their lives exploring the land of Bloodian ancestors without backup. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Lord, the Elisa clan has just risen and now sits among the Bloodian clans with incumbent queens. While I have planted spies in other clans, they can't uncover everything. Just as you and I explored the land of Bloodian ancestors together without being discovered, the spies planted in the Elisa clan by other Bloodian queens are also unlikely to know everything. However, several scouts I placed in the Bloodian clans with king bloodlines reported a noticeable increase in activity. Some outsiders even reside within these clans. I suspect these individuals are being invited to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors." Qin Yu observed Lin Yuan's expression and continued, "Lord, during the last opening of the land of Bloodian ancestors, several Bloodian kings perished, and a Bloodian queen was severely injured, damaging her roots. Moreover, the previous exploration yielded no significant results. It's reasonable for the major Bloodian clans to seek external assistance this time. These outsiders will need to stay vigilant." When Qin Yu discovered that the land of Bloodian ancestors was opening, she immediately shared the news with Lin Yuan, not considering him as external help but as a trusted ally. She simply wanted to inform him and prevent any misunderstandings. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Lin Yuan's interest in exploring the land of Bloodian ancestors grew. Previously, the hunting team had captured numerous star pirates, among whom were many experts. However, despite their strength, their bloodlines were impure, making them unsuitable for Lin Yuan's body of all spirits to absorb. The Bloodians highly valued their own bloodlines and those of their allies. Experts invited by the Bloodians typically came from large clans with extremely pure bloodlines, making them ideal candidates for Lin Yuan to absorb into the body of all spirits. Over the past few days, Lin Yuan had been staying in the bedroom that Qin Yu had specially prepared for him. Chu Xi was the same. Chu Xi had learned too much along the way and needed some time to digest it. After following Lin Yuan for a few days, Chu Xi realized that the benefits of training outside were much better than studying combat skills in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Qin Yu continued gathering information. During this time, the Bloodians held several internal meetings, and Qin Yu participated in them. Recently, Qin Yu had been recruiting other Bloodian clans to join the Elisa clan, making her actions very high profile. This prompted her to maintain a low profile at these Bloodian meetings. She refrained from making suggestions and remained non-confrontational when other Bloodian queens mentioned her. Conversely, a few Bloodian queens were eager to showcase their abilities, drawing Qin Yu's special attention. After the internal meeting concluded, leaders of several clans that had already joined the Elisa clan approached Qin Yu, seeking her approval. Among them were a few Bloodian clans with king bloodlines who had gained the opportunity to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors. Qin Yu looked at these eager petitioners and displayed a playful expression. These clans had recently joined the Elisa clan. Despite promising to accept the Elisa clan's leadership, they had ulterior motives. They approached her hoping to gain more resources in the land of Bloodian ancestors through the Elisa clan's protection. But why should they get more just because they were under the Elisa clan's protection? It was unreasonable. Furthermore, even if Qin Yu intended to protect these Bloodian clans and increase the Elisa clan's influence over them, it wasn't appropriate for her to discuss this with Lin Yuan. As the leader, Qin Yu couldn't ignore them either. After some thought, Qin Yu said, Each of your clans has 2 spots to enter the land of bloody and ancestors. It's challenging for 2 people to look out for each other in such a place. Why don't you cooperate and form a team to explore together? I will then distribute the resources equally among you. That way you can all be at ease. Her words tempted the Bloodian clan leaders from king bloodlines. However, they wanted more. Lordess Qin Yu, why don't we act as your subordinates? Just give us a small portion of the resources you obtain. This way, we can both serve you and receive your protection. If Qin Yu hadn't allied with Lin Yuan, she might have been swayed by this offer. However, Qin Yu had become one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. With Lin Yuan supporting her during the exploration, she didn't need to worry about her safety. Moreover, she was Lin Yuan's loyal follower. The amount of resources she could acquire in the land of Bloodian ancestors depended on Lin Yuan's decisions. Thus, Qin Yu declined and said, "The Elisa clan plans to explore the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors. If you follow me, I can't ensure your safety. Are you sure you want to stay by my side?" Her words were cold and carried a hint of killing intent. Qin Yu was certain these leaders wouldn't dare follow her into the dangerous depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors. They, like her, knew the risks involved. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the leaders of the king bloodline clans looked at her in disbelief, puzzled by her decision. The depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors were perilous. Had she not considered her safety? Even though Qin Yu had become a Bloodian queen, she knew a previous Bloodian queen had been severely injured before even reaching the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors. The depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors could be described as a forbidden area. Someone as arrogant as Qin Yu would most likely die there. These Bloodian clans had just joined Qin Yu and had no relationship or benefits with her. If Qin Yu died, their Bloodian clans would be able to escape the control of the Elisa clan. This was not a bad thing. At the thought of this, these Bloodian clans all retreated and no longer had any thoughts of following Qin Yu. They were dissatisfied with Qin Yu's arrangements, but there was nothing they could do. Qin Yu sent a sole message to the leader of the Alan clan, Shi Mei, indicating for her to leave with the other Blood clan leaders present. Then she would secretly return to her side. Among all the Bloodian clans under her command, Qin Yu valued the Alan clan the most. A large part of the reason she valued the Alan clan was the leader, Shi Mei. Shi Mei's leadership ability was outstanding and smart enough. Qin Yu intended to nurture Shi Mei and the Alan clan. During this period, she had already invested a lot of resources in Shi Mei. The latter had also done very well what she had asked her to do. If it was any other time, Shi Mei would definitely be extremely excited and happy to be summoned by Qin Yu alone. However, now that Qin Yu had said that she was going to explore the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors, Shi Mei could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. Could it be that Qin Yu wanted her to follow her into the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors? If Qin Yu really made such a request, could she really reject it? After Qin Yu, a new Bloodian queen, confirmed that she was supporting the Alan clan, she planted many people in the Alan clan. She had also publicly stated that the Alan clan was subordinate to the Elisa clan. Shi Mei felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Shi Mei only hoped that Qin Yu would really bring her to the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors and not treat her as cannon fodder. Shi Mei did not care if the Elisa clan had any trump cards. She knew very well that even if the Elisa clan possessed a life-saving trump card, they would never use it on her. Following Qin Yu's instructions, Shi Mei left with the other clan leaders. She took a detour to ensure she was not detected, and then returned to Qin Yu's side. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the other clans. Qin Yu had asked Shi Mei for the spot not for Lalu and Fanxia, but for Sun Yin, who was beside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had told her that he would definitely do her best to fulfill his request. Sun Yin, a grade 5 creator, was deeply interested in the land of the Bloodian ancestors. Therefore, she was doing Sun Yin a favor by fulfilling this request. She definitely needed to inform Shi Mei about Sun Yin's identity. Qin Yu intended to use Sun Yin's status to intimidate Shi Mei, ensuring her loyalty to the Elisa clan. Shi Mei, I have invited a significant figure to explore the land of the Bloodian ancestors this time. The person who will accompany you and take the Allen clan's quota is a servant of this lord. He will act alongside you once you enter the land of the Bloodian ancestors. You just need to cooperate with him. Shirmei speculated about the person Qin you had arranged to accompany her, assuming he was a member of the Elisa clan. However, she did not expect Qin Yu to openly state that she had enlisted a prominent figure to assist. Coincidentally, he was this lord's servant. This significant figure Qin Yu mentioned had likely occupied all the slots in the Elisa clan except for Qin Yu's own. If even Qin Yu had to curry favor with him, this figure was certainly extraordinary. Despite being a servant, Shirmei knew she must handle him with care. Lordess Qin Yu, rest assured. I will follow his instructions and carry out the operation. Qin Yu responded casually, Shirmei, this is an opportunity I'm giving you. As far as I know, one of the spots in the Allen clan is occupied by a grade 5 creator. If you can serve this lord well and earn his appreciation, you can imagine the future benefits for the Allen clan. Qin Yu's words served a dual purpose, to intimidate Shirmei and to ensure she didn't neglect Sun Yin. If Shirmei slighted Sun Yin and incited his dissatisfaction, Sun Yin might vent his frustration on Qin Yu instead of confronting someone as insignificant as Shirmei. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Qin Yu felt this way whenever she faced Lin Yuan. Shirmei was simultaneously pleasantly surprised and unusually nervous. She vividly remembered that Qin Yu had mentioned the grade 5 creator occupying the Allen clan's quota was the subordinate of a significant figure. The fact that this figure could command a grade 5 creator was astonishing. Shirmei was adept at seizing opportunities, and now that one was in front of her, she was determined not to let it slip away. Kneeling on one knee, Shirmei gratefully told Oinyu, Thank you, Lordess Oinyu, for this opportunity. I will take good care of this grade 5 creator and cooperate with him. Qin Yu looked at the kneeling Shirmei and said earnestly, You know how much I value you. Don't disappoint me in this operation. Otherwise, I won't be able to trust you anymore. Shirmei made several more assurances. After Shirmei left, Qin Yu immediately reported the situation to Lin Yuan, informing him that she had arranged a position for Sun Yin. Sun Yin sensed Oin Yu's intention to befriend him. He could tell that Lin Yuan valued Qin Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped her improve her bloodline and become a genuine Bloodian queen. Normally, if someone like Qin Yu tried to curry favor with him, Sun Yin wouldn't have responded. But now, Sun Yin was also quite enthusiastic toward Qin Yu. Since he had just joined Lin Yuan, it was beneficial for him to build good relationships with Lin Yuan's other subordinates. Additionally, Lin Yuan would be displeased if he behaved arrogantly in front of people Lin Yuan had introduced. Qin Yu's matter was arranged by you. Why don't you communicate more with Senior Sun these few days? You can also decide when Senior Sun goes to the Allen clan. Qin Yu agreed to Lin Yuan's orders and did not linger, knowing Lin Yuan would make the necessary arrangements for Sun Yin. Sun Yin knew Lin Yuan had initially planned to enter the land of the Bloodian ancestors himself. Sun Yin had essentially begged Lin Yuan for this opportunity. Sun Yin told Lin Yuan seriously, Young master, thank you for allowing me to enter the land of the Bloodian ancestors. Do I need to find a way to meet up with you once I enter? Lin Yuan had already made arrangements for Sun Yin. Senior Sun, I'm preparing to head to the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors. The depths are also rife with danger for you. I don't want you to be in danger. Furthermore, autumn and winter have to take care of my sister and me during the operation. They have no time to care about you. Why don't you follow the Bloodians who are going to remain in the periphery and collect more resources? We'll meet again after we leave the land of Bloodian ancestors. Lin Yuan's words seemed to look down on Sun Yin's strength, but it was the truth, which made Sun Yin feel rather depressed. Young master, I'll stay at the periphery of the land of Bloodian ancestors and help you gather information about the Bloodians. Also, I'll be careful to hide my identity and not expose it. After Lin Yuan made all the necessary arrangements, he stayed in the room with Chu Ci. Lin Yuan reached out to help Chu Ci press down the strand of hair on her head and asked, Chu Ci, do you have any thoughts about your new fae? Chu Si was already a mature expert, so she definitely had her own thoughts about the Fae she wanted to contract. Lin Yuan would fully respect Chu Si's decision when it came to Fae contracts. In the beginning, Chu Si was very troubled about her position as a defense-type spirit chi professional because she was more interested in power offense-type phase than defense-type phase. As she grew up, Chu Si had already suppressed this thought. Moreover, the defensive-type phase that Lin Yuan had prepared for her actually had extraordinary offensive methods. My phase are very good at physical defense, but they lack the capabilities to defend against energy. If possible, I want to contract a Fae that can help me increase my energy defense. It's best if this Fae has the ability to remove control restrictions and curses. Lin Yuan smiled when he heard how clear Chu Si was about the Fae she wanted to contract. Lin Yuan had two similar Faes, one of which he had exchanged for creator resources in Fortune Treasure Palace. The other was what Zhong Jiyu had given Lin Yuan when he told him about Chu Si's situation. These two Faes were not bad and met Chu Si's requirements. Lin Yuan took out the two Faes from his spatial equipment. Chu Si looked at the two outstanding Faes that Lin Yuan had summoned and gave him a questioning look. She was not a creator, so she could not identify Faes at first glance. Lin Yuan began introducing them. Chu Si, this avian-type Fae with red, yellow, and green wings is called the curse-breaking light swallow. Its ability to break curses is excellent, and it can use light elements to resist other types of elemental energy. It meets your requirements. The biggest challenge with the curse-breaking light swallow is its bloodline transformation, which is extremely difficult. However, with me around, you don't have to worry about that. To ensure it retains its greatest potential during evolution, its strength will increase relatively slowly. This jellyfish is called the mirror flower nether jellyfish. It's not a traditional aquatic Fae. Like the sky sea, it can live in both water and air. It utilizes three elements: water, air, and darkness. The special energy formed by these elements causes the target to fall into an illusion, making it difficult to extricate themselves. This energy can effectively isolate and suppress the elemental skills of other elements. The mirror flower nether jellyfish can't isolate curses directly, but it secretes a special liquid that can eliminate curse effects. In terms of potential and strength, the mirror flower nether jellyfish doesn't have any shortcomings. There were many Faes that could satisfy Chu Si's requirements, but these two were the most suitable for her other Faes. Chu Si looked at the curse-breaking light swallow and then at the mirror flower nether jellyfish, feeling conflicted. She didn't know which to choose. She glanced at Lin Yuan but didn't ask for his help. For her combat system, the ability to protect elemental energy was more important than breaking curses. If I don't find a suitable Fae in the land of Bloodian ancestors, I plan to contract the mirror flower nether jellyfish. It's more suitable for me than the curse-breaking light swallow. Upon seeing Chu Si make her choice, Lin Yuan put away the curse-breaking light swallow and let her store the mirror flower nether jellyfish in her spatial equipment. Actually, even if you find a suitable Fae in the land of Bloodian ancestors, you can still consider contracting this mirror flower nether jellyfish. As a three-element defensive Fae, it is very rare. It uses the special energy from water, wind, and darkness to create illusions, confusing the enemy and making it easier for you to fight. Lin Yuan was highly inclined toward the mirror flower nether jellyfish, but ultimately, the decision was up to Chu Si. 2 days passed quickly. A day ago, Sun Yin had followed Lalu to the Alan clan. Qin Yu immediately went to meet Lin Yuan. Lord, I've already sensed the location of the land of Bloodian ancestors. After entering it, I'll head to the Scarlet Corridor in the core area of the Scarlet Territory. There's a secret treasure passed down by the Bloodian ancestors in the Scarlet Corridor. The energy stored in this secret treasure can help us teleport. All the Bloodian clans that are qualified to enter the Blood Ancestors' land will head there. There are many blood feuds between the Bloodian clans. When the time comes, there will definitely be some disputes. If there are any conflicts, I hope that you can bear with it. Otherwise, it might affect the timing of entering the land of Bloodian ancestors. I can solve all the problems that arise before entering the land of Bloodian ancestors. Qin Yu did not say it explicitly, but the meaning of her words was to tell Lin Yuan not to be in a hurry to take action. Although she had a Bloodian bloodline, she was not a native of the Scarlet Territory. If she intervened, it was very likely that something would happen. Being targeted by other Bloodian queens would naturally hinder Lin Yuan's trip to the land of Bloodian ancestors. While Lin Yuan was powerful, it was not always the best choice to rely solely on force. Qin Yu, since that's the case, I'll leave everything before entering the land of Bloodian ancestors to you. If you encounter something you can't resolve, just inform me. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Qin Yu was relieved and hurriedly replied, Lord, the other Bloodian queens should be looking for external help too. There shouldn't be any trouble at this time because if the other Bloodian queens cause trouble, they will also be affected. Don't worry, I've become a Bloodian queen after all. I can take care of everything outside. Lord, please follow me to the Scarlet Corridor. As Qin Yu spoke, she took out 5 large robes with a dark red hue and many 6-petal blood bamboo patterns on them. These robes could perfectly cover the body, including the facial features. The 6-petaled blood bamboo was the Elisa clan's emblem. Wearing these 4 blood-red robes could hide Lin Yuan and the others, as well as prove Lin Yuan's identity. However, Qin Yu had no right to decide if she wanted to wear these robes. Lin Yuan would be the one making the decision. Qin Yu was aware of her position in front of Lin Yuan. He was very polite to her, but the entire Elisa clan was nothing but an inconspicuous dependent species to him. Autumn and Winter despised the robes that Qin Yu had brought over, especially since they had the emblem of the Elisa clan. However, Lin Yuan did not care. His purpose for entering the land of Bloodian ancestors was to make a fortune. As a competitor of the other Bloodian clans, it was naturally better for him to keep a low profile under such circumstances. Moreover, Lin Yuan was still training his younger sister, so it was even more difficult to cause a commotion as some Bloodian clans were aware of Lin Yuan's appearance as Black Elise. For example, the Alan clan that Qin Yu had recruited and nurtured. Lin Yuan distributed the 4 robes with 6-petal blood bamboo embroidery and asked, Qin Yu, you said that there are many powerful souls wandering in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Is that true? Ever since Qin Yu had mentioned that there were numerous souls in the land of Bloodian ancestors, Lin Yuan had been thinking about them. Pure soul-type phase like the praying universe soul whale could feed on souls. If there were huge souls for it to absorb, Rememberling could directly absorb and digest them with Gather Soul conversion. By converting these souls into faith power, it could increase his strength. Lin Yuan had been training in the sky beyond the clouds for some time, but he had not found a place where many souls gathered. In advanced worlds like the sky beyond the clouds, there existed their own set of laws in which their souls would quickly dissipate after death. Therefore, there were very few places with large amounts of souls for Rememberling to absorb. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Qin Yu hurriedly replied, There are indeed numerous souls in the land of Bloodian ancestors. These souls are divided into 2 types. One is the violent soul. These souls are the ancestors of the Bloodians who died tragically in the land of Bloodian ancestors. These violent souls have already lost their minds over the long years. They will wantonly attack all life forms they encounter and are also extremely powerful. Hence, every time we encounter these violent souls in the land of Bloodian ancestors, it will cause a lot of trouble. Fortunately, there are some ancestral items left behind in every Bloodian clan, which have the ability to drive away these violent souls. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered when he heard Qin Yu's words, but he did not immediately interrupt. Instead, he waited for Qin Yu to introduce the second type of soul. Lord, the other soul is formed by numerous souls devouring each other. This type is more aggressive but possesses a certain level of intelligence. Before encountering such a soul, our method has always been to try to communicate with it and then trade with it by taking out some soul-type spiritual ingredients. These souls that have been wandering in the land of Bloodian ancestors for a long time have a high chance of knowing where the opportunities and treasures are. Of course, because these souls have intelligence, they are divided into good and evil. The path these souls lead might not be real. In a previous exploration of the land of Bloodian ancestors, The Bloodian Queen who suffered injuries to her roots did so because she followed the guidance of these souls. Therefore, if you really encounter such a soul, I don't recommend you to trade with them, Lord. Upon hearing Qin Yu's introduction, Lin Yuan was enlightened. Lin Yuan had no intention of trading with these souls, but he would be able to obtain the information he desired from them. It was because those violent souls or souls that had developed intelligence in the Bloodian territory were all food to Rememberling. After Rememberling devoured those souls with a certain level of intelligence, it could use them to obtain useful information. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan could gain anything from this trip to the land of Bloodian ancestors, Rememberling would definitely gain a lot. After finishing her introduction, Lin Yuan did not bring up the topic of souls again. Hence, Qin Yu did not initiate further conversation about it with him. Qin Yu was the first Bloodian queen to appear in the Scarlet Territory. Hence, the Elisa clan was currently emphasizing grandeur and display. Qin Yu's carriage was drawn by 8 Holy Spirit blood-scale dragons, rare blood-type dragon species lifeforms. Qin Yu had exerted significant effort to obtain these blood-scale dragons. Before becoming the Bloodian Queen, Qin Yu had refrained from being too ostentatious. However, now she openly displayed her status with a carriage pulled by blood-scale dragons. Her carriage was unique in the Scarlet Territory, and when it passed by, all the other Bloodians would bow and make way. In the distance, a cold-looking, short-haired female Bloodian, riding in a carriage pulled by 9 blood tigers, sneered at the sight of Qin Yu's carriage. Qin Yu has just become a Bloodian queen and is already so arrogant. She'll be taught a lesson sooner or later, for other people sat in the carriage pulled by the 9 blood tigers. Only 2 of them had obvious Bloodian characteristics. They sat quietly, not daring to speak, their eyes revealing fear not of the short-haired Bloodian, but of the 2 individuals outside the carriage. A hoarse, sharp voice spoke from within the carriage. "Jiang Ying, you're an experienced Bloodian queen. There's no need to argue with these newly crowned queens. Even if they are arrogant, they won't dare disrespect you. Focus on building alliances with the other Bloodian queens. Strive for cooperation between our vine snake species and the Bloodian clans to secure practical benefits for us. This way, our vine snakes can reward you more generously. Weren't you recently complaining about the lack of resources from our vine snakes? It's because you haven't been putting in enough effort. Look, after you shared the news of the opening of the land of Bloodian ancestors with us, didn't the king generously grant you those blood jade snakeberries you've been asking for?" The short-haired Bloodian queen's expression remained unchanged, but she felt disgusted and repulsed. Recently, the vine snakes had become stingier with her. They had traded with her too many times and wanted to manipulate her. However, she couldn't escape their control. Firstly, the blood jade snakeberries were extremely useful for improving her bloodline. Secondly, the vine snake's strength had increased rapidly in the past few hundred years, far surpassing that of the Bloodian clan she belonged to. Otherwise, with the vine snakes becoming increasingly greedy and controlling, she would have ended the cooperation long ago. Some Bloodian clans led by other queens have different factions backing them. I've invited you to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors, giving you a chance to engage with them directly. Each of these Bloodian clans will have their queens leading the way. This operation will reveal the depth of the other clans. I've done my part to bring you into the land of Bloodian ancestors. Don't forget your promise to me. This time, I want not just blood jade snakeberries but the entire blood jade snakeberry plant." Upon hearing that, a man with long gray-green hair inside the carriage revealed a sinister smile. The more he looked at the Bloodian queen in front of him, the more he found her interesting. She was truly a combination of beauty and greed. However, her greed was naive. The blood jade snakeberries required watering with venom produced by the vine snakes to mature. The berries themselves were not valuable. The true value lay in the vine snake's venom. Since this beautiful but foolish Bloodian queen wanted it, he would just give her one. There's no problem if you want the entire blood jade snakeberry plant. When we reach the Scarlet Corridor, don't forget to introduce us to the other Bloodian queens. Jiang Ying frowned. "Gu Rong, don't go overboard. You want to interact with the other Bloodian queens in the Scarlet Corridor. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble that might affect our entry into the land of Bloodian ancestors? When you enter and meet the other Bloodian queens, I will introduce them to you then. Jiang Ying really hoped that the vine snakes could build a relationship with the other Bloodian queens. That way they wouldn't keep looking for her. As the saying went, inviting a god was easy, but sending them away was difficult. At that moment, Jiang Ying felt exactly that way. It was not that Jiang Ying was afraid of conflict with the vine snakes. The Linus clan resided in the Scarlet Territory. No matter how rapidly the vine snakes developed, their strength was not sufficient to invade the Scarlet Territory. Most importantly, many transactions between Jiang Ying and the vine snakes were shady. Once they were exposed, it would have a huge impact on the entire Linus clan and would directly affect their reputation among the Bloodians. This was what Jiang Ying was afraid of. Upon hearing that Jiang Ying was willing to introduce the other Bloodian queens to him, the grayish-green-haired man named Gu Rong did not bring up the matter of interacting with the other Bloodian queens in the Scarlet Corridor anymore. Gu Ying did not want to anger Jiang Ying. He had also come with a mission this time. If he did not do this well and that lord blamed the vine snakes, wouldn't he become a scapegoat for the vine snakes? When they arrived at the Scarlet Corridor, Lin Yuan, Chu Ci, Autumn, and Winter followed behind Qin Yu, who wore robes embroidered with the Andra clan's emblem. Lin Yuan silently observed the situation in the Scarlet Territory. He realized that in the Scarlet Corridor, Bloodian clans with king bloodlines would group together. Typically, these small groups were led by a Bloodian clan with a queen bloodline. However, Bloodian clans with Bloodian queens generally existed in a state where one queen wouldn't acknowledge the authority of another. Hence, they typically didn't communicate with one another. Qin Yu didn't have the desire to interact with the other Bloodian clans, but some clans with king bloodlines would take the initiative to greet her. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan recognized one of them, the leader of the Alan clan, Shi Mei. Lin Yuan had interacted with Shi Mei before, and these interactions were almost as frequent as those with Qin Yu. In Lin Yuan's impression, Shi Mei was very smart. Since Shi Mei had approached Qin Yu on such an occasion, the Alan clan must have publicly submitted to the Elisa clan. Being under the command of a Bloodian clan led by a Bloodian queen was an excellent opportunity for the Alan clan, which only possessed a king bloodline. Sun Yin used a brilliant disguise to change his appearance and followed beside Shi Mei. He did not wear the robe that represented the Alan clan. It wasn't that Sun Yin was unwilling to wear it. Rather, Shi Mei truly didn't dare to give such clothes to Sun Yin, a grade 5 creator. Shi Mei was very careful in front of Sun Yin and tried her best to win his favor. If Sun Yin weren't under Lin Yuan's command, he wouldn't even bother to interact with someone like Shi Mei. If a grade 5 creator wanted to make connections with experts and factions, those experts and factions would flock to them. However, due to Shi Mei's relationship with Qin Yu, and Qin Yu being Lin Yuan's subordinate, Sun Yin restrained his temper in front of Shi Mei and was relatively polite to her. Sun Yin noticed that not only Bloodian factions with Bloodian queens were seeking outside help, but also many Bloodian factions with Bloodian kings were doing the same. In the North, South, East, and West universes, it was said that the East universe's Bloodian factions were declining. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. If it were the Bloodian factions from the other 3 universes, they wouldn't have invited so many external factions to help with the land of Bloodian ancestors opening. Furthermore, the Bloodians in the East universe were really not united with each other, especially those clans with Bloodian queens in charge. They simply didn't take the other Bloodian clans seriously. When Sun Yin saw the 4 long-robed figures behind Qin Yu, he knew Lin Yuan was among them. Sun Yin did not greet Lin Yuan brazenly in front of so many people. He only nodded at Qin Yu. Initially, Lin Yuan had anticipated conflicts with so many Bloodian factions gathered in the Scarlet Corridor. However, the major Bloodian clans showed remarkable restraint towards one another, clearly not wanting to forfeit the opportunity to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors. In the center of the Scarlet Corridor stood an altar, with a female statue carved from blood-colored crystal at its heart. This statue bore distinctive Bloodian features. Suddenly, it emitted a bright red light and unleashed a powerful energy. This energy connected directly to the floating land of Bloodian ancestors in the void, linking it with the land of Bloodian ancestors. Winter immediately sent a voice transmission to Lin Yuan. Young master, I hadn't realized the extraordinary nature of this statue before. I thought it was merely an offering to the Bloodian's ancestors. Now it seems that's not the case. There appears to be a powerful Bloodian's body within the statue, as the energy emanated from it. To connect to the floating land of Bloodian ancestors through physical energy, this Bloodian's body must be at least at the pinnacle Holy Spirit level, possibly even surpassing the Domain Mountain class. This statue must have been created during the Bloodian's heyday. If you can obtain it, young master, you will transcend to the level of the top and most ancient Bloodian bloodlines. The Queen bloodline is top-notch for the current Bloodians, but to the ancient Bloodians it is insignificant. Above the Queen is the Empress bloodline, and beyond that, the legendary Great Empress bloodline. Winter's tone turned regretful. Young master, seizing this statue won't be easy. It is connected to the land of Bloodian ancestors, which likely means there are restrictions. To break this connection, we would have to sever the link between the land of Bloodian ancestors and the statue. However, this would cause the land of Bloodian ancestors to drift in the void, preventing any future direct contact with the sky beyond the clouds. Losing this statue would likely mean the Bloodian clans would no longer be able to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors. Upon hearing Winter's words, Lin Yuan's gaze instinctively focused on the statue. He didn't care if the Bloodians could access the land of Bloodian ancestors again. What concerned him was the risk involved in obtaining the Bloodian body. To break the connection between the body and the land of Bloodian ancestors, he would need to find a way inside the land of Bloodian ancestors. Lin Yuan was uncertain how much time he had to explore the land of Bloodian ancestors. If he had enough time, he would thoroughly explore the entire place to witness the glory of the Bloodians' heyday. The moment the statue released the red light, all the Bloodians present turned pale. Qin Yu took out a bright red blood crystal and held it in her hand. Immediately, the aura emitted by the statue resonated with the blood crystal in Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu took a step back, allowing the blood crystal's aura to envelop Lin Yuan and the others behind her. Lin Yuan realized that every Bloodian leader present was holding a blood crystal, but there was a difference in the size of these blood crystals. For example, the largest blood crystal in Qin Yu's hand could envelop Qin Yu and the 4 targets beside her. The smaller blood crystals were in the hands of the Bloodian factions that had the Queen bloodline but were only Bloodian kings. Apart from the leader, they could also bring 2 people along into the land of Bloodian ancestors. The lowest grade of blood crystals was like the one in Shi Mei's hand, which could only bring along 1 person. People kept using blood crystals to teleport into the land of Bloodian ancestors, but Qin Yu didn't teleport. It was because people who were teleported at the same frequency would appear in the same area. Qin Yu didn't want to be teleported to the same area as the other Bloodian queens. Qin Yu only teleported after the other Bloodian queens were done. Lin Yuan, who was enveloped by the blood crystal aura, felt that he had arrived in a world with extremely dense blood energy in just half a minute. Breathing in such rich blood energy, Qin Yu could not help but let out a light moan of joy. At that moment, several berserk souls had already pounced on Lin Yuan and the others. However, after sensing the blood crystal's aura, these berserk souls did not continue to attack. Instead, they scattered into the distance. Lin Yuan realized that the blood crystal Qin Yu was talking about was a treasure that could stop the berserk souls from attacking. Lin Yuan raised his hand and released the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom Rememberling. After Rememberling sensed the violent souls, the horn on its head tapped lightly, and dozens of violent souls in the distance were sucked into its body. After absorbing the souls, Rememberling communicated with Lin Yuan through the souls. Yuan, the strength of these souls is very high, and they have greatly improved me. If I can absorb a few thousand more of these souls, not only will my strength increase, but the effects of my divine kingdom soul will also be strengthened. Seeing that Rememberling could indeed absorb these violent souls, Lin Yuan said, Qin Yu, put this blood crystal away. You've already witnessed that my contracted fae can deal with these violent souls. Based on my observation, your blood crystal has become one size smaller than the original size after the teleportation just now. It seems that resisting these violent souls will also consume the energy of the blood crystal. These blood crystals should have other uses, right? Qin hurriedly said, Lord, you're right. These blood crystals can be used to avoid any risks encountered in the land of the Bloodian ancestors. Each time we avoid danger, the blood crystals shrink. Typically, once the blood crystal disappears, the exploration of the land of the Bloodian ancestors will cease to help reduce casualties. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but think to himself that the ancestors went to great lengths for their survival. However, the existence of these blood crystals had caused the Bloodians to lose their adventurous spirit when entering the land of the Bloodian ancestors, which was detrimental to their growth. It was precisely because they had lost this spirit that the Bloodians didn't gain much from their explorations. In that case, I'll save these blood crystals for when I need them, Lin Yuan then instructed. Remember, Ling, freely absorb all the souls in this world. If you manage to extract any useful information from these souls, inform me directly. The moment Qin put away the blood crystal, she lost its protection and sensed the presence of living beings. Violent souls quickly gathered around. Rememberling, delighted at the easy prey, flapped its tail happily and absorbed all the souls. Using gather soul conversion, it quickly transformed the absorbed soul energy into faith power, rapidly increasing its strength. Lin Yuan thought that if Rememberling continued to grow at this rate, its strength would likely surpass the Holy Spirit level easily. Even a grade 5 creator was just a servant by Lin Yuan's side. Therefore, Qin was not surprised that Lin Yuan could summon such a fae. She carefully put away the blood crystal. Autumn and winter were mainly responsible for protecting Lin Yuan and Chu Xi. In times of danger, it would be hard for them to ensure Qin's safety. This blood crystal could protect her if danger arose. Large amounts of blood-type spiritual ingredients could be found almost everywhere in the land of the Bloodian ancestors. Lin Yuan gave a portion of these ingredients to Qin while keeping some for blood love. These ingredients would be very helpful in improving blood love's strength. Less than 3 hours after entering the land of the Bloodian ancestors, intense energy fluctuations surged from Rememberling's body, and it successfully advanced to the Holy Spirit level. Upon reaching that level, Rememberling's horn grew a few inches longer, but there were no other obvious changes. At present, Rememberling's bloodline was extremely high, making further transformations during its grade advancement process very difficult. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to investigate the Holy Spirit Rememberling. Fae name: Praying Universe Soul Whale, Fae species. Soul Whale species / Single-Horned Whale species, Fae grade. World Emperor, 10 out of 10. Fae type, Soul, Fae quality. Holy Spirit, Divine Kingdom grade. Miniature, abilities. Soul Knot. When faced with the body of a dead target, singing the whale song will combine all the hidden souls in the body and awaken the soul within the target. If there is enough soul in the target's body, the memories in the soul will be activated. Whale fantasy. When faced with an attack, the body can be turned into soul power and spread out into the surroundings. This will be able to dodge any attack. When heavily injured, the soul will attach itself to the closest object. Once out of danger, the soul can resolidify into its original form, singing soul. The soul energy will be spent and the soul's past experiences will be recited. This will help to recover the soul's memories. Whale soul tears. After consuming the fragments of the soul and draining the energy within them, the energy can be released through eyes as sacred items and be used to heal and nourish souls. Sacred Whale Song. When the sacred whale song is sung, curses placed on the soul will be broken. The impurities in the soul will also be cleansed. Whale horn piercing crystal. The whale horn will pick out souls hidden within non-life forms. The remembrance soul whale's soul energy will begin to mold the soul pieces until they solidify into crystals that cannot be returned back into the main body. Soul Universe Guide. The whale horn can communicate with and make prayers to the universe. The collected souls can be guided to its side and universe power will be used to guide the souls while protecting them and preventing them from dissipating. Soul Ability Protection. The whale horn will be used to plead to the universe for power that will add to its own soul power. Its soul power will be used to protect the target's soul and soul body to prevent the soul body from being destroyed and dissipating. Soul spirit extraction. Evaluate a life form's soul energy. With the sacrifice of the same grade and type of bloodline as the other party, their soul can be extracted and contained. Restricted soul sensing. Disset the imprisoned soul of the living or dead in order to use the aura to locate a life form with a similar bloodline. Exclusive skill. Burning soul new life. By using spiritual ingredients full of soul power, the soul energy can be directed to and solidified in the soul. The soul energy can be used to recover damaged souls and return them to whole. Soul remember gift. By combining with the collected dead souls, the dead souls will eventually become soul imprints once they are completely absorbed. When the soul imprint is applied on a life form of the same species, the life form's comprehension ability will be raised, and they will be able to comprehend willpowers and laws more easily. Universe prayer. Cry out in unison with the universe space through its own bloodline. This will earn the chance to communicate with the universe space. After sincerely praying, the whale's tears will be the guide that calls the universe's thoughts and wills to it as a form of direct compensation. Gather soul conversion. A type of energy will be fastened. The absorbed soul will be converted into this type of energy. The body can then absorb this type of energy and use it to strengthen itself. Soul tide whirlpool. Its soul will form a high-speed whirlpool. This whirlpool will be able to increase the response rate of its own soul and increase the concentration of soul power. Soul level blessing. Once the soul of an expert is obtained, the expert soul can be used to bless a life form of the same type. The life form will be able to increase its level quickly and its soul will be strengthened. Divine Kingdom abilities. Soul Spirit Harbor. It will merge with the environment. Once merged, it will be able to gather all the soul energy in the environment and store the soul energy in its own sea of souls. Soul Leaping Tide Spring. Uses a massive amount of soul energy to nurture a spring in the Divine Kingdom. Once this spring is activated, it will spew out a tide of souls. After the tide of souls spews out, the spring that it condenses will disappear. The tide of souls spewed out from the spring can allow the soul of life to soar, exceeding its current soul level. Every life form can only withstand one cleansing of the tide of souls. Lin Yuan was overjoyed when he saw Rememberling's newly obtained Divine Kingdom ability after stepping into the Holy Spirit level. Soul Leaping Tide Spring was a purely functional Divine Kingdom ability and would not increase Rememberling's strength at all. However, it could support other life forms and allow their souls to undergo transition. It could be said that Rememberling's Soul Leaping Tide Spring had a very important effect on every life form. A life form's body composition, mind, spirit, and soul were 4 different levels of power. They were mutually independent but shared a connection. The stronger a life form was, the more important their soul was to them. The soul and spirit were closely related to the power of comprehension. The increase in spiritual energy made it easier for a life form to gain comprehension. The improvement of the soul would increase the level of comprehension of the life form. Rememberling's Divine Kingdom ability, Soul Leaping Tide Spring, could be said to be the best ability for creators to advance. It was comparable to the so-called opportunities mentioned by these creators. All the creators who received Soul Leaping Tide Spring's cleansing found it easier to enhance their abilities. In addition to these creators, entities like the 100 Questions Beast Army were also able to make progress. Even if non-creators received Soul Leaping Tide Spring's cleansing, it would be easier for them to advance to a higher level. Besides faith power, the evolution of life forms also required a certain level of comprehension. However, it would not be easy for Rememberling to use Soul Leaping Tide Spring to nurture a spring in the Divine Kingdom, as condensing one required absorbing numerous souls. Lin Yuan was not preoccupied with the joy of Rememberling obtaining Soul Leaping Tide Spring. Instead, he asked seriously, "Rememberling, how long will it take for you to condense a spring in the Divine Kingdom?" Rememberling sensed carefully before speaking. "Yuan, it's very difficult for me to condense a spring outside because there aren't many souls for me to absorb. Moreover, even if I can absorb some souls, their level and quality would not compare to the ones in the land of bloody and ancestors. In the outside world, It might take me a year or two to condense a spring. However, here, where I can absorb souls freely, I can condense a spring every few minutes. Lin Yuan usually did not have the chance to bring Rememberling along to collect souls. Staying in north of the lonely river, it rarely had the opportunity to absorb many souls. Therefore, Lin Yuan had to seize the opportunity while Rememberling was in the land of bloody ancestors to let it condense more springs in the divine kingdom. The faith country could produce a large amount of faith power continuously. The faith power produced there was enough for Rememberling to advance in the future. Under such circumstances, it would be a waste for Rememberling to use gather soul conversion to convert soul power into faith power. Lin Yuan changed his plan. He no longer allowed the Holy Spirit Rememberling to continue trying to increase its strength in the land of bloody ancestors. Instead, he directed Rememberling to use the souls there to condense more springs in the divine kingdom. Autumn and Winter were pleasantly surprised by the new exclusive skill Rememberling had obtained after reaching the Holy Spirit level. It was equally effective for both of them. Lin Yuan did not let Rememberling stray too far from him. The land of bloody ancestors had many restrictions, and if he was not careful, he might not be able to protect Rememberling, potentially causing it harm. After Autumn and Winter entered the land of bloody ancestors, they frequently took action. However, they had not ventured deep into the land of bloody ancestors and had yet to encounter significant danger. Rememberling did not need to search for souls in the land of bloody ancestors. The fresh aura emitted by Lin Yuan and the others naturally attracted those souls. After Rememberling spent some effort to absorb a soul that clearly had extraordinary intelligence, it hurriedly shared the useful information it had just obtained. Yuan, there's a blood forest 2 kilometers ahead to the right. There's something in this blood forest that I'm very afraid of. There might be treasures there. Before I absorbed the soul, it had already tricked a group of people into heading to the blood forest. Is there a need for us to head to this blood forest and see what's inside? Rememberling knew Lin Yuan's goal in coming to the blood ancestor land was to seek treasures, so he would definitely go wherever there was a treasure. Rememberling had a very good relationship with the flower calamity beautiful devil in the spirit lock spatial zone, which made it more or less addicted to money. There were indeed many resources there, but their quality was too low to interest Lin Yuan. Since Rememberling had found a place where treasures might be hidden, Lin Yuan decided to investigate. He wasn't concerned about whether other Bloodian teams were also heading there. Qin Yu's development in the Scarlet Territory was fraught with challenges. Controlling the territory alone was nearly impossible for her. The other Bloodian queens did not take Qin Yu seriously for one simple reason. She wasn't strong enough. If she could meet promising Bloodian queens from a powerful clan and gain control over them, it would be extremely beneficial for Qin Yu. After bringing Lin Yuan to the land of Bloodian ancestors, Qin Yu was no longer useful there. Previously, Qin Yu had entered the land of Bloodian ancestors twice. The first time, she was forced to escape in less than a day. The second time, she spent 2 to 3 days exploring it. However, as a Bloodian king back then, she only dared to explore the outermost areas. Moreover, the land of Bloodian ancestors was vast, and the location of each teleportation was not fixed. Even more powerful Bloodian clans than the Elisa clan were unlikely to possess a map of the land of Bloodian ancestors. Since Qin Yu couldn't assist Lin Yuan directly, she obediently followed him, working as a collector to help him gather blood-type spiritual ingredients. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan needed these ingredients, she made sure to be useful. Lin Yuan was now close to the blood forest. Upon arrival, he saw 2 Bloodian teams confronting each other. One team consisted of 6 Bloodians, indicating a coalition of 2 or 3 Bloodian clans. The opposing team had only 3 members, 2 Bloodians and 1 individual emitting a strong water elemental aura. It was clear this person was an outsider brought in by a Bloodian king with a queen bloodline. Lin Yuan and his companions had detected these groups. Autumn and Winter had been blocking Lin Yuan, Chu Ci, and Qin Yu's auras, so the opposing parties had not noticed their presence. Qin Yu couldn't help but remark as she watched the 2 Bloodian teams face off. Lord Lin Yuan, I didn't expect the Dolores clan to be allied with the ancient water pythons. I wonder if the Dolores clan or the ancient water pythons will lead this cooperation. The ancient water pythons are quite cunning to collaborate with the Bloodians to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors. Qin Yu's words clearly showed her displeasure toward the ancient water pythons. As a Bloodian queen, Qin Yu actually didn't like other factions infiltrating the Bloodians. The Wave Heavenly River where the ancient water pythons resided was on the south side of the Scarlet Territory, not far from it. Ultimately, the ancient water pythons were only as powerful as a Bloodian clan with a queen bloodline. It was not strength that could instill fear in Qin Yu's heart. On the other side were 3 Bloodian clans with king bloodlines. These 3 Bloodian clans had always been on good terms, so it was not surprising for them to appear here together. Although there were many people on this side, the Bloodian clans with king bloodlines usually wouldn't dare to provoke the Bloodian clans with a queen bloodline. Bloodian clans with the queen bloodline possessed a depth of foundation that Bloodian clans with king bloodlines couldn't match. Therefore, it was not difficult to tell which side these two groups were looking for trouble. Among the 3 Bloodian clans that had the king bloodline, one of them had once taken the initiative to express his loyalty to Qin Yu. Qin Yu had made contact with them before. However, Qin Yu did not explicitly take this clan under her command like the Allen clan, so she did not react when the two sides confronted each other. Her main goal this time was to accompany Lin Yuan to seek treasures in the Scarlet Territory. Lin Yuan's schedule should not be affected by the internal affairs of the Bloodians. At that moment, Qin Yu heard a rough voice. It was a voice that would never come out of an elegant Bloodian. "He Duo, don't hesitate anymore. We can handle the 3 Bloodian clans opposite you. If you can make them submit to the Dolores clan, there will be countless benefits for your clan in the future. This way, it will be more convenient for your clan to trade with our ancient water pythons." In the outside world, the price of a Bloodian has been raised to 800,000 honor absent dollars. A pure-blooded male Bloodian can be sold for 1 million honor absent dollars, while a pure-blooded female Bloodian can be sold for about 1.1 million honor absent dollars. After taking control of these 3 Bloodian leaders, will you still say that you don't have a source of resources in the future? The Dolores clan will benefit the most from our cooperation. You know very well about your friendship. I've always protected your interests in our trades. He Duo, if you continue to hesitate, it will be troublesome if you encounter other Bloodian teams later. This rough voice made the 6 Bloodian members turn pale with fright. He Duo Dolores, as the leader of the Bloodian clan, you're actually involved in selling Bloodians. Aren't you afraid of being expelled and exiled from the Scarlet Territory? Recently, some young Bloodians have been missing. It turns out that it's actually your Dolores clan's doing. When He Duo heard Hen Tao's words, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Selling life forms as goods was prohibited for any species. For various reasons, the Dolores clan had formed a relationship with the ancient water pythons to develop further. They kept tempting her with significant benefits, so she chose to cooperate with them. However, as time passed, the ancient water pythons grew increasingly greedy. They demanded more Bloodians and even began to require pure-blooded ones. Naturally, the rewards given to the Dolores clan also increased. The Dolores clan frequently abducted Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory, so it was inevitable that they would eventually be discovered. Many Bloodian clans had already sent out patrol teams. Despite this, the cooperation between the Dolores clan and the ancient water pythons was too close. The ancient water pythons had leverage over the Dolores clan, making it impossible for He Duo to stop the collaboration. He Duo hated the feeling of being threatened. Hen Tao's words left her no choice but to comply with him and attack the 3 Bloodian clans. The ancient water pythons had obtained too many benefits from selling the Bloodians and were unwilling to relent. However, Hen Tao was too bold. If the Bloodian queen clans heard of this, they would certainly demand an explanation from the ancient water pythons. The latter were not strong enough to deal with those clans with Bloodian queens. Hearing the stern shouts from the Bloodians, He Duo knew she had no choice but to act. Lin Yuan listened with interest. He had long witnessed the chaos in the Scarlet Territory. He wasn't surprised that these prestigious Bloodians were selling their kind as goods while claiming to be noble. Qin Yu was furious when she heard this. If Lin Yuan weren't there, she would have already taken action. Lin Yuan said, "Qin Yu, this matter is probably not as simple as you think. From what the ancient water pythons said, it's clear they regard the sale of bloodians as an industrial chain. It's not possible to open up this chain by working with just one bloodian clan. Furthermore, the ancient water pythons are not as strong as the bloodians, yet they dare to discuss this so brazenly. Either the ancient water pythons collaborate with other stronger bloodian clans, or they have a backer that makes them fearless of the bloodians. Otherwise, the ancient water pythons would be digging their own grave. A species with a death wish wouldn't have survived until now. We don't need to interfere and cause trouble now. These three people won't kill us if they want to control the three bloodian clans. The leaders of the bloodian clans will submit when they're no match for them. They won't just die in vain. When we leave the land of bloodian ancestors, I will help you resolve this matter." Lin Yuan's words made Qin Yu's heart skip a beat. She realized that her thoughts were too simple. The Wave Heavenly River was not far from the Scarlet Territory. The ancient water pythons that resided there had always seemed very courteous to Qin Yu. Qin Yu did not recognize the member of the ancient water python standing beside he duo, which could only mean that he was not a core management member of the ancient water pythons. However, his strength had reached the high-grade Holy Spirit level. It would be understandable if the ancient water pythons had a backer. However, if they were to collaborate with a faction led by a bloodian queen and rely on their power to get those with king bloodlines to carry out deeds, then the internal affairs of the Scarlet Territory would truly be rotten. Lin Yuan's first half-sentence clearly indicated he did not want to deal with the matter now. If Lin Yuan didn't want to get involved, then Qin Yu wouldn't intervene either. However, when Lin Yuan said that he would help her resolve this matter after they left the land of bloodian ancestors, Qin Yu was delighted. At the same time, she felt a sense of dependence on Lin Yuan. There were three reasons why Lin Yuan wanted to solve the business chain behind the ancient water pythons. The most fundamental reason was that Lin Yuan hated human trafficking. He held the values of a modern person with a sense of judgment regarding right and wrong. Trafficking would only bring misfortune even in the sky beyond the clouds. The second reason was that Lin Yuan had to take care of Qin Yu's emotions. Ever since Lin Yuan had taken Qin Yu under his wing, she had never done anything that displeased Lin Yuan. On the contrary, Qin Yu had been consistently handling the tasks entrusted to her by Lin Yuan very well. Hence, Lin Yuan completely acknowledged and regarded her as a member of Sky City. Since Qin Yu was helping Lin Yuan naturally would not mistreat her. The third reason was that Lin Yuan intended to control the Scarlet Territory. As the saying went, a king would never allow others to steal his profits without putting up resistance. This faction was deliberately using the Bloodians as a tool to accumulate wealth and went against Lin Yuan's belief. Therefore, whether it was the ancient water pythons or the other factions behind them, Lin Yuan would find them. If this faction was willing to submit to Lin Yuan, he would arrange a new livelihood for the faction. However, if they were unwilling to do so, Lin Yuan did not mind getting rid of them. In any case, from Lin Yuan's perspective, he would definitely not engage in human trafficking-related businesses. Over the course of his journey, Lin Yuan had indeed grown tougher in heart, especially when dealing with many matters. However, Lin Yuan's bottom line had never changed. "Lord Lin Yuan, thank you for your help. If you hadn't asked me to deal with this faction myself, it would have been very difficult for me to do so." Qin Yu wasn't trying to curry favor with Lin Yuan, but the latter's reminder had prompted her to realize the situation. As opposed to the collaboration between the ancient water pythons and a certain Bloodian queen, Qin Yu hoped that a faction other than the Bloodians was plotting something. Lin Yuan did not intend to care about this matter now but was not in a hurry to leave. He was prepared to see what choice the Bloodian clans involved in this dispute would make. It was clear that the leader of the Dolores clan had been swayed by the ancient water pythons. However, she had yet to make a decision. Nevertheless, for a member of the ancient water pythons to dare to treat Hiduo in such a manner meant he must have been thoroughly prepared. Hiduo glared at him and told the Bloodians questioning her, "Is it so important whether or not our Dolores clan is involved? Have your clans never done anything to harm the Bloodians? Now that you've run into me, It's your misfortune. I'll give you a chance to join the Dolores clan. From now on, your 3 clans will benefit greatly. Your 3 clans haven't seen much development over these past few centuries. Don't you desire a chance to change the status quo? Hiduo's words were skillfully crafted. Although her intent was to control the 3 clans, when spoken by Hiduo, it sounded like she wanted to support them. One of the Bloodian clan leaders was obviously persuaded. However, the 2 other leaders shouted angrily, "Hiduo, don't make it sound so pleasant. This person beside you has already said he's controlling our clans to obtain the Bloodian population and then sell them. Don't even think about using my species as a cradle for your human trafficking." Among all the leaders, this one understood the situation. Hiduo and her companions weren't giving them a chance. Boarding this pirate ship would turn their clan into a breeding ground for Bloodian populations, depleting their foundation. Pure-blooded Bloodians wouldn't casually give their first bite. Every time they did, they were extremely cautious. Casually giving the first bite affected their bloodline. To put it bluntly, giving the first bite meant that the pure-blooded Bloodian had injected their bloodline into the bodies of other life forms to help them transform into pure-blooded Bloodians. When Hiduo tried to persuade the 3 Bloodian leaders, Hen Tao revealed a displeased expression. "Hiduo, why are you talking so much nonsense? They will eventually find out your secret anyway. Lord Lanling has promised that if you develop this industry well, he will help you try to break through to the Queen bloodline. The organization chose you because of your bloodline talent. Don't deceive yourself now. You know what happens if you're rejected by the organization. You've been secretly trafficking Bloodians. If the news gets out, the other Bloodian clans led by Bloodian queens won't let you off either." Upon hearing that, Hiduo trembled in anger, but there was nothing she could do. If Hiduo had known this was the case, she would never have boarded this pirate ship. Hiduo forced herself to calm down and said coldly, "Hen Tao, you don't have to keep threatening me like this. I'm well aware of the assurances I was given when I joined the organization. You're only in charge of cooperating with me. Don't say such threatening words to me, or don't blame me for attacking you." Hen Tao shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Hiduo was no match for him, and she knew this very well. Hiduo's words clearly sounded a little angry from embarrassment. At this time, Hen Tao did not continue to provoke her. If Hiduo was provoked and did something irrational, he would be punished by the organization. After speaking to Hen Tao, Hiduo took a deep breath. Then she started fighting with the Bloodians opposite her. Hiduo needed to vent her anger, and the few Bloodians who were unwilling to submit happened to be targets for her anger. For a moment, the 2 groups fought. Lin Yuan did not leave immediately. Instead, he observed their movements to find out some secret information. The ancient water pythons clearly didn't take these Bloodian clans seriously, making Lin Yuan think an organization was behind them. This organization hid behind the ancient water pythons and most likely had nothing to do with the other Bloodian queens. They chose to cooperate with the Dolores clan because they had taken a fancy to Hiduo's potential and intended to nurture the partner they could control into a genuine Bloodian queen. Then, through Hiduo's influence, they would further expand the Bloodian trafficking industry. What a good plan. He was uncertain how truthful their promises were. If the Lanling mentioned by the ancient water python wasn't a grade 5 creator, he wouldn't have the ability to help Hiduo become a Bloodian queen. Lin Yuan, having assisted Qin Yu into becoming a Bloodian queen, was well aware of the extensive resources required. Only someone indifferent to pure spirit qi, like Lin Yuan, would entertain such a deal. Instead of grooming Hiduo to become a Bloodian queen, it made more sense for the organization to ally with an existing Bloodian queen. The temptation for the Bloodian queens was considerable. However, Hiduo's acceptance of the offer indicated her belief in Lanling's capabilities. Lin Yuan found this faction intriguing. After Hiduo engaged in battle, Hen Tao joined the fray. Bloodian clans with queen bloodlines were indeed stronger than those with king bloodlines. Additionally, the purer the bloodline of a Bloodian, the more formidable it appeared to other Bloodians. The 3 leaders of the Bloodian clans facing Hiduo and Hen Tao were in retreat. One was severely injured and had nearly lost the ability to fight. Yet Hiduo and Hen Tao did not relent. Lin Yuan surmised their intent. They likely planned to eliminate the accompanying members of the three leaders who had ventured into the land of Bloodian ancestors and then coerce the leaders into submission. By recruiting the two Bloodian clans with king bloodlines, they would secure resources for an extended period. Thus, He Duo and Hen Tao executed their deadly maneuvers. Now aware of the situation, Lin Yuan, seeing the Bloodians on the brink of death, turned to Qin Yu and instructed, "Why don't you save those three Bloodians now? Kill that member from the ancient water pythons and discipline those two from the Dolores clan. However, ensure at least the leader of the Dolores clan survives. I need him to convey the message to his backers." Qin Yu was infuriated by He Duo and Hen Tao's actions. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yuan intended to address the matter later. Had he not issued such an order, Qin Yu would have intervened herself. Initially, Qin Yu was puzzled by Lin Yuan's directive to kill the ancient water pythons yet spare the Dolores clan. Upon reflection, Qin Yu understood Lin Yuan's strategy. He aimed to provoke the faction behind the ancient water pythons to target her, drawing them out. If she refrained from killing the ancient water pythons member, she wouldn't be able to justify it to the other three Bloodian clans. Moreover, He Duo would have to accurately report the situation. Should that faction dare to confront Qin Yu, it would indicate their readiness and confidence in defeating her in a single strike. As the intended prey, Qin Yu felt no anxiety. Now part of Lin Yuan's strategy, she trusted him to ensure her safety. Qin Yu immediately unleashed her aura. Hen Tao and He Duo, sensing Qin Yu's presence, were visibly alarmed. They had not anticipated encountering a Bloodian queen so soon in the land of Bloodian ancestors, particularly during their assault on other Bloodians. Typically, a Bloodian queen would ignore clan conflicts in the land of Bloodian ancestors. However, if the opposing Bloodians sought help and highlighted trafficking issues, a Bloodian queen would not remain indifferent. Unless the Bloodian queen was complicit with the organization, He Duo dismissed the likelihood of such a coincidence. If this organization had access to a Bloodian queen, why would they expend so much effort on him? Originally, the three Bloodians had despaired, aware they could be killed at any moment. Yet, they hadn't anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. They called for help toward Qin Yu. Hen Tao, using all his strength, prepared to execute them. In the land of Bloodian ancestors, seeking external assistance was permissible, especially for Bloodian clans led by a Bloodian queen. As long as the deaths remained unreported, the two could easily downplay the incident. However, the disparity between the two sides wasn't vast enough for a direct overpowering. Qin Yu raised her hand and unleashed a blood whip, striking Hen Tao forcefully. The blow nearly cost Hen Tao his life. Following Qin Yu's lead, another blood whip lashed out, restraining the 8 Bloodians present. Feigning ignorance, Qin Yu inquired with a frown, "I heard mention of a trafficking situation involving Bloodians. Have you discovered anything?" Recently, many Bloodian clans have disappeared, including members from our Elisa clan. Hen Tao, reeling from the whip's impact, lay on the ground struggling to breathe and unable to speak. He Duo stared at Hen Tao in disbelief. Had this organization truly attacked a Bloodian clan led by a Bloodian queen, they must be incredibly audacious to undertake such an act. Hen Tao was equally astonished. His organization only sold the Bloodians for income. They were rather careful and wouldn't attack the members of the clans with Bloodian queens. Could it be that other factions were also selling the Bloodians? If that were the case, his faction wouldn't be implicated. Hen Tao knew that He Duo didn't trust the organization to begin with. The Bloodian queen's words probably made He Duo suspect that the organization was secretly taking action. The 3 members of the Bloodian clans were very respectful to Qin Yu. Like a bamboo tube spilling beans, they told Qin Yu about He Tao and He Duo's coercion against them. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately dealt with He Tao and raised her hand to whip He Duo. The whip hit He Duo's face hard, and blood instantly dyed most of her face red. "I still have to explore the land of Bloodian ancestors. I don't have time to pass judgment on you now. When we get out, we'll inform the other Bloodian clans of this matter along with the factions behind you." Then all the Bloodian clans will jointly pass judgment on your Dolores clan. As a Bloodian, it's a serious crime to sell Bloodians. Upon hearing Qin Yu say that she would judge He Duo and the Dolores clan after leaving the land of Bloodian ancestors, the three Bloodians couldn't say anything. They greeted Qin Yu respectfully and immediately left. They were afraid that He Duo would attack them after Qin Yu left. Having lost her helper and being severely injured, He Duo might not be a match for them. However, if He Duo went crazy and sacrificed her bloodline, she could still take away 2 of their members. The leaders of the 3 Bloodian clans did not want to suffer unnecessary casualties, as the members who had followed them into the land of Bloodian ancestors were all top combatants in their clans, and the clans could not afford to lose any one of them. After the other Bloodians left, Qin Yu first walked toward the Blood Forest before returning to Lin Yuan in a roundabout manner. Qin Yu said softly, "Lord, are there any drawbacks to what we're doing? What if He Duo doesn't inform the faction behind her? Or if the faction behind her receives He Duo's report but doesn't do anything?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan said firmly, "He Duo is probably in a mess now. She won't just wait around for judgment to be passed on her. She's bound to take action before that. The faction behind her is the only one that can protect her. If the faction behind her doesn't interfere in this matter, it will be equivalent to abandoning the ancient water pythons and the industrial chain. It's impossible for this faction to be willing to suffer such a huge loss. If I haven't guessed wrongly, He Duo will not continue exploring the land of Bloodian ancestors. Instead, she will immediately leave and report the situation to the faction behind her. When you and the members of the 3 Bloodian clans leave the land of Bloodian ancestors, you will most likely be targeted immediately. If I'm wrong, at most, I'll let Autumn and Winter dig deeper into the faction behind it through the ancient water pythons. We have a lot of interrogation methods at our disposal. It's very easy to pry open their mouths." After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan waved at Qin Yu. "We've already been delayed for dozens of minutes. Let's head straight to the Blood Forest now. Remember, Ling discovered another good place after devouring the souls. There might be some Bloodian inheritance there. If you can obtain the ancient heritage of the Bloodians, you will most likely have a chance to improve your bloodline. The Queen bloodline is already the pinnacle for the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory, but it is only ranked in the upper middle tier in the Bloodians' heritage. Above the Queen are the 2 bloodlines of the Empress and the Great Empress. You've devoted yourself to working for me. You can continue transforming your bloodline in the future. If you can find anything in the land of Bloodian ancestors that can improve your bloodline, I'll give it to you first." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Qin Yu was exhilarated. If others heard Lin Yuan's words, they would think he looked down on the Queen bloodline and was biting off more than he could chew. How could Qin Yu obtain the Empress bloodline and the Great Empress bloodline so easily? On the contrary, Qin Yu did not feel that way at all when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Just the fact that Lin Yuan could bring along a grade 5 creator as an attendant proved that his words were not empty boasts. However, Qin Yu did not have much confidence in herself and doubted her ability to undergo transformation. After all, she had spent a lot of effort to become the Bloodian Queen. "Young master, thank you for your love. I'm just afraid that my limited talent will let you down and waste this rare opportunity." Qin Yu felt that she had to say what she needed to say first. At present, Qin Yu was already very satisfied that she could follow Lin Yuan and obtain his resources. If she let Lin Yuan down because of bloodline evolution and Lin Yuan no longer invested as many resources in her in the future, then her loss would outweigh her gain. Qin Yu had an extremely clear understanding of her own talent. Even though her words might disappoint Lin Yuan, it was still better than enduring the inexplicable pressure. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and encouraged Qin Yu. "Being able to become a Bloodian Queen by yourself is already an extremely rare feat. Resources are more important than talent in improving bloodlines. With resources, even those with mediocre talents can easily achieve significant improvements. Currently, in the Scarlet Territory, I've only taken you, a Bloodian Queen, under my wing. Naturally, resources will be prioritized for you." While Lin Yuan and Qin Yu were talking, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Blood Forest. The blood forest was formed by strange red trees. These trees contained extremely dense blood-colored energy, making them extremely outstanding blood-type spiritual ingredients. Qin Yu told Lin Yuan in an extremely serious tone. I can even absorb the energy in this blood forest, Lord. There must be treasures underground that can provide nourishment for its growth. I can sense that someone has already begun to absorb the blood-type energy in this blood forest. Judging from the speed of absorption, the person absorbing it is most likely a Bloodian queen. I'm just not sure who it is. This time, every Bloodian clan with a Bloodian queen has found helpers to enter the land of Bloodian ancestors. Therefore, if we want to enter, we will definitely have to go against these Bloodian queens. At that time, you will have to make a move, Lord. I'm most likely no match for the Bloodian queens. Qin Yu didn't mean that she didn't want to contribute, but she was speaking the truth. She was a Bloodian queen for less than a year. In terms of strength, she was no match for the other Bloodian queens. This was also the reason Qin Yu didn't dare to provoke the other Bloodian queens, even though she acted high profile in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Lin Yuan was very enthusiastic about meeting a Bloodian queen in the blood forest. Qin Yu, how did the blood curse that I asked you to condense before turn out? Condensing blood curse was something only a Bloodian could do when they reached the level of a queen. It required expending their own bloodline energy, which would waste their bloodline potential, making it an extremely unprofitable transaction. The blood curse's purpose was to control those Bloodians who had the same bloodline as oneself. In other words, a Bloodian queen could use the blood curse to control another Bloodian queen. Qin Yu knew Lin Yuan's intentions when he first asked her to condense the blood curse. He wanted to quickly control the Scarlet Territory by controlling the other Bloodian queens. Lin Yuan had the intention to establish himself as the leader of the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory. In comparison, the bloodline expended to condense the blood curse seemed completely insignificant. Young master, how could I dare not take seriously the tasks you entrusted to me? I've already condensed 4 blood curses during this period. I've basically used all the creator resources you provided me to condense them, which was why my strength has not improved much. If you have any instructions, I can use the blood curse at any time. Looking at the expectant expression on Qin Yu's face and the 4 blood curses she had condensed during this period, Lin Yuan could sense Qin Yu's ambition. Lin Yuan did not dislike Qin Yu's ambition at all. In his opinion, only ambitious people could achieve great things. He didn't want his subordinates to start slacking off. Let's go in and take a look. We can't let them absorb all the energy in the land of Bloodian ancestors. It's also a good opportunity to assess the capabilities of these helpers recruited by the Bloodian clans. In addition to intentionally hunting down the Bloodian clans with Bloodian queens to control the Scarlet Territory, Lin Yuan harbored intentions to control the allies recruited by them. Through this trip to the land of Bloodian ancestors, Lin Yuan wanted to control more factions. It was the only way for Sky City to develop rapidly in the sky beyond the clouds. Qin Yu had just released her aura when she heard a stern shout. Can't you sense someone is collecting resources here? This blood forest belongs to our Adana clan. You have no right to access the resources within a radius of 500 kilometers. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to show you our strength. The Adana clan was a very ancient clan in the Scarlet Territory. Their current queen was an old fellow who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The queen of the Adana clan usually lived in seclusion and did not reveal much of her sharpness. In the Scarlet Territory, the queen of the Adana clan displayed her domineering side for the sake of resources. If Qin Yu were alone, she would never dare to compete with her. However, with Lin Yuan there was really nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, there was a high chance that she could control this queen of the Adana clan through the blood curse. The other party could sense her aura and recognize her identity. Despite acknowledging who she was, the other party still spoke in such a disrespectful manner and didn't give her any face at all. Qin Yu shouted, "This is the land of Bloodian ancestors. The resources were jointly left behind by our ancestors for our various Bloodian clans. Why should this blood forest belong exclusively to your Adana clan? Furthermore, your Adana clan wants to claim the resources within a 500-kilometer radius. Tina, you're too domineering. Such behavior will only bring trouble to your Adana clan. Qin Yu's words were full of attack, stunning Tina for a long time. When Qin Yu revealed her aura, Tina immediately recognized her. If there was someone who did not abide by the rules, then the person should be Qin Yu and not herself. The resources in the land of Bloodian ancestors could indeed be snatched, but for Bloodian queens, there was no need to compete for resources as the resources within it were not scarce. Everyone could just search for their own resources. There was no need to snatch them from each other. Even though the blood crystals in the hands of the Bloodian queens were much larger, they still wouldn't be able to stay in the land of Bloodian ancestors for too long. If they still fought over resources under such circumstances, wouldn't that be equivalent to becoming a fool? Tina's strength was much higher than Qin Yu, who had just become a Bloodian queen. When Qin Yu sensed her aura, she should have left immediately. She had never restrained her aura. It was Qin Yu's fault for revealing her aura and fighting over the resources when she was collecting them. It was already good enough that she did not find trouble with Qin Yu. The elderly man standing beside Tina, with many strange black patterns on his body, exclaimed, "You should be one of the strongest among the queens in the Scarlet Territory. Why is it that someone wants to snatch resources from you? It will take some time for you to absorb this blood forest. I'll help you chase this Bloodian queen away. After you leave the land of Bloodian ancestors and return to the Scarlet Territory, you can explain it to her properly. She has to pay a price for being so insensible." Upon hearing that, Tina said gratefully, "I'll have to trouble you. You've helped me this time in the land of Bloodian ancestors. In the future, when the cursed tattoo demon minks initiate your trial, I will also help you sincerely." Tina had been staying in the Scarlet Territory with the Adana clan, but her mind was no longer on the Scarlet Territory itself. Tina had always wanted to bring the Adana clan out of the Scarlet Territory. She believed it would be very difficult for a clan to develop in the Scarlet Territory. The few Bloodian clans that had left the Scarlet Territory previously had always been in contact with her. Those clans weaker than the Adana clan back then were now much stronger than them. With her strength and charisma, Tina had been on good terms with many powerful species. After Tina had her helper reprimand Qin Yu, she planned to use the blood curse to control her. Among all the queens in the Scarlet Territory, Qin Yu was undoubtedly the easiest to control. Having been a Bloodian queen for less than a year, she couldn't have any significant trump cards. This cursed tattoo demon mink elder was not afraid of Qin Yu. Approaching her, he said playfully, "A newly promoted Bloodian queen dares to compete with a veteran Bloodian queen for resources? Looks like your brain isn't too good. If I were you, I would have hidden far away when I sensed the auras of the other Bloodian queens." Qin Yu did not waste her breath on this powerhouse from the cursed tattoo demon minks. She knew about them. The cursed tattoo demon minks had always been on good terms with the Adana clan, and their relationship was unusually close. It was rumored that the cursed tattoo demon minks had sent some of their descendants to the Adana clan, allowing Tina to bite them. There was once a rumor that the leader of the cursed tattoo demon minks had a crush on Tina. Qin Yu believed this to be true. For example, Qin Yu herself had many admirers from other species. However, admiration alone could not strengthen the relationship between two species. More importantly, their interests had to align. Lin Yuan intended to use the blood curse to control Tina and the Adana clan. The cursed tattoo demon minks, who were on good terms with the Adana clan, were also resources for Lin Yuan. The cursed tattoo demon minks and ancient water pythons all had territories near the Scarlet Territory. Perhaps the cursed tattoo demon mink elder in front of him would become his colleague in the future. Hee, you think my brain isn't good, but I think you're pitifully stupid. Is Tina the only one who can call for help? Do you think I can't call for help? With that, Qin Yu circulated the energy in her body and began to absorb the blood energy contained in the blood forest. Just as the cursed tattoo demon mink elder was about to speak, he felt a murderous aura envelop him. Tina was also enveloped by this murderous aura. She felt as if she had fallen into a quagmire and had completely lost the ability to move. Lin Yuan's figure appeared in front of Tina and the cursed tattoo demon mink elder. Lin Yuan told Tina, Now you can be considered my prisoners. You are the current queen of the Adana clan, right? If you want the Adana clan to continue to develop, accept the control of Qin Yu's blood curse. Otherwise, I'll lock you up until you say yes. I don't want to use too much force. I hope you won't give me this chance. After speaking to Tina, Lin Yuan turned to the cursed tattoo demon mink elder. I wonder what kind of status you have in the cursed tattoo demon minks. If you can speak up for the species, I will spare your life. If you can't, you can join the Adana clan and become one of the Bloodians bitten by Tina. When Lin Yuan said this, his tone was very relaxed, as if he were an inexperienced young master from a large faction. However, Lin Yuan's seemingly ridiculous claims could be executed when he displayed his strength. For example, Tina and Kobachi were no longer able to control their own fates. As long as Lin Yuan gave the order, this expert whose aura Tina and Kobachi could not even sense would eliminate them. Tina and Kobachi's emotions were very complicated. Tina had originally planned to use the blood curse she had created to control Qin Yu. However, she now realized that Qin Yu's blood curse was about to control her. Qin Yu did not threaten to kill her if she refused to comply. Instead, he warned that if she did not agree, he would force her into submission, subjecting her to humiliation and torture until she complied. Tina had little choice. If she, a Bloodian queen, died here, the Adana clan would fall into desolation. Even without Qin Yu's intervention, other Bloodian queens would covet the Adana clan's resources. If Lin Yuan were only threatening Tina and making her future seem bleak, she might not necessarily obey him. However, when Lin Yuan mentioned giving Kobachi the first bite, it indicated that he had placed an expert within the Adana clan, which could greatly benefit them. Tina knew this was unlikely because Kobachi was a core elder of the cursed tattoo demon minks and ranked among the top 3. Based on her understanding of Kobachi, she knew he would sensibly choose to submit. With Kobachi already deciding to submit, Tina knew that refusal would lead to dire consequences. She sensed a killing intent from Autumn, accompanied by an abnormally cold aura. The handsome man before her did not care about her life. If the young man opposite him gave the order, she would likely be dealt with. For species living in the sky beyond the clouds, the fear was not of being controlled by stronger forces but of their species' extinction. Kobachi observed Tina's hesitation and knew she was struggling to resolve the situation. While Kobachi had a good relationship with Tina, he was unwilling to become a Bloodian by her bite. The pressure high-level Bloodians exerted on lower-level ones was too great, and Kobachi would not allow himself to become Tina's subordinate. Gritting his teeth, Kobachi said, "I am the core elder of the cursed tattoo demon minks and hold significant influence among them. What orders do you have, Lord?" He immediately adjusted his attitude towards Qin Yu and lowered his head. Lin Yuan was pleased with Kobachi's response. His quick adaptation showed his intelligence. The cursed tattoo demon minks have a good relationship with the Adana clan. I hope you can persuade the Bloodian queen beside you to be controlled by Qin Yu through the blood curse and become one of my subordinates. Otherwise, the cursed tattoo demon minks will become a dependent species of the Elisa clan. Kobachi quickly turned to Tina, urging her to comply. Even if the cursed tattoo demon minks became a dependent species of the Adana clan due to the youth before them, their friendship with Tina would mitigate the situation. However, becoming dependent on the Elisa clan would be far worse. Though he had never interacted with Qin Yu before, Kobachi's previous attitude toward her indicated that she might hold a grudge. Seeing that Tina had yet to make a decision, Kobachi helplessly sent her a voice transmission. "Tina, you don't want to suffer before agreeing, right? Do you think Qin Yu will only control you when there are so many Bloodian queens in the land of Bloodian ancestors? The faction that Qin Yu has joined is powerful. We can't resist it. If this faction helps Qin Yu control the other Bloodian queens, your current attitude will make the Adana clan's position extremely awkward. A faction like this won't give you an out. You have to know how to give yourself an out. My attempt to persuade you now can be considered a step down." Tina agreed with Kobachi's words. If not for having no choice, she would not have chosen to submit. However, Tina was somewhat unwilling to give up. If someone used a blood curse to control her, she would be at their mercy. Once the blood curse entered her body, Qin Yu would be able to strip away her bloodline and even control her life and death. Such a life was not easy to live. Tina knew that if she did not agree now and angered this youth, it would be too late. She could only lower her head and say, "Lord, I, Adana Tina, am willing to submit to you. I just don't know if you can give me a chance. Don't let Qin Yu control me through the blood curse. My bloodline and talent are much stronger than Qin Yu's. I can do whatever Qin Yu can do under you. I can even do it better than Qin Yu. I hope you can fulfill my wish." Tina immediately knelt on the ground and looked at Lin Yuan with a pleading gaze. Lin Yuan was surprised to see this, but Kobachi was relieved. He knew very well that Tina was willing to fight and would never submit to anyone easily. Therefore, Tina would fight for herself. Kobachi hoped that Lin Yuan would fulfill Tina's wish. If he agreed to Tina's request, it would raise her status in Lin Yuan's eyes, improving the cursed tattoo demon Mink's situation. Qin Yu did not expect Tina to have such a trick up her sleeve. She was extremely nervous. She knew that Tina's talent was far greater than her own. As a subordinate, Tina was more qualified and suitable to control the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu feared that Lin Yuan might choose to abandon her if he had a better option and allow Tina to control her instead. If Lin Yuan decided to do this, Qin Yu would have no choice but to obey. Lin Yuan could sense Qin Yu's nervousness. When he looked at Qin Yu, she did not even dare to meet his gaze. Tina was extremely smart and knew how to fight for opportunities. However, Lin Yuan had promised Qin Yu that he would not go back on his word. As a leader, breaking his word would undermine the trust of his subordinates. Lin Yuan could not afford to do that. Thus, Lin Yuan gave Qin Yu a reason to feel secure. "Qin Yu joined my army a few months earlier than you. Everything is first come, first served. I'm sure you don't want the Bloodian Queen who joined my army later to surpass you. Still Qin Yu controlling you through the blood curse. Qin Yu has only condensed 4 blood curses and can only control 4 Bloodian Queens. If Qin Yu cannot control more candidates, I can hand them over to you. Since you're a veteran queen, I trust you to assist Qin Yu without any issues." Lin Yuan's words touched Qin Yu. Besides being extremely generous to his subordinates, he was a man of his word. Unlike other leaders, he did not focus on short-term gains and losses. Tina was slightly disappointed by Lin Yuan's words. It had become her fate to be controlled by Qin Yu, and there was no possibility of changing it. However, she was also surprised by Lin Yuan's revelation that Qin Yu had only joined him a few months ago. Lin Yuan's attitude toward his subordinates made Tina realize that leading the Adana clan in submitting to Lin Yuan was not impossible. Several clans in the land of Bloodian ancestors had a Bloodian queen. By assisting Qin Yu, she had a chance to use the blood curse to control other Bloodian queens, potentially becoming Lin Yuan's second-in-command in the Scarlet Territory. Tina was not afraid of Qin Yu's opinion of her. After all, she was more powerful than Qin Yu. The latter would definitely want the situation to improve if she worked for Lin Yuan, so she would rely on Tina in the future. With her reputation and status among the Bloodians, her influence was much higher than Qin Yu's. However, Tina had no intention of undermining Qin Yu. If she subtly manipulated Qin Yu, it would be equivalent to defying Lin Yuan's orders. Tina obediently accepted the control of Qin Yu's blood curse before standing behind her. She did not continue to fight with Qin Yu for the dense blood energy in the blood forest. Since she had arrived at the blood forest first, Tina knew more about its situation. She told Lin Yuan, "Young master, there's a blood beast that's likely to have surpassed the level of the spirit territory buried under this blood forest. However, due to the passage of time, the energy in the blood beast's body has almost completely dissipated, leaving only a few bones. These bones have completely turned into jade and look like dark red blood jade. The changes in the bones must be because the bone marrow inside hasn't been lost." Tina had an awkward expression on her face. "Actually, when I first came to the blood forest, I had already started digging. If it weren't for the fact that Kobachi and I couldn't break through this blood bone with our strength, I would have most likely absorbed the bone marrow by now. Why don't we leave these blood bones to Sister Qin Yu? If these blood bones can be broken, the advanced blood energy inside will definitely allow Sister Qin Yu's bloodline and strength to improve further. Tina had just offended Qin Yu because she wanted to compete for power with Qin Yu when she was under Lin Yuan's command. But right now, power still belonged to Qin Yu and she was only Qin Yu's assistant. Tina was very willing to curry favor with Qin Yu under such circumstances. Qin Yu did not appreciate Tina's kindness. On the contrary, she felt that Tina was being too presumptuous. Tina was used to being the queen of her clan, so she always spoke as if she was the decision-maker. However, Tina was only one of her assistants. Even Qin Wai rarely had the chance to get close to Lin Yuan, let alone Tina. All the resources Lin Yuan obtained after entering the land of Bloodian ancestors belonged to him. Lin Yuan could reserve and allocate these resources at will, and Tina's suggestion was more like a decision-making stance. She definitely should not take such an attitude when facing Lin Yuan. Qin Yu did not choose to watch from the sidelines at a time like this because Tina was not her enemy. Instead, she would be a great help in controlling the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu hurriedly said, "Tina, it's not up to you to decide to whom Master should give these resources. It's not up to you to interfere. Hurry up and apologize to Master." Qin Yu acutely sensed autumn and winter, standing beside Lin Yuan, had displeased expressions when Tina spoke. The way they looked at Tina also became sharper. The two of them were Lin Yuan's staunch supporters. If Tina continued to treat Lin Yuan like that, it was very likely that she would be dealt with. After all, Lin Yuan had not taken Tina in as his subordinate. He had only used the blood curse that Qin Yu had condensed to control Tina. Tina immediately realized that she had overstepped her bounds upon hearing Qin Yu's reminder and hurriedly switched from kneeling to kowtowing as she spoke in a terrified voice. "Lord, I have no intention of using of these resources, nor do I dare to make a decision for you. I only made a suggestion. I hope you can understand, Lord." Lin Yuan was not dissatisfied with Tina's attitude. It was normal for a veteran Bloodian queen like Tina to be unable to change her attitude after being taken under his wing. If these jade-shaped blood bones came from a blood beast whose strength surpassed domain mountain class, these blood bones would be extremely useful to all blood type phase. Compared to letting Qin Yu, a Bloodian, absorb them, these blood bones were undoubtedly much more useful to blood love. "I have my own arrangements for these blood bones. I'll collect them later. Let Qin Yu absorb the blood energy in this blood forest." Qin Yu was not displeased at all that she did not obtain these blood bones. In Qin Yu's opinion, Lin Yuan had given her enough. Being able to absorb the blood energy in this blood forest was enough to increase Qin Yu's strength. As long as she worked hard for Lin Yuan, she would definitely receive a lot of rewards in the future. Qin Yu had experienced Lin Yuan's charity more than once. While Qin Yu had gone to collect the blood energy in this blood forest, Lin Yuan had already picked up 6 blood bones. Winter could not help but say with a sigh, "Young master, only a place like the land of Bloodian ancestors can give birth to such a strange object. If not for the fact that the blood energy is so dense, even if a blood-type creature with strength that surpasses domain mountain class died in the outside world, such a blood bone would not have condensed. These blood bones contain a portion of the bloodline of this blood beast when it was alive. Young master, you can absorb this bloodline through the body of all spirits. This is quite beneficial to you. To a certain extent, this blood beast's strength represented the strength of its bloodline. The stronger the bloodline that Lin Yuan's body of all spirits absorbed, the greater the enhancement it would provide when activating the bloodline. Lin Yuan looked at the blood bones and could not help but think of the Realm Abyss Red Lotus Seeds effects. Its lotus seeds could revive living beings through their bloodlines. In other words, if Lin Yuan wanted to, he could use these blood bones to revive this blood beast. He could even use the business flourishing flower to cultivate the Realm Abyss Red Lotus. Many of the functional phase in Lin Yuan's hands seemed to be incompatible, but in fact, they could interact with each other in terms of abilities. Lin Yuan did not intend to waste too much time in this blood forest. Lin Yuan had a pure Bloodian bloodline. When he activated the body of all spirits, he was no different from a traditional Bloodian. Qin Yu's information was limited, so there was no need for Lin Yuan to insist that she stay by his side. However, if he wanted to leave the land of Bloodian ancestors, he needed to use the blood crystal. Qin Yu had not used her blood crystal much. As a Bloodian queen, Tina definitely had blood crystals on her. Lin Yuan felt that it was better to let Qin Yu and Tina work together. With their strength, they could control the other Bloodian queens. At that time, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient for Lin Yuan to move by himself if he had a blood crystal. Otherwise, he would waste a lot of time bringing Qin Yu around with him. Lin Yuan shared his thoughts with Autumn and Winter. Autumn couldn't help but say, "Young master, you should have decided to act alone a long time ago. Bringing Qin Yu along won't help you at all. Entering the land of Bloodian ancestors is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's move quickly. Winter and I will protect you and the young lady while we sweep the battlefield alone. With Rememberling, we can even explore the entire land of Bloodian ancestors. The deeper we go, the more blood energy there will be. The land of Bloodian ancestors is a mystic realm dedicated to the Bloodians. For it to have existed for so long, there must be a huge secret. There might even be an ancient heritage related to the revival of the Bloodians. You also have their bloodline. If the other Bloodians can take it, so can you." Autumn looked down on the Bloodians of the East Universe. As the largest gathering place of the Bloodians in the East Universe, the strength of the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory was too weak. From the moment he entered the land of Bloodian ancestors, he felt that Qin Yu was a burden. Lin Yuan had no problem controlling the Scarlet Territory, but there was no need to waste so much time on the Bloodians. Winter agreed with Autumn. "Young master, I can crush 3 soul crystals. Each soul crystal contains the power of my attack. Give them to Qin Yu, and they'll be enough for her and Tina to deal with the other Bloodian queens." Winter was more meticulous than Autumn when thinking about things. Autumn could see the problem clearly, but Winter knew what Lin Yuan was worried about. Due to the fact that every Bloodian clan with a queen had invited external help, the situation contained too many uncertainties. With just Qin Yu, Tina, and the cursed tattoo demon minx, there was a high chance that something would happen to them if they were to fight against the people from the queen clans. As long as he gave Qin Yu insurance, Lin Yuan would naturally not have to worry about her safety. Lin Yuan was relieved to hear that. He knew how strong Winter was. Winter's insurance was enough for Qin Yu and Tina to recruit the other Bloodian queens as their subordinates. Lin Yuan gave Qin Yu some instructions. Qin Yu had no complaints about Lin Yuan wanting to act separately from her. Instead, she was very happy. Qin Yu had always had a clear understanding of her own abilities. If she followed Lin Yuan, not only would she be a burden but would also slow down Lin Yuan's progress. If Lin Yuan wanted to explore the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors and encounter danger, Qin Yu was not sure if she could survive. Controlling the other Bloodian queens to unify the Scarlet Territory was something that Qin Yu did not even dare to dream of in the past. Now, there was finally a chance to realize it. Moreover, Winter had given her 3 insurance policies. "Master, since that's the case, I don't have to rush to absorb the energy in the blood forest. If I absorb the blood energy here in such a hurry, it will cause considerable waste. After I'm done absorbing the blood energy, I'll work with Tina. Before we leave the land of Bloodian ancestors, Tina and I will strive to control all the Bloodian queens." Qin Yu, a newly promoted Bloodian queen, did not have much authority or power among the Bloodians. But Tina was different. Tina was on good terms with many Bloodian factions. If Tina was willing, she could contact many Bloodian factions. With Tina's connections, it would be very easy for her to trick the other Bloodian queens into completing Qin Yu's plan. Qin Yu had always been a highly strategic individual, with her own plans to use Tina's connections to attract and entice the other Bloodian queens. Tina held significant prestige among the Bloodians. Although she was involved in managing the Scarlet Territory as Qin Yu's assistant, it was likely that the other Bloodian queens would recognize only Tina, not Qin Yu. If Tina were to be manipulated, it would prove to Lin Yuan that Qin Yu was inadequate. To prevent this, the best approach was to diminish Tina's status and reputation among the other Bloodian queens. Qin Yu believed that Tina could sense her intentions. At this moment, Tina looked at Qin Yu with a hint of resentment. This was because Qin Yu had just sent her a voice transmission to explain her thoughts. No matter how reluctant Tina was, she had to obey Lin Yuan's orders. Lin Yuan had already set off again and arrived at a mountain valley following Rememberling's instructions. In the past, this mountain valley must have been an extraordinarily magnificent construction. However, now more than 95% of it had turned to dust, leaving only a small portion of the wreckage. The remaining fragments were also deteriorating. Lin Yuan sensed a faint, obscure energy fluctuation in the area. This energy had a hint of temptation. When Lin Yuan activated the Bloodian bloodline in his body through the body of all spirits, the temptation became especially evident, stimulating his Bloodian bloodline's desires. Lin Yuan felt that this loss of control was abnormal. Rather than a resource for Bloodian descendants, it seemed more like a trap. Autumn had already assessed the situation and exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master, Winter and I once witnessed the peak of the Bloodians and visited the land of Bloodian ancestors. Back then, the land of Bloodian ancestors was called the Sacred Red Blood Abyss, where the Bloodians resided. Outside the Sacred Red Blood Abyss, on the dark blood plains, lived numerous dark races that depended on the Bloodians. In my memory, the land of Bloodian ancestors faced two major crises. The first was an intense internal strife. 3 peak Bloodian empresses conspired against the Bloodian Great Empress, whose lifespan was nearing its end. Ultimately, the 3 Bloodian empresses perished, and the Blood Great Empress used their energy to extend her own lifespan. The second crisis involved a war with a demon insect empire. Both sides engaged in a prolonged conflict. This demon insect empire conquered the dark blood plains, and the Bloodians' dependent species were nearly annihilated. However, the Bloodians managed to defend the Sacred Red Blood Abyss. In the end, the Bloodians emerged victorious, destroying the demon insect empire and flourishing once more. That's our recollection of the Bloodians. It must have been an unforeseen event that led to their downfall. An impressive figure has indeed appeared among the Bloodians, managing to prolong her soul's existence for such a long time. Even now, her soul hasn't completely perished. Instead, she's preparing to be reborn through a new body. However, after such a long time, this blood soul has become extremely weak, acting only on instinct. Otherwise, as we approached this area, we would have been attacked by this blood soul. Previously, the Bloodians who entered the land of the Blood Ancestor were fortunate not to have discovered this area. Otherwise, the Scarlet Territory would have long been unified by the Bloodian ancestor who escaped. Lin Yuan was visibly shocked. He was astonished by the longevity of Autumn and Winter, realizing that they had visited the land of the Blood Ancestor in the void in the past. This meant that even then, Autumn and Winter were already formidable beings. While Lin Yuan was in shock, he couldn't help but feel curious about his previous life. Autumn and Winter had always been his followers. In his previous life, he must have been an extraordinary figure. Secondly, Lin Yuan was shocked that a life-form soul could exist for such a long time. This Bloodian expert was no longer as simple as being powerful. This Bloodian expert could even attempt to create life for herself during the calamity. The Bloodians were an extremely selfish species. It was possible for them to use their descendants to extend their lives. If this was a trap, there should not be much to gain. Winter could tell what he was thinking from his expression and quickly said, "Young Master, this place is both a trap and a true treasure trove. That Bloodian was able to make preparations here because she wanted to borrow a body to return to life. Then this Bloodian expert will definitely consider her growth and improvement after reincarnating. After they reincarnate, if they want to ensure that their body and soul are perfectly integrated, they need to disperse the energy in their body and increase it again. If they want to increase their strength in a short period, they have to prepare a huge amount of resources and secret treasures." Lin Yuan revealed a look of understanding. It was true that a Bloodian would need many resources to regain their strength after exhausting it all. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this place was a treasure vault. This Bloodian expert soul was dangerous to Rememberling when it had a certain degree of autonomy. The Bloodian ancestor's soul level was too high, far exceeding Rememberling's ability to control souls. However, once Autumn and Winter took control of the Bloodian ancestor's soul and allowed Rememberling to absorb it, it would be a huge opportunity for Rememberling. Not only could this allow Rememberling to condense a spring through its divine kingdom ability, but it could also strengthen some of Rememberling's abilities. If the Bloodian ancestor's soul wanted to reincarnate, her target would definitely be a pure-blood Bloodian. Lin Yuan had been using the body of all spirits to activate his bloodline ever since he entered the land of Bloodian ancestors. Lin Yuan happened to be the perfect target for the Bloodian ancestor's soul. Chu Xi's strength was at World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, which meant she was extremely powerful. Chu Xi had been rather satisfied with her own abilities. However, during this period of training, Chu Xi had completely realized her shortcomings. This made her put away the complacency in her heart. Chu Xi had heard what Autumn and Winter had just said, so she worriedly asked Lin Yuan, "Big brother, is it really okay for you to activate your Bloodian bloodline and make yourself the target of that Bloodian soul?" Chu Xi was very worried about Lin Yuan's safety. She had not had much contact with Autumn and Winter before. Even though she had seen Autumn and Winter display their strength along the way, she still did not know much about their strength levels. If someone else had said this, Autumn and Winter would have already shown their displeasure. Chu Xi's words were equivalent to questioning their abilities. However, because Chu Xi was the one who said it, they definitely could not pursue the matter. Lin Yuan said seriously, "Chu Xi, don't worry. You know my personality. I won't get involved recklessly. Autumn and Winter will ensure my safety. You don't need to be nervous. This trip to the Bloodian territory is a great opportunity to expand our knowledge. After this journey, our horizons and experience will grow significantly. This was a rare opportunity. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's previous disposition, he would never have let Chu Xi participate in such a dangerous situation." As Lin Yuan and Chu Xi conversed, 3 arrays lit up in the ruins. More than 10 9-meter-tall magic stone statues appeared in each array. These statues, products of alchemy technology, had different postures and intricate designs. From the energy they emitted, these statues had all reached the Holy Spirit level, with a few even at pinnacle Holy Spirit level. Lin Yuan was intrigued by these statues. Indeed, spirit craftsmen would use their skills to create puppets. However, puppets made by spirit craftsmen could only perform simple tasks and usually lacked combat abilities. Yet, these man-made objects were so powerful that nearly 40 stone statue puppets emerged from the 3 arrays and attacked Lin Yuan's group without warning. Lin Yuan asked Autumn and Winter, who were guarding him and Chu Xi, "Autumn, Winter, can we keep these puppets? I think they would be very useful to Sky City. If these combat puppets could be installed on the backs of the floating island whales and the Titan rhinoceros elephants, they would greatly aid in constructing the war fortress." These puppets had endured countless years in the land of Bloodian ancestors and still possessed formidable combat abilities. Developing the means to create these puppets would be worthwhile, regardless of the resources required. Building a puppet with Holy Spirit strength should not consume more resources than nurturing a Holy Spirit expert. Winter raised his hand and shot out a layer of ice crystals, which landed on the stone statue puppets, freezing them immediately. Winter explained, "Young master, these stone statues were created by alchemists, a rare branch of craftsmen. In the past, there were many alchemists among the Bloodians. Creating these puppets required a large amount of materials and fresh bodies. The power sources inside these stone statues are actually corpses. Alchemy was once considered an evil profession. A spirit craftsman needs significant resources to become an alchemist, and the investment often outweighs the output. Fresh remains are difficult to obtain, which led to the decline of alchemists. However, some large Bloodian clans likely still have alchemist inheritances. Young master, after we leave the land of Bloodian ancestors, you can ask Qin Yu to help investigate. I've frozen these stone statues. If we can find the main body controlling them, we can take these puppets and use them. If not, they will be mere decorations. Once the ice melts, these stone statues will resume attacking us as before." This was the first time Lin Yuan had heard of the alchemist profession. It would be ideal if there were alchemists among the Bloodians. If not, Lin Yuan intended to nurture a group of alchemists. According to Winter, alchemists gradually lost their inheritance because resources were difficult to obtain. The hunting team was constantly tracking down star pirates, and their bodies were always fresh. These bodies were left for the sacred sword-wielding queen, who clearly couldn't digest them all. If given to Red Thorn and Silver Corona, they wouldn't need these bodies even with an endless supply of tooth rats. Using the bodies of these star pirates to nurture alchemists was the best option. With so many stone statue puppets around, it was likely that the Bloodian who had set up this place was an alchemist. Lin Yuan wondered if there was an alchemist's inheritance here. Autumn could sense Lin Yuan's thoughts. Young master, although the alchemist legacy has mostly been lost, some books on alchemy still exist. You've been trading with Fortune Treasure Palace before. An organization like that probably hides the complete inheritance of alchemists. Even if they don't have a perfect inheritance, they must have many books about alchemy. The best profession to become an alchemist isn't a spirit craftsman, but a creator. You have many grade 4 and grade 5 creators under you. If you like, you can train them to become alchemists. Only advanced alchemists can maximize the effects of those materials, creating war puppets with many abilities. The puppets refined by some alchemists I've met were even stronger than when the main material was alive. Lin Yuan didn't lack materials. He felt it was better to recruit experts to guard the floating island whales and the Titan rhinoceros elephants than to use puppets. Normal powerhouses found it hard to withstand the loneliness of being a tool. The experts guarding the floating island whales and the Titan rhinoceros elephants were essentially no different from tools. The Bloodian who had set up this place probably had two motives for leaving behind these stone statue puppet guards. The first goal was to test if the Bloodian juniors who came here were strong enough. This Bloodian ancestor didn't want her soul to be attached to a weakling. The second goal was to drain a lot of energy from the Bloodians who came here to prevent them from resisting when their bodies were occupied. However, Lin Yuan felt that there were too many guards. There were more than 30 Holy Spirit stone statue guards, and a few had reached Pinnacle Holy Spirit. The Bloodian queens in the Scarlet Territory were most likely incapable of handling this. This was probably the main reason the Bloodian ancestor's soul had never successfully occupied a body. After winter froze the stone statue guards, Lin Yuan and the others entered the depths of the ruins. Along the way, Lin Yuan found many spiritual ingredients but wasn't in a hurry to collect them. After dealing with the Bloodian ancestor's soul, Lin Yuan released a few deposit vegetable pods in human form from the Spirit Lock spatial zone to gather the resources. The Bloodian bloodline in Lin Yuan's body was very pure. In terms of bloodline strength, his current bloodline was not inferior to Oin Yu's. Even though the Bloodian ancestor's soul had lost most of its consciousness and become a bit chaotic, it still targeted Lin Yuan directly and pounced on him. Before the Bloodian ancestor's remnant soul could get within 100 meters of Lin Yuan, it was captured by two yellow leaves. The energy from the yellow leaves firmly imprisoned the Bloodian ancestor's soul. Its violent struggle vaguely revealed the appearance of the Bloodian ancestor when she was alive. This Bloodian ancestor was exceptionally beautiful, and she possessed the pride and nobility unique to high-level Bloodians. She completely overshot Qin Yu, Tina, and the other Bloodian queens. This meant that this Bloodian ancestor's bloodline had already surpassed the queen level. The strength of a Bloodian's bloodline could be somewhat reflected in their appearance. However, using one's juniors as vessels for revival was certainly not the trait of a good person. Autumn. Help Rememberling devour this Bloodian ancestor's soul. Once Rememberling absorbs the soul, I should understand the calamity the Bloodians faced and what transpired in the land of Bloodian ancestors. It's fortunate that this Bloodian ancestor made these arrangements. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to obtain these valuable items while wandering the land of Bloodian ancestors. Autumn and Winter nodded in agreement with Lin Yuan. If the Bloodian had not forcibly preserved her soul, and if Lin Yuan didn't possess a fae capable of reading her memories through his soul, there would be no chance to delve into the history of the Bloodians or understand the situation in the land of Bloodian ancestors. To preserve her soul, this blood ancestor had made numerous arrangements. The ruins housed many billion-year-old mystic ice crystals, and even ice hearts were present. Though the 100-million-year-old mystic ice and ice hearts had mostly disappeared over time, traces still remained. The leaves of the soul-retaining grass had withered, but this resilient plant species Fae could last millions of years. These 100-million-year-old mystic ice and ice hearts helped extend the lifespan of the soul-retaining grass. Without them, the Bloodian ancestor's soul would have dissipated long ago. Autumn nodded at Lin Yuan's instructions and said, "Young master, it's easy for you to control this Bloodian soul and let your Faes devour it. Under my control, this Bloodian soul won't be able to resist. However, I need to separate her soul first. The force controlling the stone statue puppets outside is hidden in the soul of this Bloodian ancestor. I was curious why those stone statue puppets followed orders so precisely, but now I understand." With that, one of the fallen leaves burrowed into the Bloodian soul and extracted a translucent crystal. Autumn presented the crystal to Lin Yuan. "Young master, this is a soul-nourishing spirit crystal, a high-end treasure that can enhance soul power. This crystal has already fused with the Bloodian ancestor. Removing it now will make it lose its nurturing effect. However, it controls the 30-odd stone statue puppets frozen by winter outside." Lin Yuan examined the transparent crystal, smaller than half his fingernail, and thought to himself that if it fell to the ground, very few would notice it. Using this tiny crystal to control over 30 Holy Spirit-level puppets would be a significant advantage for Lin Yuan. If any Bloodian queen could control these stone statue puppets, her clan would dominate the other Bloodian clans. The Bloodian queens had transcended the Holy Spirit level, but the strength at the Holy Spirit level matched that of the Bloodian kings. No matter how prosperous the Bloodian clans in the Scarlet Territory were, there were usually no more than 10 Bloodian kings. For instance, there were only 2 Bloodian kings in Qin Yu's Elisa clan. Rememberling happily absorbed the Blood Ancestor's soul. With Autumn's assistance in suppressing the Bloodian Ancestor's soul, the absorption process went smoothly. As it absorbed the Blood Ancestor's soul, Rememberling transmitted its content to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan now knew why the land of Bloodian ancestors had been exiled and why the map and resources had been hidden. Autumn and Winter had previously come to the sacred Red Blood Abyss and interacted with the Bloodians when they were at their peak. However, they did not know what kind of combat power the Bloodians had at their peak. At that time, the Bloodians had been in the top 100 of the species ranking many times. Although they had never been in the top 10, the fact that they could enter the top 100 of the species ranking every year was enough to show the strength and status of this species. Lin Yuan was not sure if this Bloodian had been present during that peak. When she was alive, she was a pinnacle Bloodian empress. With such strength, she could summon the wind and rain in the current territory and control the highest authority of the Bloodians. The pinnacle Bloodian empress, Tarosi, had always been suppressed in the sacred Red Blood Abyss because of the presence of 2 Bloodian great empresses. These 2 Bloodian great empresses were the true rulers of the sacred Red Blood Abyss. The decline of the Bloodians was largely due to their cruelty. They treated other species as food and gave them no way out. At least 1,000 species would disappear from the sky beyond the clouds every 100 years because of this. The Bloodians' actions caused widespread panic. Many weaker species had strong alliances behind them. The Bloodians were abnormally domineering and disregarded these alliances, causing many powerful species to become their enemies. Additionally, the decline of the Bloodians was linked to the power struggle between the 2 Bloodian great empresses. At that time, the Bloodians were divided into 2 factions, each led by a Bloodian great empress. The ensuing battle greatly damaged the foundation of the Bloodians. This internal conflict gave other species the opportunity to launch a war against the Bloodians. Without this infighting, the other species would not have dared to attack the Bloodians and start the so-called Holy War. Tarosi had been suppressed by the 2 Bloodian great empresses. However, as long as she did not anger them, she had significant authority, allowing her to make arrangements to revive the Bloodians at the last moment. Lin Yuan thought that by receiving Tarosi's memories, he would understand the history of the Bloodians and obtain many treasures in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Unexpectedly, The Bloodians were utterly defeated and suffered a crushing loss in their battle against other species. The treasures in the land of Bloodian ancestors were mostly plundered by the invading species. The only legacy in the inner sea of the Bloodian land was a blood pool created by the two Bloodian great empresses using their bloodlines before realizing the fall of the Bloodians. At that time, most Bloodian powerhouses were thrown into the blood pool after dying in battle. That blood pool should have been Tarosi's home. Tarosi not being in the blood pool was a violation of the orders of the two Bloodian great empresses. Fortunately, Tarosi violated these orders. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have known the entire history of the Bloodians or discovered the blood pool hidden in the depths of the land of Bloodian ancestors. This blood pool was hidden by a restriction. Without knowing its exact location, one could only sense it after becoming a Bloodian empress. The two Bloodian great empresses who set up this blood pool never imagined that few Bloodians could become a Bloodian queen, let alone a Bloodian empress. Since this blood pool was crucial for the future of the Bloodians, it likely contained inheritances that could enhance bloodlines and energy, and possibly even alchemical knowledge. There was no reason for the Bloodians not to keep such an ability that they were so proud of. Lin Yuan summoned genius and synchronized the information he had obtained with Autumn, Winter, and Chu Ci, allowing them to see the entire history of the Bloodians. Autumn could not help but say, "The Bloodians were really too arrogant back then." Furthermore, there was a conflict between the Bloodian great empresses back then. No matter how powerful a faction was, it could have been disintegrated. It's said that when one is at the peak of their power, they will definitely decline. The essence of being at the peak of their power often means that the internal structure of this huge force has already decayed. If these two Bloodian great empresses hadn't fought each other back then, and instead worked together to develop the Bloodians, no matter how many factions the Bloodians offended, those species would not dare to start a holy war. The essence of this holy war is a plundering operation initiated by those factions when they saw that the Bloodians' foundations were depleted because of the battle between the two Bloodian great empresses. All operations seek a return that is greater than the cost, especially when this operation involves multiple factions. If they pay a huge price just to take revenge on the Bloodians, not to mention that it's impossible for those factions to combine together, even if they do, they will fight with each other and cause the operation to fail. Autumn's words were emotional. He had witnessed too many powerful forces being destroyed because of internal problems. This made Autumn extremely supportive of Lin Yuan's control over the creators. Through the lifespan mouse, he controlled those creators' life and death. He could completely prevent those creators from having any disloyal thoughts. Otherwise, with so many creators in a faction, there would inevitably be hidden dangers. Rememberling still needed some time to absorb Tarosi's soul. Lin Yuan played with the revival spirit crystal in his hand. Lin Yuan could sense waves of soul fluctuations from the rejuvenating soul spirit crystal. It was likely that these energy fluctuations were the special energy circuits that had been carved. This method of drawing energy circuits happened to be one of the inheritances of alchemists. Rememberling had asked Lin Yuan many times to evolve its grade, but Lin Yuan had rejected it. Compared to evolving, Lin Yuan wanted Rememberling to use Soul Leaping Tide Spring to condense more springs. Lin Yuan had many creators under his command. The springs that Rememberling had condensed through the Soul Leaping Tide Spring was not only useful to these creators but also to the core members of Sky City and the 100 Questions Beast Army. Faith power was nothing to Lin Yuan. He could understand Rememberling's desire to evolve. However, it was really a waste to waste so much soul energy here just to evolve. After absorbing Tarosi's soul energy, at least dozens of springs could be condensed. It would take some time for Morbius to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, and Lin Yuan could not provide Grade 6 creator resources for the creators under his command. However, if he wanted these creators to work hard and create value for Sky City, he must give them some benefits. The spring provided by Rememberling was the best benefit for these creators. Lin Yuan had given Qin Yu a thoughts letter paper, and they could communicate through it in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Although the greatest inheritance was the blood pool, there were many other resources stored elsewhere. Lin Yuan did not have time to collect these resources himself, so he simply shared them with Qin Yu. After Qin and Tina took control of the other Bloodian queens, they would lead them in sweeping through these resource points. Lin Yuan would not ask Qin for the resources obtained from these points. He would leave them for Qin to develop the Elisa clan and the Scarlet Territory. This trip had solidified the Scarlet Territory as a faction under his absolute control. While Lin Yuan was developing in the sky beyond the clouds, Sky City was entrenched north of the Lonely River. The Scarlet Territory acted as an external tentacle for Sky City, allowing Lin Yuan to obtain resources and communicate effectively with the outside world. Compared to the ramets of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower, the Thoughts letter paper was much more convenient. Since Lin Yuan knew the topographic map of the land of Bloodian ancestors, he spent time marking the blood forest on the Thoughts letter paper, providing Qin with an accurate reference point. With Qin abilities, she could certainly handle this task well. If she could not, she would be unable to help Lin Yuan control the vast Scarlet Territory. Qin moved quickly, fearing that some Bloodian queens would escape from the land of Bloodian ancestors if they felt endangered. If that happened, she would lose the chance to control the Bloodian queens in the Scarlet Territory. Once outside, accidents were inevitable if she tried to control them again. Qin did not want similar rumors to spread. If the outside world knew that the land of Bloodian ancestors was under her control, surrounding factions would certainly harbor bad intentions. Lin Yuan likely wanted her to manage these tasks in the land of Bloodian ancestors to prevent any rumors from spreading. Qin had no intention of asking how Lin Yuan knew about the various arrangements for the Bloodians. The first time Qin saw Lin Yuan, he had used his Bloodian bloodline. Lin Yuan claimed to come from a clan called Elise. At that time, Qin had believed he was a member of the Bloodians. However, she gradually suspected that the Bloodians were just a cover for Lin Yuan's true identity. Now, Qin couldn't help but question his identity as a Bloodian. If Lin Yuan were a pureblood Bloodian from the Scarlet Territory, he would know some of the secrets of the land of Bloodian ancestors. Since he came to the Scarlet Territory to obtain the inheritance in the land of Bloodian ancestors, everything made sense. Qin controlled the Bloodian queens through the blood curse and used the soul jade that Winter had given her for protection. Neither the Bloodian queens nor the factions invited by the queens to help had truly submitted to her. Qin needed to establish her authority. Now was the perfect opportunity to do so. After Qin took control of these Bloodian queens, she brought them to sweep the resources in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Lin Yuan had already promised in the Thoughts letter paper that these resources would be handed over to Qin for use. The meaning behind Lin Yuan's actions was obvious. Lin Yuan was delegating authority to her so that she could manage the Scarlet Territory. Lin Yuan had praised her so much, so she definitely could not disappoint him. Qin was the first to inform Tina. Tina was Lin Yuan's designated assistant, and she had put a lot of effort into helping him control the other Bloodian queens. Tina's prestige among the Bloodians was even higher than hers, so it would be effortless for her to drag Tina along with her to do many things. Tina did not have authority now, but these Bloodian queens were not fools. Firstly, these Bloodian queens were controlled by her blood curse. Secondly, these Bloodian queens would soon know that there was a behemoth supporting them. Qin was not worried at all about her controlling the Scarlet Territory. Tina was astonished to receive Qin information and could not help but ask, "Qin, is Lord Lin Yuan really a Bloodian? I saw that the guards beside him didn't have a Bloodian bloodline. I thought that Lord Lin Yuan's Bloodian identity was a disguise." Qin gently shook her head. "There are some things I can't reveal. Do you think I can unravel Lord Lin Yuan's secrets? Whether Lord Lin Yuan is a Bloodian or not, having him control the Scarlet Territory benefits the East Universe's Bloodians. If someone else controlled the Scarlet Territory, they would likely exploit its resources. But Lord Lin Yuan has invested in the Scarlet Territory and is taking responsibility for its development. Lord Lin Yuan will provide us with the resources obtained from the Bloodian Territory. I believe these resources will be sufficient to produce several more Bloodian queens in the Scarlet Territory. You and I must restrain the other Bloodian clans to prevent them from doing things that Lord Lin Yuan disapproves of, ensuring the future of the land of Bloodian ancestors. Tina nodded with a serious expression. Qin Yu's words might make the other Bloodian queens feel like she was overstepping her bounds. However, Tina had interacted with Lin Yuan and knew him well. She understood that Qin Yu was speaking the truth. Don't worry. Since I've submitted to Lord Lin Yuan and become one of his subordinates, I'll remember the mission he gave me and assist you. Qin Yu, you know me well. I've always valued benefits. In the future, when you use this batch of resources to develop the Scarlet Territory, please don't deliberately suppress the development of the Adana clan. I'm not disloyal to you. Your blood curse has a hold on me. I believe you trust me. As the newest Bloodian queen, it's natural for the other queens to be wary of you. I'll use your methods to elevate your status. Ever since Tina had been controlled by Qin Yu's blood curse, they hadn't communicated much. Tina's heartfelt words were for both herself and the Adana clan. A person who valued benefits would always adapt to their environment in their own way. Qin Yu turned to Tina, her expression serious as she gently stroked Tina's cheek. I will not mistreat the Adana clan if you show such determination. You're not the only one with selfish motives for the Adana clan. I have my own motives for the Elisa clan. Instead of investing this batch of resources in other Bloodian clans, why don't our two clans split them? Let's aim to produce 1 or 2 new Bloodian queens after us. We can also use these resources to increase our strength. Our power determines our control over the other Bloodians. The stronger we are, the more the other Bloodian queens will fear us, and the less they'll dare to disobey. Tina was overjoyed at Qin Yu's words. She didn't mind Qin Yu's selfishness, as long as the Adana clan benefited as well. The Elisa clan had to take a larger share of these resources. In the future, the Elisa clan would surpass the other Bloodian clans in the Scarlet Territory in overall strength. Tina was sure of it. Tina sensed that Qin Yu also wanted to befriend her. With this intention, Qin Yu would definitely give the Adana clan substantial resources. However, Tina still had some concerns about Qin Yu's resource allocation method. Lord Lin Yuan asked us to strengthen the Scarlet Territory with these resources. Will he really have no objections if we give them to our two clans? Qin Yu replied firmly, Tina, Lord Lin Yuan has only interacted with us 2 Bloodian queens in the Scarlet Territory. He has never dealt with any other Bloodian queens. Lord Lin Yuan is extremely busy. After this trip to the land of Bloodian ancestors, he'll most likely leave. He doesn't have time to waste here. As long as we work hard for him, he won't mind if we develop our own clans. He asked us to collect these resources ourselves, which tacitly allows us to distribute them as we see fit. I still have 1 blood curse left. I can control only 1 Bloodian queen. No matter who the next Bloodian queen is, I'll be in control. I'll leave the rest to you. Tina had been cooperating with Qin Yu from the start, and now their common interest had brought them even closer. As Lin Yuan advanced toward the blood pool, Rememberling was getting tired of absorbing souls. Fortunately, Rememberling used Soul Leaping Tide Spring to transform its soul energy into a spring. This way, it didn't need to consume its own energy. Otherwise, Rememberling would have given up long ago. For the first time since it was born, Rememberling felt that absorbing souls had become a burden. Winter noticed Rememberling's reluctance and chuckled. Little fellow, you don't know how lucky you are. How many other soul-type fays are treated like you? It might be annoying to absorb these souls now, but once you leave this place, you won't have the chance to absorb souls so freely. Enjoy it while you can. At this rate, it will only take another day or 2 to absorb all the souls in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Although absorbing these souls didn't convert them into faith power to evolve your grade, this soul power isn't just about condensing springs for you. Winter felt that only Lin Yuan's phase would have such thoughts when faced with fortuitous opportunities. When Rememberling heard Winter's words, it realized that there was something wrong with its attitude and hurriedly corrected it. It was indeed as Winter had said. Absorbing this soul energy would also increase the prosperity of its divine kingdom while condensing springs. The prosperity of Rememberling's divine kingdom was increasing at breakneck speed. This was very helpful for Rememberling's future growth. From Tarosi's memory, Lin Yuan would not have discovered the restriction if he had not known in advance. If he wanted to enter the blood pool, he would need Autumn and Winter's help. Autumn and Winter released their auras and sent their spiritual power into the surrounding environment. Soon, they discovered something special about this place. At the very least, one of the two Bloodian Great Empresses was a powerful alchemist. This was because she had used the methods of an alchemist to conceal the blood pool. A playful expression appeared on Autumn and Winter's faces. Tarosi had the intention of reincarnating through the arrangement of her alchemist abilities. Who knew if these two Bloodian Great Empresses had similar thoughts? If the souls of these two Bloodian Great Empresses were still around, they would definitely have existed for much longer than Tarosi, a pinnacle Bloodian Empress. Both Autumn and Winter were on high alert, fearing that Lin Yuan and Chu Ci might fall into the Bloodian Great Empress's trap. When facing such formidable experts, even Autumn and Winter had to be serious. Otherwise, they risked failure. They shared their concerns and thoughts with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan believed that if the inheritances left by these two Blood Great Empresses were full of schemes, the Bloodians would be inferior. After some thought, Lin Yuan explained the situation to Chu Ci. Even Autumn and Winter had to be cautious in the current situation. Lin Yuan did not want Chu Ci to be involved as she lacked the life-saving trump cards he possessed. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Chu Ci obediently entered the spirit lock spatial zone. She did not want to cause trouble for Lin Yuan and knew he would provide her with any treasure that suited her. Autumn and Winter examined the broken bones stored there. Once these broken bones' energy circuits were activated, a huge blood pool appeared before Lin Yuan. The blood pool contained majestic and shocking blood energy. If a Bloodian Empress were to enter this place, she could probably become a Bloodian Great Empress with the energy in this blood pool. Many blood-type spiritual ingredients floated in the blood pool, each an incomparable treasure to blood energy. There was a display rack beside the blood pool with over 10 pieces of spatial equipment. This was clearly the arrangement of the land of inheritance. The dozen or so spatial devices likely contained the foundation the Bloodians had accumulated over thousands of years. Since the blood pool appeared, Autumn and Winter had been investigating the environment. After some investigation, Winter said, "Young master, the souls of the two Bloodian Empresses have already perished. Everything here was set up by the two Bloodian Empresses for the Bloodians' inheritance. Autumn and I can't sense any soul auras here. The two Bloodian Great Empresses set up a restriction to prevent Bloodians below Empress class from entering because their bloodlines aren't at Empress class. If they rashly enter the blood pool to absorb its energy, their bodies might explode and die. However, this has no restrictive effect on your body of all spirits. You can directly enter the blood pool and absorb the Bloodian bloodline power abundant in the pool to strengthen the Bloodian bloodline that your body of all spirits controls. Although the bloodline energy in this blood pool is strong, it won't take long for your body of all spirits to absorb it. Autumn and I will check the supplies left by the two Bloodian Great Empresses while protecting you. We will reorganize these supplies for you to investigate later." Winter and Autumn had always been considerate. With their help in organizing these supplies, Lin Yuan could save a lot of effort. Autumn and Winter's investigations were definitely accurate. It seemed the two Bloodian Great Empresses truly wanted to leave a legacy for the Bloodians. They had not left any other means in the blood pool. "Autumn and Winter, I'll have to trouble you. After absorbing the bloodline in the blood pool, I'll use the Bloodian bloodline to strengthen myself. I think my strength will increase." With spring, summer, autumn, and winter protecting him, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about his safety. Apart from ensuring his safety, Lin Yuan prioritized enhancing his strength. Having someone to protect him and being strong on his own were entirely different things. Lin Yuan was curious about the extent of his strength after absorbing the energy from the blood pool. Now that he had arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, he was no longer just an ordinary spirit chi professional reliant on conventional methods to increase his power, which would take considerable time. Lin Yuan jumped into the blood pool. Since his Bloodian bloodline had been active all this time, the energy in the blood pool did not reject him. The moment he entered the blood pool, Lin Yuan felt the Bloodian bloodline energy surging toward him. He activated the body of all spirits, allowing the bloodline energy to flow into his body. Lin Yuan had expected absorbing the blood-in bloodline would be painful, as any bloodline transformation usually caused significant changes in one's physique. However, he was surprised to find that the bloodline energy was obediently controlled by the body of all spirits, causing no pain. It seemed as if the body of all spirits was superior to the blood-in bloodline, even suppressing the blood-in Empress heritage. While absorbing the bloodline power, Lin Yuan realized that the abundant vitality in the blood pool was not what he needed. It would be a waste to stay there without a way to utilize it. Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily. The Jasmine Lily, never one to reject vitality, could potentially transform its bloodline with the majestic vitality present there. It had been some time since its last transformation. When Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily into the blood pool, it sensed the environment and became extremely excited. It communicated with Lin Yuan through their spiritual connection. Despite the vitality's benefits, the Jasmine Lily awaited Lin Yuan's command before absorbing it. Sensing its excitement, Lin Yuan said, "Jasmine Lily, this blood pool is a great opportunity for you. Absorb the vitality and blood energy here. Your red crystallized flower head is particularly attuned to this blood energy. See if absorbing it can complete your bloodline transformation. You've always said you were at the threshold of transformation, lacking only the right opportunity or external force. Now that the opportunity and external force are here, it's up to you to seize it." The Jasmine Lily was the first Fei Lin Yuan had spirit-locked, and he had high hopes for it. Since contracting the Jasmine Lily, he hadn't contracted another healing-type Fei. Genius and Chimey had indeed created a legend in Fei history, and to a certain extent the Jasmine Lily had too. It had grown from an ordinary, disregarded Fei in a Class 1 world to a significant force, a legend created by Lin Yuan and the Jasmine Lily. Yuan, the vitality and blood energy in this blood pool are incredibly abundant. Absorbing all this blood energy will not only improve my bloodline but might also trigger new changes. You've previously infused me with a lot of faith power, allowing me to reach Pinnacle World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. I'm only a step away from the Holy Spirit level. I'll use this opportunity to try to evolve directly to the Holy Spirit level, maximizing my bloodline transformation. Since the Jasmine Lily had a clear plan, Lin Yuan decided not to interfere, supporting its idea instead. The faith power he had provided was sufficient for its evolution. "Jasmine Lily, since you have a plan, work hard. I also need to improve my bloodline here. If you need anything, let me know. While there's rich vitality and blood energy here, the spirit chi is limited. Make sure the lack of spirit chi doesn't hinder your transformation." Lin Yuan and the Jasmine Lily began absorbing the energy in the blood pool. Lin Yuan's absorption of bloodline energy was much faster than the Jasmine Lily's absorption of blood energy and vitality. In less than 3 minutes after entering the blood pool, Lin Yuan's blood-in bloodline had reached the queen level. In terms of strength, it was now comparable to the highest blood-in bloodline in the Scarlet Territory. When encountering a blood-in, Lin Yuan would hide his energy fluctuations. If a blood-in sensed his aura, they would likely regard him as a true blood-in queen. The improvement of Lin Yuan's bloodline was only the beginning. As his blood-in bloodline reached the queen level, it continued to improve rapidly, causing significant changes in his blood-in form. When a blood-in's bloodline reached the level of a queen, their gender would change. Once a male blood-in king took this step, he would transform into a female blood-in. This was very similar to the situation of the mermaids. There were almost no mermans among the high-grade mermaids, but there were occasionally mermans for special reasons. However, there were no male blood-ins above the queen bloodline. At present, Lin Yuan's facial features were more beautiful, and it was difficult to determine his gender from his appearance. However, in terms of appearance, Lin Yuan's looks were already above those blood-in queens. Lin Yuan's appearance was outstanding, and it was related to the enhancement bestowed by the blood-in bloodline. In particular, Lin Yuan had a natural aura and a noble temperament. Unlike the fierce arrogance often displayed by other high-level blood-ins, Lin Yuan was calm and composed. As they watched Lin Yuan absorb the bloodline energy in the blood pool, Even Autumn and Winter could not help but be dazed. Autumn couldn't help but whisper to Winter, "I'm afraid only the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly that young master contracted can compare to young master's appearance. With his enhanced aura, even the butterfly pales in comparison." Although Winter strongly agreed, he frowned and said, "Autumn, is it our place to judge young master's appearance? You're overstepping. Remember your place." Autumn's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head. Lin Yuan's attitude toward him had significantly changed their interactions compared to their previous lives. Shocked by Lin Yuan's appearance, Autumn hadn't been careful with his words. Nonetheless, his respect for Lin Yuan remained unwavering. Winter glanced at Lin Yuan and thought that the two Bloodian Great Empresses must be concerned about issues with the Bloodian inheritance, leading them to integrate their bloodlines into the blood pool. Several Bloodian Empresses had also contributed their bloodline energy. Lin Yuan's Bloodian bloodline was likely at the pinnacle Empress level, and he might even acquire the Great Empress bloodline. Each evolution of his Bloodian bloodline affected his appearance, but this change was only evident when his body of all spirits activated the bloodline. Normally, Lin Yuan's appearance remained unchanged. Now, Lin Yuan's long golden hair cascaded past his shoulders to his waist, ending in a bright red color. His skin had become exceptionally fair, and his perfect bone structure had undergone changes due to the bloodline enhancement. Any Bloodian seeing him now would likely lose their composure. Lin Yuan was focused on absorbing the bloodline energy in the blood pool and didn't notice Autumn and Winter watching him. As his Bloodian bloodline broke through to Empress, he heard the Jasmine Lily's voice. "Yuan, I will likely undergo a significant bloodline transformation this time. I will need a large amount of spirit qi, and the transformation might take considerable time." Lin Yuan immediately took out numerous spirit qi crystals and poured them into the blood pool. The Jasmine Lily could use these spirit qi crystals as needed. After absorbing the blood pool's energy, Lin Yuan could reclaim any remaining spirit qi crystals. Lin Yuan's limited knowledge of the land of Bloodian ancestors came from Qin Yu. From her, he learned that the blood crystals served as a means of exiting the land of Bloodian ancestors and also provided protection for the Bloodians within it. After absorbing the soul of the pinnacle Bloodian Empress, Lin Yuan gained a deep understanding of the land of Bloodian ancestors. While the land of Bloodian ancestors was indeed floating around in the void, in fact, every time it was connected to the Scarlet Territory, it would remain connected for a long time. However, these Bloodians didn't have the ability to explore the land of Bloodian ancestors, so they were invaded by brutal souls and had no choice but to leave. Therefore, the Jasmine Lily had plenty of time to transform in the land of Bloodian ancestors. In short, with so much vitality and blood energy in the blood pool, it should be sufficient for the Jasmine Lily's bloodline transformation needs. Jasmine Lily, it doesn't matter how long it takes. You just have to transform in peace. It will take me a long time to absorb the blood energy in this blood pool. Upon hearing that, the Jasmine Lily felt relieved and buried its entire body into the blood pool. A huge vortex formed above the Jasmine Lily. Then, vast amounts of vitality and blood energy poured into the Jasmine Lily's body. After absorbing the blood energy, the Jasmine Lily's crystallized main flower began to steadily expand. Originally, Lin Yuan could lift it with a single palm, but now it grew dozens of times in size, resembling a small rockery in a short period. Lin Yuan noticed the changes in the crystallized main flower. Every time the Jasmine Lily's bloodline transformed, its body would change. The change in its main body was good news for the Jasmine Lily. The Jasmine Lily's genetic model was very simple. The improvement of its abilities depended on the breakthroughs brought about by each transformation. Just as Lin Yuan was about to observe the crystallized main flower, it suddenly began to reassemble. The huge flowers began to grow in groups, turning from a huge main flower into thousands of palm-sized red crystallized flowers. These flowers were stacked together and arranged in a very harmonious manner. They had the unique beauty of succulent plants. These crystallized flowers kept adjusting their positions during the assembly process, and the color became increasingly red. It could be said that the blood energy in the blood pool had basically been absorbed by them. While the external changes were evident, there were successive fasciations occurring that remained unseen. The fasciations made the jasmine lily's head even more closely connected. Observing the jasmine lily, Lin Yuan thought that the addition somewhat made the bud of mountain jade, which originally only had one main flower, appear somewhat monotonous. As soon as Lin Yuan had this thought, he saw the thousands of crystallized main flowers producing the bud of mountain jades one after another. These tender and delicate bud of mountain jades bloomed in each crystallized flower group, adding a dazzling beauty to the jasmine lily. From afar, it looked like a blooming hydrangea. The bud of mountain jade was the part of jasmine lily's body, containing the strongest healing ability. The appearance of thousands of buds of mountain jade allowed the jasmine lily's healing ability to increase greatly. The jasmine lily had already met Lin Yuan's expectations, but its bloodline metamorphosis did not stop. Lin Yuan heard the jasmine lily say in embarrassment, "Yuan, I might need more spirit chi crystals." I realized that the bud of mountain jades nurtured in the crystallized main flowers have developed their own independent consciousness. I can feel that I can completely control them. However, when I don't give them orders, they can act on their own. In order to strengthen this autonomous consciousness, a large amount of energy must be used to nourish them. Furthermore, I can sense that these buds of mountain jades will undergo new changes. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan took out more spirit chi crystals. He had always been very generous when it came to his phase evolution needs. The blood energy and vitality in the blood pool had indeed created extraordinary transformations for the jasmine lily. After 2 full days, the moment the jasmine lily's aura transformed and it stepped into the Holy Spirit level, a fae made of wood elements and vitality was born from the bud of mountain jade. This fae was very similar in size to a fairy but did not have wings on its back and existed in an elemental form. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the evolved jasmine lily. Fae name: Jasmine lily, jade flower, immortal spirit, spirit life form species, Crassulaceae genus / Ionium genus, Fae grade, World Emperor, 10 out of 10, Fae type, wood, Fae quality, Holy Spirit, Divine Kingdom grade, miniature, abilities, heal. Fasciated flower stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized flower. When the crystallized main flower uses heal, it will perform reverse heal on the target and absorb a large amount of vitality from the target for a short period of time. Bud of mountain jade. Its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its bud of mountain jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Jade flower, immortal spirit. Every immortal spirit that is born can guide vitality to heal the target. Immortal spirits have the same healing method as the main body. They have the effect of breaking curses and poisons while healing the enemy's injuries. After healing, there is a certain chance that the target will become a fanatic of the immortal spirits. Mountain jade imprint. The mountain jade imprint will compress the pollen and vitality within the bud of mountain jade to combine the two. A special imprint will be formed. When applied to a target, the healing effects will be greatly raised. Healing transfer. When the mountain jade imprint is healing a target, if the vitality being injected into a target exceeds the amount that the target requires, the vitality will explode and heal the other life forms in the area. Alternatively, it can transfer the vitality to other targets that have the mountain jade imprint applied on them. Life-protecting soul. When a target is being healed, the vitality can form a protective layer over the soul to help the target's soul defend against external attacks. Red crystal jade drain. When using the crystallized main flower to carry out reverse healing on a target, the effects of draining vitality and the negative impacts to the spirit senses will be magnified. If the enemy target has the mountain jade imprint applied on it, it can drain the target's vitality. Mountain jade prayer. Once the fasciated flower stand is activated, layers of jade will be produced and the vitality within the body will be rapidly released. There is no distance limit and the targets with the mountain jade imprint on them will receive healing. This will enable the friendly targets with the mountain jade imprint on them to recover their vitality to the maximum level. Revived muscle and bone. If the target's body has lost its genetic model, the mountain jade fluid in the buds of mountain jade can use the target's damaged body to analyze and create a replica of its genetic model, Life-healing flower eye. Flower eyes will be left on the body of targets. Before the flower eyes are activated, the target's injuries will be healed. After the flower eyes are activated, the vitality in the flower eyes will spread outwards like a fountain and heal the area around the target. Healing resonance. Each time a target is being healed or recovered, the jasmine lily receives a certain amount of energy replenishment. If the jasmine lily's energy limit is reached during the resonance process, the healing will achieve explosive effects. Spirit restoration. The combination of faith power and healing energy will recover the divine kingdoms of other targets. The target's divine kingdoms will be nourished and restored. Exclusive skill. Recovery imprint. It accumulates the healing energy that is released by the jasmine lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth. It comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. Generated wedge. Vitality will be poured into the target's body and used to bless the target. Before the vitality is used up, the target will not die regardless of how serious the injuries it sustains are. Imprint creation. All the energy in the jasmine lily's body will be used to create an imprint. The imprint's effects will be multiplied momentarily. Extending life, returning light. A few of its obstinate leaves will be sacrificed. The energy in the obstinate leaves will enable the target to return to its prime state even if it started on the brink of death. However, the target will also be filled with the jasmine lily's poison and their vitality will be continuously depleted until it dies. Mountain jade protection. The bud of mountain jade will bless and protect the target. When the target is attacked, it will only undertake a small amount of damage, while most of the damage will be blocked by the energy in the bud of mountain jade. The blessing state will be weakened as time goes on. Accordingly, the damage suffered by the target will continuously increase until the target eventually takes on the full extent of the damage. Divine Kingdom abilities. Postponed birth. The target will be put into a birth state. After the target dies, it will be able to be revived for a temporary period. When the birth state is activated, the target will be drained in various ways and its potential will also be affected. Immortal spirit jump. For every 50 immortal spirits born, an attempt can be made to combine them in the divine kingdom, allowing these immortal spirits to evolve to a higher level of life. They can accumulate their own abilities exponentially and spread the plague of faith to the target of healing to infect the phase around them to become their fanatics. Upon seeing the new ability emerging from the jasmine lily's basic ability, heal, due to the transformation of its main body, Lin Yuan found himself momentarily unsure of what expression to make. When the jasmine lily underwent its first bloodline metamorphosis, it was still normal. Ever since the jasmine lily underwent fasciation, it went from a pure healing type Fey to being able to absorb the vitality in the target's body. At that time, the jasmine lily's ability was already a little unorthodox. However, it was not necessarily a bad thing as it made the jasmine lily stronger, forming a unique offensive method that was difficult to expel. Now, the bud of mountain jade represented a strengthening of the jasmine lily's healing ability. Lin Yuan initially thought that after the jasmine lily exhibited some unorthodox traits, it would continue along the path of healing thereafter. However, the jade flower immortal spirit born from the jasmine lily's bud of mountain jade turned out to be a Fey that manipulated faith. Just as the jasmine lily had said, every jade flower immortal spirit had its own intelligence and could think and act independently. During the battle, these jade flower immortal spirits would wander around the battlefield, allowing the jasmine lily to support the healing work of a large-scale battle on its own. This was an extreme expansion of the jasmine lily's healing ability. At the same time, because every jade flower immortal spirit could move independently and listen to the jasmine lily's orders, she could simply issue orders like a general, and these jade flower immortal spirits would be able to execute them effectively. However, for a faction, this enhancement of healing capabilities within a certain range paled in comparison to the ability of the jade flower immortal spirit to manipulate faith. In the sky beyond the clouds, there was a common knowledge that everyone was aware of. It was that the faith contributed by fanatics was the largest and purest. Faith power could be bought in the sky beyond the clouds. The pure faith power produced by fanatics was more than 15 times the price of faith power produced by ordinary believers. Even if the price was exorbitant, the vast majority of factions and experts were unwilling to sell the faith power produced by fanatics because of the difficulty in nurturing these fanatics. There might not even be a fanatic in the entire faith country despite having been established for so long. Moreover, besides being able to dispel curses during healing, these jade flower immortal spirits also had a certain probability of converting the healed target into becoming their fanatic. The faith power produced by all life forms in the faith country was absorbed by the realm abyss Red Lotus. After absorbing the continent vein core of north of the Lonely River, it represented the supreme law there. People were often injured in the faith country. Despite the demon insects managing it, friction was inevitable. Additionally, the people had to work in various professions to earn resources. Once the jasmine lily cultivated more jade flower immortal spirits, it could station them in temples to provide free healing for the injured. Lin Yuan wasn't sure about the exact conversion rate for fanatics during the healing process, but regardless of how low it might be, with a large enough healing base, it was bound to produce a considerable number of fanatics and greatly increase the output of faith power from the faith country. If the jade flower immortal spirits used healing to nurture fanatics and instructed them to manipulate and harvest faith, immortal spirit jump would further enhance their faith harvesting capabilities. This ability could only be used when the jasmine lily gave birth to more than 50 jade flower immortal spirits. Immortal spirit jump could fuse a total of 50 jade flower immortal spirits in the divine kingdom, evolving them into a higher level life form. This ability would greatly increase the upper limit of the jasmine lily's strength. These combined entities would possess stronger healing abilities. With immortal spirit jump, the jade flower immortal spirits could transform healed targets into fanatics. Moreover, the transformed fanatics could carry the faith plague to infect other targets, turning them into fanatics as well. Immortal spirit jump was exceptionally powerful. If the jasmine lily was allowed to use it freely in an area, the lifeforms there might soon become fanatics of the jasmine lily. Corrupting faith was a forbidden method in the sky beyond the clouds. If a life form was discovered to possess such a capability, they were likely to be killed by other factions before they could develop it further. Honor Absent Palace had once given clear instructions that once any lightorm was discovered to have the means to corrupt faith power, a large amount of rewards would be given to the person who reported them to Honor Absent Palace. They would then personally send experts to eliminate such life forms to prevent the major crisis of faith corruption from taking place. In the sky beyond the clouds, there was once a large-scale crisis resulting from faith corruption. When such crises occurred, it was very likely to cause chaos in the faith of the life form in the entire area. It often took several generations to eliminate the hidden dangers caused by faith corruption after the crisis was resolved. Many large species had disappeared from the territory of the sky beyond the clouds because of the faith corruption. The jasmine lily, which had always been honest and obedient, had now grown into a taboo that the sky beyond the clouds could not tolerate. However, Lin Yuan was indifferent to this matter. Lin Yuan watched as tens of thousands of bud of mountain jades bloomed. At present, the jasmine lily had produced 4 jade flower immortal spirits. Lin Yuan could already see the great future of the faith country with the jasmine lily's help. Now that north of the Lonely River had become Lin Yuan's territory, he would not allow other factions to approach it. If a faction accidentally entered north of the Lonely River, it would most likely be impossible for them to leave in the future to ensure that the outside world had no way of knowing that the jasmine lily had produced fanatics in the faith country. The jasmine lily had already reached the Holy Spirit level, but nearly half of the blood energy and vitality in the blood pool had not been completely absorbed. Hence, it could use this energy to give birth to more jade flower immortal spirits in the bud of mountain jade. As time passed, the jasmine lily grew steadily, and Lin Yuan's Bloodian bloodline matured at an extraordinarily fast pace. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan's Bloodian bloodline had reached the pinnacle of Empress and was beginning to break through to Great Empress. Lin Yuan could truly feel the power of the body of all spirits through this bloodline upgrade. Noticing that the blood pool had little energy left, Lin Yuan realized that breaking through to Great Empress would be challenging. This difficulty was partly due to the insufficient resources prepared by the 2 Bloodian Great Empresses. Additionally, a significant portion of the bloodline energy had dissipated by the time Lin Yuan arrived. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was very satisfied to have achieved Pinnacle Empress bloodline. After absorbing all the energy in the blood pool, Lin Yuan intended to test his strength to see what level he could reach. To do this, he needed to find Autumn and Winter, who were always willing to be his sparring partners. When Autumn and Winter sensed that Lin Yuan's bloodline was stuck at Pinnacle Empress, they couldn't help but show regretful expressions, though these quickly faded. Lin Yuan would have to deal with the Bloodians in the future. While the Bloodians in the East universe lacked resources, those in the South and West universes were extremely powerful and had accumulated significant strength. In the future, Lin Yuan would still have the possibility of evolving beyond the Empress bloodline. No matter how well the Bloodians in other universes developed, they couldn't reach the level of the Bloodians in their prime. Now that Lin Yuan had inherited the land of Bloodian ancestors, his bloodline was among the best of all current Bloodians. The Bloodians placed great emphasis on bloodline strength. With Lin Yuan's current bloodline, he had a good chance of recruiting Bloodian factions from other universes. Autumn and Winter were exceptionally pleased with Lin Yuan's growth. After the bloodline energy in the blood pool was completely exhausted, Lin Yuan walked out of it. Lin Yuan looked at his raised palm and eagerly said, "Winter, come and help me test my current strength." Upon hearing this, Winter raised his hand to create an ice wall and said respectfully, "Young master, please attack and reconcile with this ice wall. I can judge your strength through the attacks on the ice wall. The ice wall I created will not reflect your strength. You can test your strength without worry." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan raised his hand and delivered a full-force blow. Having spent so much time with Autumn and Winter, Lin Yuan didn't feel the need to hold back his strength in front of them. After Lin Yuan unleashed his attack, Winter spoke seriously. "Young master, your attack just now should have reached the full power attack of the high-grade Holy Spirit level. It's still a distance away from the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit level. However, it's not a big difference. If your Bloodian bloodline reaches the level of Great Empress, the strength you display through the body of all spirits will very likely surpass the Holy Spirit level." Winter described Lin Yuan's strength in a very objective manner and did not praise Lin Yuan excessively just to make him happy. After hearing Winter's words, Lin Yuan had a clear understanding of his current strength. As for the defensive ability of his body of all spirits, Lin Yuan did not intend to test it out. In any case, Lin Yuan would bring at least one person among spring, summer, autumn, and winter with him when he went out in the future. Autumn said at the side, "Young master, the two Bloodian great empresses didn't survive the calamity when the Bloodians suddenly faced it. However, they have accumulated abundant heritage for the Bloodians. One of them is the complete alchemy heritage. If you randomly choose a creator above grade 4 to study this inheritance, it shouldn't be long before they become a qualified alchemist. When we return to Sky City, you can let these creators make their own choices based on their interests. There should be creators who are willing to become alchemists." As time passed and the inheritance of alchemists was almost cut off, the current sky beyond the clouds was no longer as hostile to alchemists as before. The puppets refined by alchemists can be sold for a very high price in the auction houses of some large cities in the sky beyond the clouds. Many large factions are willing to equip their descendants with puppets refined by alchemists. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's face lit up. Sky City had more creators now, and there were already more than 50 creators above grade 4. There were only so many core members in Sky City. The resources of high-grade creators that were scarce in the outside world were already overflowing for Sky City. Furthermore, more and more creators would join Sky City in the future. Lin Yuan believed that he could nurture at least 20 creators into alchemists to keep up with the speed at which the hunting teams hunted the star pirates. When many puppets were nurtured, Sky City's defensive capabilities would rise to another level. Many orthodox creators rejected the alchemist profession, but all creators who joined Sky City had to obey Lin Yuan's teachings. Lin Yuan would not force these creators to do things they were unwilling to do. If he forced them, these high-grade creators would only distance themselves. Instead of coercion, Lin Yuan would entice them. The spiritual springs still growing in Rememberling's body were the best way to do so. Autumn, since all the resources and inheritances here have already been sorted out, I'll leave them all with you. When we return to Sky City, hand them over to Wanyu and let her do the statistics. We can probably leave this land of bloody ancestors now. I wonder how things are going on Qin Yu's end. Autumn had been out for a long time now. Before leaving Sky City, Summer had said that she needed some help to nurture thriving Summer Rising Cloud. After this operation, he would let Autumn return to north of the Lonely River first. After Autumn finished helping Summer, he could then leave to lead the hunting team. When he returned to Sky City, Lin Yuan would give a portion of the resources to Autumn so that he could use them to improve himself. Upon seeing that he was interested in Qin Yu's situation, Winter said, "Young master, Qin Yu only used the soul crystal twice and didn't use all her life-saving methods, so I assume everything went smoothly. Qin Yu should have reported the results of the operation to you through the Thoughts letter paper. If she really encounters trouble, it's impossible for Qin Yu not to use life-saving methods. Even if you don't reply to her through Thoughts letter paper, she will still find you through the rammet of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower." Just as Winter had said, Qin Yu's journey in the land of bloody ancestors had been very smooth. There were only a few queens in power among the Bloodians, and they were all under the control of Qin Yu and Tina through their blood curse. Qin Yu, the weakest Bloodian queen, had become the manager of the Scarlet Territory. After millions of years, the Scarlet Territory was finally united once again. All the Bloodian queens controlled by Qin Yu and Tina through their blood curse were still in a daze. Previously, Tina's Adana clan and Qin Yu's Elisa clan had little interaction and seemed to have conflicts over resources. At that time, Qin Yu had not yet become the Bloodian queen, and the Elisa clan could not compete with the Adana clan. Fortunately, the Adana clan had not acted against the Elisa clan. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. Now, these two Bloodian queens had formed a team, with Qin Yu as the leader and Tina as her second-in-command. In terms of strength and clan size, Tina and the Adana clan had completely surpassed Qin Yu and the Elisa clan. Tina's attitude toward Qin Yu was exceptionally respectful, though treating her almost like a superior, akin to how a Bloodian king would treat a Bloodian queen. Unusual occurrences often had reasons. Therefore, there was likely a powerful faction behind Qin Yu, suppressing and forcing Tina to submit. When Qin Yu entered the land of Bloodian ancestors, she had 4 people by her side, but now they were all gone. Furthermore, when facing the rebels, Qin Yu used an extremely special method to eliminate them. These rebels were from factions related to the Bloodian queens, which were now all suppressed by Qin Yu. When the time came, Lin Yuan would decide how to deal with these factions. Seeing the other Bloodian queens looking at her in awe and fear, Qin Yu smiled. She had never thought she would see such a day. It was an honor bestowed upon the Elisa clan by Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, even if she had successfully evolved to Bloodian queen, she would still be subject to the control of clans with reigning Bloodian queens. Present, Qin Yu was not the only one who felt lucky. Shi Mei, the leader of the Alan clan who had joined Qin Yu, also felt extremely fortunate. In Shi Mei's eyes, it was a blessing to form an alliance with a Bloodian queen, even if this particular one was the least powerful among them all. Shi Mei did not expect the weakest Bloodian queen to suddenly become the leader of all the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory. However, this would definitely ensure the rise of the status of the previously obscure Alan clan. From the moment she became Qin Yu's subordinate, Shi Mei had announced to the outside world that the Alan clan was now under the authority of the Elisa clan. Qin Yu had even entrusted her to negotiate with the other Bloodian queens and arrange missions for them. Now, all the Bloodian leaders who possessed the king bloodline were currying favor with Shi Mei. Some Bloodian queens who had previously not even considered speaking to her were now seeking her friendship. Shi Mei knew that spring had arrived for the Alan clan. Just as Shi Mei was envisioning the future, she heard Qin Yu say, "Shi Mei, relay my orders immediately upon leaving this place. Instruct all Bloodian leaders who are not eligible to enter this place to gather in the Scarlet Corridor. A meeting will be held within the Bloodians, and no excuses for absence will be accepted. All leaders must be present, regardless of the circumstances. Any clan whose leader fails to attend will be expelled, and all members of that clan will become servants. ranking below even the dependent species. Qin Yu's tone was grave, leaving no room for negotiation. As the manager of the Scarlet Territory, she needed to establish her authority swiftly and decisively. Setting an example was the best course of action in such times. For the first time in many years, the Scarlet Territory was unified. Being a leader was not easy, and any misstep would severely impact Qin Yu's status. Tina was ambitious but would not challenge Qin Yu due to Lin Yuan's order. However, if anything happened to Qin Yu, Tina would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Qin Yu's orders gave Shi Mei authority, presenting a good opportunity for her and the Allen clan to rise in prominence. As the messenger, Shi Mei would earn respect from the Bloodian clans who were not qualified to enter this place, especially given the changes in the Scarlet Territory. After leaving the Scarlet Territory with the Bloodians, Qin Yu waited patiently for Lin Yuan. His absence at 2 consecutive meetings in the Scarlet Corridor made her nervous. However, considering the influence of autumn and winter, she believed Lin Yuan was not in danger within the land of Bloodian ancestors. Even if Lin Yuan was in danger, the Blood Empresses were under her blood curse. The Scarlet Territory would remain under her control for the foreseeable future. However, Qin Yu knew that without Lin Yuan, the blood curse alone would not be enough to make the other Bloodian queens acknowledge her as their leader. She couldn't eliminate all disobedient Bloodian queens. Qin Yu prayed that Lin Yuan would successfully leave the land of Bloodian ancestors. Qin Yu was not the only one waiting for Lin Yuan. Tina was also anxiously awaiting his return. Tina feared that something might happen to Lin Yuan. She had already accepted her role. To the other Bloodian queens, this turmoil was caused by Qin Yu and Tina. If anything happened to Lin Yuan, the Scarlet Territory would surely fall into chaos. Tina did not know Lin Yuan as well as Qin Yu did. Therefore, she was in a state of panic and had approached Qin Yu multiple times to gather more information about Lin Yuan. Qin Yu understood Tina's concern and shared her worries. However, Qin Yu must firmly support Lin Yuan under all circumstances. She couldn't afford to show any lack of confidence, especially in front of Tina. If Tina sensed any doubt from Qin Yu regarding Lin Yuan, she would likely convey it to him later. Tina, we just need to follow Lord Lin Yuan's instructions and do our own things. You know how strong the 2 experts on Lord Lin Yuan's side are. The land of Bloodian ancestors only opens once every few years. Lord Lin Yuan will definitely take some time to explore it after entering. The later he comes out, the richer Lord Lin Yuan's harvest will be. Tina, you can't possibly hope that Lord Lin Yuan won't stay in the land of Bloodian ancestors for long, right? While saying that, Qin Yu did not have much confidence as well. However, when she thought of the Fae that could absorb violent souls by Lin Yuan's side, she felt a little more at ease. Tina didn't sense any suspicion from Qin Yu, and finally, she was able to let go of her worries. Qin Yu, I didn't ask you to inquire about Lord Lin Yuan's situation because I don't trust him. However, the helpers brought in by the other Bloodian queens are all under our control now. If these people don't return to their factions soon, trouble is bound to arise. Do you think we should make some preparations? During this period, Qin Yu had been worried about these experts. The factions the Bloodian queens sought help from were all powerful, many of them equal to the Bloodians. These situations were not something she could resolve alone. Without Lin Yuan's intervention, Qin Yu had no means of handling these matters on her own. We just need to wait for Lord Lin Yuan's arrangements, Tina. Let's follow the plan I mentioned earlier. Qin Yu had always avoided disturbing Lin Yuan unnecessarily, but now she felt that she should contact him through the Thoughts letter paper and the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Rammet. At the very least, she needed to know if Lin Yuan was dead or alive. Just as Qin Yu had this thought, her face lit up. She sensed Lin Yuan's summoning and knew he had already left the land of Bloodian ancestors. Tina, Lord Lin Yuan has left the land of Bloodian ancestors and summoned me. Why don't you come with me to meet him? I've noticed you've been questioning Lord Lin Yuan's authority here. I won't report this matter to him, but I hope this won't happen again in the future. As Lord Lin Yuan's servant, you need to trust him. Without that trust, it's very difficult for you to progress on this path. Although Qin Yu was taking advantage of Tina's situation, most of her words were sincere. She knew Tina was smart and would understand her message. Tina hurriedly bowed to Qin Yu in panic. "Qin Yu, it's my fault this time. Please don't tell Lord Lin Yuan about this. I'll listen to you in the future and won't dare to defy you." Tina had indeed doubted Lin Yuan earlier. If these words reached his ears, it would be difficult for her to regain his trust and be valued by him again. During this period, Tina felt she had performed well and shown Qin Yu a lot of respect. Therefore, she hoped Qin Yu wouldn't take drastic measures against her. If she did, it would be hard for Qin Yu to find an assistant like her. Moreover, Lin Yuan probably did not like a subordinate who complained and stirred up trouble all day long. The moment Qin Yu and Tina saw Lin Yuan, they felt an aura that made them want to kneel and submit to him. Previously, they had never felt this way when meeting Lin Yuan. After leaving the land of Bloodian ancestors, Lin Yuan did not use the body of all spirits to activate his pinnacle Bloodian Empress bloodline, as it would be too shocking for the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory. Despite that, Lin Yuan still emitted an overwhelming aura that could suppress low-level Bloodians due to his bloodline. His aura deeply affected Qin Yu and Tina. Lin Yuan tried his best to restrain his aura, but it was still ineffective. Upon sensing Lin Yuan's aura, Qin Yu and Tina, the two Bloodian queens, were unable to communicate with him freely. Autumn and Winter hurriedly released their auras to block Lin Yuan's bloodline aura, allowing Qin Yu and Tina to recover. Qin Yu and Tina looked at each other in shock. Lin Yuan's transformation must have something to do with the harvest in the land of Bloodian ancestors. Even though they knew this, Qin Yu and Tina didn't ask too many questions. The two of them reported the recent situation in the land of Bloodian ancestors to Lin Yuan seriously. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised that Qin Yu and Tina had acted fast. They had actually completed their control over the Scarlet Territory while he was absorbing the blood pool's energy. Naturally, he was very satisfied with Qin Yu and Tina's abilities. Lin Yuan hadn't checked the Bloodian's heritage resources but had given his instructions to Autumn and entrusted him with organizing a portion of the resources to help Qin Yu develop the Scarlet Territory. Lin Yuan definitely had to repay the Bloodians after taking so many inheritances. Lin Yuan tossed the resources that had been selected to Qin Yu and said, "Qin Yu, I've gained a lot after exploring the land of Bloodian ancestors for such a long time. Since I've taken control of the Scarlet Territory, I naturally have to be responsible for its development. These resources should be enough for you to develop the Scarlet Territory for a long time. The Scarlet Territory will soon witness the emergence of at least 10 Bloodian queens, and there might even be a few additional Bloodian empresses among them. You'll help me manage the Scarlet Territory, and Tina will be your assistant. Apart from prioritizing your own use of these resources, you can also use some of them to nurture Tina. As for the other Bloodian queens, you can decide for yourself. I'll leave the Scarlet Territory in a few days. When I leave the Scarlet Territory, you can contact me through the Rammet of the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower as usual." After exploring the land of Bloodian ancestors, Lin Yuan's heart was no longer in the Scarlet Territory. Originally, Qin Yu had planned to report to Lin Yuan about her and Tina's achievements during this period. However, she hadn't expected Lin Yuan to prepare to leave immediately after providing resources. Qin Yu did not check the resources in the spatial equipment. Since Lin Yuan said that these resources could allow the Scarlet Territory to have 10 more Bloodian queens and possibly even a Bloodian empress, she knew the resources were substantial. On the other hand, Tina was completely shocked by Lin Yuan's words. What? Not only would there be at least 10 more Bloodian queens, but there might even be Bloodian empresses. Wouldn't this completely change the predicament of the Bloodians in the East universe? It would give them the capability to contend with and even overpower the Bloodians from the other three universes. Previously, Qin Yu had told Tina more than once that Lin Yuan was extremely generous, but Tina had always been skeptical. Superior clans typically seized the resources of inferior clans, and very few were willing to distribute resources to them. However, it seemed that Lin Yuan was indeed very generous today. He was even willing to give the resources he had obtained in the land of Bloodian ancestors to the Bloodians to develop their territory. Although the Bloodians in the East universe had become a species under Lin Yuan's control, it was their fortune to be able to rise. Even if Lin Yuan had not asked Qin Yu to allocate the resources to the Elisa clan, she would have done so. Qin Yu did not harbor many emotions for the entire East universe's Bloodians. Her emotions were all invested in the Elisa clan. If Lin Yuan had not given the instructions, Qin Yu would still have done her best to use the resources that Lin Yuan had given her to develop the Elisa clan. However, now that Lin Yuan had personally said that the Elisa clan would be prioritized for development, Qin Yu naturally would not hold back. As Qin Yu's assistant, Tina was the second Bloodian queen in the entire Scarlet territory to come into contact with Lin Yuan, and she likewise received preferential treatment. Had Tina not understood her identity and position, she would have likely immediately expressed her gratitude to Lin Yuan when he promised resources to the Adana clan. However, Lin Yuan made it clear that he was only communicating with Qin Yu, completely ignoring her. She would just be a supporting role by Qin Yu's side. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to gain Lin Yuan's favor, but it might even affect the good cooperation between her and Qin Yu. Lord Lin Yuan, there are 9 powerful faction experts locked up in this corridor now. They are all members of the factions that entered the land of Bloodian ancestors with the other Bloodian queens. What do you think we should do with these people? If these people stay in the Scarlet territory for too long without communicating with the factions they're from, those factions will definitely dispatch more people to the Scarlet territory again. If we can't give a good explanation, those factions will most likely start a war with the Bloodians. After Qin Yu explained the situation to Lin Yuan, she stood there quietly and waited for him to make a decision. Lin Yuan had not forgotten these members of the various factions who had established ties with the Bloodian clans. Among them were the members of the ancient water pythons who helped a mysterious faction in trafficking the Bloodians, as well as the so-called Lord Lan Ling behind this faction. All of these issues needed to be addressed, but it was certain that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to handle them all by himself. The Scarlet territory was now unified under Qin Yu's control. However, the current unification was just a facade enforced through strength. There were still many obstacles to overcome in order to bring about complete unity in the Scarlet territory. This battle between the Bloodians and the other factions was the best way to win the hearts of the Bloodians in the Scarlet territory. There were still many things that had to be done to make the Scarlet territory completely loyal. This battle between the Bloodians and the other factions was the best way to win the hearts of the Bloodians in the Scarlet territory. There were still many things that had to be done to make the Scarlet territory completely loyal. Qin Yu, this fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortet allows you to not only communicate with me, but also with others in the surrounding area with you as the center. This ortet I gave you has already grown 2 ramets. For the time being, hand one to me and the other one to Autumn. If you encounter any powerful enemies that are difficult to resist in the Scarlet territory in the future, contact Autumn. He will help you solve the problem. As for the rest, you can handle it yourselves. Now that the Scarlet territory has just been unified, this blade needs to be sharpened before it's truly sharp. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before continuing. In a few days, I'll arrange for a few Grade 4 creators to come to the Scarlet territory and help it develop. With these creators joining the Scarlet territory, it will be much more prosperous than it is now. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan had asked Autumn to help solve the problem, Tina and Qin Yu were completely relieved. Currently, Qin Yu and Tina were both planning to reform the Bloodian clans. They aimed to gradually eliminate those clans unwilling to follow their orders and allocate more resources to those willing to comply. This strategy would ensure a growing number of Bloodians supporting their rule. The best way to update the current Bloodian composition was through initiating a war. If Lin Yuan seeking Autumn's help reassured Qin Yu and Tina, then Lin Yuan sending creators to the Scarlet territory provided a vibrant source of motivation for its development. The Bloodians were excellent fighters but did not produce creators. There were fewer than 300 creators among the Bloodians in the Scarlet territory, and 95% of them were below Grade 3. There were no Grade 5 creators and only 5 or 6 Grade 4 creators. Fortunately, the Bloodians only needed fresh blood and did not require extensive creator resources. Otherwise, they would have long declined and wouldn't possess such powerful might in the East universe. With the addition of a Grade 4 creator and the abundant resources provided by Lin Yuan, the East Universe's Bloodians would undoubtedly develop better than before, no longer subject to ridicule by Bloodian factions in the other 3 universes. After Lin Yuan made the necessary arrangements, he no longer concerned himself with the Scarlet Territory. Lin Yuan summoned Sun Yin, who had been with Shi Mei. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Sun Yin bowed respectfully and, with a somewhat resigned tone, said, "Lord Lin Yuan, the dimensional space in the land of Bloodian ancestors is extremely mystical. However, the blood-red crystal in the Bloodian king's hand was too small to last long. I'm not at liberty to use too many means, or else it would have raised suspicions. Otherwise, I would truly want to explore the land of Bloodian ancestors." Sun Yin was extremely curious about everything, which was one of the reasons he had achieved such high accomplishments in the creator field. His rapid growth wasn't solely due to his talent. Lin Yuan looked at Sun Yin's interested expression and said confidently, "Senior Sun, when you reach the area where Sky City is located, you will definitely find that it is even more mystical than the land of Bloodian ancestors. Didn't you say that the Traveling Dragon Palace in Diverse City is going to publicly sell the Blessed Land in their hands, and the resources that have reached the Blessed Land level to gather the resources of creators above Grade 4? Why don't we go to Diverse City and see how many outstanding resources the Traveling Dragon Palace has put forth? I'm very interested in these Blessed Lands." Lin Yuan had obtained 2 blessed lands and integrated them into north of the Lonely River. At present, the environment there was much better than before. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to move Sky City away from north of the Lonely River. Establishing Sky City on the back of Sky Sea made relocation quite simple. However, the Faith Country could not be moved. The stronger a Fae, the higher the quality of faith power produced. Improving the environment of north of the Lonely River through the Blessed Land could strengthen and develop the Faith Country more effectively. Lin Yuan's original intention in establishing the Faith Country was indeed to obtain faith power, but he did not treat the lifeforms living in it as tools. Instead, he did his best to increase their happiness and improve their living environment. The life forms in the Faith Country were like refugees in north of the Lonely River, living a precarious life. Now, not only were these life forms able to sustain themselves in the Faith Country, but they also had access to a wider variety of food. In addition, they could save up resources to construct their own homes. There was even no need to worry about diseases now. When Su Iran and Luolan were building and managing the Faith Country, they allocated more than 40% of their resources to the construction of public facilities. Since Sun Yin joined Lin Yuan, he had been very curious about Sky City. Hearing Lin Yuan's words only intensified his curiosity about the situation there. Sun Yin wondered how he and the other creators were faring in Sky City. As Lin Yuan's personal creator, he imagined that he and the others must be extremely envious of him. Diverse City was considered a supercity in the East Universe, ranking in the top 30 of all cities. Sun Yin had visited Diverse City a few times but never had a favorable impression of it. When Sun Yin went to Diverse City, he was only an intermediate Grade 4 creator. Generally, an intermediate Grade 4 creator would be respected wherever he went. However, due to Sun Yin's social circle and the numerous powerful factions in Diverse City, he encountered some trouble. He was defeated despite his status and had to leave Diverse City dejectedly. This happened hundreds of years ago. This time, his identity had changed, and he was accompanied by Lin Yuan, who had a formidable background. It was often said that even a powerful dragon didn't oppress the local snake, but Lin Yuan, this formidable giant, could probably extract the dragon tendons and strip off the dragon scales if faced with a true dragon. The Traveling Dragon Palace was a native faction in Diverse City, deeply rooted and developed within the city, but its influence extended beyond just Diverse City. It had branches in many supercities, although its development in these cities was not as strong. It was said that the Traveling Dragon Palace had a conflict with one of the top 3 factions in Extreme Wood City, Grey Smoke Stronghold. The Traveling Dragon Palace invested many resources in Extreme Wood City, aiming to develop it into their second headquarters, like Diverse City. As a result, they had to resist attacks from Grey Smoke Stronghold with all their might. The conflict between these two huge factions involved not only martial battles but also significant resource expenditure. The Traveling Dragon Palace had released so many resources in exchange for creator resources of grade 4 and above, most likely to fight Grey Smoke Stronghold to the end. However, the Traveling Dragon Palace wouldn't willingly relinquish those blessed lands that were accumulated after many years of development unless they were at a critical point of competition. Sun Yin quickly introduced Diverse City to Lin Yuan and told him about the Traveling Dragon Palace. Lin Yuan had not previously encountered such large-scale factions, and during his visit to Diverse City, he also had no intention of forming alliances with these factions. Lin Yuan only wanted to use this trip to Diverse City to obtain resources to develop the region governed by north of the Lonely River Sky City. For a long time to come, Lin Yuan's influence wouldn't likely extend to supercities like Diverse City. Of course, this was only Lin Yuan's current thought. He did not know what would happen when he arrived at Diverse City. Lin Yuan did not want to befriend other factions in Diverse City, nor did he want to cause trouble. However, if any faction provoked Lin Yuan, he would not hold back no matter how much he did not want to cause trouble. Lin Yuan would only bring Sun Yin and Winter along for this trip to Diverse City. Autumn would probably have to stay near the Scarlet Territory for a long time. Lin Yuan had already sent the hunting team to the Scarlet Territory. Apart from being in charge of the Bloodians, Autumn was also in charge of helping the hunting team hunt star pirates. When Autumn first joined Lin Yuan, he had stayed by his side with Spring, Summer, and Winter. However, after coming to the sky beyond the clouds, Spring and Winter had obviously spent more time by Lin Yuan's side, which made Autumn feel somewhat insecure. He was afraid that Lin Yuan would abandon him. However, after following Lin Yuan for some time, he could sense that Lin Yuan treated everyone equally. Even if he did not follow by Lin Yuan's side, staying in the Scarlet Territory was also helping Lin Yuan share his burdens. Autumn could sense that Lin Yuan cared deeply about the Scarlet Territory. Under his protection, the Scarlet Territory would definitely not encounter any problems. Lin Yuan kept a low profile as he set off for Diverse City. Chu Ci, who had returned to Lin Yuan's side, said helplessly, "Brother, I'm too weak. Besides fighting those star pirates, I hardly have any chances to take action by your side. I might as well let little Ironblock and Chimey train their combat skills in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone." Lin Yuan replied seriously, "Chu Ci, it's not just you. Even I don't have many opportunities to take action. Compared to fighting, increasing your knowledge is also beneficial to your growth. Sometimes, gaining knowledge and experience is more important than honing combat skills. There weren't any suitable phase for you in the land of Bloodian ancestors, but don't be in a hurry to contract the 2 phase you have now. We might find something during this trip to Diverse City. Even if the Traveling Dragon Palace auction doesn't offer suitable phase, we can still search in a big city like Diverse City. I'm also looking for a suitable phase there." Previously, Lin Yuan had not deliberately searched for phase suitable for Spirit Lock. The phase he obtained for Spirit Lock mostly depended on fate. However, Lin Yuan wanted Morbius grade to increase quickly so that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone could produce grade 6 creator resources. When Chu Ci heard that Lin Yuan was interested in contracting a new Fae, she asked with interest, "Brother, do you have any goals or plans for choosing phase this time?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Typically, Spirit Chi professionals needed a clear goal when contracting phase. A Spirit Chi professional without a clear goal could not be considered mature. However, this rule didn't apply to Lin Yuan because he had contracted so many phase. From a battle perspective, Lin Yuan no longer had any shortcomings, so he only needed special functional type phase. Functional phase like the Business Flourishing Flower and Enlightenment Cicada did not have any so-called connection with Lin Yuan's other phase. However, they could significantly increase Lin Yuan's strength and abilities. Before Lin Yuan contracted the Business Flourishing Flower and Enlightenment Cicada, he had never thought there would be such mystical phase in the world. Although Lin Yuan did not have any thoughts, he would know if the target Fae was what he wanted once he encountered it. Lin Yuan did not want to set a bad example for Chu Ci, so he simply said, "I have a clear goal regarding the types of phase. As for the rest, like you, I need to see them first before making a decision." Chu Ci, If you see anything that interests you during your trip to Diverse City, just use this crystal card to pay for it. Lin Yuan handed a crystal card to Chu Ci, which had been provided by Fortune Treasure Palace and contained a significant amount of honor absent dollars. Fortune Treasure Palace managed these cards. The card Lin Yuan gave to Chu Ci had a total of 50 million honor absent dollars, allowing her to buy most of what she desired without needing to inform Lin Yuan every time. Previously, Chu Ci did not go out for training, so Lin Yuan did not need to make any preparations for her. Now that Chu Ci had started training, Lin Yuan felt it was necessary to prepare a small treasury for her. This treasury would enable her to purchase suitable resources or even engage in resource plundering, which was a form of capability. Chu Ci did not stand on ceremony with Lin Yuan. If she did, it would be equivalent to breaking his heart. Chu Ci happily put away the crystal card Lin Yuan had given her and prepared to go to Diverse City to purchase useful resources. At the same time, she planned to use the money on her card to buy gifts for Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu, who usually treated her very well. Sun Yin watched the interaction between Lin Yuan and Chu Ci, feeling the flow of kinship in their interaction. During the time Sun Yin had been by Lin Yuan's side, he could sense that Lin Yuan valued relationships very much. Lin Yuan's attitude toward relationships made Sun Yin certain that Lin Yuan was worth befriending. Even as a servant, there was a possibility of forming a strong bond with Lin Yuan, his superior. Young Master, the Traveling Dragon Palace is not the only faction in Diverse City. Even though we came to Diverse City for this trade fair hosted by them, we can communicate with more than just the Traveling Dragon Palace. No matter what, I'm a grade 5 creator. As long as I reveal my identity, even in a super big city like Diverse City, the other factions will definitely give me some face. Besides, we have resources in our hands. We're not reaching out to those factions for no reason. These factions should be very willing to trade with us. Young Master, if it's not convenient for you and these two lords to reveal your identities, leave this matter to me. I'll handle this matter in a splendid manner and won't let you down, young master. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I really have to trouble you to do this. It's indeed inconvenient for others to handle this. It just so happens that you can accumulate some connections in Diverse City this time. Perhaps these connections will be useful at some point. At first, Sun Yin did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. What was the use of establishing connections in Diverse City? However, Sun Yin quickly understood what Lin Yuan meant. Lin Yuan wanted him to establish connections to facilitate his future control over Diverse City. At the very least, it would make it easier to obtain resources from there. This was similar to how Lin Yuan had gained full control of the Scarlet Territory by controlling a clan with a royal bloodline. Young Master, you can rest assured. When we reach Diverse City, I'll leverage my status as a grade 5 creator to network and see if we can find any species that will be useful to us. Even in a large city like Diverse City, there are many weaker species eager to obtain the support of a powerful entity and seek opportunities to change their fates and rise to prominence. Although the sky beyond the clouds is vast, very few species are capable of providing such opportunities. Young Master, if you are willing to help, these species will be deeply grateful. Upon hearing Sun Yin's words, Winter looked at him with admiration. Sun Yin's insight showed his intelligence. He immediately grasped the implication behind Lin Yuan's words. Indeed, someone like him was worth nurturing. Without intelligence, even great abilities would not help one progress far alongside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan praised Sun Yin. I once asked you what you need as a creator. You said that, apart from exploring the evolution of life, you also seek recognition, fame, and fortune. I'll give you a chance to pursue fame and fortune in Diverse City. If you perform well, I will entrust you with all future dealings between Sky City and Diverse City. This will allow you to use Sky City's influence to become a distinguished guest throughout Diverse City. If someone else had said that to Sun Yin, he would most likely have sneered and dismissed it. However, these words were spoken by Lin Yuan. Despite the decline of the East Universe's Bloodians, they were still not ordinary individuals. Lin Yuan's ability to effortlessly take control of the entire Scarlet Territory at the first opportunity, without fearing the factions equal to the Bloodians, showcased his confidence. If Sun In could rely on Sky City and his Grade 5 creator status, he would be able to make a name for himself in Diverse City. Otherwise, achieving such an opportunity as a Grade 5 creator would be very difficult for him. After all, as a Grade 5 creator without a faction, he was merely someone with some ability. Compared to the truly powerful top-tier factions, he was just a skilled individual. The large factions respected him but didn't necessarily fear him. In a large city like Diverse City, there had to be at least 3 to 5 Grade 5 creators presiding. These Grade 5 creators in Diverse City were quite opposed to those coming from outside. If he caused trouble in Diverse City alone, he would definitely be targeted by these Grade 5 creators. However, with Lin Yuan's support, the Grade 5 creators and the factions behind them were insignificant. Sun In knew that Sky City had 5 Grade 5 creators and a Grade 6 creator presiding. Previously, Sun In had suffered losses in Diverse City. This time, he was confident he could make up for all the losses he had previously endured. Among the local factions in Diverse City, a few had feuds with Sun In. However, Sun In would not proactively seek trouble with these factions. He hoped that none of these factions would provoke him first. Young master, if you're interested in cultivating your own faction in Diverse City, I have a good recommendation. This faction has a certain level of strength and is not considered a bottom-tier one in Diverse City. Because their leader died some time ago and this faction has always relied on him, this faction is no longer sustainable. The last time I went to Diverse City, I formed a rather good friendship with the heir of this faction. I trust his character. Do you think I should inform him about my trip to Diverse City this time? With him as the local tyrant of Diverse City, it will be more convenient to deal with some things. Lin Yuan shrugged. Since I've handed this matter to you, I won't interfere. If you think it's necessary to contact him, then contact him. If you don't think it's necessary, then forget it. As for whether to support this faction, you can investigate when we arrive in Diverse City and then inform me later. Time has passed, and I believe you may not be as familiar with the current situation in Diverse City as you were before. Upon hearing that, Sun In immediately realized he had said something wrong. It had indeed been a long time since he had visited Diverse City. What he had just Lin Yuan was completely based on his impression of Diverse City. In the past few hundred years, Diverse City must have gone through countless changes. Sun In realized that it seemed a little irresponsible for him to give such a suggestion so easily. Young master, when we arrive at Diverse City, I will first investigate the factions I mentioned just now and then choose the best. At that time, we will definitely choose a faction that is most suitable for us to support. Lin Yuan could sense that Sun In was eager to show off, as his desire to do so was extremely obvious. When an individual was eager to prove themselves, mistakes were inevitable. Having the ability to recognize mistakes promptly and make corrections were a rare quality, and it was obvious that Sun In had such potential. Sun In, if you need anything, you're free to go as you need. You don't have to worry about me. Having Winter by my side is enough. It won't be too late for you to return to my side after you've investigated everything. I have given you the Thoughts letter paper and the Rammet of the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. You can contact me through them at any time. Recently, Lin Yuan had been exceptionally busy and had not rested for a long time. This trip to Diverse City gave Lin Yuan the feeling of taking his sister on a vacation, which was quite pleasant. There were many large chambers of commerce in Diverse City. At the same time, there were also branches of Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan intended to stay in that branch. As a special honor guest, he could live in Fortune Treasure Palace and use its channels in Diverse City. Chu Ci was exceptionally excited upon their arrival to Diverse City. When Chu Ci was in the main world, she rarely had the chance to travel, let alone travel with Lin Yuan. After arriving at Diverse City, Lin Yuan finally understood why Diverse City was called a megacity. A trading city like Treasure City was not even qualified to be compared to Diverse City. From the scale of the city, Treasure City was like a mud house in the countryside, while Diverse City was a garden castle built in a blessed land. Only World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeforms could pass through the main entrance of Diverse City. Those who were not could only go through the thousands of corners of Diverse City. Even without any major events to attract people, The daily foot traffic in Diverse City reached billions. In such a densely populated city, only powerful factions had a presence. The moment Chu Ci saw Diverse City, she was stunned by its vastness. Chu Ci muttered to herself, "Brother, if I hadn't come here, I would never have believed there could be such a huge city in this world. Even hundreds of our royal capitals would pale in comparison to the magnificence of Diverse City." Lin Yuan looked at Diverse City and felt Chu Ci was being too conservative. Even thousands of royal capitals would likely pale in comparison to Diverse City. Sun Yin had already left when they were still half a day away from the city. He preferred to act alone in Diverse City, not wanting anyone to discover his relationship with Lin Yuan. He feared it might affect Lin Yuan's future actions and bring unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, Sun Yin would have been shocked by Chu Ci's naive reaction. In Sun Yin's eyes, both Chu Ci and Lin Yuan were from a super powerful faction, so they should not have such an outlook. Over time, Lin Yuan's perspective gradually expanded. Having ventured through the sky beyond the clouds for so long, he wasn't overly surprised by the bustling atmosphere of Diverse City. After recovering from her shock, Chu Ci would undoubtedly become much more powerful in the future. Chu Ci, the sky beyond the clouds is a higher-level world than the one we were in before. We're only in one universe of the sky beyond the clouds. There's also an enormous abyss outside the sky beyond the clouds. Do you remember what Sun Yin said about large cities like Diverse City? In the East universe alone, there are no fewer than 30 such cities. Being in the sky beyond the clouds, you must look at this world with a broader perspective. Let's go into the city. Once we settle into Fortune Treasure Palace, you can truly enjoy the kind of service appreciated in this world. There's a special beverage for honor guests in Fortune Treasure Palace. Drinking it deeply relaxes the soul, which is very helpful for comprehending willpower runes. It's already evening. Have a meal and rest well for the night. Tomorrow we'll explore Diverse City together. Chu Ci nodded excitedly. Brother, there should be many delicacies in the sky beyond the clouds too, right? We can go shopping tomorrow and find special snacks in Diverse City. Lin Yuan knew his sister well. Chu Ci was undoubtedly a true glutton. Since Chu Ci wanted to look for delicacies in the city tomorrow, Lin Yuan did not disappoint her by telling her that all the delicacies in the city could be ordered in Fortune Treasure Palace. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fortune Treasure Palace treated top-notch guests of honor, as well as their biological parents. There were actually many factions like Fortune Treasure Palace in the sky beyond the clouds, and those who could become guests of honor of these factions were either top experts or came from powerful factions. And factions like Fortune Treasure Palace could often provide services to these experts in terms of channels. Since there was no difference between everyone's convenience here, the defining point came in the standard of service. In Fortune Treasure Palace, as long as you wanted to enjoy something, it could be provided. The status of Fortune Treasure Palace in Diverse City was far less imposing than in Treasure City, but they still occupied a considerable territory. The person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace in a megacity like Diverse City was of a higher rank than Zhang Lu, second only to the 3 leaders of Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan's visit was low-key. However, upon showing his special honor guest card at Fortune Treasure Palace, the person in charge promptly approached him. With great warmth and respect, she said, "I didn't know young Master Lin would honor us with your presence. Please forgive me. I am Wan Ying, the person in charge here at Fortune Treasure Palace." The manager of the branch in Diverse City was a woman with stunning dark purple hair that flowed down to her waist. Her fair and delicate face featured striking pink and purple eyes, adding a unique and exotic charm to her appearance. Lin Yuan smiled at Wan Ying's warm reception. "Manager Wan, you're too polite. My sister and I are here in Diverse City to attend the auction held by Traveling Dragon Palace. I wonder if you could secure 3 spots for us at the trade fair." Lin Yuan directly expressed his purpose for coming to Diverse City. As a newcomer, obtaining a spot in Traveling Dragon Palace's auction would be challenging without assistance. However, Fortune Treasure Palace was likely capable of helping. As a special honor guest, Lin Yuan could make any request of Fortune Treasure Palace, and the faction would strive to fulfill it. Lin Yuan's past transactions with Fortune Treasure Palace had brought them significant benefits. Few factions had as many high-class creator resources to trade with them as he did. Fortune Treasure Palace was well aware of this. This was why Ling Muzhua, one of the three leaders, had personally formed a friendship with Lin Yuan. Wan Ying appreciated Lin Yuan's straightforward nature. Compared to other special honor guests who required her to guess their needs, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly easier to assist. Young Master Lin, many people have come to Diverse City for Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair. The trade fair only has 1,000 slots. Fortune Treasure Palace only has 15 spots. Each spot represents one person. If it were any other special honor guest asking me for a spot, I would definitely hesitate. However, you're the one asking me for this spot. There definitely won't be any problems. You have 3 people here. I can reserve 3 spots for you. Wan Ying did not say that to curry favor with Lin Yuan, but because she knew how important Lin Yuan was to Fortune Treasure Palace. Every special honor guest card issued by Fortune Treasure Palace was labeled with the corresponding identity information. If it was an ordinary special honor guest, Wan Ying would not personally appear to receive them. She would only arrange for a reception officer. Wan Ying had 30 receptionists under her. With the traffic in Diverse City, special honor guests would basically come every day. However, Wan Ying only personally received no more than 2 people every month. Fortune Treasure Palace had 3 leaders, so it was impossible for a faction with multiple leaders not to have internal competition. It was the same for Fortune Treasure Palace. Wan Ying was on Ling Muzhua's side, so she treated Lin Yuan warmly. When Wan Ying received the news of Lin Yuan's arrival, she quickly informed Ling Muzhua. She had a feeling that if Lin Yuan stayed in Diverse City long enough, Ling Muzhua might come personally to meet him. As she spoke to Lin Yuan, Wan Ying's gaze landed on Chu Ci. Lin Yuan had just introduced Chu Ci as his younger sister. In the sky beyond the clouds, where all species valued bloodlines, only those with the same father and mother would address each other as siblings. If they were cousins of the same species, they would address each other as cousins. Out of respect for their bloodline, there was no such thing as a god-sister. Chu Ci did not have the ability to conceal her aura, nor did she deliberately try to. Chu Ci was about the same age as Lin Yuan. She had only lived for a few decades but had already reached World Emperor/Pinnacle Divine Kingdom. This surprised Wan Ying. Chu Ci, who was standing beside Lin Yuan, had an extremely close relationship with him. This was enough to prove that Chu Ci was highly favored in Lin Yuan's faction. This realization made Wan Ying understand that she needed to show the same respect to Chu Ci as she did to Lin Yuan. Wan Ying did not pay much attention to Winter, who was standing behind Lin Yuan. No matter how strong Winter was, he was only Lin Yuan's guard, responsible for protecting him. There was no need for her to make friends with such a person. She might be misunderstood by Lin Yuan if she took the initiative to befriend his subordinates. As the manager of such a huge city, Wan Ying was much smarter than Zhan Lu. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Manager Wan, thank you very much. The Diverse City branch will definitely accumulate more resources than Treasure City. I hope to trouble you later to let me use my grade 4 and above creator resources to exchange for a batch of supplies." Wan Ying had treated them very well and clearly shown him respect, so Lin Yuan was naturally willing to repay her. Moreover, Lin Yuan had come to Diverse City with the intention of obtaining some gains from Fortune Treasure Palace. He could fulfill Wan Ying's wish. When Wan Ying heard Lin Yuan's words, her face lit up. She had heard from Ling Muzhua about Lin Yuan's magnificent feat in the Treasure City branch. Subsequently, Zhan Lu made use of that event to brag. Even the people in charge who were of a higher grade than Zhan Lu were extremely envious of this. Zhan Lu had relied on Lin Yuan's extensive acquisition of resources to surpass his old rival in Fortune Treasure Palace's evaluation, with his ranking rising by more than 160 places. The officials at Fortune Treasure Palace were well aware of Zhan Lu's capabilities. The primary reason for his sudden rise was Lin Yuan, a special honor guest. Now, she was essentially receiving the same dividends as Zhan Lu. The Diverse City branch had always ranked below the other major cities' Fortune Treasure Palaces, and in recent decades, its ranking had been steadily declining. A few years ago, it had plummeted to third from the bottom. Traveling Dragon Palace had been developing rapidly in Diverse City, leading to frequent conflicts among the city's major factions. The commotion in Diverse City affected the flow of people. While the powerful special honor guests with influential backgrounds in Fortune Treasure Palace were unaffected, the number of ordinary customers was halved. The true profits of Fortune Treasure Palace came primarily from these ordinary customers. Wan Ying could do nothing about the disputes and conflicts in Diverse City. She was already prepared for her ranking to drop again. However, Lin Yuan's words presented an opportunity for Wan Ying. Wan Ying personally arranged accommodations for Lin Yuan and Chu Ci, assigning a total of 4 receptionists to receive Lin Yuan, Chu Ci, and their companions. The 4 receptionists were very surprised by her arrangements. 4 receptionists for 3 guests, and these 3 guests were in cahoots? This had never happened before. It wasn't that there hadn't been extremely distinguished special honor guests staying at Fortune Treasure Palace before, but those guests could not bring as many benefits as Lin Yuan could. There were even so many benefits that they could help Wan Ying turn things around. Chu Ci had never seen such a scene before. The residences arranged by Fortune Treasure Palace for special honor guests were all built like paradise, and the facilities inside were extremely luxurious. Chu Ci touched the sofa made of some unknown animal skin and said, "Big brother, I didn't expect you to be doing so well in the sky beyond the clouds." As she spoke, Chu Ci gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Lin Yuan raised his brows. In fact, even before encountering the epic god palace, he had already confirmed the existence of higher-class worlds above the main world. Lin Yuan had always both yearned for and feared these higher-class worlds. He wasn't worried about his own safety but was concerned that those around him might suffer calamities. At that time, Lin Yuan believed it would be difficult for him to explore a higher-class world with only his current resources in the main world. However, after meeting Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, who became his followers, everything changed drastically. With their strength, almost all problems could be resolved. This allowed Lin Yuan to develop Sky City rapidly and even create a faith country. Without the 4 of them, even if Lin Yuan had the ability to create a faith country, he wouldn't have been able to develop it so quickly. Previously, Lin Yuan had sent Jin Shan to Fortune Treasure Palace in Treasure City to trade, which had attracted a small hunting team. Without Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, this hunting team would have been enough to overthrow Sky City. The sky beyond the clouds was filled with danger, but the presence of the 4 followers gave Lin Yuan the confidence to face these challenges. Upon hearing Chu Ci's words, Lin Yuan smiled and told her seriously, "Chu Ci, it's all thanks to Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter that I was able to develop in the sky beyond the clouds so quickly. Otherwise, even with the resources accumulated in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, we wouldn't have reached this stage even in 1,000 years." Winter hurriedly said, "Young master, the 4 of us are your followers. It's our honor to share your burdens. We must thank you for giving us the chance to follow you. Your Spirit Lock spatial zone will soon transform. How could you develop slowly with the creator resources you have in your hands?" Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter were aware of Morbius' situation and knew that Lin Yuan would soon be able to control Grade 6 creator resources. Even Class 5 creators would have to submit to such power. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "Winter, you're saying this because you've been looking at the problem from the perspective of an expert. Even if I really have Grade 6 creator resources, without you, how would I dare to use these resources? Without a strong martial force as support, as long as the Grade 6 creator resources are slightly revealed, they will attract the covetous eyes of powerful factions. We don't even have to talk about the lifespan mouse. If you hadn't been by my side and intimidated others, it would have been impossible for me to subdue those Grade 5 creators through the lifespan mouse. Even if we really hid and developed slowly, we would have no choice but to face the powerful enemies we might encounter in the outside world." Lin Yuan was really grateful to Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. One had to know that Lin Yuan was not a sentimental person. Indeed, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter had given Lin Yuan the confidence to develop recklessly. Ever since Sun In had parted ways with Lin Yuan, he had contacted him regarding his previous relationships in Diverse City. The last time Sun In visited Diverse City, he had been a Grade 4 creator. The factions that had come into contact with Sun In had tried their best to recruit him and invited him to join Diverse City. However, Sun In ultimately declined their offers. Sun In knew very well that with his talent, he could indeed secure the support of a faction. However, this support would come with restrictions. Even if he was not directly constrained, he would still be entangled in the karma associated with that faction. Sun In cherished his freedom. Otherwise, he would not have endured so much when he first met Lin Yuan. The Dragon Plum family was thrilled to receive Sun Yin's correspondence. Centuries passed in the blink of an eye for World Emperor/Divine Kingdom lifeforms. However, many events had transpired in Diverse City over the past 100 years. Although the Dragon Plum family was not directly involved, they were significantly affected. Everyone living in Diverse City felt as if a lifetime had passed. 6 years ago, the Grade 4 creator in the Dragon Plum family had died of old age. Without this Grade 4 creator and another who eventually left, the family clearly felt they were on an irreversible decline. There were quite a number of pinnacle Grade 3 creators in the Dragon Plum family, 8 to be exact. However, none of these 8 pinnacle Grade 3 creators showed potential to become Grade 4 creators within the next 100 years. Only powerful factions in Diverse City were qualified to enjoy high-quality resources. Given the current situation of the Dragon Plum family, it would likely be difficult for them to protect their territory. At this moment, Sun In took the initiative to interact with the Dragon Plum family. One could imagine how excited they were. However, the Dragon Plum family did not know that Sun In was no longer a Grade 4 creator, but had become a genuine Grade 5 creator. Behind Honor Absent Mall on 9th Street in Diverse City, in an ancient residence on the south side of Ancient Bell's Garden, over 200 people sat in a meeting hall. For an aristocratic family in a super-large city like Diverse City, having only 200 people in a meeting hall was considered a small number. The leader was an old man with white hair and a beard. One of his eyes was extremely cloudy, with a scar running across half of his face. This blind eye gave him a somewhat ferocious appearance. However, to the other members of the Dragon Plum family, this one-eyed old man was the kindest elder. Su Li, where are you meeting Master Sun? When you do, I'll accompany you to welcome him. We must not let Master Sun feel neglected. Remember to prepare a few bottles of cherry plum wine. When Master Sun visited us before, he praised the cherry plum wine more than once. Su Li quickly responded to her grandfather's words. Grandfather, I'll bring a few core members of the family to receive him myself. There's no need for you to go personally. I've already prepared 2 jars of cherry plum wine. I'll bring them to meet Master Sunday. Su Li had not met Sun In Diverse City. She met him while training elsewhere and invited him to develop his skills in Diverse City. When Sun In arrived, Su Li invited him to stay with her family for a few days. Su Li intended to invite Sun In to be a guest of the Dragon Plum family. However, after learning that Sun In valued his freedom and could not stay with them, she refrained from making the request. At that time, her grandfather had advocated keeping Sun In the family, but he was somewhat of a snob. The Dragon Plum family was trying to align itself with the Warm Water Palace and was closely connected to a pinnacle Grade 4 creator. For some reason, this pinnacle Grade 4 creator had a conflict with Sun In. Consequently, her grandfather decided not to rope Sun In and even kept a deliberate distance from him. This left Su Li feeling very helpless. When Sun In left, her grandfather was unwilling to use a few jars of Sun Yin's favorite cherry plum wine to send him off. It had not been easy for her to obtain a few jars to avoid ruining Sun Yin's mood. Now that her grandfather had changed his mind, she felt a little vexed. The current Dragon Plum family was no longer as powerful as before. During the period when the Dragon Plum family had successfully become acquainted with the Warm Water Palace, they had been completely glorious. Unfortunately, during Traveling Dragon Palace's 100 years of rapid development, Warm Water Palace offended Traveling Dragon Palace and was wiped out. Although the Dragon Plum family had successfully gotten rid of their relationship with Warm Water Palace and was not destroyed because of this, the Dragon Plum family had still been severely affected. If the Dragon Plum family wanted to rise, they would most likely not have another chance. This was because too many factions in diverse city wanted to curry favor with traveling Dragon Palace. These factions were suppressing the Dragon Plum family not because they had a grudge against the Dragon Plum family, but because they wanted to use this opportunity to gain traveling Dragon Palace's favor. Traveling Dragon Palace had been using this method to get rid of dissidents all these years, tacitly allowing this to happen. Su Li knew very well why her grandfather was doing this. Now that the Dragon Plum family no longer had a Grade 4 creator, they urgently needed a Grade 4 creator to support them. However, Sun Yin's motive for coming to Diverse City this time was most likely to revisit his old place, or to settle some matters. Given Sun Yin's yearning for freedom, it was impossible for him to stay in Diverse City forever. Her grandfather would most likely be disappointed. "No, little Li. I have to go with you. This is the only way to show my respect for Master Sun." Everyone present was family. There was no need to say anything insinuating. Su Zhongshan told Su Li in an extremely serious tone. "Little Li, you're a smart child. You know very well what I want to say. Give me a definite answer. Do you think it's possible for Master Sun to stay in the Dragon Plum family and become a guest elder?" Su Li looked at the expression on her grandfather's face and really could not bring herself to say that it was impossible. "Grandfather, I haven't seen Master Sun in a long time. I'm not sure if I can invite Master Sun to be the Dragon Plum family's guest elder. However, with my understanding of Master Sun, the possibility is not high. If Master Sun doesn't have the intention to become a guest of the Dragon Plum family, forcefully inviting him will most likely affect our relationship with him. That's why we have to be careful before making a decision." Su Zhongshan knew very well that the Dragon Plum family had reached the end of its rope. In order to revive the Dragon Plum family, he was willing to do anything. Just because the possibility was small did not mean that there was no chance. As long as there was a chance, Su Zhongshan would work hard. "Little Li, I'm well aware of the situation. When we go to see Master Sun, I won't invite him directly. In the future, when the time is right, I'll let you speak with him." After finishing his words to Su Li, Su Zhongshan turned to the rest of the family and said in a stern tone, "Master Sun will likely stay at the Dragon Plum family's old residence. You all must be respectful when you see Master Sun In. If anyone offends him for selfish reasons, I will remove them from the family and they will be condemned as a sinner, forever shamed." Sun In was unaware that his contacting Su Li to complete Lin Yuan's mission had made the Dragon Plum family hold him in such high regard. To be honest, Sun In would never join the Dragon Plum family. After becoming a Grade 5 creator, the Dragon Plum family meant nothing to Sun In. However, Sun In was not willing to help the Dragon Plum family rise unless they agreed to become his pawns in return. In a place like the sky beyond the clouds, where the strong preyed on the weak, such opportunities were rare. If not for his good relationship with Su Li, Sun In would not have offered such an opportunity. Sun In looked at the familiar surroundings in Diverse City and stretched. His mentality on this trip to Diverse City was completely different from before. Sun In visited the famous old shops in Diverse City for a good meal before waiting for Su Li at the agreed location. In Sun Yin's experience, Su Li was always punctual. Sun In had never liked dealing with people who were not timely. He did not wait long before he saw Su Li, though she was accompanied by a large group. Sun In looked at Su Li, who spread her hands helplessly, indicating she had no choice but to bring her family. At this moment, Su Li did not know that Sun In had become a Grade 5 creator. Her attitude towards him remained rather nonchalant. If not for Lin Yuan's mission, Sun In would have frowned. He had never liked interacting with unfamiliar people, but to complete Lin Yuan's mission, he needed to engage with the other members of the Dragon Plum family, not just Su Li. Su Li greeted Sun In warmly. "Brother Sun, I haven't seen you in over 100 years. You look even better than before." Su Li only intended to greet Sun In, but she did not expect him to respond to her words. "My condition is indeed much better than before. Otherwise, wouldn't I have become a Grade 5 creator for nothing?" Sun Yin's words stunned Su Li, and the members of the Dragon Plum family standing beside her. Su Zhongsan's breathing quickened as he looked at Sun Yin, as if he was looking at hope. In just 100 years, Sun Yin had transformed into a grade 5 creator. Sun Yin's talent was simply too astonishing. It was impossible for Sun Yin to lie about such things. In the sky beyond the clouds, no creator dared to lie about their creator grade. Once a creator lied about their grade, their reputation would be ruined. Brother Sun, have you really become a grade 5 creator? Realizing she was doubting Sun Yin, Suli hurriedly changed her words. Brother Sun, I mean to say that you've finally fulfilled your dream. Congratulations! At this point, Suli couldn't help but think of the current situation of the Dragon Plum family. She looked a little sad. Sun Yin did not put on the airs of a grade 5 creator in front of his old friend. Instead, he reached out and patted Suli's shoulder. Didn't you say that you brought me cherry plum wine? I miss the Dragon Plum family's cherry plum wine so much. The last time I left, I drank 2 jars and still couldn't drink to my heart's content. The cherry plum wine you brought this time should be enough for me to drink, right? Before Suli could speak, her grandfather spoke up loudly. Master Sun. No, Lord Sun. It is the Dragon Plum family's honor that you enjoy our cherry plum wine. Naturally, you can drink as much as you want. If you don't mind, why don't you come to the Dragon Plum family for a drink? We've brewed a lot of plum wine over the past 1,000 years. If you like it, you can drink it freely. If Suli treated Sun Yin as a friend or elder brother, then Su Zhongsan's attitude towards Sun Yin could only be described as bootlicking. However, the other members of the Dragon Plum family were not dissatisfied with Su Zhongsan's attitude. They were, in fact, very enthusiastic. There were very few grade 5 creators in Diverse City. In Diverse City, grade 5 creators were equivalent to the ceiling. In the entire sky beyond the clouds, as long as a grade 6 creator did not appear, a grade 5 creator could be considered a supreme person. Even a faction like the Traveling Dragon Palace had to be respectful to grade 5 creators. A grade 5 creator was the wealth of the entire sky beyond the clouds. As long as the Dragon Plum family could secure a grade 4 creator, they would not fall and would be able to maintain their current glory. If they could establish a relationship with a grade 5 creator, the Dragon Plum family would be qualified to become a true upper-class faction in Diverse City. However, at this moment, Su Zhongsan was somewhat afraid of Sun Yin. Su Zhongsan dared to invite a grade 4 creator to the Dragon Plum family, but he did not dare to invite a grade 5 creator. A grade 5 creator was too noble. Sun Yin laughed out loud. Since the Dragon Plum family is so enthusiastic, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll visit them later. But before that, I want Suli to accompany me around Diverse City. I haven't been here for hundreds of years and am no longer familiar with the city. I came this time intending to buy some resources. With Suli's help, I should quickly get reacquainted with Diverse City. After saying this, Sun Yin ignored the reactions of the other members of the Dragon Plum family and pulled Suli away. Su Zhongsan was all smiles, surprised by the relationship between Sun Yin and Suli. He had thought they were merely acquaintances but now realized they were very good friends. If he wanted the Dragon Plum family to connect with a grade 5 creator like Sun Yin, he needed to act quickly and strategically. As Sun Yin and Suli explored Diverse City, he asked her about the city's developments over the past 100 years. Suli was always candid. Keeping her grandfather's intentions in mind, she said directly to Sun Yin, Brother Sun, my grandfather wants you to become a sponsor of the Dragon Plum family. I know you dislike being constrained. If their future invitations bother you, I'll explain to them now. I don't want this to affect our relationship. I've never been highly valued in the family. If you hadn't contacted me this time, I wouldn't even have been qualified to attend a family meeting. Suli spoke openly, not out of naivety, but because she was extremely smart. Whether her family could align with Sun Yin was uncertain, but she knew she could. As a direct descendant who wasn't valued, she didn't need to sacrifice her future for the family. If she succeeded with Sun Yin, it would benefit the family. As long as she didn't betray the Dragon Plum family, their interests would be aligned. Sun Yin pondered Suli's words before replying, Suli, I can't become a guest of the Dragon Plum family because I've already joined a faction. Su Li had anticipated Sun Yin's rejection and guessed his reasons. However, she never imagined that someone like Sun Yin, who cherished his freedom, would join a faction and accept its restrictions. This was unlike the Sun Yin she knew. Before Su Li could express her surprise, Sun Yin continued, "The faction I joined has a grade 6 creator. Su Li, I'm sure you understand the significance of this faction." Su Li spoke directly to Sun Yin, who did not hide anything from her. Lin Yuan needed a family he could use as a tool. If he chose the Dragon Plum family, he had to make this clear to them. He released such a message to intimidate both Su Li and the Dragon Plum family. Sun Yin was not worried about whether the Dragon Plum family would spread this matter. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Sun Yin had already confirmed this with Lin Yuan. If the news spread, it might not be a bad thing. Sky City's roots were far away in the north of the Lonely River, and those with ulterior motives would not be able to find any traces of Sky City through the Dragon Plum family. If this news spread, it would definitely attract powerful factions or experts who needed grade 6 creator resources. Lin Yuan was willing to trade with such powerful experts and factions. This was because trading with these factions and experts would allow Lin Yuan to obtain great benefits. When Su Li heard that Sun Yin had become a grade 5 creator, she was extremely surprised. She knew that Sun Yin was an exceptionally talented creator. Even so, he became a grade 5 creator too quickly. If Sun Yin was fortunate enough to join a faction with a grade 6 creator and obtain guidance, it would all make sense. Amidst her shock, Su Li's imagination ran wild. She did not know that Lin Yuan had nothing to do with Sun Yin becoming a grade 5 creator. No wonder Sun Yin was willing to give up his freedom to join this faction. There were only a few grade creators in the entire sky beyond the clouds. If such a big shot could come to Diverse City, the City Lord and the major factions would probably kneel to welcome him. Sun Yin's status as a grade 5 creator was already very precious. But now, Sun Yin represented a faction with a grade 6 creator. The famous traveling dragon palace in Diverse City would probably immediately put down their arrogance and treat Sun Yin as a distinguished guest if they knew about his situation. Su Li was very good at seizing opportunities. When she first met Sun Yin, it was she who seized the opportunity. She had a good relationship with Sun Yin. Otherwise, Sun Yin would not have thought of her immediately upon coming to Diverse City. Su Li mustered her courage and said, "Brother Sun, I've always treated you as my good brother. I wonder if you can bring me along if there's a chance in the future and give me a chance to be your retainer? If you allow me to follow you, you don't have to worry that the Dragon Plum family will affect your work." Sun Yin looked up at Su Li, whose eyes were filled with anticipation and caution. He thought to himself that Su Li was really a smart person. However, in Sun Yin's opinion, Su Li's actions were somewhat abrupt. His relationship with Su Li was indeed good, but it was far from the extent where he could change Su Li's fate at will. Su Li was desperately creating an opportunity for her future. Sun Yin was still thinking about how to guide Su Li, but now he even skipped the leading words. "Su Li, do you know how many people want to work for me since I became a grade 5 creator? But until now, I haven't had a retainer by my side. You should still remember Ronnie, right? I've been communicating with Ronnie for more than 100 years. Ronnie wanted to stay by my side as a retainer, but I rejected her." When Su Li said those words just now, she already realized that she had been a little abrupt. However, since she had already said it, there was nothing she could do even if she was rude. Su Li was afraid that Sun Yin would think she was going to do something wrong and, because of what he said just now, he would pull away from her. Ronnie and Sun Yin's relationship was closer than hers and Sun Yin's. Moreover, she had not contacted Sun Yin many times in the past few years. Sun Yin had even rejected Ronnie, so he naturally could not agree to her request. Just as Su Li was contemplating how to steer the conversation away from the awkward topic, she heard Sun Yin change the subject. "Actually, it's not impossible to bring you along. Coincidentally, I plan to develop some projects in Diverse City in the future. However, I won't stop you from continuing to stay with the Dragon Plum family." Su Li was a very smart person, which was the main reason Sun Yin valued her. Sun Yin observed Su Li's shifting expressions and knew she had understood his implications. Su Li hesitated for a moment before speaking solemnly. Brother Sun, I'll say it again. As long as you're willing to guide me, I will do whatever you ask in the future. I'll do my best. If you need anything, the Dragon Plum family will support you as well. Sun Yin's words made it clear that he wanted to use the Dragon Plum family as a foundation to develop in Diverse City. This was a huge opportunity for the Dragon Plum family. She wondered how happy her grandfather would be when he found out. A direct descendant like her, who was not valued, could use Sun Yin's connections to become an even more important figure in the Dragon Plum family than her grandfather. And power was what Su Li had always pursued. She had just never had the chance to express her ambitions to the outside world. Sun Yin patted Su Li's shoulder. All right, I'll ask you to help me with my responsibilities in Diverse City from now on. We'll be having dinner together later. Come and introduce the situation in Diverse City to me. I heard that Traveling Dragon Palace is planning to use resources like Blessed Lands as exhibits for the trade fair. Do you know about Traveling Dragon Palace's situation? Su Li had been wondering why Sun Yin would go to Diverse City. It turned out the catalyst was the trade fair organized by Traveling Dragon Palace. Brother Sun, I know a little about Traveling Dragon Palace, but only superficial matters. The Dragon Plum family is not qualified to come into contact with a faction of Traveling Dragon Palace's level. The news we heard is just hearsay. We can't guarantee that it's true. Su Li was cautious by nature. Now that she had just joined Sun Yin, she was even more so. She feared she might give Sun Yin false information that could affect his judgment. Just say it. I need to come into contact with Traveling Dragon Palace in the future. I heard that Traveling Dragon Palace has basically defeated all the factions of the same level in Diverse City and even suppressed Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. When it came to Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, Sun Yin's expression did not change, but Su Li felt suffocated. The last time Sun Yin came to Diverse City, he had become enemies with a Grade 4 creator from Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. This creator had cornered Sun Yin twice, causing him public humiliation. Otherwise, Sun Yin would not have left Diverse City in such a hurry. To a certain extent, he had been chased out of Diverse City by Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Brother Sun, you're right. Among all the factions in Diverse City that fought against Traveling Dragon Palace, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall suffered the most. Even one of the 3 evil eye ghost curse trees had its trunk broken by Traveling Dragon Palace. 2 of the 6 elders of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall died in the battle with Traveling Dragon Palace. Now, with the current strength of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, they are one of the top 5 factions in Diverse City. However, Bizarre Plant Demon Hall has already completely shrunk. They have given all their resources in Diverse City to Traveling Dragon Palace. There's a rumor in Diverse City that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall might leave to develop in another city. At this point, Su Li paused and said in a low voice, Brother Sun, I think this is just a rumor. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall should not leave Diverse City, which has been developed for hundreds of thousands of years. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall is a very special faction. Leaving Diverse City is equivalent to losing their foundation. I keep feeling that the shrinking of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall is the calm before the storm. It will eventually clash with Traveling Dragon Palace. Especially now that Traveling Dragon Palace is clashing with Grey Smoke Stronghold, Traveling Dragon Palace is at a disadvantage in Extremewood City. 60% of the experts from Traveling Dragon Palace in Diverse City have been sent to Extremewood City. Now, it can be said to be the best opportunity for Bizarre Plant Demon Hall to snatch back the resources from Traveling Dragon Palace. I think the people from Bizarre Plant Demon Hall have most likely already contacted the people from Extremewood City's Grey Smoke Stronghold. Su Li knew that Sun Yin had not been to Diverse City for a long time and did not know the situation there. Otherwise, he would not have asked about this kind of information that all the factions in Diverse City knew. Su Li analyzed the situation in Diverse City. In the past, when Su Li and Sun Yin were together, Su Li talked more. At that time, when Su Li was analyzing something, Sun Yin was listening. So Su Li was not afraid that Sun Yin would dislike her analysis. When Sun Yin heard Su Li mention Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, her tone was extremely careful. He knew that Su Li was thinking about the conflict between him and Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Sun Yin indeed hated Bizarre Plant Demon Hall in the past, especially the Grade 4 creator of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. If Sun Yin had not bet on Lin Yuan, he would have definitely beaten up the creator of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall as a Grade 5 creator in Diverse City to regain his dignity. However, now that Sun Yin had joined Lin Yuan and seen a higher perspective, he no longer cared about Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Sun Yin was not willing to affect Lin Yuan's plan because of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Of course, the prerequisite was that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall would not cause trouble for him. When I was still in Diverse City, I remember that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall wanted to suppress Traveling Dragon Palace. Traveling Dragon Palace couldn't surpass Bizarre Plant Demon Hall in a short period of time. Traveling Dragon Palace has been accumulating for at least tens of thousands of years to rise. They have been holding back all this while, and they only showed their prowess in the past 100 years. With my understanding of the people of Bizarre Plant Demon Hall, they must have contacted Grey Smoke Stronghold. I've heard about the situation in Grey Smoke Stronghold. They can be considered a top faction in Extreme Wood City. Grey Smoke Stronghold is so angry about the expansion of Traveling Dragon Palace. With Bizarre Plant Demon Hall taking the initiative to make contact, they will definitely be very willing to cooperate with Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. If they can defeat Traveling Dragon Palace, all of Traveling Dragon Palace's arrangements in Extreme Wood City will belong to Grey Smoke Stronghold. It seems that Traveling Dragon Palace is in trouble this time. When Sun Yin informed Lin Yuan about the situation in Diverse City, Winter mentioned that the Traveling Dragon Palace's circumstances were far from optimistic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold their blessed land, even if they wanted to expand their power. Traveling Dragon Palace had the strength to become a local tyrant in Diverse City. However, despite years of accumulation, they were not satisfied with their current status. Overreaching could lead to a significant backlash. This was something Sun Yin had not considered before. Compared to his talent as a creator, Sun Yin was not adept at scheming, developing a faction, or strategic planning. As Sun Yin pondered over discussing this with Lin Yuan, he heard Su Li say, "Brother Sun, if you want to attack Grey Smoke Stronghold, you could collaborate with Traveling Dragon Palace. But this might offend Grey Smoke Stronghold, who is opposing Traveling Dragon Palace, so it may not be worth it. However, this would certainly earn Traveling Dragon Palace's friendship. If you plan to develop in Diverse City, building a good relationship with Traveling Dragon Palace would be highly beneficial." Su Li continued to devise strategies for Sun Yin, aware that Sun Yin would not easily let go of the schemes and insults from the Bizarre Plant Demon Hall. Sun Yin solemnly responded to Su Li's words. "Su Li, remember that I'm no longer independent. I've joined a faction and can't do anything that would implicate it. You are now my retainer, and I hope you can act accordingly." After their conversation, Sun Yin and Su Li arrived at the old residence of the Dragon Plum family. Sun Yin requested the Dragon Plum family to keep his situation confidential. He then returned to the room that Su Zhongsan had personally prepared for him in the old residence. He took out the Thoughts letter paper and reported the situation to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had already asked Wan Ying, the person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace, for relevant information. Wan Ying's information for Lin Yuan was more detailed and precise than what Sun Yin had obtained from Su Li. Su Li suspected that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Grey Smoke Stronghold had joined forces to resist Traveling Dragon Palace, and Wan Ying confirmed this. Bizarre Plant Demon Hall was likely to attack Traveling Dragon Palace during the trade fair. Disrupting this transaction would impact Traveling Dragon Palace's fundraising. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered when he saw Sun Yin's message. Lin Yuan typically kept a low profile, influencing those around him to do the same. However, there were times to be high profile. Even if Lin Yuan chose to remain low profile, those around him should not. Lin Yuan, Sun Yin, I authorize you to reveal your Grade 5 creator status. Use it to gain qualifications to attend Traveling Dragon Palace's trade fair and bring a few important figures from the Dragon Plum family. There is solid information that Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Traveling Dragon Palace will clash at the trade fair. Initially, Lin Yuan was only interested in the blessed lands and treasures that Traveling Dragon Palace intended to sell. Now, understanding the situation in Diverse City, he was even more interested in Traveling Dragon Palace itself. Through Sun Yin, Lin Yuan controlled the Dragon Plum family, but it would be challenging for the Dragon Plum family to stand out in Diverse City. Once the Dragon Plum family took out a large amount of resources in Traveling Dragon Palace, the Dragon Plum family would become the focus of the major factions in Diverse City. Moreover, in the face of the sudden rise of the Dragon Plum family, there would most likely be many factions targeting the Dragon Plum family. Since Lin Yuan was not prepared to invest too much manpower and resources in Diverse City, it would be very difficult for him to protect the Dragon Plum family, which had become the target of public criticism. Compared to the Dragon Plum family, Traveling Dragon Palace, which was already the most superior class faction in Diverse City, had long stood out and had a dominant position in Diverse City. Furthermore, Traveling Dragon Palace had a strong intention to expand, and they had already opened up their territory in Extremewood City. This showed that Traveling Dragon Palace was very ambitious and aggressive. Traveling Dragon Palace's attitude toward the outside world was already clear. If Lin Yuan could be the driving force behind Traveling Dragon Palace, the outside world would only pay attention to Traveling Dragon Palace itself and not Sky City behind it. If Traveling Dragon Palace was in a thriving state, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to reach an agreement with it. But now that Traveling Dragon Palace was in a difficult situation, Traveling Dragon Palace needed a strong teammate. It was very easy for Lin Yuan to come into contact with the upper echelons of Traveling Dragon Palace. Whether it was through Sun Yin, who had already become a Grade 5 creator, or Wan Ying, the person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace and Diverse City, Lin Yuan could do it. However, Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to interact with Traveling Dragon Palace because he only knew about the Traveling Dragon Palace's predicament and did not know anything else about it. Lin Yuan needed to understand Traveling Dragon Palace before making a decision. Sun Yin smiled when he saw Lin Yuan's message. It was great that Lin Yuan wanted him to expose his Grade 5 creator identity. This way, he could be more high profile. If Lin Yuan did not expose his identity as a Grade 5 creator, he would have to be as cautious as possible. In the evening, Lin Yuan bought a large batch of resources from Fortune Treasure Palace. He used Spirit Chi crystals and Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls of various types. Diverse City's Fortune Treasure Palace had more collections than Treasure City's Fortune Treasure Palace, and the level of resources was also higher. Wan Ying's authority was higher than Zhan Lu's, so she could make the decision to take out more precious resources. Compared to producing faith, hundreds of thousands of people evolved in grade every day in Faith Country, allowing Morbius to collect a large number of Spirit Chi crystals. Lin Yuan now had billions of Spirit Chi crystals in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He spent nearly 10 million Spirit Chi crystals on Wan Ying this time. However, this was nothing to Lin Yuan. Wan Ying said to Lin Yuan excitedly, "Young Master Lin, thank you for being so willing to support me and use creator resources to trade for so many resources. If there's anything you want me to do in the future, just ask. I'll definitely do my best to satisfy your request." When he heard that you had come to Diverse City, Lord Ling decided to meet you here. He instructed me to treat you well. If you have any requests, just let me know. With that, Wan Ying instructed the 4 receptionists she had sent over to move many rare flowers and plants to the room and prepare many superior class delicacies. Chu Ci said while drinking the rose-pink juice that Wan Ying had just brought over, "Big brother, I don't know what kind of heavenly treasures are added to this fruit juice, but I feel much clearer after taking the first sip. The fatigue in my soul has also been washed away. The key is that this fruit juice tastes extremely good. It's been a long time since I've drunk such delicious fruit juice." Chu Ci enjoyed the fruit juice very much. Previously, she had always felt that as long as she worked hard, she would be able to help Lin Yuan sooner or later. But now she gradually gave up on this idea. Firstly, Lin Yuan was living too well in the sky beyond the clouds. No one was looking for trouble with him, so she had no chance to help Lin Yuan. Secondly, Chu Ci realized that the gap between her and Lin Yuan was too big. No matter how hard she tried, she could not make up for it. Chu Ci understood this, but she would still work hard to improve herself. She would not embarrass Lin Yuan by falling behind among Sky City's core members. If Lin Yuan knew what Chu Ci was thinking, he would definitely be very gratified. Lin Yuan had worked so hard to develop Sky City in order to create a good living environment for Chu Ci. As such, Lin Yuan did not wish for Chu Ci to suffer so much. All she had to do was enjoy life under his protection. Chu Ci, if you like this fruit juice, I'll get Wanning to prepare more for you when we leave Diverse City. I think even if we ask Wanning for the formula of this fruit juice, she will probably give it to us. You can drink as much as you want in the future. We can also hire gourmets who are good at using spiritual ingredients to cook delicacies and bring them to north of the Lonely River to improve the food of the core members of Sky City. There were many professions in the sky beyond the clouds, and gourmet was one of them. Gourmets could use many spiritual ingredients to make delicacies with many benefits, but these gourmets were fundamentally different from creators who concocted potions. As these gourmets could not stimulate the effects of these ingredients to the greatest extent like creators, they could only stimulate the taste of the ingredients and make them more delicious. This made the gourmet status in the sky beyond the clouds not high. They were far inferior to creators. However, an outstanding gourmet was definitely very rich because outstanding gourmets served experts and large factions. After the initial stage of Sky City's development, Lin Yuan felt that he had to seek more benefits for the core members of Sky City. Chu Ci was moved by Lin Yuan's words. Big brother, I see that Diverse City is very modern. I think there should be a talent market. We can go to the talent market and see if we can find a more outstanding gourmet. Apart from gourmets, we can also recruit more lifestyle class spirit chi professionals like spirit craftsmen and weavers. When I was in the spirit lock spatial zone, I always heard Uncle Hu complaining that he had too few spirit craftsmen under him and that there were many things he could not do. Why don't we take this opportunity to help Uncle Hu solve the problem? Moreover, there are so many people in Sky City that we can't rely on Sister when you alone to make clothes. I know that as long as we speak to Manager Wan, she can help and recommend many people to us. But how can someone recommended by others be better than someone we choose ourselves? Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, Lin Yuan preferred his own choices over those recommended by others. In any case, we're going to walk around Diverse City tomorrow. When the time comes, get Wanting to arrange for someone to bring us to the talent market in Diverse City to take a look. There are many talent markets in Diverse City. It's very difficult for us to find a suitable talent market ourselves. At that time, we can get the people from Fortune Treasure Palace to bring us directly to the highest-end talent market and choose talents there. There are a few fays from Fortune Treasure Palace that you can contract. Since you're not in a hurry to contract a fay, why don't you wait a little longer? Apart from selling the blessed land, Traveling Dragon Palace has also taken out many foundation-grade fays. If one of these foundation-grade fays is suitable for you, it will greatly increase your limit in the future. Chu Ci knew that Lin Yuan would always make the best arrangements for her, so she was not worried about the fay she was going to contract. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan would bring Chu Ci to Diverse City's high-end talent market to apply for a job. This made Chu Ci feel very excited and novel. Wanning basically served Lin Yuan the entire day and appeared in the special honor guests living area many times. This caused quite a stir in Diverse City's Fortune Treasure Palace. Because of the trade fair held by Traveling Dragon Palace, there were quite a number of large faction members who went to Traveling Dragon Palace recently. Many of these large factions members lived in Fortune Treasure Palace, and Wan Ying's attitude toward them was far less enthusiastic than her attitude toward Lin Yuan. Everyone knew very well how the people from the Fortune Treasure Palace usually handled things. These factions did not feel dissatisfied because of Wan Ying's attitude. Instead, they knew that a big shot must have come to the Fortune Treasure Palace to make Wan Ying behave like this. These special honor guests all wanted to befriend a faction that Wan Ying valued so much. Relying on the fact that they usually got along well with Wan Ying, many factions looked for Wan Ying and hoped that she could help introduce them. If these special honor guests were to find Wan Ying for help, Wan Ying would be willing to help them no matter what. However, Lin Yuan's identity was too special, so Ling Muzhua had deliberately instructed her to receive him well. He could not let Lin Yuan feel even the slightest discomfort. Wan Ying could tell that Lin Yuan was not keen on socializing. It would not be good if she rashly led these special honor guests to interact with Lin Yuan and made him unhappy. Wan Ying could only reject the requests of the other special honor guests. However, Wan Ying's actions made the other special honor guests even more curious. The next morning, Lin Yuan found Wan Ying and asked her to arrange for 2 people to be his and Chu Si's guides. Wan Ying immediately sent 2 receptionists to entertain Lin Yuan and Chu Si and asked them to act as guides. The receptionists were in the middle of Fortune Treasure Palace. In Fortune Treasure Palace, receptionists were second only to Wan Ying, the person in charge. If Wan Ying usually asked the receptionists to be the guides on any other day, these receptionists would definitely not be willing. However, the receptionists Wan Ying had witnessed Lin Yuan's trade with Fortune Treasure Palace yesterday. Hence, when Wan Ying was assigning this task this morning, the 4 receptionists had fought for it right in front of Wan Ying. Wan Ying looked at the 4 extremely arrogant receptionists under her and thought to herself, although these receptionists are arrogant, they're not stupid at all. They knew that receiving Lin Yuan was an opportunity. Since it was an opportunity, Wan Ying would definitely arrange such an opportunity for her subordinates who were closer and more obedient to her. Wan Ying looked at the 2 happy receptionists in front of her and said seriously, "Ah Qian, Ah Tao, the 2 of you are my trusted aides. Among all the receptionists, I value the 2 of you the most and treat you the best. This opportunity has been given to the 2 of you. The 2 of you must seize this opportunity and serve young Master Lin as well as possible. Young Master Lin is someone that even Palace Master Ling has to show some respect to, especially you, Ah Tao. You have to be careful in front of young Master Lin. Don't speak nonsense and make young Master Lin unhappy. Otherwise, if Palace Master Ling blames you, I won't be able to protect you." Wan Ying had always been kind to Ah Qian and Ah Tao and treated them as though they were her younger sisters. Hearing such serious instructions for the 2 of them, Ah Qian and Ah Tao hurriedly promised Wan Ying, "Sister Wan, Ah Tao and I know our limits. We definitely won't do anything that will make young Master Lin unhappy. Sister Wan, you've always known that I'm a timid person. How would I dare to displease young Master Lin? It's just that this young Master Lin is strange. Why is he going to a talent market for no reason? If young Master Lin has any needs in terms of personnel, just tell us. We'll recommend someone to him." Wan Ying was already a little worried about Ah Tao. Now that she heard what Ah Tao said, Wan Ying frowned tightly. "Ah Tao, you can't say this in front of young Master Lin. You just have to do what young Master Lin asks you to do. We don't need to make any suggestions. The 2 of you should start preparing. If you do well this time, I'll put in a good word for you on Palace Master Ling's side. If the 2 of you can be evaluated as A rank, the 2 of you can go to the local area to be the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace and manage the area yourselves. It's much better than the 2 of you following me as receptionists. I've always treated the 2 of you as my younger sisters. Naturally, I hope that the 2 of you can develop better. Good luck. If the 2 of you don't get the evaluation this time, you probably won't have another chance in the next 1,000 years." When Ah Tao and Ah Qian heard Wan Ying's words, they could not help but feel ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. The ultimate goal of all the receptionists in Fortune Treasure Palace was to become the manager of a branch of Fortune Treasure Palace. However, only 1% of the receptionists had such an opportunity. Ah Qian and Ah Tao did not have such an opportunity previously. Apart from Wan Ying's nurturing and Ling Mujua's appreciation, they also had to thank Lin Yuan for coming here. Otherwise, Ah Qian would have a chance to become the manager of the Fortune Treasure Palace, while Ah Tao would not have such a chance at all. Ah Tao and Ah Qian were now treating Lin Yuan with the utmost importance. Seeing that Ah Qian and Ah Tao were a little nervous, Wan Ying smiled in satisfaction. Wan Ying really hoped that Ah Qian and Ah Tao would become the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace. Although Ah Qian and Ah Tao could no longer stay by her side and Wan Ying had lost 2 outstanding helpers, Ah Qian and Ah Tao becoming the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace would be of greater help to Wan Ying in the future. Not only were there competitions between the 3 palace masters of Fortune Treasure Palace, but there were also many competitions between the managers of the various cities. Fortune Treasure Palace had sent 2 receptionists as his guides and Lin Yuan was very grateful to them. He took out dozens of spirit chi crystals and rewarded them to Ah Qian and Ah Tao. The receptionists liked to receive charity from special honor guests. Once they served the special honor guests well, the rewards given by the special honor guests would sometimes be more than the commission earned as receptionists. If it was something bestowed by someone else, Atao would definitely accept it without hesitation. However, Wan Ying had repeatedly reminded Atao to treat Lin Yuan well. This reception was related to her future evaluation. For a moment, Atao did not know if she should take these spirit chi crystals. Qian saw Atao's hesitation and took the spirit chi crystals before thanking Lin Yuan respectfully. She also used her eyes to signal Atao not to be rude. The spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan casually took out were not meant to show off his status in front of the two of them. Lin Yuan had already taken out tens of millions of spirit chi crystals yesterday to trade. These spirit chi crystals were nothing to him. If Atao was shy and refused to accept it, it would make people think that she was rejecting Lin Yuan's kind intentions. Seeing Qian accept these spirit chi crystals, Atao also followed suit. Qian said softly to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Lin, there are a total of 3 high-end talent markets in Diverse City. Which one are you planning to go to? If you don't know the difference between these 3 talent markets, Atao and I can introduce them to you one by one." When Lin Yuan had traded resources with Fortune Treasure Palace yesterday evening, he made it clear that he had never been to Diverse City before. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to have any understanding of Diverse City's talent markets. If it were not for the huge difference between these 3 top talent markets, Qian would have made the decision herself. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Chu Si's interest was piqued when she heard that there were 3 areas in the high-end talent market. She asked, "What's the difference between these 3 talent markets?" The functional professions we're looking for today are more complicated, and there might be a lot of people. However, there are requirements for these people's abilities. Qian's attitude toward Chu Si was the same as Lin Yuan's. She was exceptionally respectful. Miss Chu Si, the first of these 3 talent markets, is controlled by the officials of Diverse City. It's located southwest of the city lord's residence. The people here are all nurtured by the officials of Diverse City. There are all kinds of people inside and they accept employment. A portion of the commission earned by these people needs to be handed over to the city lord's residence. The officials of Diverse City will also be responsible for these people to ensure the interests of these employers. The second place is at the foot of the Dust Abyss Mountain. It's not far from here. The people here are usually from various mercenary guilds. They can take on missions as a team. Most of the people inside have extraordinary combat strength. There are relatively few lifestyle class professionals. Thirdly, there's a riverside nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Diverse City. This talent market is different from the other 2 talent markets. The other 2 talent markets are mainly for hiring, but this place is completely for business. Everyone's talent is clearly priced. They can be bought by the boss they like. The abilities of these people will be clearly marked. The major factions all have shares in this talent market. When the major factions capture prisoners during expeditions, they will be sent here after they're tamed. Therefore, the people here are the most mixed. It's far from being as safe as Diverse talent market. Of course, there are always surprises here, because some important captives won't show their true abilities. However, this rarely happens. Most of the captives on sale have hidden injuries on their roots. Because it's difficult to heal and too many resources are needed to heal them, these captives are all waiting to be chosen. After introducing the 3 talent markets, Qian did not say anything else and waited for Lin Yuan and Chu Si to make a decision. She and Qian received Lin Yuan together, but Qian had been doing all the talking. Not only did Atao not show any dissatisfaction, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. Atao was very clear about her position. She just had to follow Qian and strive to complete this mission well. With Wan Ying's help, she could obtain a good rating. Chu Si did not make the decision herself. Instead, she turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought, really found the right person from Fortune Treasure Palace to arrange for a guide. Among the 3 talent markets, the talent market located by the riverbank is more in line with my needs. Compared to hiring these talents who lived in Diverse City, it was better to choose those capable captives to bring back to north of the lonely river. Qian, Take us to the third talent market you mentioned. Since Fortune Treasure Palace also has some shares in this talent market, I think you can make some arrangements. Take us to choose 3,000 spirit craftsmen first. These spirit craftsmen have to be at least class 3. Lin Yuan directly stated his request. The rating of a spirit craftsman in the sky beyond the clouds was very different from the rating of a spirit craftsman in the main world. The beginner class 4 spirit craftsman in the main world could only be considered pinnacle class 2 in the sky beyond the clouds. Only advanced class 4 spirit craftsmen could be considered beginner class 3. For example, Hu Quan could already be defined as a class 6 spirit craftsman according to the rating of the main world. However, he was only an intermediate class 4 spirit craftsman in the sky beyond the clouds. Sky City indeed had too few spirit craftsmen under their command. It was rather difficult for Hu Quan to command these 100 over spirit craftsmen to do many things. There were many places in Sky City that needed to be built. Even if Lin Yuan found another 3,000 spirit craftsmen to join Sky City, these spirit craftsmen would not be enough. However, it should not be difficult to find 3,000 spirit craftsmen above class 3 in a talent market as big as Diverse City. If he could not even find 3,000 or more spirit craftsmen, Lin Yuan would be too disappointed. Ah Qian and Ah Tao were surprised when they heard Lin Yuan's request. Although spirit craftsmen were lifestyle professions, spirit craftsmen above class 3 were not cheap at all. According to the spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan had traded yesterday, the price of each class 3 spirit craftsman differed among beginner class 3 to pinnacle class 3, ranging from 1,000 to 30,000 spirit chi crystals. Nurturing a spirit craftsman also required a lot of resources. 3,000 class 3 spirit craftsmen would at least sell for 3 million spirit chi crystals. Ah Qian and Ah Tao felt that Lin Yuan would not only choose beginner class 3 spirit craftsmen. This huge expenditure shocked receptionists like Ah Qian and Ah Tao, who were used to seeing the world in Fortune Treasure Palace. Young Master Lin, you will definitely be able to find 3,000 class 3 and above spirit craftsmen in this talent market. In the past, even a severely injured class 5 spirit craftsman had appeared. It's just that many of these captives are not tamed well. If you buy them, they might not be able to work for you wholeheartedly. You still need to subdue these spirit craftsmen yourself in the future. Some of these spirit craftsmen come from factions that have already been destroyed and they still feel some loyalty to those factions. It will be very difficult to tame them. After Ah Qian's reminder to Lin Yuan, she did not say anything else. The Fortune Treasure Palace indeed had shares, but there were very few shares. All she could do was to give all the resources to Lin Yuan and let him choose. The other situations were not something she could determine or bear. Ah Qian's words were both a reminder and a disclaimer. I only want to see if these spirit craftsmen can meet my requirements. I'll take responsibility for subduing these spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan still had to hire gourmets, weavers, and other talents, but the spirit craftsmen were the most important among them. At first, Lin Yuan thought that this talent market was built so far away from Diverse City by the banks of the river because it was very chaotic. Now, it seemed like that was not the case. This talent market occupied an extremely wide area and had a beautiful environment. The furnishings inside were not inferior to the furnishings outside Fortune Treasure Palace. Presumably, this talent market was most likely not tolerated by the city lord of Diverse City. Because many large factions in Diverse City had shares in this talent market, the city lord could not target this talent market too much. While communicating with Ah Qian and Ah Tao, Lin Yuan had already gained a certain level of understanding of Diverse City. More than 50% of the profits of the city lord's residence, excluding taxes, came from the diverse talent market. This talent market by the riverside largely affected the profits of the diverse talent market. This talent market did not have a specific name. There were many people coming and going at the entrance, be it people transporting captives or trading talents. However, most people were not qualified to be received by the attendants at the door. These attendants did not know Lin Yuan, Chu Xiai, and Winter. The three of them were unfamiliar faces to Diverse City. However, these waiters knew Ah Qian and Ah Tao. 6 or 7 attendants quickly greeted them the moment they saw Ah Qian and Ah Tao. Your Excellencies Feng Qian and Ding Tao, I wonder what wine blew you two ladies here. Does anyone from Fortune Treasure Palace want to sell something here? If that's the case, we will contact Manager Sun and properly label the item from Fortune Treasure Palace. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were very cautious in front of Lin Yuan. However, Feng Qian and Ding Tao were exceptionally arrogant in front of these attendants. Fortune Treasure Palace doesn't do such a thing as taming and selling captives. However, we really have to trouble Manager Sun this time to get him to bring out all the high-quality spirit craftsmen you have. We're here to accompany the esteemed guest of Fortune Treasure Palace, young Master Lin, to choose talents. If it weren't for Lordess Wanning needing to hold down the fort at Fortune Treasure Palace, we wouldn't be the ones bringing young Master Lin here this time. Instead, Lordess Wanning would have personally brought young Master Lin here. Feng Qian knew very well that her words would definitely reach Manager Sun's ears. On one hand, Feng Qian's words were meant for Manager Sun to value Lin Yuan. On the other hand, it was also to let Lin Yuan know how much Fortune Treasure Palace valued him. The attendants were shocked when they heard Feng Qian's words. What? The Fortune Treasure Palace had actually sent 2 receptionists for the sake of this distinguished guest in front of them. This had never happened before. Since when did the receptionists of Fortune Treasure Palace become guides to the outside world? The man and woman with outstanding looks in front of him looked young. The old man behind him seemed to be a guard. The 3 of them must come from an extraordinary faction. Such a figure must have come to Diverse City from outside. If they were local figures in Diverse City, they should have heard of them. A few of the attendants immediately reported the situation to Manager Sun, while the other attendants led Lin Yuan and the others in. Not long after entering the market, Lin Yuan saw a meatball rolling toward him from afar. Looking closely, it quickly grew into a chubby figure. This fatso was dressed like a nouveau riche. It was as though he wished he could wear rings on all 10 of his fingers. This fatso was accompanied by the few attendants who had just left. This fatso should be Manager Sun. Sun Yukai was quite surprised when he heard the attendants' report. He knew that an extraordinary person had arrived. Sun Yukai had always liked to befriend such people. Sun Yukai did not greet Feng Qian and Ding Tao first. Instead, he bowed to Lin Yuan warmly. Regardless of whether he knew Lin Yuan or not, he immediately said, "Welcome, young Master Lin. I heard that you've come here to choose talents. We will definitely bring out the best batch of people here. If you hadn't come here, young Master Lin, I wouldn't have released so many talents with potential. Haha. These talents with potential are high-quality resources for any faction. These resources can only be used at critical moments. If not for that, young Master Lin, it would probably be very difficult for you to obtain what you want. Young Master Lin, please follow me to the room and wait for a moment. I'll get someone to bring over all the talents you need. Ordinary talents are all available for people to choose from. If you go to the exhibition area, you won't be able to see those high-quality guys." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. This Manager Sun really knew how to suck up to others. Lin Yuan could sense that Manager Sun was trying to please him. Manager Sun did not hide his thoughts. Instead, he openly expressed them. Not only would Lin Yuan not be dissatisfied with this behavior, but he also liked Manager Sun's directness. "Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to arrange it. However, I think you're wrong about one thing. Those high-end talents indeed need to be sold carefully. However, these high-end talents are expensive. Only those buyers who can afford the price can support them. Manager Sun, bring out all the quality people you have. As long as they are capable, price is not an issue. I will take them all without exception." Lin Yuan could tell that Manager Sun wanted to curry favor with him, and he was willing to accept it. However, Manager Sun's motive for currying favor with him was actually to cooperate more with him in the future. Lin Yuan's words might appear a little arrogant, but in reality, he was telling Manager Sun that he had plenty of resources. If Manager Sun had high-quality talents to offer, Lin Yuan was more than capable of affording them. On the way here, Ding Tao had briefed Lin Yuan on the regulations of this talent market. It prohibited bargaining and offered no discounts regardless of the quantity purchased. All transactions were simple and had a fixed price policy. Therefore, it would ultimately depend on the buyer's judgment to decide who to buy. However, generally, the prices set for all talents sold as commodities wouldn't be too unreasonable. When selling talents as commodities, apart from ability, looks and some external performance also became criteria for measuring their value. This led to many good-looking commodities being heavily marked up. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's rather arrogant remarks, Sun Yukai instinctively glanced toward Feng Qian and Ding Tao. If Lin Yuan had not been brought here by them, Sun Yukai would have chased him away long ago. Sun Yukai came from a hidden faction and was not a native of Diverse City. He had collaborated with many factions in Diverse City to establish this talent market. He was even willing to negotiate with the city lord manor of Diverse City without hesitation, all for the sake of profit. However, many potential buyers were hesitant to purchase high-end talents due to their reluctance to pay the high prices set by Sun Yukai. This talent market had operated for hundreds of thousands of years. Some high-end talents had died because they had not been able to sell them. Despite that, Sun Yukai was still unwilling to lower the price. It was because Sun Yukai knew that once the precedent of lowering prices was set, it would become difficult to sell talents at high prices in the future. Moreover, his non-negotiable rules might be broken by the sale of high-end talents at a lower price. If such a situation were to occur, not only would his reputation decline, but the customers who were previously rejected for bargaining would also feel offended. Upon hearing Feng Qian and Ding Tao nod at him subtly to express their approval of Lin Yuan's words, the way Sun Yukai looked at Lin Yuan changed. Sun Yukai listened to his subordinate's report and felt that if it weren't for the fact that Wan Ying, the person in charge of the Fortune Treasure Palace, had other matters to attend to, she would have personally welcomed this young Master Lin as a guide. However, judging from Feng Qian and Ding Tao's attitudes, the authenticity of their words was very high. What kind of person was this young man before him, that even someone like Wan Ying, responsible for overseeing the Fortune Treasure Palace within this megacity, felt compelled to please him? Originally, Sun Yukai had many high-end talents that he had not prepared to take out. But now, Sun Yukai felt that there was a need to take out these talents. In any case, the price he set would not decrease. If the young man in front of him was unwilling to accept this price, he could just reject it. By presenting all the high-quality talents, Sun Yukai had also made his stance clear. The VIP room of the talent market was located on the top floor. Along the way, Chu Ci restrained her original personality and frowned. Chu Ci discovered that this talent market was, in fact, a place where various lifeforms were traded. All of them were priced here. She found it hard to accept this situation. However, Chu Ci did not say much because she knew that this was a common occurrence in the sky beyond the clouds. Otherwise, it would not have been rationalized in Diverse City, a megacity. There were so many large factions that were shareholders of this place. In the main world, geniuses would often receive preferential treatment. For example, Lin Yuan had been taken in as a disciple by the Moon Empress because of his talent. However, in the sky beyond the clouds, talent was not worth mentioning at all. Regardless of how talented an individual was, without the protection of a powerful faction, these so-called geniuses would most likely end up as commodities bought and sold like slaves. The rampaging star pirates did not make Chu Ci feel the cruelty of the sky beyond the clouds, but upon arrival here, she fully experienced the harshness and indifference of the sky beyond the clouds. Chu Ci could not help but clench her fists, rekindling her determination to quickly improve her strength. Lin Yuan had seen much more than Chu Ci, and his mentality had long changed from when he was in the main world. Among the talents sold here, a portion of them exuded an aura of despair, and there was no hope for the future and life in their eyes. Another portion was desperately trying to prove their worth, striving to prove their worth in the hopes of catching the eye of a buyer and gaining a new opportunity as a servant. Compared to the former, the latter was undoubtedly more intelligent and more compatible with Lin Yuan's personal will. In Lin Yuan's opinion, as long as a person was alive, there would always be opportunities. Sun Yukai followed Lin Yuan with a big belly and a smile on his face. Young Master Lin, our hospitality here is definitely not comparable to Fortune Treasure Palace. After all, our functions here are different from Fortune Treasure Palace. If there's anything I can't do well, I hope you can forgive me. I wonder what kind of talent young Master Lin wants to buy. Since you have mentioned bringing out all the good things, I won't hold back either. Even if you want Class 5 professionals, I can get them for you. However, I must make it clear in advance that once you've paid and I've handed over the person to you, the transaction is considered complete. If anything happens to the person in the subsequent transaction, even if they die as soon as they're in your hands, it will not be our responsibility. Sun Yukai knew that Feng Qian and Ding Tao would tell Lin Yuan about the rules here, but this was his first time doing business with Lin Yuan, and it was better to make some things clear in advance. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I need spirit craftsmen above Class 3. Since Mr. Sun doesn't intend to hold back, kindly bring all the spirit craftsmen above Class 3 here. I'll make my selection and buy anything that catches my eye as long as the price is reasonable. Lin Yuan noticed Sun Yotsai's displeased expression and guessed the reason. When conducting business, it was impossible for Sun Yukai to showcase all the goods in one go. Just like Lin Yuan had previously managed his face store, each batch of showcase goods had both prime items and less desirable ones. He would bring out a batch at a time, selling the prime items first, then the less desirable ones, and finally replenishing with new prime items. If all the goods were showcased at once, the prime items would be chosen and only the less desirable ones would remain for future sales. This would greatly affect the subsequent sale of the goods. Lin Yuan ignored Sun Yotsai's displeasure and had no intention of changing his words. Instead, he added lightly, all the talents I bought today will be compensated with grade 4 and above creator resources as bargaining chips. Even if Mr. Sun puts all the outstanding talents in front of me and I choose them, you won't suffer a loss. Since meeting Lin Yuan, Sun Yukai had been shocked multiple times. At this moment, he once again descended into a state of shock. What? Using grade 4 creator resources to exchange for these talents? How generous! Sun Yukai could foresee how terrifying the faction that could spend grade 4 creators' resources casually was. He immediately put away all his dissatisfaction and bounced up and down excitedly like a big ball. With young Master Lin's words, I am reassured. I'll go make the preparations right away. Apart from those spirit craftsmen, you are also free to select talents with different life professions. Young Master Lin. Sun Yukai mobilized his men and made arrangements. Soon, an attendant began leading in one life form after another, each with different appearances but all capable of assuming human or humanoid forms. These people were all wearing black collars covered in golden patterns on their necks. The collars could be considered a kind of precious instrument, forged by creators. It had an extremely humiliating name and was called the Captivity Ring. When hunting star pirates, each star pirate group would usually have some captives in their hands. When these star pirates targeted other factions or species, they would sell the outstanding talents of these factions as resources. Once the Captivity Ring was put on, as long as the wearer activated the energy in their body to a certain extent, the Captivity Ring would shrink and a blade would spin out from the inside. The fact that these spirit craftsmen with the Captivity Ring were willing to accept the fate of being sold as commodities indicated their strong desire to survive. Sun Yukai said warmly to Lin Yuan, Young Master Lin, this VIP room can only accommodate 300 commodities at a time. The information of these commodities is recorded on their Captivity Ring. You can probe this information by infiltrating these Captivity Rings with your spiritual energy. The information I've provided here has always been very objective. You can use this information as a reference to make your choice. Lin Yuan turned to look at Chu Ci, who had been looking forward to coming to the talent market so much. Lin Yuan wanted Chu Ci to choose with him, but she shook her head in rejection. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan knew that Chu Ci's values had not completely changed. She had not completely adapted to the environment of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan did not force Chu Ci. He stood up and infused his spiritual energy into the Captivity Ring on the neck of the tall man at the front. Fu Dao, an intermediate class 3 spirit craftsman. He comes from the spirit monkey species and has no potential for evolution in his bloodline. When Lin Yuan was investigating Fu Dao's Captivity Ring, he could see the strong desire in Fu Dao's eyes. Fu Dao was clearly hoping to be bought by Lin Yuan. As a spirit craftsman, the the treatment he received when working in the faction wouldn't be too poor. Being a servant in another faction would definitely be better than being displayed as a commodity here, waiting indefinitely to be noticed. Fu Dao had been sold here as a commodity for more than 600 years. He was afraid that he would be forced to sink here. Lin Yuan didn't linger too long on Fu Dao. Instead, he quickly gathered information about more than 200 spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan discovered that due to the difference in bloodline and age, the prices of spirit craftsmen of the same level and class varied greatly. He planned to choose the spirit craftsmen here to add to Sky City's construction. Although Lin Yuan was a savior, he would not use spirit chi crystals to save everyone. Sky City did not accept mediocre talents. Only exceptionally outstanding talents had the opportunity to become part of Sky City. Lin Yuan asked Sun Yukai, "How many Class 3 and above spirit craftsmen do you have here? I need to know the general number to make my choice. Otherwise, if I'm too picky and can't even choose the number of people I want after choosing all the spirit craftsmen here, I'll have to choose again. It will be a waste of my time." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Sun Yukai could not help but roll his eyes in his heart. Lin Yuan's words clearly meant that he wanted to choose the best spirit craftsman. Lin Yuan's straightforwardness made Sun Yukai somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing that Lin Yuan was using Class 4 creator resources to exchange for these talents, Sun Yukai called a few subordinates over to verify. After checking, Sun Yukai laughed out loud when he heard his subordinates report. "I have a total of 42 groups of such quality here. There are more than 8,000 spirit craftsmen above Class 3. Young Master Lin, feel free to make your selection." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan inwardly lamented that it seemed his wish to select intermediate Class 3 spirit craftsmen or higher was going to be dashed. More than half of these 200 individuals were intermediate Class 3 spirit craftsmen, while less than 30% of them were above intermediate Class 3. Lin Yuan quickly tapped on the selection device in his hand, and the captivity rings lit up. Those whose captivity rings did not light up were taken away by the attendant. Lin Yuan chose them to pass through the long corridor of the VIP room and send them to the martial arts hall that was connected to the VIP seats. Every VIP room here had a special martial arts hall. In this talent market, warriors were always the best sellers. The best way to gauge a warrior's strength was to provide them with a spacious arena, allowing them to fully unleash their abilities. After the first batch was selected, the second batch was quickly sent in. It only took Lin Yuan 5 minutes to choose the second batch of 200 spirit craftsmen, which surprised Feng Qian and Ding Tao. This time was too short. Lin Yuan couldn't possibly choose a spirit craftsman solely according to the information here, right? Lin Yuan had to pay a sum of spirit chi crystals for every spirit craftsman he chose. It would be a huge loss if he chose according to the labels here. Initially, Sun Yukai had assumed that Lin Yuan was making random selections. As a young man from a large faction, Lin Yuan did not care about the faction's resources and was recklessly squandering them to flaunt his status. This suited Sun Yotsai's impression of these core members of the major faction's direct line of descent. Sun Yukai had been this arrogant when he was young. Since Lin Yuan had come through the Fortune Treasure Palace, these spirit craftsmen had to meet the standards even if it was to give face to Fortune Treasure Palace. Even if Lin Yuan chose randomly according to the labels, nothing would go wrong. Sun Yukai understood his commodities the best. When Lin Yuan finished selecting the 5th batch of spirit craftsmen, he could not help but think that something was wrong. Lin Yuan's seemingly quick and casual selections were, in fact, the most perfect choice. Sun Yukai did not believe that Lin Yuan had chosen it randomly. Lin Yuan's choices were mostly focused on intermediate Class 3 spirit craftsmen and higher. As long as there were no major problems, spirit craftsmen above Class 3 and higher would be selected by Lin Yuan. Among the 5 batches, there was a pinnacle Class 3 spirit craftsman whose soul possessed a type of soul worm. Once this soul worm wandered around in his soul, the spirit craftsman would go crazy and would require a long time to recover. Before the soul worms acted up, it was impossible to see any problems from the outside. However, Lin Yuan did not choose this particular pinnacle Class 3 spirit craftsman. Those low Class 3 spirit craftsmen that were chosen either possessed excellent bloodlines or exhibited some exceptional qualities beyond the ordinary. could be said that Lin Yuan had indeed chosen all the outstanding targets. It was indeed strange. Sun Yukai even entertained the suspicion that there might be a traitor among them who had provided Lin Yuan with detailed information about the commodities in advance. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have been able to see through the situation of these spirit craftsmen. However, Sun Yukai quickly dismissed this thought as soon as it arose in his mind. All the employees who had access to comprehensive information about the commodities here are individuals Sun Yukai brought from his own family. It was impossible for these people to betray him. Moreover, even if Lin Yuan obtained the complete information of the commodities, the batches of spirit craftsmen that were sent over were all randomized. If he did not investigate them one by one, it would be impossible to match them. Could it be that Lin Yuan had talent in detection? It seemed to be the only reason that made sense. If Lin Yuan had not promised to trade with Grade 4 creator resources, Sun Yukai would have immediately called for a halt. At that moment, Lin Yuan had already chosen the 16th batch of spirit craftsmen. In this batch, he encountered an early-stage Class 4 spirit craftsman for the first time. This early-stage Class 4 spirit craftsman was extremely expensive, more than 10 times more expensive than a pinnacle Class 3 spirit craftsman. If Lin Yuan were to use spirit chi crystals to trade, he would need hundreds of thousands of them. If not for the fact that this early-stage Class 4 spirit craftsman had a lifespan problem, he would have been sold for a higher price. A spirit craftsman with the bloodline of an earthbending land imp was very good at constructing the main structure of buildings, and they possessed fine skills in sculpting as well. Lin Yuan chose this earth elemental land imp with a lifespan of less than 600 years without hesitation. In terms of ability, this early-stage Class 4 spirit craftsman with the earthbending land imp bloodline was comparable to Hu Quan. However, as a local spirit craftsman of the sky beyond the clouds, his skills and forging style must be very different from Hu Quan's. Communication between the two could allow them to grow tremendously. Using true data, Lin Yuan could see the lifespan of this early-stage Class 4 spirit craftsman with the earthbending land imp bloodline. In fact, his captivity ring's information did not mention the issue of lifespan at all. Feng Qian and Ding Tao obviously knew this early-stage Class 4 spirit craftsman. Those factions that had invested in this talent market, they could rent people from Sun Yukai in large quantities. The Fortune Treasure Palace had rented this spirit craftsman before. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were aware that this spirit craftsman did not have much lifespan left. The two of them knew very well that reminding Lin Yuan was equivalent to breaking the rules. However, when they recalled Wang Ying's instructions, Feng Qian and Ding Tao looked at each other, and Ding Tao spoke first. "Young Master Lin, if you buy this Class 4 spirit craftsman, he shouldn't be able to serve you for long. At most, it will only be a few hundred years. I'm sure you prefer to buy spirit craftsmen who don't have any problems with their lifespan." Ding Tao's reminder to Lin Yuan was not subtle. When Sun Yukai heard Ding Tao's words, he looked displeased. "Ding Tao, isn't that a little against the rules? Others might not know the rules here, but as the receptionists of Fortune Treasure Palace, you should be aware." Ding Tao was aware that her actions just now might have displeased Sun Yukai. However, compared to Sun Yotsai's dissatisfaction, Ding Tao was more concerned about whether Lin Yuan would think that the Fortune Treasure Palace and Sun Yukai had teamed up to deceive him. To a certain extent, reminding Lin Yuan was equivalent to expressing goodwill to him. "Sir Sun, young Master Lin was brought here by our Fortune Treasure Palace, and he has already conducted a large transaction. Hence, we're responsible for young Master Lin and your reputation. Otherwise, if young Master Lin wants to purchase talents again in the future, he won't even consider you." Sun Yukai. Despite his dissatisfaction, Sun Yukai did not express it. The only possible reason for the Fortune Treasure Palace to protect Lin Yuan like this was that, in the eyes of Wan Ying, Lin Yuan held more importance than Sun Yukai himself. Wan Ying was a sly old fox. Sun Yukai did not want Wan Ying to be dissatisfied with him in the future. Lin Yuan thanked Ding Tao politely. When chosen by Lin Yuan, Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. Having been trapped here for more than 400 years, Wang Xian's lifespan was less than 1,000 years when he was forced to wear the captivity ring. At that time, he was not considered a high-quality commodity yet. He had only made a breakthrough in his spirit craftsman ability after being captured. It wasn't until Wang Xian broke through to become a Class 4 spirit craftsman that he had the opportunity to be put up for sale despite having less than 600 years left in his lifespan. Wang Xian was afraid that the young man who had just selected him might lose interest upon learning that he only had a few hundred years left to live. A few hundred years of lifespan meant that there was no potential left. A laborer with such a limited lifespan wasn't worth selling at such a high price. When Ding Tao pointed out the problem of his lifespan, a bitter expression appeared on Wang Xian's face. He thought that the young man who had chosen him would now abandon him. Unexpectedly, the young man said with a calm expression, "It's fine. I have some means to increase lifespan here. A Class 4 spirit craftsman is already qualified for me to use such methods to increase his lifespan. If Manager Sun has talents with outstanding abilities who don't have much lifespan left, you can sell them all to me. Apart from me, I don't think anyone else would approve of the high price you set. On the other hand, I'm willing to accept everything without deliberately asking for the price to be lowered." Ever since encountering Lin Yuan, Sun Yukai, Ding Tao, and Feng Qian were often surprised. All of them knew very little about Lin Yuan's situation and only knew that Lin Yuan's faction must be extremely powerful. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not the only prodigy nurtured by this faction. The quiet girl accompanying Lin Yuan, despite her young age, had reached such a level making her equally outstanding in the sky beyond the clouds, where she was considered among the top talents. There were basically methods to increase lifespan in the hands of every powerful person with an inheritance. However, which faction would be willing to use such a method for a servant that they had bought? Sun Yukai said excitedly, "Sir Lin Yuan, I have a lot of such talents. If you don't mind, I can show you all of them. It's just that there aren't many spirit craftsmen among them." This conversation was just a small interlude. After Lin Yuan confirmed his choice, Wang Xian was brought away. Wang Xian heard everything Lin Yuan just said. The fact that this young man not only chose him but also intended to increase his lifespan left Wang Xian pleasantly surprised. Lin Yuan had invested resources in him, so he would only value him in the future. Apart from Wang Xian, Lin Yuan also had new gains in the selection of spirit craftsmen. Among these spirit craftsmen, there was also a high-class 4 spirit craftsman. For some reason, this high-class 4 spirit craftsman's body was incomplete and was unable to recover. The physical impairment would affect his work. Without both hands and both feet, at most, he could only use their teeth to hold a pen and sketch a design. The high-class 4 spirit craftsman could tell from the wound on his arm that there was still poison in his body that had not been removed, causing the wound to still be festering. From the wound visible at the severed part of the arm of this high-class 4 spirit craftsman, it was apparent that there were toxins remaining in his body, preventing the wound from healing and causing it to fester. Sun Yukai explained to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Lin, his design ability is extremely strong, especially in designing large-scale buildings and mechanisms. You've bought so many spirit craftsmen, so you should understand how important design is in the use and construction of mechanisms. With his design, even if a pinnacle grade 3 creator forges it, they will be able to construct mechanisms at high grade 4 quality. I've experimented with that before. If not for the fact that cleaning up the poison and maintaining his roots requires spirit chi, I would have raised his price even higher. Besides here, in other talent markets, it's practically impossible to purchase a spirit craftsman of this level. Even if you plan on hiring one, you will have to make an appointment in advance." When Lin Yuan used Morbius Omniscient Eyes to examine this high-class 4 spirit craftsman, Lin Yuan confirmed that he had the ability to heal him. Not only that, but he could also use the Jasmine Lily, which had already reached the Holy Spirit level, to regrow the limbs of this high-class 4 spirit craftsman after removing the effects of the poison. This was something that others might find difficult to accomplish, but Lin Yuan only needed to pay a small price to do it. With this high-class 4 spirit craftsman, many things that Hu Quan could not resolve with his own abilities in Sky City could be easily resolved. Lin Yuan ignored Sun Yotsai's sales pitch and walked over to the high-class 4 spirit craftsman. "You're called Zhu Xiaodan, right? In the future, if you work diligently under me, I will give you a chance to stand up again despite your severed limbs. Are you willing?" Zhu Xiaodan was Lin Yuan's most powerful spirit craftsman. Apart from Hu Quan, Lin Yuan placed the most importance on the Zhu Xiaodan. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan was willing to spend time communicating with Zhu Xiaodan. When Sun Yukai mentioned Zhu Xiaodan's injuries, his expression turned gloomy. It was obvious that Zhu Xiaodan was very concerned about his injuries. Lin Yuan had bought Zhu Xiaodan and did not want him to lead a muddle-headed life under his command. Therefore, Lin Yuan made a promise to Zhu Xiaodan. Certainly, Lin Yuan would also request a promise from Zhu Xiaodan in return for the promise he made. Zhu Xiaodan was not very happy. To him, leaving this place meant simply exchanging one location of discrimination for another. The fact that a high class for spirit craftsmen could only draw designs was truly a mockery. If it weren't for being betrayed and having his species wiped out, losing 2 legs and an arm with his talent, he would probably have already become a Class 5 spirit craftsman by now. When Zhu Xiaodan was first captured and brought here, he had used his talent and ability to fight for Sun Yukai. He wanted to see if Sun Yukai could help him get rid of the remaining poison in his body and help him regenerate his broken limbs after removing the remaining poison in his body. It was not that there were no methods to regrow limbs in the sky beyond the clouds, but the price to regrow limbs was often very high. If Zhu Xiaodan was a Class 5 spirit craftsman, Sun Yukai would be willing to invest in it. However, he was only a disabled high-class 4 spirit craftsman. Sun Yukai had no way to verify Zhu Xiaodan's potential. As a businessman, Sun Yukai would never engage in a deal that would incur losses. Hence, Sun Yukai directly rejected Zhu Xiaodan and did not give him any preferential treatment. Instead, he treated him as an inferior product that was extremely difficult to sell. From Sun Yotsai's perspective, lowering the price of selling talent was simply not an option. Without lowering the price, Zhu Xiaodan knew just how difficult it was for him to be sold off. Those buyers would basically give up on buying Zhu Xiaodan just by looking at his appearance. Zhu Xiaodan sensed Lin Yuan's attitude towards Sun Yukai and knew that Lin Yuan was definitely a big shot from a large faction. There was no need for such a big shot to lie to him. This place was called the talent market in the outside world, but in fact they could not be considered talents here at all. He was just a servant that was sold at will. When Zhu Xiaodan saw that Sun Yukai had rejected him and even told him about his market price in disdain, he was already in despair. However, now he could see hope. If he could grow back his limbs, he would still have a chance to become a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Master, even if you don't give me a chance to regrow my limbs, I will do my best for you. Moreover, you have given me this opportunity, and I am determined not to let you down. In the future, I will definitely strive to create value for both you and the faction I am loyal to. Zhu Xiaodan knew that this was a rare opportunity for him. If he did not seize this opportunity quickly, the young man in front of him might immediately change his mind. Zhu Xiaodan had an extremely high EQ and had always been good with words. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaodan's words, Lin Yuan was in a very good mood. He turned around and said to Sun Yukai, "Mr. Sun, I've already chosen all the spirit craftsmen. I wonder if I should pay the price of these spirit craftsmen first or continue choosing gourmets and weavers." Sun Yukai did not expect Lin Yuan to need gourmets and weavers. He had been counting, and Lin Yuan had chosen more than 3,600 spirit craftsmen. If he wanted to trade for all these spirit craftsmen, he would need to pay an extremely huge amount of resources. Sun Yukai felt that even the Fortune Treasure Palace would find it a little difficult to fork out so many resources at once. Under such circumstances, the Fortune Treasure Palace would no longer be able to vouch for Lin Yuan. Sun Yukai said seriously, "Your Excellency Lin Yuan, you have chosen more than 3,000 spirit craftsmen for me. If this deal is successful, you will be my biggest customer. From now on, I'll make an exception and give you a 10% discount on all talents. I've never given such a discount to any faction before." Feng Qian and Ding Tao, who were well aware of Sun Yotsai's personality, were extremely surprised by his words. Sun Yukai was actually willing to give up the profits. It was like seeing the moon in broad daylight. Sun Yukai was not lying. Lin Yuan was indeed the first person to receive such treatment. Of course, the prerequisite for Lin Yuan to receive this treatment was that this transaction could proceed smoothly. Sun Yukai seemed to be genuinely interested in forging a serious relationship with Lin Yuan. For diverse city, Lin Yuan appeared exceptionally mysterious, but in truth, Sun Yukai was equally mysterious. It was said that Sun Yukai came from a hidden faction and his approach to befriending Lin Yuan differed from his usual method of connecting with clients. Sun Yukai had not taken the initiative to give discounts to Lin Yuan because he wanted to maintain a customer relationship. Instead, it was an attempt to befriend Lin Yuan with his identity as a member of a hidden faction. Lin Yuan sensed Sun Yotsai's thoughts and said with a smile, "In that case, I'll thank Mr. Sun in advance. The price of these 3,000 plus spirit craftsmen has already been marked in advance, so it shouldn't be difficult to calculate. Since we're prioritizing the transaction before selection, let's complete the delivery as soon as possible." When Lin Yuan mentioned the payment, he was very straightforward and dispelled the last trace of doubt in Sun Yotsai's heart. It also strengthened Sun Yotsai's desire to befriend Lin Yuan. "Young Master Lin, since you're so straightforward, I also feel that we hit it off very well. Therefore, I'll also give you a 10% discount on this batch of spirit craftsmen. Master Lin, don't let the modesty of my discount fool you. When you consider it carefully, it amounts to a significant sum. Essentially, it's like I'm gifting you over 70 spiritual craftsmen. These over 70 spirit craftsmen are almost equivalent to the value of treasure that has been passed down for generations." Sun Yotsai's heart ached as he made the decision to offer Lin Yuan a discount. However, if he could befriend Lin Yuan, it would be a price he was willing to pay. Giving away over 70 spirit craftsmen all at once was too much even for Sun Yukai to endure. Upon seeing Sun Yotsai's pained expression, Lin Yuan felt amused. "Brother Sun, since you're being so generous, I feel I should make some gesture in return. Let's forego the discount for these spirit craftsmen, shall we? We can apply discounts to the talents I trade with later. Brother Sun, as long as you bring out those hidden treasures for me to trade when the time comes, I'll be satisfied." Lin Yuan's address of Sun Yukai changed from Mr. Sun to Brother Sun, which showed his attitude and willingness to befriend Sun Yukai. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Sun Yukai smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. He waved his hand enthusiastically. "Brother Lin, since I've offered this discount, rest assured I can afford it. You must be new to Diverse City, right? If there's anywhere you want to go, I can be your guide. I guarantee that I'll be more professional than the receptionists of Fortune Treasure Palace." Upon hearing Sun Yotsai's words, Feng Qian and Ding Tao's expressions changed. What did Sun Yukai mean by this? Why was he fighting with Fortune Treasure Palace for no reason? Fortune Treasure Palace was now Lin Yuan's guide. Even if Sun Yukai wanted to befriend Lin Yuan, he wouldn't go so far as to snatch Fortune Treasure Palace's connections, right? Moreover, it was Fortune Treasure Palace that had recommended Lin Yuan to come here to purchase talents. Sun Yukai had completed such a large transaction largely because of Fortune Treasure Palace. Sun Yotsai's lack of gratitude was one thing, but to behave in such a shameless manner was truly beyond acceptable. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were furious about this matter, and they would definitely report it to Wan Ying. Just as the hot-tempered Ding Tao was about to speak up, Feng Qian grabbed her by the sleeve. Feng Qian shook her head at Ding Tao. It was true that Sun Yukai had done something immoral, and even though their statuses were not on par with his, they could still confront him for the sake of Fortune Treasure Palace. In matters of interest, they were not just receptionists for Fortune Treasure Palace, and they could represent the interests of Fortune Treasure Palace itself. However, if conflict were to occur, it would definitely impact Lin Yuan's shopping experience regardless of how Sun Yukai reacted. Lin Yuan had yet to finish his shopping at Sun Yotsai's place. Their top priority was to serve Lin Yuan well. Everything else was not as important as serving Lin Yuan well. If the conflict between Ding Tao and Sun Yukai displeased Lin Yuan and made him dissatisfied with Fortune Treasure Palace, he and Ding Tao would still be punished regardless of their motives, even if it was to protect Fortune Treasure Palace's interests. For Lin Yuan, Sun Yotsai's invitation had no drawbacks whatsoever. In Diverse City, Sun Yotsai's reputation was much higher than Fortune Treasure Palace's manager, Wan Ying. Lin Yuan addressed Sun Yukai as Brother Sun, which meant that he was willing to accept Sun Yotsai's goodwill. Feng Qian had always been very tactful, and this was where Feng Qian was stronger than Ding Tao. Sun Yotsai's invitation had two intentions. Firstly, he genuinely wants to invite Lin Yuan to strengthen their relationship. If he relied on this transaction alone, he and Lin Yuan could only work together and not become friends. Sun Yukai was aware that he was poaching from Fortune Treasure Palace. If Wanning heard about this, she would definitely settle scores with him. Sun Yukai was not afraid of Wanning. He and Fortune Treasure Palace's interests were tied together. No matter how dissatisfied Wanning was, they would have to cooperate. Otherwise, Fortune Treasure Palace would suffer more losses than him. Right now, there were many factions in Diverse City that wanted to join them, and the Traveling Dragon Palace even proposed to invest more in exchange for shares. It was just that the Traveling Dragon Palace had been expanding too much recently and did not have the ability to invest. Sun Yukai did not want to be trapped in the Traveling Dragon Palace, as the relationship may become too close for comfort. The Bizarre Plant Demon Hall and Traveling Dragon Palace had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them died. The local tyrant of Extremewood City, Grey Smoke Stronghold, had seized the opportunity and firmly latched onto the Traveling Dragon Palace and was determined to drive them out of Extremewood City. While the overall strength of Traveling Dragon Palace was indeed stronger than Grey Smoke Stronghold, the latter's influence ran deep within Extremewood City and was not something Traveling Dragon Palace, an outsider who barged in, could deal with. If Traveling Dragon Palace did not insist on taking such a big step, Sun Yukai would have been very willing to get closer to them. Lin Yuan did not reject Sun Yotsai's good intentions. From Lin Yuan's point of view, he only needed to choose for his own benefit. Fortune Treasure Palace was only a faction that served him. If Fortune Treasure Palace really had the intention to control him, Lin Yuan would strip away his relationship with it without hesitation. Brother Sun, I'll have to trouble you in the future. I have to disturb you. While Sun Yukai and Lin Yuan were conversing, Sun Yotsai's subordinates had already calculated the price. Lin Yuan gave Sun Yukai the spirit chi crystals beforehand and instructed him to convert the prices into spiritual energy crystals. The exchange ratio between honor-absent dollars and Class 4 creator resources was very transparent. There was no possibility of tampering with it in secret. Looking at the price calculated by his subordinate, Sun Yotsai's expression changed. Sun Yukai first asked his subordinate, "Have you applied the 10% discount?" The man, who was as round as Sun Yukai, hurriedly replied, "Master, I've already completed the discount and even calculated the price on both sides. If there's a problem, I can take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Sun Yukai turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Brother Lin, according to the spirit chi crystals you just took out, you need 27,634,372. If you think it's too much, I can help you arrange an installment payment. Moreover, I won't charge you any interest during the installment period. However, you won't be able to take all these spirit craftsmen away at once. You have to take these spirit craftsmen away in batches according to the installments. Dozens of factions in Diverse City have invested in this place. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. I hope you understand." Based on Sun Yotsai's understanding of Grade 4 creators, obtaining these spirit chi crystals required 300 Grade 4 creators to work for decades. It was difficult for a Grade 4 creator to produce these resources even over a lifetime. Sun Yukai was afraid that Lin Yuan would feel pressured if he took out such a large number of spirit chi crystals. Previously, Sun Yukai had never offered installment plans when dealing with any faction or individual. This was the second time Sun Yukai had given Lin Yuan preferential treatment. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Brother Sun, I prefer to settle transactions in one go rather than opt for installment plans. Over 20 million chi crystals is not a significant sum for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used these spirit chi crystals to trade for spirit craftsmen. However, it will be a little troublesome to count these spirit chi crystals." Lin Yuan took out his spatial equipment and handed it to Sun Yukai. "Brother Sun, I have 100 million spiritual chi crystals of the same standard as before here. Get your subordinates to count the spiritual chi crystals that need to be paid from inside and return this spatial equipment to me." Apart from spirit craftsmen, I'm also interested in gourmet and weavers. However, I don't need that many of them, hence I'll be extremely picky about their abilities. Brother Sun, I hope that the gourmets and weavers you provide for me are above class 4. If not, I'll have and choose from the gourmets and weavers who are at the pinnacle of class 3. When Sun Yukai received the spatial equipment from Lin Yuan, he felt that his hands were heavy. The moment Sun Yukai received the space equipment, he immediately probed it with his spiritual power and indeed found stacks of spirit chi crystals piled up like mountains. These spirit chi crystals in the space equipment hadn't even been sorted much. Sun Yukai looked at the exquisite spatial equipment in his hand as if he was holding the lives of the 5 grade 4 creators in his hands. Originally, Sun Yukai had already held Lin Yuan in high regard, but now, Lin Yuan's status in his mind has undoubtedly risen even further. Sun Yotsai's hidden faction would never allow the younger generation to wander around with so many spirit chi crystals. However, Lin Yuan was indifferent to these spirit chi crystals and did not take them seriously. Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude could not be faked. If it was, Lin Yuan would most likely not dare to give this spatial equipment containing 100 million spirit chi crystals to him. Sun Yukai handed this spatial equipment to his subordinates. His subordinates had the same bloodline as him and were his trusted right-hand men. There shouldn't be any issues with having these subordinates count the spirit chi crystals. Even though Feng Qian and Ding Tao had witnessed Lin Yuan exchanging spirit chi crystals for spiritual ingredients in Fortune Treasure Palace, they were still extremely shocked by Lin Yuan's actions. From last night until now, Lin Yuan had spent more than 40,000,000 spirit chi crystals. After spending 40 million spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan did not stop spending. Instead, he excitedly prepared to spend more. At that moment, Feng Qian and Ding Tao understood why even Ling Muzhua, one of the 3 palace masters, treated Lin Yuan with such an attitude. If Sun Yukai had only wanted to befriend Lin Yuan previously, he now wanted to latch onto Lin Yuan's coattails. Now, he would not hide the talents in his hands at all. After a brief inquiry, Sun Yukai addressed Lin Yuan directly. Brother Lin, I only have 3 gourmets above class 4 and 6 weavers above class 4. However, there are significant problems with 1 of the gourmet and 3 of the weavers. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't say anything. However, I wouldn't dare to hide anything from you. The gourmet and the 3 weavers came from the same faction. The young master of this faction blinded a young girl when he was traveling. This girl's faction took revenge after the incident and blinded everyone in that faction. Therefore, the gourmet and the 3 weavers had lost their sight, which greatly affected the 4 of them. The other 2 gourmets and weavers' roots were more or less injured. I didn't spend any resources to heal them. Haha, I'm a businessman. I won't engage in anything without cost-effectiveness. What if I cure them but then they can't be sold? Won't I be in trouble? How about this? I'll bring you the 2 gourmets and 3 weavers who aren't blind. I really don't recommend you buy the other 4. Feng Qian and Ding Tao were surprised by Sun Yotsai's attitude toward Lin Yuan. Sun Yukai had never advised others not to buy talents from him. No matter how big the problem was with his subordinates, Sun Yukai would always brag. Lin Yuan had the Jasmine Lily, whose recovery ability was not just regrowing severed limbs. Instead, it could activate the genetic model to repair the missing parts of the body. Even if the gourmets and weavers were blinded by some special means, Lin Yuan was confident that their injuries could be healed. 3 Class 4 gourmets and 6 Class 4 weavers were enough to serve the core members of Sky City. Brother Sun, regardless of whether I will choose them or not, bring all 9 of them up here so I can take a look.